Chapter 1. Eternal Legacy. The Origin Path Decision, the End of the Tao. The indestructible sword body can swiftly comprehend the sword path. A single strike can split mountains and seas. A single strike can sever the heavens. Ancient Time Tower, first level. Here, the flow of time is 3 times that of the outside world. As the mysterious symbols in his mind merged, Tang Chen suddenly awoke. Not long ago, as the foremost genius of the Qiyang sect, he was envied and subsequently framed by the higher-ups, leading to the crippling of his cultivation, and he and his sister, Tang Shui, were expelled from the sect. To make matters worse, he suffered betrayal from his Tao partner and was hunted by his peers. He only remembered perishing alongside his comrades, and then his consciousness faded away. "You're awake?" A girl sitting opposite him sighed in relief and said, "You've been unconscious for 3 days. Who are you? Where's my sister?" Tang Chen asked warily, memories flashing through his mind. Upon a slight sensing, Tang Chen was astonished to discover that his dantian had actually healed. A surge of ecstatic joy instantly filled his heart. Even more astonishing was the presence of an ancient tower in his sea of consciousness. It was this tower that had fallen from the heavens and struck him during the cataclysm with his comrades. A supreme opportunity indeed. In that moment, Tang Chen's breath quickened slightly. This tower was mysterious and powerful. It had transformed his body into the indestructible sword body and imparted to him the highest techniques, regardless of why it had chosen him. In this perilous world of cultivation, the primary goal was to survive. Having escaped this calamity was already a boon. "Qiyang sect, Lu Shiyan, wait for me," Tang Chen silently vowed. Seeing Tang Chen's wariness, the girl did not take offense. Beside the flickering campfire, she softly reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person." Tang Chen frowned, finding the statement awkward. Would a man like me fear a mere girl? Noticing his expression, the girl chuckled lightly and said, "Your sister is unwell. She seems to have some ailment. My uncle is currently helping her in the cave." "What? Shui is ill." Upon hearing this, the surviving Tang Chen immediately struggled to rise. His sister, Tang Shui, was his only family. She had suffered from a strange illness since childhood, falling into a coma during episodes, her blood congealing, her body enveloped in cold. Had it not been for Tang Chen collecting spiritual materials and elixirs over the years to suppress her condition, she would have likely frozen to death long ago. Thus, every time Tang Shui fell ill, it was the most distressing time for Tang Chen. "Don't be anxious," the girl patiently explained, gesturing towards the back of the cave. "Your sister is over there." Ignoring his injuries, Tang Chen hurried into the cave. Inside, a middle-aged man clad in a luxurious purple robe sat cross-legged, long hair cascading over his shoulders. The unconscious Tang Shui lay across his lap, her frail body covered in frost, even her hair and eyebrows coated in a layer of ice. She trembled violently, displaying the symptoms of her ailment. If the overwhelming cold was not continuously suppressed with potent spiritual energy, she would not last long. This scene made Tang Chen's eyes blaze with fury as he stepped forward. However, just as he took a step, the middle-aged man abruptly opened his eyes, raising an eyebrow. Boom! Tang Chen's entire body trembled as a terrifying pressure, akin to a mountain, descended upon him. He halted, unable to advance another inch. Tang Chen's heart raced with terror. Such a gaze bore, might even the sect master of Qiyang sect did not possess such overwhelming presence. What was the identity of this middle-aged man, and what realm did he belong to? As his thoughts whirled, he chose not to resist and took a step back. If such a powerhouse harbored ill intentions, both siblings would have perished already. The other party likely bore no malice. His action surprised the purple-robed man slightly, but he soon closed his eyes again. "Rest assured, with Uncle Zheng here, she will be fine." The girl approached from behind, her voice soft and ethereal. At this moment, no amount of anxiety would help. Tang Chen finally had the opportunity to scrutinize her more closely. The girl wore a light blue gown, elegant in color and exquisite in fabric, embodying both purity and grandeur, a perfect blend of 2 distinct qualities. What truly captivated Tang Chen was her beauty, flawless from skin to bone, breathtakingly exquisite. Even the goddess of Qiyang sect, Lu Shiyan, would pale in comparison. Yet after a fleeting glance, Tang Chun withdrew his gaze, his wariness undiminished by her stunning appearance. The girl was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting his reaction. She had always been confident in her looks, pursued by countless admirers throughout her life, including many rebellious prodigies. Yet here, in this remote corner, she encountered a boy who was the first to overlook her. You. She opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Tang Chun. Thank you both for saving my life. Tang Chun sincerely clasped his fists in gratitude. Though he had gained immense fortune, without the protection of these two, he and his sister would have likely been devoured by the ferocious beasts of the Chiri mountain range. The sudden shift left the girl somewhat dazed, and it took her a moment to regain her composure. She leaned closer and sat beside Tang Chun, her face alight with curiosity. Aren't you going to ask me why I saved you? Tang Chun slightly shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the middle-aged man and Tang Shui, remaining silent. You seem uninterested in speaking with me? Why did you two siblings venture into the Chiri mountain range when you're so weak? My name is Xiaoling Yun, and you? Tang Chun. Oh, are you very worried about your sister? Xiaoling Yun, like a curious child, leaned closer to Tang Chun, bombarding him with questions. However, aside from stating his name, he seemed to treat her as if she were air. After several unanswered queries, Xiaoling Yun pouted, choosing not to further humiliate herself. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man named Zheng sat in meditation for a long while before slowly extending his right hand, placing it on Tang Shui's forehead. Tang Chen's heart suddenly tightened, eyes wide with intensity. Sizzle! With a soft sound, the middle-aged man's palm, resting on Tang Shui's forehead, was suddenly enveloped in red spiritual energy. This mass of spiritual energy surged like flames even from dozens of meters away. Its might could be felt. Yet in the hands of the middle-aged man, this oceanic spiritual energy appeared as docile as a kitten. In the realm of Sangshuan Star, the stages of cultivation were divided into postnatal, innate, star extreme, life and death, spiritual infant, spiritual aspect, spiritual fate, and so forth. Spiritual energy is the essence that cultivators refine from absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth or from spirit stones, serving as the foundation for every practitioner. However, to wield spiritual energy with such control is no simple feat. Typically, the more abundant and powerful the spiritual energy, the harder it is to control. When cultivators engage in combat, the uncontrollable excess energy often leads to catastrophic destruction. Thus, among practitioners of the same realm, the greater the control over spiritual energy, the more formidable their combat power. Tang Chen could vaguely sense the sheer magnitude of the spiritual energy in Zheng's hand. If unleashed against an enemy, it could flatten a small mountain. Yet this terrifying force did not dissipate in his grasp. Instead, it remained obedient. The height of his cultivation and his terrifying mastery over spiritual energy were exceedingly rare. If I possessed such strength, I would not have fallen to this plight. As Tang Chen marveled, his resolve to grow stronger solidified. Zheng began to channel spiritual energy into Tang Shui's body. Like pouring hot water onto snow, the moment the red spiritual energy entered her, the frost enveloping Tang Shui's exterior began to dissolve rapidly. Her face, which had turned a purplish hue from the cold, quickly regained its color at a visible pace. This scene filled Tang Chun with overwhelming joy. When he previously helped Tang Shui suppress her ailment, he had to refine various spiritual materials and elixirs into spiritual energy, supplemented by his own cultivation at the spiritual infant stage, to counter the cold within her. Even so, each session took him 5 hours to push the cold back. Thus, every time he treated her, Tang Shui had to endure immense suffering. But now, this process had been infinitely shortened. However, in the next moment, boom! An incomprehensibly terrifying surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from Tang Shui's frail body. The frost that had just melted on her surface rapidly reformed. And this time, it was not the usual frost but a layer of crystal-clear ice shell. The temperature within the cave plummeted instantaneously, becoming bone-chilling. Tang Chen's complexion changed drastically as he sprang to his feet. What was happening? It was clear that he was on the verge of suppressing the ailment. Why did it escalate so? Moreover, This outbreak of her strange illness was far worse than any previous episode. Tang Chen could distinctly sense that Tang Shui's vitality was swiftly waning if this continued. She would perish in no time. Just as I thought. Zheng suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself. Despite being a young girl, the cold energy within her is astonishingly terrifying, could it be? He did not continue, his expression grave to the utmost degree. I implore you, Senior, to intervene. If you can save my sister's life, Tang Chen, would give anything. Tang Chen's eyes reddened, and without regard for anything else, he knelt down heavily. This level of ailment was beyond his capability to handle. The middle-aged man before him was his only lifeline. Give anything? With such low cultivation and injuries all over, what use are you? Zheng shot a sideways glance at Tang Chen, his expression cold. Tang Chen trembled all over, a sense of helplessness washing over him. In this world where strength reigned supreme, weakness was indeed a sin. Strengthen oneself. One must indeed become stronger. Miss, this young girl possesses an exceedingly unique constitution. The middle-aged man with the surname Zheng disregarded Tang Chen, turning instead to Xia Lingyun, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Moreover, it is likely that in an effort to suppress the eruption of cold energy, she has consumed an excessive amount of chaotic spiritual materials and elixirs, resulting in a chaotic amalgamation of various powers within her, thereby intensifying the cold energy. Tang Chen's heart tightened. Is it treatable? Xia Lingyun raised her hand to interrupt the middle-aged man with the surname Zheng, her expression grave. The latter shook his head slightly. With my cultivation, I cannot provide a permanent cure. Xia Lingyun raised an eyebrow. Cannot provide a permanent cure? So, it is possible to suppress it? After a brief moment of hesitation, the middle-aged man replied, if I exert myself fully, I can temporarily seal the cold energy, ensuring her safety for 3 years. He shifted his tone. However, we must continue our journey, and if I expend too much energy, I fear I cannot guarantee your safety, Mississippi. Treat her. Upon hearing this, Xia Lingyun resolutely declared. Tang Chen was momentarily stunned, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Miss, the middle-aged man with the surname Zheng wore a troubled expression on his chiseled face. When we departed, the sect master gave orders that I must ensure your safety. These two are merely strangers, you need not. Xia Lingyun's pretty face darkened as she interrupted him again. Uncle Zheng, do you mean to disregard my wishes as well? Her tone was imbued with an undeniable authority, starkly contrasting her previous innocent and charming demeanor. This? The middle-aged man with the surname Zheng frowned, and after a moment's contemplation, he sighed, as you wish. The cold energy within this girl is formidable. I will need to exert my full strength. Please, miss, step outside the cave for the time being to avoid any repercussions. Only then did Xia Lingyun nod in satisfaction, a smile returning to her fair face as she patted Tang Chen's shoulder. Come, let's wait outside. Tang Chen's expression was complicated as he followed her out of the cave. Boom! As soon as the two exited the cave, a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted, countless swirling streams of energy shooting forth like arrows. The entire mountain trembled, and loose stones cascaded down. In the next moment, a transparent barrier suddenly materialized at the cave entrance, completely isolating the oncoming spiritual energy. Within the cave, no further sounds emerged. Rest assured, Uncle Zheng's cultivation is still quite formidable. If he says he can suppress it, he will undoubtedly accomplish it. Xia Lingyun resumed her previous cheerful demeanor, smiling brightly. Tang Chen nodded slightly, the tension in his heart easing at last, though his expression grew increasingly complex. From their earlier conversation, it was evident that the middle-aged man with the surname Zheng was likely Xia Lingyun's personal protector. What exactly was her identity that commanded such obedience from a formidable cultivator? Do you have something to say? Noticing Tang Chen's gaze fixed upon her, Xia Lingyun blinked and inquired. Thank you, Miss Xia. Tang Chen expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow, not concealing his thoughts. I just do not know how to repay you. Xia Lingyun pouted, her tone casual. It was merely a matter of convenience. My uncle Zheng and I were passing through this area, initially intending to stay a night at Feiyu sect. However, Upon hearing that the night view of the Chiri mountain range is exceptionally beautiful, I asked him to take me to admire the moon and stars. Instead, we encountered your sister, who was struggling to keep up, repeatedly saying, "Brother, we will be fine." The bond between you siblings is truly admirable. I also have an elder brother. Her tone shifted to one of envy as she pointed to the starry sky, her expression brimming with excitement. Enough of that waiting is rather dull. Why not accompany me in stargazing? As she spoke, she gracefully moved forward towards the open expanse ahead. Tang Chun gazed at her delicate silhouette, momentarily at a loss for words. The Chiri mountain range stretched endlessly. Fraught with peril, even the formidable Lord of Qiyang would not dare to venture too deeply. Yet Xiaoling Yun and her companion had come here solely to enjoy the night scenery. Chapter 2. A Token of Affection. Tang Chun had never anticipated that waiting could be so interminable. After enduring half an hour, the voice of the middle-aged man with the surname Zheng finally resounded from within the cave. "Miss, you may enter." Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Chun turned and dashed into the cave. Upon entering, the scene before him tightened his heartstrings. The cave was in disarray, strewn with rubble, bearing the signs of rampant spiritual energy, as if a fierce battle among powerful beings had just transpired. Even with the middle-aged man's astonishing control over his spiritual power, the aftermath was staggering, indicating the terrifying intensity of this mysterious illness eruption. Tang Chun, anxious and restless, quickly turned his gaze to the girl in his arms, Tang Shui. The icy shell that had formed around her body had dissipated, her skin returning to a rosy hue. However, a crimson mark, the size of a fingernail, had appeared on her forehead. This mark resembled a flame in the process of burning, and rather than detracting from Tang Shui's beauty, it added an air of mysterious allure to her already charming visage. Aside from that, Tang Shui appeared to be out of danger, her breathing stabilizing. "This is my seal," the middle-aged man with the surname Zheng remarked, noticing Tang Chen's gaze fixed on the fiery mark. "If all goes well, the cold energy should not erupt again for 3 years." His voice was weak, and his complexion slightly pale, indicating that he had paid a considerable price. Tang Chen's joy was uncontainable as he hurriedly cupped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Zheng, for saving my sister." "Do not celebrate too soon," the middle-aged man with the surname Zheng said, placing Tang Shui gently on the ground and dusting off his robes, speaking calmly. "The sealing power is limited. The cold energy within her will continue to surge, and the mark will gradually transform into an icy hue. When the red of the mark completely fades, the eruption of cold energy will be unprecedentedly formidable, beyond the aid of even immortals." His words drained the color from Tang Chen's face. In essence, the seal merely delayed the eruption of the cold energy, serving as a temporary measure rather than a cure. "Please, Senior Zheng, guide me." Tang Chun gritted his teeth and once more bowed respectfully. "To the Arctic ice domain, perhaps a permanent solution can be found there." The middle-aged man with the surname Zheng casually tossed out this sentence before moving to stand beside Xiaoling Yun, saying no more. His words, however, struck Tang Chun like a thunderclap, causing his entire being to tremble. The Tsangxian star is divided into 4 major regions: the Arctic ice domain, the Tsangxian continent, the meteor storm sea, and the Antarctic fire domain. The Tsangxian continent is where countless cultivators and commoners reside, vast and boundless. Surrounding the continent is the even more expansive meteor storm sea. Fraught with countless dangers, even those at the third realm of spiritual law cannot guarantee safe passage. Yet to reach the Arctic ice domain, one must cross the treacherous meteor storm. See, there is no other way. For Tang Chun, with his current cultivation, reaching the junction of the Tsangxian continent and the meteor storm sea within 3 years would be akin to climbing to the heavens, and crossing that perilous sea was a mere fantasy. Xiaoling Yun was naturally aware of this, and as she attempted to comfort Tang Chun, she opened her mouth but found no words to offer. It was daunting, far too daunting. Not only was the opportunity slim, but there was hardly any opportunity at all. Tang Chun fell into silence, his mind racing with thoughts. Had this been in the past, it would indeed have been hopeless, but the current him was vastly different from before. The source Tao scripture, at the very least a terrestrial-level technique, along with the ancient Tower of Time, where the flow of time differed from the outside world, were both his assets for rapid growth. As long as he put in the effort, hope was not completely lost. With this thought, Tang Chen's heart steadied, and the earlier panic began to dissipate. Reining in his thoughts, he once again bowed to the middle-aged man with the surname Zheng. "Thank you for your guidance. Senior Zheng, I am immensely grateful." Both Xiaoling Yun and the middle-aged man with the surname Zheng were taken aback. They had anticipated that upon hearing Arctic Ice Domain, Tang Chen would be thrown into disarray and despair. Yet, observing his current demeanor, he showed not a trace of despondency. Instead, he appeared filled with fighting spirit. However, their momentary surprise quickly faded, and the middle-aged man's expression returned to calm, a hint of disdain and mockery surfacing in his gaze. He had encountered many such overconfident youths who were unaware of the vastness of the world. But what could mere youthful zeal accomplish? Reality would inevitably temper their edges. Even prodigies of exceptional talent had to face this, let alone this boy from a remote corner. Xiaoling Yun, meanwhile, gazed at Tang Chen, her eyes filled with complexity. He harbored aspirations for a goal that seemed utterly unattainable, yet he remained filled with determination. It was hard to fathom the immense suffering he would endure on the day the seal shattered 3 years hence. Yet, being kind-hearted, she could not bear to reveal the harsh truth, and all her thoughts ultimately coalesced into deep compassion. After a moment of contemplation, she posed a question. "By the way, why did you and your sister come to the Cheery Mountain Range?" Tang Chen softly replied, "Our sect encountered a calamity. Pursued by enemies, we had no choice but to flee here." He did not disclose the entire truth. Though these two had saved his sister's life, it was prudent to remain cautious when out in the world. "What of your parents?" "Since childhood, we have relied solely on each other. We have no father or mother." Xiaoling Yun's pretty face fell, her heart brimming with sympathy. This brother and sister pair had endured too much hardship, and she felt compelled to assist them in some way. As she pondered, she blinked her beautiful eyes and turned to the middle-aged man with the surname Zheng. "Uncle Zheng, what of Feiyu sect?" The middle-aged man with the surname Zheng nodded slightly, his expression resigned. Having protected Xiaoling Yun closely for many years, he had long understood her thoughts. She was moved by the plight of this brother and sister and wished to help them find a place to settle down. After a brief moment of contemplation, he waved his hand. Swish! A crimson light shot forth from his sleeve, hovering before Tang Chen. It was a black token about the length of a finger, resembling a small sword, engraved with ancient and mysterious patterns, with 2 soaring dragons and phoenixes inscribed in the center. Fushing. Tang Chen, taken aback, received the token and heard the middle-aged man with the surname Zheng speak in a calm tone. "Take this token and proceed to Feiyu Zone, where someone will receive you." Upon hearing this, Tang Chen's expression brightened with joy. Centered around the vast Cheery Mountain Range, the surrounding territory spanning hundreds of thousands of miles is known as the Cheery Domain. Within the Cheery Domain, there are a total of 18 sects scattered like stars around the Cheery Mountain Range. Qiyang Zone is situated in the southwest of the Cheery Mountain Range, while the Feiyu Zone mentioned by Xiaoling Yun and her companion is also one of the 18 sects, located to the northeast of the mountains. The distance between the 2 sects spans the entire length of the Cheery Mountain Range, making it indeed a remarkable destination. "Thank you, both of you." Tang Chen solemnly secured the small sword token, expressing his gratitude. Xiaoling Yun waved her delicate hand with a smile, saying, "Once you arrive at Feiyu Zone, you must diligently cultivate and strive to help your sister recover from her ailment as soon as possible." Seeing Tang Chen nod, she bit her lip, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. She then turned her gaze to the middle-aged man with the surname Zheng. "Uncle Zheng, the Cheery Mountain Range is fraught with dangers. Please escort them for a while." Her young mistress was admirable in many ways, but her overly kind heart was a concern. With a sigh in his heart, the middle-aged man Zheng slightly nodded. "As you wish." Tang Chen did not dare to delay, swiftly lifting the still unconscious Tang Shui and standing beside the two. The middle-aged man Zheng flicked his fingers lightly. Boom! A surge of immense red spiritual energy erupted from his body, instantly enveloping the 4 of them. In the next moment, the 4 transformed into streaks of light, piercing through the night sky toward the northeast. Northeast of the Chi Ri mountain range, in a tavern in Eugene City. Brother, what was that sister's name? I've never seen her before. The already awakened Tang, Shuem mumbled while shoveling food into her mouth. Her name is Xiaoling Yun. Tang Chen gently ruffled the little girl's hair, speaking softly. Tang Xuan nodded. Oh, Sister Xia is truly beautiful, much more so than Sister Lu, and she even gave me a gift. Tang Chen's brow furrowed. A gift? What kind of gift? Upon hearing this, the little girl took out an object from her pocket and presented it to him. Here it is. It smells so good. It was a palm-sized, exquisite sachet, exuding a delightful fragrance that invigorated the senses. As Tang Chen took it into his hands, he immediately noticed the unusual weight of the sachet. Cautiously opening it, he was stunned to find what it contained. Inside the sachet were two palm-sized azure-green spirit stones. These two spirit stones were crystal clear, resembling flawless crystals, devoid of any impurities, clearly of the highest quality. Spirit stones, aside from being used for cultivation, also serve as the universal currency for cultivators. They are categorized into 3 grades: low, mid, and high, based on the purity of their spiritual energy. One high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones, underscoring its rarity. Even for Tang Chun, once the foremost genius of Qiyang Zone, the resources he received from the sect each month amounted to only 5 mid-grade spirit stones. He had never even seen a high-grade spirit stone before. Staring blankly at the 2 spiritual stones in his hand, Tang Chen found himself lost in thought. Brother, when will Sister Xia come to play with me again? Tang Shui blinked her innocent big eyes, her little face brimming with anticipation. Tang Chen opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that Xiaoling Yun was not an ordinary maiden from a cultivation sect. She belonged to an entirely different realm. He could scarcely fathom the extent of her status or the strength of her background, nor did he dare to imagine it. Her assistance this time was likely a mere act of convenience, one she would not dwell upon. Perhaps, with a mere turn, she would completely forget about someone like him. Would they truly cross paths again in the future? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Tang Chen found himself momentarily lost in reverie. After dinner, the night had deepened considerably. Having endured a day of fatigue and fright, Tang Shui quickly succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. After gently covering the little girl with a blanket, Tang Chen seated himself on the floor beside the bed. He had resolved to make his way to Fei Yu Zone at first light. Yet before that, there was something he needed to do. To delve deeper into the 3 mysterious treasures, he had unexpectedly acquired the ancient Tower of Time and Space, the Origin Dao Technique, and the indestructible sword body. Although he had explored them briefly during the day, it had been too hurried, merely a fleeting glance. With this in mind, Tang Chun hesitated no longer, quickly calming his breath and mind. Once his heart was entirely tranquil, he slowly closed his eyes. At the moment his eyes shut, the surrounding air rippled. In the next instant, a palm-sized 90-year treasure tower slowly materialized before him. Chapter 3: Cultivation and Killing. The Ancient Tower of Time and Space. This tower possesses a mysterious origin and is truly extraordinary. After acquiring the 2 legacies of the indestructible sword body and the primordial Dao decision, this ancient Tower of Time and Space inexplicably established a connection with him, hidden within his very being. With mere concentration, he can summon it forth. The 9-tiered treasure tower floats in the air, its entire structure resplendent in golden hues, radiating brilliant light. Countless profound runes are inscribed upon its surface, swirling with luminous halos, evoking a sense of ancient and timeless grandeur. Tang Chen opened his eyes. Gazing intently, joy swelling within his gaze, that I in the realm of cultivators. Spiritual treasures are categorized by rank, akin to martial arts and techniques, divided into 4 major tiers: yellow, earth, profound, and heaven, with each tier further subdivided into low, medium, and high levels. The extraordinary function of recognizing a master and merging with their body is a trait exclusive to spiritual treasures of earth tier and above, indicating that this ancient Tower of Time and Space is at least an earth-tier spiritual treasure. Yet, Tang Chen sensed it was far more than that, for he had never heard of any Earth-tier spiritual treasure capable of altering the flow of time. Whether the legendary Heaven-tier treasures possess such power remains uncertain. In the external world, one day equates to 3 days within the tower, and that is merely the time flow of the first layer. This ancient tower of time and space rises a staggering 9 tiers. What mysteries lie within the second, third, and even 9th layers? Merely contemplating it sent shivers through Tang Chun, each cell trembling with excitement. However, amidst the exhilaration, a weighty pressure settled upon his shoulders that he must not allow outsiders to learn of the existence of such a heavenly treasure. Otherwise, unimaginable calamities would ensue. Exhaling slowly, Tang Chun released a breath of turbid air, calming his mind before closing his eyes. Once more, as he did so, the golden radiance surrounding him flared intensely, and in the next moment, his form vanished abruptly. When he reappeared, he found himself in the boundless expanse of the first layer of the ancient tower of time and space. This layer of space was devoid of all but a vast, white expanse, save for the dome inscribed with countless ancient runes and the boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Tang Chun inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort, every pore rejoicing. The abundance of spiritual energy here surpassed that of the outside world, rivaling the precious spiritual energy secret realm of the Qiang sect. Previously, even with the aura of the sect's foremost genius, he had only been granted 2 opportunities each month to enter the spiritual energy secret realm for cultivation. But now, he could indulge freely, cultivating for as long as he desired, treating the secret realm as his own home. With the initial exhilaration fading, Tang Chun wasted no time. That he sat cross-legged and began to delve into the 2 legacies that were now indelibly etched in his mind. He had already experienced the wonders of the primordial Tao decision, which could allow one to cultivate even after their dantian was shattered. Truly a miraculous feat, that for the indestructible sword body. Having appeared alongside the primordial Tao decision, its level of defiance must surely be comparable. During the day, he had caught a fleeting glimpse, realizing that this technique could only be cultivated if the dantian remained intact. Hence he had not examined it closely. But upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. That if the primordial Tao decision required the destruction of the dantian for cultivation, then why did the indestructible sword body appear alongside it? Wasn't this a contradiction? With such doubts, Tang Chun focused intently on the indestructible sword body. Time flowed by imperceptibly. Initially, his expression bore confusion and bewilderment, but as he immersed himself deeper, those emotions gradually dissipated, replaced by excitement and elation. I knew my conjectures were correct. After thoroughly studying the entire indestructible sword body, Tang Chun could no longer contain his exhilaration and burst into hearty laughter. There indeed exists a connection between the indestructible sword body and the primordial Tao decision, and it is an exceedingly intimate one. If a person with an intact dantian were to cultivate it, the indestructible sword body would be an extraordinarily formidable technique, at least on par with Earth tier. However, that is merely the beginning. That if the indestructible sword body were in the hands of a practitioner of the primordial Tao decision, it would transform into an utterly terrifying martial art, capable of unleashing power 1,000,000 times greater than before. Techniques serve as the foundation, while martial arts are an extension. In essence, the indestructible sword body is specifically crafted for practitioners of the primordial Tao decision, achieving a compatibility that is nothing short of perfect. This martial art does not consist of fixed techniques. Rather, it requires the cultivation of realms. Upon entering a realm, one can unleash techniques with each strike becoming a lethal blow. The realms are divided into 7 levels: sword momentum, sword intent, sword heart, sword domain, no sword, no self, and indestructible sword body, each level more profound than the last. Tang Chun suppressed his excitement and promptly immersed himself, attempting to cultivate this martial art. The moment he made contact, he found himself utterly enraptured, unable to extricate himself. Tang Chun had always wielded a sword, considering himself quite proficient in the sword path, yet upon understanding the first level, sword momentum, he realized how laughable his previous self was. He had not merely failed to master the sword path. He had not even entered the threshold. The essence of drawing a sword lies in a single word: momentum. The momentum that surges forward relentlessly. The momentum that devastates all in its wake. The momentum that cleaves through all existence. the momentum that shatters the heavens, regardless of the strength of the blow or the intricacy of the technique. Only with momentum can one truly wield a sword. Otherwise, it is merely a matter of brandishing iron against flesh, like a long-awaited rain after a drought. The profound content of the sword momentum chapter left Tang Chen entranced. Clang! Unbeknownst to him, the long sword on his back had already left its sheath. His eyes were tightly closed, yet his posture stood erect as he began to practice the sword. Tirelessly, one sword after another. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, in his guest chamber, the floating ancient tower of time and space once again blazed with golden radiance, and Tang Chen's figure materialized unexpectedly. He slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, confusion evident in his gaze. Outside the window, the sky remained pitch black, and Tang Shui lay sprawled on the bed, sleeping soundly and sweetly. Only now did Tang Chun realize that only a stick of incense had passed since he had entered his meditative state. Yet within the tower, he had cultivated for a full half-day. Quickly adapting to the discomfort caused by the differing flow of time, Tang Chun willed the ancient tower of time and space into his possession. He then rose to stretch his limbs, a series of cracking sounds echoing from within his body. Quietly assessing the strength of his physical form, a smile involuntarily crept upon Tang Chen's lips. He had reached the 7th layer of the postnatal realm. His dantian had been destroyed, and his meridians damaged, necessitating the reconstruction of his physical body. However, due to his prior foundation, the enhancement was remarkably swift. At this rate, in less than 3 days, he would be able to condense the spiritual energy within his body into a spiritual sea and step into the innate realm. By then, he could also smoothly unlock the 2nd layer of the ancient tower of time and space. The astonishing time flow of the 1st layer had already brought Tang Chen ample delight. What special wonders awaited him in the 2nd layer? His anticipation grew. Reining in his thoughts, he quietly assessed his combat strength. If he were to exert himself fully now, he should be able to slay an ordinary 1st layer innate cultivator. However, the gap between each layer of the innate realm is vast. Should he encounter a 2nd layer innate cultivator, his only option would be to flee. Even so, this formidable capacity for combat beyond his tier was enough to fill Tang Chen with joy. Glancing at the still slumbering Tang Shui, a glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes. And a soft yet resolute voice echoed gently within the room, "Da Shui, brother will help you cure your ailment. I promise." The following day, as dawn broke, Tang Chen departed the inn with Tang Shui, embarking on their journey. Crossing the city of Yujin and traveling northeast for several miles would bring them into the territory of the Feiyu sect. With no money to their names, Tang Chun exchanged a low-grade spiritual stone at a money exchange for 100 taels of silver. After treating his sister to meat buns at a breakfast stall, just as they were savoring their meal, Tang Chun sent some ill-intentioned gazes upon them. "Let us not eat anymore. We need to move." Tang Chun recognized that they might have been targeted during the exchange and swiftly tucked his sister under his arm, hastening out of the breakfast stall. Immediately, they sprinted towards the direction of the Feiyu sect. Not long after their departure, swish, swish, the sound of slicing wind filled the air as over a dozen figures erupted from the breakfast stall, pursuing Tang Chen's retreating form. Outside the city of Yujin, along the path leading to the Feiyu sect's domain, Tang Chun infused his legs with spiritual energy, racing forward at breakneck speed. "Brother, what's happening?" Tang Shui, nestled under his arm, waved her small fists, her voice laced with urgency. Tang Chen's brow furrowed. "It seems we were targeted when we exchanged money, da-da." Tang Shui's delicate brows knitted tightly, uncertainty flooding her expression. "Don't worry, with brother here, nothing will happen to you," Tang Chen reassured her. Yet he knew well that the world was fraught with peril. Weakness was a sin. Despite exercising caution during the exchange, they had still attracted unwanted attention, and not just from one or two individuals. As Tang Chen sprinted, his mind raced. At their current speed, it would take at least half an hour to reach the Feiyu sect's territory, and they would undoubtedly be caught. Running away was not a viable solution. Contemplating this, a surge of murderous intent erupted in his eyes. The only option left was to kill. With that thought, he wasted no time, his foot striking the ground as he swiftly darted into the dense forest by the roadside. After racing for a few breaths, he suddenly halted and placed Tang Shui within a thicket. Brother Tang Shui's small face turned pale, her demeanor fraught with anxiety. Tang Chen suppressed his internal urge to kill. Speaking gently, "Schwer, you stay hidden in the grass. Don't move or make a sound. Brother will come back to find you, all right." Though Tang Shui was filled with trepidation, she exhibited remarkable maturity, promptly nodding her head with determination. Once she was settled, Tang Chen wasted no time. He dashed out of the dense forest, swiftly returning to the main path and continuing onward. Initially, there were a few passers-by around, but as moments ticked away, the surroundings gradually fell into desolation. After sprinting for several breaths, Tang Chen suddenly halted, casting a cold gaze back along his path. "Why are you not fleeing?" A mocking voice echoed as a stout middle-aged cultivator emerged from the woods. "You can run, kid, but it's over for you." Another robust figure, resembling an iron tower, approached, his eyes filled with greed and murderous intent as he gazed at Tang Chen. "Hand over your spirit stones and money, and perhaps I'll spare your life. But now, my patience is wearing thin." As the iron tower cultivator spoke, 7 or 8 others arrived, all exuding a palpable aura of menace. The stout cultivator let out a sinister laugh and charged directly at Tang Chen. They had been lurking near the banks of Yujin City, waiting to ambush unsuspecting victims for a chance to commit robbery and murder. This young lad dared to venture alone to the money house. He was either remarkably strong or utterly ignorant of the rules governing Yujin City. During their earlier observations, they had sensed the fluctuations of Tang Chen's spiritual energy. Judging by its intensity, he appeared to be merely a weakling at the 7th level of the acquired realm, while they towered above him by 2 whole levels. Slaying him would be a matter of mere moments. As the stout cultivator rushed towards Tang Chen, a sudden sound of a sword humming filled the air. Tang Chen swiftly drew his sword, his expression unyielding as he struck out with a single, decisive blow. "Little waste. Dare you retaliate?" The stout cultivator sneered, his palm brimming with spiritual energy, aimed at Tang Chen's sword. To him, it seemed effortless to swat the sword aside and then take Tang Chen's life with the next strike. Yet, to his astonishment, a sound of flesh being cleaved echoed as he froze in place, eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld Tang Chen. "Wang Pengzi, what are you dawdling for?" A voice from behind him patiently called out. Wang Pengzi's throat moved, intent on responding, but he found himself utterly mute. A line of blood manifested at the edge of his palm, swiftly extending upwards and downwards. In the next moment, under the horrified gaze of his companions, Wang Pengzi's body was cleaved in 2, blood and entrails erupting forth. Tang Chen wiped the blood from his face, stepping over the lifeless form of his fallen adversary, and advanced methodically toward the others. His figure was stained with blood. Yet his demeanor remained eerily calm, as if the cultivator he had just bisected was nothing more than a trivial fly. With deliberate footsteps, the others finally regained their senses. How is this possible? Wang Pengzi was at the 9th level of the acquired realm. How could he have been slain by this mere 7th-level boy with a single strike? Someone muttered, their voice trembling. His strength was comparable to Wang Pengzi's, if not inferior. If Wang Pengzi could be killed with one sword stroke, what would become of him? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed as 4 cultivators turned to flee. These were individuals on par with Wang Pengzi, or even weaker. Having witnessed his gruesome demise, they dared not linger any longer. With a single stroke, Tang Chen had slain 1 and frightened 4 into retreat. Yet, 8 cultivators remained rooted in place, unwilling to flee. Tang Chen's gaze sharpened like a blade. Sensing the presence of these 8 individuals, among them, 5 were at the pinnacle of the acquired realm, their spiritual energies surging, evidently nearing the threshold of the innate realm. The remaining 3 included 2 innate realm cultivators, with the Iron Tower Brute among them. The last was the black-robed cultivator who had proposed to kill Tang Chen first, and then settle the score. As Tang Chen's eyes fell upon this individual, his pupils constricted. Judging by the intensity of the spiritual energy radiating from him, this was an innate realm cultivator at the 2nd level, his most formidable opponent. To confront this foe, Tang Chen knew he would have to exert his utmost effort. But first, he needed to eliminate the remaining lesser threats. With resolve, Tang Chen's foot struck the ground forcefully. Crack! The cobbled path beneath him shattered, stones flying in all directions as he surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. Sword in hand, ready to kill without hesitation. This scene left the onlookers in a state of disbelief. Could they truly be witnessing a mere 7th-level cultivator daring to engage 8 stronger opponents? After the initial shock, fury surged within them. "You little brat, seeking death!" The air reverberated with their furious shouts as several figures, cloaked in murderous intent, charged toward Tang Chun. The surrounding spiritual energy roared as dust, and stones were sent flying. Among the 8 for charged directly at him, including the innate cultivator, the Iron Tower Brute. He drew a massive wolf-headed blade, aiming to cleave Tang Chun in half. Swish! The blade, infused with surging spiritual energy, sliced through the air. A yellowish arc of energy forming as it descended toward Tang Chun. Innate realm cultivator has already condensed a sea of spiritual energy, their power vastly surpassing that of an acquired realm cultivator. While the latter could only channel their energy into their fists, feet, or weapons to enhance their lethality, the former could wield their energy directly as an offensive force. The Iron Tower Brute's strike was laced with deadly intent. The overwhelming might of the blade caused the other 3 pinnacle acquired realm cultivators to pale, instinctively veering away from its path. Yet Tang Chun did not falter. He infused his sword with energy and struck out. Bang! The sword met the blade with a resounding clash, the force of the impact reverberating through the air. The formidable arc of energy that had terrified the others was instantly extinguished. Eyes widened in disbelief. The onlookers struggled to comprehend. Only a cultivator with superior energy could so effortlessly nullify such an attack. But how could this boy, whose presence clearly indicated he was merely at the 7th level, possess greater strength than the Iron Tower Brute? Tang Chun offered no chance for contemplation. Unimpeded, he surged into the fray. His sword energy, infused with overwhelming intent to kill, erupted forth. He was not a novice in the cultivation world. Having survived countless battles and conflicts, he had earned his reputation among the Qiyang sect. Thus, he understood well that reasoning with these individuals was futile. Only through death could peace be achieved. No one expected that this seemingly insignificant 7th-level cultivator would unleash such a fierce and unyielding assault. In their haste, the 4 could only strive to evade his onslaught. Yet, Tang Chun's strikes were swift and merciless. 2 pinnacle-acquired realm cultivators were unable to withstand his might, falling beneath his blade. Blood spraying forth. The 3rd, filled with dread and regret, lamented his greed for the 2 high-grade spirit stones. Why hadn't he fled earlier? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he heard the sound of blood gushing. In an instant, the world spun, and he found himself staring at his own headless corpse crashing to the ground. Damn it! The Iron Tower Brute roared, terror etched across his face. Even he could not fathom how this youth had managed to dispatch 3 pinnacle-acquired realm cultivators in a mere moment. While he pondered, Tang Chun's sword was already upon him, devoid of hesitation. Bang! The Iron Tower Brute raised his blade in defense, the clash of metal sending sparks flying, energies scattering chaotically. The overwhelming force emanating from Tang Chun's sword forced him to stagger back repeatedly. Fan Hai, this kid's strength is encroaching upon yours. If you do not act, you too shall be in peril. The Iron Tower Brute withdrew a talisman from his storage pouch and hurled it, summoning several earthen spikes to pierce toward Tang Chun even as he bellowed. Before his words could dissipate, the black-robed cultivator beneath the hat sprang into action. Buzz, with a sweeping motion of his hand, he unleashed 5 sword talismans, which, upon meeting the wind, transformed into 5 ethereal spirit swords, launching toward Tang Chun's back. Spirit talismans, another method of attack wielded by cultivators, function by condensing spiritual energy or various martial techniques in a talisman paper for preservation. During combat, one need only channel a bit of energy to activate them. However, only those at the spirit infant realm or above could forge spirit talismans, making them exceedingly precious. The more powerful the talisman, the greater its value. Thus, any cultivator who was not destitute would have a few spirit talismans as a safeguard for emergencies. The black-robed cultivator Fan Hai's choice to wield 5 talismans showcased his lethal intent. As the 5 ethereal swords shot toward him, Tang Chun's expression grew solemn. The pressure on the Iron Tower Brute eased significantly, filling him with elation as he unleashed his spiritual energy to swing his blade at Tang Chun. He aimed to coordinate with Fan Hai to deliver a fatal blow. Swish! The long blade descended, its yellowish spiritual energy cleaving through the air toward Tang Chun's head. Tang Chun infused energy into his foot, executing a powerful stomp on the ground. Narrowly evading the strike as he pivoted in the same motion, he retaliated with his sword. Clang, 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 his sword slashed horizontally, effortlessly dispersing 3 ethereal swords midair. In the pivotal moment between life and death, Tang Chen's reaction was terrifyingly swift, a testament to the battle experience he had amassed over the years. However, even he, despite his exceptional abilities, was not invincible as he evaded the imposing figure of the Iron Tower-like man and simultaneously shattered 3 spirit swords. He had reached the limits of his current capabilities. The remaining 2 spirit swords were beyond his capacity to address. With a series of sickening thuds, the swords pierced through Tang Chen's left arm and right chest cavity. Blood gushing forth from the wounds, that he let out a muffled groan, staggering as blood continued to flow from his injuries. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and the Iron Tower man, witnessing this, was filled with elation as he exerted his strength, exclaiming, "Die!" The long knife, which had initially struck the ground due to his lack of control, was now swept back up and aimed directly at Tang Chen's chin. At that very moment, a rustling sound announced the arrival of Fan Hai, whose figure darted forward like lightning, akin to a cannonball hurtling through the air. Yet in the face of imminent doom, Tang Chen's expression betrayed no hint of panic. Rather, a cold smirk surfaced in his eyes in a flash. He raised his bleeding left arm and pointed a finger at the Iron Tower MANDT that instant. His spirit energy transformed into sword chi, surging forth from his fingertip with an unstoppable sharpness. The first sound rang out as the sword chi pierced through the blade of the long knife. The second sound followed, as it directly penetrated the Iron Tower man's forehead. The upward-sweeping long knife abruptly halted, mere millimeters from Tang Chen's chin. In the next moment, the long knife fell, and the Iron Tower man collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief, succumbing to death without comprehending how a cultivator at the 7th stage of the acquired realm could unleash sword chi that shattered his body. The initially charging Fan Hai also came to an abrupt stop, his expression one of shock and incredulity. Coughing, Tang Chen leaned against his bloodied long sword, expelling several mouthfuls of blood. His complexion was ashen, a testament to his immense exertion, yet a cold smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, in that moment of being besieged by 5 spirit swords and the Iron Tower man. He had already devised a strategy. He could at most counter 3 of the 5 spirit swords. The remaining 2 were unavoidable. Since evasion was futile, he opted to use them as bait to lure the Iron Tower man closer. As it turned out, his plan succeeded perfectly. The locations where the 2 spirit swords pierced were also pre-calculated by Tang Chen. The left arm was pierced without hindering his swordplay, while the right chest was compromised yet spared from a fatal blow to the heart. Everything unfolded according to his meticulous calculations. In this battle, Tang Chen brilliantly showcased his vast combat experience. At that moment, Fan Hai finally regained his composure, a practitioner of the 2nd stage of the innate realm. He deduced Tang Chen's battle strategy with a moment's contemplation. His gaze towards Tang Chen was now filled with awe and apprehension. The feat of slaying Wang Pengzi with a single strike, instantly killing 3 peak acquired realm fighters, and eliminating an innate 1st-stage cultivator was a terrifying accomplishment, one that even he found challenging to achieve. What was most astonishing was that this young man had just unleashed the sword chi that shatters the body, a technique typically reserved for those at the brink of life and death. Where did this prodigy emerge from? At this moment, a sense of regret surged within Fan Hai. Carrying 2 high-grade spirit stones, he possessed formidable strength and could wield sword chi that shatters the body. All signs indicated that this young man was far from an ordinary loose cultivator. His background could be extraordinarily formidable. Given a chance for a do-over, Fan Hai would undoubtedly refrain from pursuing him. Yet now, he found himself with no avenue of retreat. While Fan Hai felt trepidation, he also experienced a sense of relief, that he could discern that Tang Chen had reached the end of his strength, with little energy left, and his arm and chest bore grievous, penetrating wounds. Under such circumstances, he believed he could easily slay him. As thoughts of vengeance surged within him, his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. However, in the next instant, he was left speechless. The severely wounded Tang Chen did not choose to plead for mercy or flee. Instead, he slowly straightened his body and closed his eyes. What was this young man up to? Fan Hai's heart tightened, uncertainty clouding his expression. Tang Chen's earlier display of prowess had instilled a sense of dread, prompting him to contemplate fleeing. However, that thought was swiftly cast aside. What if this young man was merely feigning weakness? His identity had already been revealed. If he did not eliminate the threat, he could face dire consequences in the future. He had to kill, with gritted teeth. Fan Hai resolved himself. Did I end the next moment? He stomped his foot, his figure shooting forward like lightning, racing toward Tang Chun. The speed of an innate practitioner far surpassed that of an acquired cultivator. And in the blink of an eye, Fan Hai had closed the distance. With a swift motion, he drew a short sword from his storage bag, its blade gleaming with a fierce light as he roared. Pierce the mountain! He unleashed his full power, the short sword aimed directly at Tang Chen's head. This strike represented the full might of a practitioner at the second stage of the innate realm. As he thrust the sword, Tang Chen opened his eyes, channeling the last remnants of his spirit energy into his long sword, that he then raised his hand and executed a simple, unembellished strike. Yet at the moment of the strike, a thunderous force coalesced, causing Fan Hai to falter, and he suddenly felt as though the long sword had transformed into a mountain of swords, descending upon him with overwhelming pressure. Dominant, assertive, and unyielding, it seemed capable of cleaving through all things in existence. Faced with this strike, Fan Hai was engulfed in terror, unable to muster any thoughts of resistance. What kind of martial technique was this? His mind nearly ceased to function, leaving him frozen in place as the fierce spirit energy coalesced around his short sword dissipated without a trace. With a swift motion, the sword light swept by, and the long sword descended. Fan Hai's head was sent soaring into the sky, drenched in gushing blood. As he perished, Tang Chun collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath, utterly devoid of combat strength. Yet, upon his pallid face, an uncontrollable smile blossomed. Such strength! Was this the realm of sword intent? Chapter 5. Counting the spoils. Entering the city, the strike that felled Fan Hai was not particularly powerful. The previous battle had drained Tang Chun of too much spirit energy, leaving this strike as the last flicker of a waning flame. However, after a night of frenzied cultivation within the time-space ancient tower, he had touched upon the threshold of the first level of the undying sword body, the sword intent realm. In that life-and-death moment, he had officially broken through. The sword struck in the sword intent realm was not exceptionally potent. Yet it radiated an absolute confidence capable of shattering all things in the world. The sword intent that had coalesced was profoundly intimidating, and compounded with Fan Hai's own trepidation, it had rendered him momentarily dazed. Though it lasted but a fleeting instant, it was more than sufficient. Without the support of spirit energy, Fan Hai's physical strength was merely at the peak of the acquired realm. One strike from Tang Chun was more than enough to cleave through. With a violent cough, Tang Chun expelled a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly drained and his consciousness somewhat hazy. Having yet to recover from old injuries, he now bore new wounds, compounded by excessive exhaustion. He had truly reached his limit. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he leaned on his sword and struggled to rise. Swiftly, Tang Chun rummaged through the corpses of Fan Hai and his companions, confiscating their storage bags. Fortunately, these individuals were not destitute. After a thorough search, he managed to unearth some healing elixirs. After swallowing several pills, the medicinal properties quickly spread through his bloodstream, providing a warm, soothing sensation that alleviated the severe pain in his wounds and slightly replenished his depleted spiritual energy. Tang Chun, unwilling to squander precious time, dealt with the scattered bodies before hastily darting into the dense thicket by the roadside. After running for the duration of half a stick of incense, he finally discovered a secluded corner. Sitting cross-legged, he summoned the ancient time-space tower in the next instant. His form vanished into thin air. Within the first layer of the ancient time-space tower, Tang Chun inhaled deeply, savoring the dense spiritual energy that enveloped him, which brought about a profound sense of comfort, diminishing the fiery pain that had plagued his limbs and bones. Were it not for the existence of the ancient time-space tower, he would never have dared to engage in such life-and-death battles. After consuming another handful of healing pills, he promptly began to circulate the primordial Tao art, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to mend his injuries. As the technique activated, his shattered dantian started to rotate rhythmically, emanating a terrifying, devouring force that drew in the rich spiritual energy around him, flooding into his body. After a considerable time, Tang Chun slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, feeling immensely relieved. The concentration of spiritual energy here was astonishingly abundant. His previously exhausted spiritual power had been fully restored. The penetrating wounds on his chest and left arm had formed a layer of blood scabs under the nurturing effects of the medicine and spiritual energy. Soon to heal completely. After thoroughly inspecting his body and confirming the absence of any lingering injuries, Tang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He then clapped his palm against his waist, summoning 6 storage bags. These were all remnants left by Fan Hai and his companions, who likely never anticipated that their greed would lead to their demise and the loss of all their possessions. Tang Chen began to methodically examine and inventory the spoils. Among the 6 storage bags, there were a total of 130 low-grade spirit stones and 2 mid-grade spirit stones that he found 89 first-grade healing pills known as blood solidification pills and 34 spirit recovery pills called spirit recovery pills. Additionally, there were 3 second-grade healing pills labeled life restoration pills and 2 spirit recovery pills known as qi gathering pills. Beyond that, he discovered several first-grade spiritual materials and a handful of second-grade materials. Lastly, there were the spiritual treasures. Among the 6 individuals slain by Tang Chen, all but Fan Hai were impoverished, wielding only low-grade yellow-tier spiritual treasures. Only Fan Hai's short sword, the fish intestine sword, was a low-grade mysterious tier treasure, still possessing some value. Having accounted for the spirit stones, treasures, and medicinal materials, all that remained were some miscellaneous items and silver and gold. Just as Tang Chen was about to overlook these trivialities, his attention was suddenly captured by 2 particular objects, a jade waist token of vibrant green hue and a palm-sized piece of black iron. Both retrieved from Fan Hai's storage bag. Tang Chen first reached for the jade token. Upon a mere glance, his pupils constricted sharply. The front of the token bore the inscription symbol peak, while the back displayed the words Feather of Flight. This type of standardized token was familiar to Tang Chen, as it served as an identity badge for sect members. To his astonishment, Fan Hai was indeed a disciple of the Feather of Flight sect. Tang Chen exhaled slowly, and in the next instant, he exerted force with his hand, shattering the token into powder. This precaution was necessary. As he was about to enter the Feather of Flight sect, he wished to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. After dealing with Fan Hai's token, he picked up the black iron piece that was thick, weighing heavily in his hand, and felt icy to the touch. The surface was engraved with numerous intricate patterns, although the edges had all been fractured. This appeared to be a fragment of some object. After a thorough examination, Tang Chen confirmed this, but aside from that, he found nothing else of note. The piece was unremarkable apart from its weight, showing no reaction when infused with spiritual energy. Not wishing to delve further, he tossed it into his storage bag and gathered the remaining spoils. This bloody battle had yielded substantial rewards for him. The age-old adage of killing and plundering rings true. Whether for ordinary folk or cultivators, seizing wealth through violence remains one of the swiftest paths to riches. Yet, had it not been for Fan Hai and his cohorts harboring malicious intent to pursue him, Tang Chen would not have proactively sought trouble. Their eventual demise was, after all, a result of their own misdeeds. With that thought dismissed, Tang Chen willed himself back into the dense thicket. The flow of time within the tower differed from that of the outside world. He had only been inside for a mere half an incense stick's duration. After stowing the ancient time-space tower, he made his way back toward the direction he had come from. Upon returning to the thicket where Tang Shui was hidden, he found the little girl still with her rear end elevated, sprawled on the ground. Tang Chen felt a mix of tenderness and concern, softly calling out, "Shui, brother is back." Before he could finish, his expression suddenly shifted oddly. Upon hearing his movement, rather than rising, Tang Shui merely smacked her lips a few times. Kneeling beside her, Tang Chen listened closely and discovered that the little one had actually fallen asleep, mumbling something in her dreams. "Chicken leg, meat bun, so fragrant." As she spoke, a stream of drool glistened at the corner of her mouth. Tang Chen couldn't help but chuckle as he gently patted her little head. "Wake up, girl." Only then did Tang Shui stir. Sitting up and rubbing her eyes, her face a portrait of confusion. Upon recognizing Tang Chen, she squealed in delight and leaped into his embrace. "Brother, are you all right? I just dreamt that you were injured and called for me to run away quickly. I was so worried about you and couldn't bear to leave." Tang Shui rubbed her little head against Tang Chen's chest, looking utterly pitiful. "Are you sure?" Tang Chen grasped her little arms with both hands, a teasing smile on his face. The little girl blinked her big, watery eyes, nodding vigorously like a drum. "It's true. I was so anxious that I cried. Look. Saying this, she wiped her face with her hand, exclaiming, see, this is all my snot and tears. Watching his sister's earnest nonsense, attempting to pass off drool as tears, Tangchen couldn't help but laugh heartily. Are chicken legs and meat buns really that fragrant? The little girl, caught off guard, instinctively nodded. Yes, I really want to eat. Tangchen grinned. Then let's go. We'll head out now, and at noon, I'll treat you to chicken legs and meat buns. Okay. Hearing that there would be delicious food, the little girl immediately scrambled to her feet, dusting off the dirt from her bottom, and climbed into Tang Chen's arms. Brother, hurry up. You need to carry me faster. Tang Chen couldn't contain his amusement as he nodded in agreement. Ever since the cold energy within her body had been sealed by that senior Zheng, this little girl seemed to have transformed into a different person, her appetite soaring. The previous night at the inn in Yujin City, she had consumed more than he, an adult, yet showed no signs of being stuffed. He pondered the situation, thinking he would need to find time to examine her condition. With those thoughts in mind, Tang Chen kept moving, carrying Tang Shui toward the direction of the Feather of Flight sect. With no pursuers in sight, Tang Chen no longer felt the need to hurry recklessly. However, even at his pace, he soon entered the territory of the Feather of Flight sect, close to noon. The road, once flanked by desolate hills, gradually opened up as they advanced. Before long, a massive city appeared at the horizon, Feather City. Within the domain of the Scarlet Sun territory, there existed a total of 36 cities, of which 18 were directly governed by the Lord's estate of the Scarlet Sun territory, such as the previously encountered Yujin City. The other 18 cities were each overseen by one of the 18 sects, one city per sect. For instance, Red Sun City was under the jurisdiction of the Red Sun sect, and before him lay Feather City, governed by the Feather of Flight sect. The lords of these cities were typically sect members appointed by their respective sections after passing through the inspection of the city guards. Tang Chun and Tang Shui smoothly entered Feather City. Compared to ordinary cities, sect-governed cities had a notable distinction. They were teeming with cultivators that as soon as he stepped into the city, Tang Chun sensed the presence of countless postnatal cultivators. Due to his own relatively lower realm, it was challenging for him to discern the specific levels of innate cultivators unless they actively released their auras, but he could feel an intense heat emanating from them. Looking around, he noticed that many of the pedestrians exuded this burning intensity. All were innate or higher cultivators. He had long heard that the Feather of Flight sect's members were known for their brashness, and their sect's motto encouraged combat. That it was no surprise to witness such a scene. Tang Chun inwardly remarked. Even within Feather City, the number of cultivators was astounding. It is worth noting that in most sect cities, there are strict regulations regarding cultivators. Typically, unless there were pressing matters, sect members were generally prohibited from entering the city and could only operate within the sect's territory. However, Feather City seemed to lack such restrictions. Not only could sect members roam freely within the city, but even outside cultivators could come and go as they pleased. In stark contrast to Red Sun City, this place was infinitely more lively. After indulging in a hearty meal at a roadside inn with Tang Shui, Tang Chen made his way directly to the heart of the city. Feiyu City was particularly bustling and expansive. With Tang Chen's pace, it took nearly an hour before he approached the city center. From a distance, he spotted a grand white jade archway towering above. In the center of the archway hung an enormous plaque, upon which were inscribed 3 imposing characters. Feiyu Zong. The 3 characters, Feiyu Zong, were etched with remarkable vigor, creating an awe-inspiring presence from afar. As he drew closer, Tang Chen was further astonished. These characters were not crafted by an ordinary artisan. The strokes, as if wielded by a long sword, seemed to emanate a sharpness that sent shivers down one's spine, invoking an irresistible urge to kneel in reverence. Tang Chen hurriedly covered Tang Shui's curious eyes, swiftly diverting his own gaze. With his cultivation level, prolonged exposure would cause his pupils to ache painfully, bringing forth tears uncontrollably. These characters were undoubtedly etched by a formidable master of the sword, and even if done casually, they radiated a terrifying aura. With a sigh of contemplation, Tang Chen quickened his steps, arriving swiftly before the white jade archway. Stop. 2 young disciples clad in pristine white robes, swords hung at their waists, stepped forward to block his path. Tang Chen sensed their auras. Both were practitioners at the 8th level of the postnatal realm. Before him stood the entrance to Feiyu Zone, where outsiders were prohibited from entering freely. One of them scrutinized Tang Chun and Tang Shui before speaking coldly. "We mean no intrusion." Tang Chun took a step back, clasping his fists in sincerity. "I possess a token. I kindly request you to report to the sect." The gatekeeping disciples typically held low status, and they would undoubtedly not recognize the token given by Elder Zheng, so he refrained from presenting it directly and instead asked them to report to the sect. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the taller disciple furrowed his brow. "That a token? What token? Show it to us." Tang Chun was taken aback, his expression darkening. That it was the duty of the gatekeeping disciples to stop any uncertain visitors and report to the sect. He understood that. However, items such as tokens were personal belongings of visitors, and they had no right to inspect them. "Brother, the token is quite important. I would appreciate it if you could report to the sect first." Tang Chun pressed down his impatience and bowed again. "What precious token could a shabby rogue like you possess?" The other short-haired disciple sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Chun. "Are you trying to infiltrate our sect for ulterior motives? Hurry up and leave. Feiyu Zong is not a place for you to act recklessly." Though Tang Chun had changed out of his blood-stained attire, he had been stripped of his belongings when expelled from Qiyang sect, leaving him with only a plain robe. Combined with the weariness from days of travel, both he and Tang Shui appeared disheveled, leading this gatekeeping disciple to misjudge him as a mere rogue cultivator. Initially, due to the life-saving grace of Xiaoling Yun and Elder Zheng, Tang Chun had harbored a favorable impression of Feiyu Zong. Yet, the unreasonable behavior of these two gatekeeping disciples sparked irritation within him. Suppressing his rising anger, Tang Chun pondered briefly before retrieving the black sword-shaped token given by Elder Zheng. "Gentlemen, this is the token that I mean no offense. I merely request that you report to the sect." "What a worthless trinket." The short-haired disciple didn't even bother examining it closely, his expression icy. "That I warn you once more, leave at once. There is no point in discussing matters with such a lowly rogue. Just drive him away." The tall disciple scoffed, then unexpectedly thrust his hand towards Tang Chun's chest. His movement was swift, and a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanated from his palm, clearly indicating he intended to do more than simply push Tang Chun away. He aimed to teach him a lesson. Tang Chun's expression darkened as he swiftly stepped back, cradling Tang Shui. The tall disciple's strike missed, leaving him momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback that this postnatal 7th-level rogue could evade his sudden assault. "Li Shan, have you been drained by the girls at Hoyola recently? You seem rather weak," the short-haired disciple mocked, witnessing his companion's failure. Li Shan regained his composure, anger washing over his face. "Nonsense," after a cold snort. He turned his gaze to Tang Chun, his eyes filled with menace. "You little waste, dare to dodge." With a whoosh, he struck again, using the pommel of his sword to smash down towards Tang Chun. As Tang Chun sidestepped, his mind raced. The arrogance of these gatekeeping disciples was beyond his expectations, and given the current situation, smoothly entering Feiyu Zone seemed unlikely. However, Elder Zheng's unfathomable power and status assured that ordinary disciples would not recognize his token. Only the higher-ups within the sect might. Without access to the sect, how could he ensure the higher-ups would see the token? The answer was clear. He would need to take action. With this thought crystallizing in his mind, Tang Chun resolved to escalate the situation, provoking a scene that would compel the higher-ups to investigate. That if someone recognized the token, they would likely not make things difficult for him out of respect for Elder Zheng. Tang Chun made his decision swiftly. Meanwhile, Li Shan's sword pommel was mere inches from his chest. Tang Chun ceased to evade, raising his palm to strike. Bang! With a surge of spiritual energy, he delivered a powerful strike to the sword pommel. The force was overwhelming, sending Li Shan stumbling back, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. "You?" Li Shan was both shocked and furious, about to curse. Tang Chun's expression remained calm as he stepped forward, grasping Li Shan's sword pommel and twisting it effortlessly. The latter felt a sharp pain in his palm, instinctively releasing his grip on the sword. Tang Chun then used Li Shan's own momentum, pushing the sword pommel forward, connecting with a dull thud against Li Shan's chest, sending him crashing backward onto the ground. Seeking death. The short-haired disciple, witnessing the turn of events, shouted angrily, preparing to draw his sword. Tang Chun pivoted, swiftly striking the sword pommel down at his right hand with blinding speed. The short-haired disciple, who had already drawn his sword halfway, was forced to relinquish it due to the impact. "Call someone." Tang Chen's voice resounded in their ears, and the next moment, the short-haired disciple found himself struck in the chest with a palm. The force was perfectly calibrated, sending him tumbling to the ground with a sharp pain in his chest. Yet he sustained no severe injuries. Tang Chun withdrew his hand, holding on to Li Shan's unsheathed sword, casting a cold gaze at the two of them. Li Shan and the short-haired disciple struggled to rise from the ground, exchanging glances that reflected their mutual fear. Both were 8th-level practitioners of the postnatal realm, yet they had been defeated in mere moments by this 7th-level rogue who had not even drawn his sword. Dejang, go summon help? Li Shan shouted, and the short-haired disciple, identified as Dejang, nodded eagerly and rushed into Feiyu zone. That you've crossed a line by intruding into Feiyu zone and injuring someone. You're finished. Li Shan glared at Tang Chun, his expression filled with malice that I am the face of his threats. Tang Chun did not respond, but instead took a step forward. This action sent a wave of fear across Li Shan's face, causing him to retreat several meters in panic. After retreating, he finally realized the gravity of his situation, his fury boiling over. Tang Chun shook his head slightly, standing still as he awaited the inevitable. It was these two gatekeeping disciples who had failed in their duties, instigating the confrontation. He merely chose not to waste breath on them. Brother, Tang Shui, hiding behind Tang Chun, tugged at his sleeve to Shui, step back a bit and don't be afraid. Tang Chun affectionately patted her head. Just as he spoke, the little girl chimed in, if you don't defeat them, they will call more people. Tang Chun's expression stiffened, looking down to see Tang Shui blinking her large, expressive eyes, her demeanor quite serious to Shui. We still wish to enter Feiyu zone, but we cannot afford to kill anyone, and not all wicked individuals must be slain. Do you understand? Tang Chun said earnestly, feeling somewhat helpless. Oh. Tang Shui nodded vigorously before darting away to a safe distance. Meanwhile, Li Shan, overhearing the siblings' exchange, felt a chill run down his spine. Such a young girl, speaking of killing to silence witnesses? How utterly depraved. Could it be that this postnatal 7th-level fellow would actually resort to murder? Who exactly was he? The more Li Shan pondered, the more terrified he became, instinctively retreating a few more steps. At that moment, a booming voice reverberated. Who dares to cause trouble at the gates of Feiyu zone? A gust of wind heralded the arrival of 6 figures, including Dejang, charging out from within Feiyu zone with formidable intent. Tang Chun narrowed his eyes, surveying the scene. Aside from Dejang, the other 5 disciples were all practitioners at the 9th level of the postnatal realm. Brothers, it's him. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Li Shan's expression brightened as he quickly pointed at Tang Chun. Boom! The 5 arriving disciples wasted no time, rushing forward like cannonballs, launching their assault directly at Tang Chun. His expression remained serene as he waited for them to close the distance before he finally struck. Channeling his spiritual energy into the sword he held, he executed a horizontal slash. In mere moments, the clash erupted. As the sound of impact echoed, Tang Chun struck down with his sword, sending the last adversary tumbling to the ground. The 5 disciples, clad in pristine white robes, were now thoroughly dust-covered, their faces smeared with grime and their appearances utterly disheveled. Li Shan and Du Jiang, who had been lurking at a distance, were left utterly dumbfounded. 5 practitioners at the 9th level of the acquired realm, even when attacking simultaneously, had been so easily defeated. Was that young man truly only at the acquired stage? One of the agitated disciples at the 9th level exclaimed. Du Jiang, go find more people. You are insufficient. Tang Chun interjected calmly, taking over the conversation. Du Jiang nodded, dazed, and hurried back into the Feiyu sect. Moments later, another group surged forth, brimming with vigor. This time there were 10. All robust practitioners at the 9th level of the acquired realm. Tang Chun faced them alone with his sword, and although the number posed some inconvenience, after the duration of an incense stick, all 10 had been vanquished. However, one aspect left Tang Chun quite astonished. Most disciples from various sects shared a common flaw. Despite their formidable cultivation, they had rarely faced life-and-death battles, akin to flowers grown in a greenhouse. In terms of actual combat power, they often fell short compared to those hardened rogue cultivators outside. Yet, the disciples of the Feiyu sect were rich in battle experience and exhibited great ferocity. Truly, they were one of the most rugged and combative sects among the 18 sects of the Crimson Sun. As Tang Chun pondered, a voice of surprise rang out. Chapter 7. Entering the Sect. Du Jiang, on his third trip to invite others, rushed out shouting. Upon hearing this, Li Shan and the others erupted in joy. The guardians of the sect, known collectively as Zhong Wei, were further classified into acquired, innate, and star-level guardians based on their realms. The star-level guardians were typically summoned only in times of great peril for the sect, while the innate guardians primarily maintained internal security. The acquired guardians were mainly responsible for guarding the gates and ensuring the safety of Feiyu City. The Feiyu sect boasted 200 acquired guardians, with 100 being at the 9th level of the acquired realm and the rest at least at the 7th level. At that moment. As Du Jiang's shout faded, the ground began to tremble slightly. Hundreds of figures clad in white robes and wielding long swords surged forth. Gazing at this assembly, it was evident that they were all vigorous practitioners at the 9th level of the acquired realm. Even Tang Chun felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of so many 9th level guardians. Yet this development aligned with his intentions. His initial aim in causing a commotion was to attract the attention of the higher-ups in the Feiyu sect to investigate the situation. The current spectacle was indeed sufficient. Originally hiding in the distance, Tang Shui, upon seeing the influx of people, dashed to Tang Chen's side. Her small face was filled with fear and anxiety, yet she did not retreat. Instead, she tightly grasped Tang Chen's hand. This small gesture filled Tang Chen's heart with warmth. Though this little girl usually appeared carefree, she proved to be quite considerate during critical moments. That it's all right, he said with a smile. Ruffling Tang Shui's hair, that he then turned serious, addressing the gathering. Esteemed guests, silence. Li Shan interjected with a malicious grin, stepping forward to interrupt Tang Chen. You have trespassed upon our sect's mountain gate. I and junior brother Du have dutifully advised you with kind words, yet you disregarded us and resorted to violence. Now you wish to quibble? With these words, he deftly shifted the blame entirely onto Tang Chun. The faces of the 100 acquired guardians darkened at his words, and within the crowd, some were already cracking their knuckles, preparing to subdue Tang Chun. Utter nonsense. It was clearly you who attacked my brother first. When you couldn't defeat him, you called for help. Before Tang Chun could respond, Tang Shui angrily retorted. Upon hearing her words, the remaining guardians turned their gazes towards Li Shan and Du Jiang, their expressions growing unfriendly. These guardians were fiercely loyal to their sect, and if Tang Shui's claims held any truth, then Li Shan and his companion were tarnishing the reputation of the Feiyu sect, under the scrutiny of 100 accusing eyes. Li Shan's heart sank and panic set in. Brothers, this is merely a child. Her words cannot be trusted. Du Jiang's legs trembled slightly as he nodded vigorously. Truth or falsehood will be determined later, came a cold voice from the crowd. A lean young man, appearing just over 25, stepped forward. After casting a disdainful glare at Li Shan and Du Jiang, he turned his cold gaze towards Tang Chun. You have caused a disturbance at the mountain gate and assaulted my sect's disciples. This is a grave disrespect to our sect and warrants punishment. As his words fell, he swiftly produced a finely crafted long spear from his storage bag. With a thud, he stomped the ground and charged towards Tang Chun. This individual seemed to be the leader among the acquired guardians, his aura significantly more imposing than the others, even surpassing those who had pursued Tang Chun earlier that morning. Tang Chun shook his head slightly, preparing to engage. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed from within the Feiyu sect, resonating like thunder in the sky. The next moment, the leader of the acquired guardians found himself frozen in place, as if trapped in a quagmire. Tang Chun felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, his complexion reddening as his body bent slightly under the strain. That a brilliant streak of light shot forth from the mountain gate, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the crowd. As the light dissipated, a middle-aged man clad in black attire, wielding a long knife, materialized before them. The guardian elder. The many acquired guardians immediately knelt on one knee, paying their respects in unison. Tang Chun, bearing the immense pressure, raised his head to regard the middle-aged man. His cultivation level was beyond his discernment, but he could feel an intense warmth radiating from him, akin to a blazing sun. This man was at least a formidable figure at the spirit aspect realm. Such a powerful being had already transformed their spiritual infant into a spiritual aspect, capable of manifesting the laws of heaven and earth, truly terrifying. The guardian elder cast a scrutinizing glance at the defeated disciples and then fixed his intense gaze on Tang Chun. You are quite impressive. Just as Tang Chun was about to speak, the pressure surrounding him surged abruptly. This oppressive force felt as heavy as a mountain, causing his knees to buckle involuntarily. "Present your token and provide me with a reasonable explanation," the guardian elder demanded flatly. His eyes locked on Tang Chun. "Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." Tang Chun, overwhelmed by the pressure and rendered speechless, summoned his spiritual energy and struggled to retrieve a small sword token from his storage bag. The moment the guardian elder laid eyes on the token, his pupils constricted sharply. He extended his hand, and the token transformed into a streak of light, soaring into his grasp the next instant. The immense pressure on Tang Chun dissipated, along with the presence of the guardian elder himself. He had arrived swiftly and departed just as hastily, leaving the crowd bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. Among the crowd, Li Shan and Du Jiang exchanged glances, both displaying signs of panic to Li Shixiao. Could that token truly be authentic? Du Jiang whispered, his voice trembling. Regardless of its authenticity, Li Shan's eyes glinted with malice. "He has single-handedly defeated so many of us, tarnishing the sect's reputation and causing the elders to lose face as long as we insist that he acted first, even if he possesses a token. The sect will not spare him." Du Jiang's heart steadied upon hearing this, and he nodded vigorously. The next moment, Li Shan sneered coldly, "Boy, you are on the brink of death. Will you not confess your crimes? To wantonly trample upon our sect's dignity and injure our disciples is a capital offense." Du Jiang hastily chimed in, "I advise you to bind your hands and plead guilty immediately. The guardian elder may grant you a complete corpse." Tang Chun stood unmoved, his expression calm. Just as they were about to continue their pressure, the guardian elder shot forth once more from the sect. Seeing this, Li Shan hastily attempted to play the villain first. He was convinced that Tang Chen's seemingly provocative actions would undoubtedly enrage the guardian elder, as long as he insisted that Tang Chun had struck first. Even with a token, the guardian elder would not let him off lightly. "Elder, this rascal," Li Shan began, but before he could finish, the guardian elder let out a cold snort. Boom! Terrifying pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing down upon Li Shan and Du Jiang. Their faces flushed crimson as they immediately spat blood, collapsing to the ground in defeat. "As guardians, you have acted recklessly, abused your power, and tarnished the reputation of our sect. Henceforth, you are stripped of your guardian status. All privileges revoked, and you are expelled from the sect." The icy voice of the guardian elder echoed before the mountain gate. "Understood." The leader of the acquired guardians immediately acknowledged the command. The remaining guardians appeared fearful. Falling silent, Li Shan and Du Jiang lay crumpled on the ground, their faces drained of color. They could not comprehend why an outsider like Tang Chun, who had provocatively bested so many disciples, would face such consequences. They knew full well that the guardian elder was notorious for valuing the sect's reputation. Could it be because of the token that young man produced? A chilling thought surged through Li Shan's mind. As he realized only this could explain the situation, suddenly, an overwhelming sense of dread and regret washed over him. What significant figure did that small sword token represent, such that it could compel the guardian elder to act in such a manner? Who had he truly offended? In that moment, Li Shan lamented his folly, regretting it deeply. "Come with me." After dealing with Li Shan and the others, the protector elder once again turned his gaze towards Tang Chun. However, this time, his tone lacked the previous coldness and indifference, instead carrying a hint of admiration. Tang Chun clasped his fists and, holding Tang Shue's hand, approached him. This scene left the surrounding postnatal sect guards utterly astonished. In their minds, the protector elder was a proud and aloof powerhouse devoid of any human warmth, only showing such expressions in the presence of the extraordinary talents within the sect. But now, he was treating an outsider, a casual cultivator, with such regard. What could this possibly mean? While the crowd remained perplexed, the protector elder had already summoned his spiritual power, enveloping both Tang Chun and Tang Shui. In the next moment, the three of them transformed into streams of light, shooting directly into the depths of the sect. As the scenery rapidly shifted, Tang Chun found himself standing before the entrance of a grand and magnificent palace, the council hall. "Please enter." The protector elder did not proceed further, but nodded slightly. Tang Chun, having anticipated this moment, expressed his gratitude and stepped into the hall, leading Tang Shui along. The interior of the palace was equally resplendent. filled with a faint, enchanting fragrance that enveloped them in comfort. However, as he surveyed the hall, he found it devoid of any figures. Disciple Tang Chin pays his respects to the esteemed elders. Tang Chin remained calm and collected. Bowing respectfully to the emptiness, no sooner had his words left his mouth than a beam of light shot forth. Hovering before him, it was the small sword token of Elder Zheng. Encountering Elder Zheng is indeed a stroke of fortune. Be sure to keep the floating life token safe to the same time. A commanding middle-aged voice resonated within the hall, echoing powerfully. Tang Chin nodded, solemnly stowing away the token. Since Elder Zheng has allowed you to come to Fei Yu sect, from this moment onward, you shall be a disciple of Fei Yu sect. The middle-aged voice paused briefly before continuing. Did you not defeat dozens of postnatal guards outside the mountain gate? I was fortunate and merely took advantage of the situation. Tang Chin replied, lowering his head slightly, maintaining a humble yet assertive demeanor. Indeed, although your physical body bears injuries, your vitality is robust, and your spiritual power is formidable. You are a promising candidate, well suited for the Battle Peak lineage. The middle-aged voice praised him, though it remained calm. However, just as he finished speaking, another voice interjected. I do not agree. This is inappropriate. Another 3 distinct voices suddenly erupted within the hall, causing Tang Chin to momentarily freeze. Chapter 8. The Absurd Battle Peak Lineage. It seemed these powerful figures, whose identities he was unaware of, were embroiled in a dispute. Tang Chin bowed his head slightly, remaining silent. The council hall, where even the protector elder, at least a powerful figure at the spirit manifestation realm, could not enter, indicated just how formidable these voices' owners were. In such a situation, maintaining silence was the wisest choice. Are you all going to cause a ruckus again? The middle-aged voice, referred to as Imang, spoke once more. His tone no longer calm, but laced with fury. His voice boomed like thunder, causing the entire council hall to tremble slightly. Such volatility and anger explained why the disciples of the Battle Peak lineage were often labeled as brutes. A slightly aged, cold snort pierced the air, laced with sarcasm. If you are unconvinced, then fight. Imang chuckled coldly. Though I have yet to break through, it would still be sufficient to tear you apart. Old man. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp sigh echoed. Elder He, please temper your anger. We are considering the balanced development of the sect. Fei Yu sect has over 10,000 disciples. And your Battle Peak lineage alone occupies over 4,000, which has already caused a severe imbalance. This is truly inappropriate. At that moment, a third heavy voice chimed in. I concur. Although Tang Chin was unclear about the specifics, he could vaguely discern from their dialogue that within Fei Yu sect, multiple factions coexisted. The powerful figure, named Imang, led the Battle Peak lineage, which was excessively dominant, causing discontent among the others. Furthermore, from the tone of their conversation, it seemed that their grievances ran deep, and it was not merely a matter of competing for disciples. It appeared that Fei Yu sect was not as united as it seemed. Tang Chin silently pondered. Just as he mused, Imang spoke again, coldly reprimanding. This young man's talent is hardly exceptional. The message left by the floating life token has also reached your ears. He merely crossed paths with Elder Zheng by chance. And the two share little connection. His arrangement here is merely casual. Even if he were to enter my lineage, it would not be acknowledged. I only suggested he join my lineage because he fits the path of the Battle Peak. Why must you all contend with me? Tang Chin scratched his nose, realizing that his assumptions were largely correct. Elder Zheng had only intervened due to a directive from Xiaoling Yun and did not intend to provide him with any special privileges from Fei Yu sect. Who said we are competing? The aged voice scoffed. As long as he does not join the Battle Peak, where he goes is of no concern to me. The sharp male voice calmly replied. I share the same sentiment. My suggestion is that he should join the Wasteland Peak. The heavy voice suddenly interjected. The Wasteland Peak has the fewest disciples, and its talent is withering. It is time to inject some fresh blood. Upon hearing this, silence fell over the hall. The entire council hall was suddenly engulfed in stillness. Very well, very well. After a long pause, Imang's mocking laughter erupted. So this is your true intention. Joining the Wasteland Peak is akin to being discarded. This young man, while not extraordinarily gifted, is still a promising seedling. Do you not fear the wrath of the sect leader by acting in such a manner? The aged voice replied indifferently. Just an ordinary disciple. The sect leader will not concern himself. Listening to their dialogue, Tang Chen felt a tightening in his chest. The Wasteland Peak. Its name carried connotations of desolation and barrenness, and it certainly did not bode well. Moreover, from He Mang's implication, joining the Wasteland Peak would mean being rendered useless. It seemed he had become a pawn in the games being played by these formidable figures. Though he thought thus, Tang Chen refrained from voicing any objections. Firstly, he was not in a position to speak, and any rebuttal would only provoke these powerful individuals. Secondly, with the Source Dao decision, the indestructible sword body, and the ancient time tower at his disposal, his path was secure regardless of the lineage he joined. Jiangming, why have you not expressed your stance? He Mang growled in frustration. That madwoman from the Pill Peak has refrained from participating. Do you also wish to remain uninvolved? In response to his words, the fifth distinct voice finally rang out, a slow and gentle male voice. It has nothing to do with me. Do not drag me into this. With that simple statement, silence ensued once more. Foolish. He Mang was evidently furious, snorting coldly before plunging into silence. Since there are no objections, then it is settled. The aged voice stated calmly, Tang Chun, you shall henceforth be a disciple of the Wasteland Peak. And the Protector Elder will lead you to the Wasteland Peak. Very well. That is splendid. The other two voices echoed in agreement, and the council hall fell silent once more. Tang Chen slightly bowed, no longer lingering, and turned to exit the hall with Tang Shui. Just as they stepped out, the Protector Elder cast a glance their way. Tang Chen could distinctly feel the gaze upon him. Filled with pity, compassion, and helplessness. What a pity. The Protector Elder seemed hesitant to speak, ultimately shaking his head slightly and letting out a sigh. Tang Chen respectfully said, Elder, please enlighten me. While he was amenable to any outcome, he still wished to clarify the situation, not wanting to become an unwitting pawn in the conflicts of the sect's higher-ups. After a moment of silence, the Protector Elder slowly spoke. Are you aware of the faction divisions within our Feiyu sect? Tang Chen shook his head. Feiyu sect comprises 7 lineages, also known as the 7 Peaks. They are the Symbol Peak, Artifact Peak, Pill Peak, Law Peak, Battle Peak, Beast Peak, and the Wasteland Peak, which you are about to enter. The Symbol Peak, as the name suggests, primarily focuses on the crafting of spiritual symbols. Although ordinary cultivators can only create spiritual symbols upon reaching the Spirit Infant realm, the Symbol Peak possesses unique methods, allowing disciples even in the postnatal realm to craft them. Thus, spiritual symbols are the primary means of combat for the Symbol Peak disciples, the Protector Elder explained. The Artifact Peak, Pill Peak, and Symbol Peak are quite similar, focusing on the crafting of spiritual treasures and spiritual medicines, respectively. That as for the Beast Peak, it specializes in taming various demonic beasts for their use, and the disciples of the Beast Peak typically rely on powerful spiritual beasts in battle. After a brief pause, he continued, then there are the Battle Peak and Law Peak lineages. The Battle Peak focuses on cultivating various physical martial techniques, with its disciples excelling in close combat, making it the most combative lineage within the sect. I hail from the Battle Peak lineage. The Law Peak, on the other hand, primarily cultivates various spells and martial techniques, adept at using diverse spells and formations to confront enemies, creating the most dazzling and grandiose battles. The Protector Elder elaborated, due to their differing systems and philosophies, these two lineages have been at odds since the founding of the sect, perpetually clashing and unable to see eye to eye. Tang Chen listened intently, silently committing all this information to memory. Finally, we arrive at the Wasteland Peak. At this point, the Protector Elder's tone shifted to something peculiar. This is the lineage with the fewest members in the sect. Tang Chun, intrigued, asked the fewest, how many? The Protector Elder exhaled slowly. 6. That Tang Chun was taken aback. Only 6 disciples? No, among these 6 you, the Peak Master, and the Elder of Wasteland Peak are included. The Protector Elder shook his head. If we exclude you, there are merely 3 disciples. Tang Chen felt somewhat bewildered. With so few members, what purpose could it possibly serve? Perceiving his doubts, Elder Huzong offered a wry smile and remarked, you are not alone in your thoughts. Throughout the 5 centuries since the establishment of Feiyu sect, countless individuals have posed this very question. However, this lineage cannot be abolished, for the master of Huangfeng Peak is the younger brother of the sect leader and is renowned to be the second strongest within the sect, second only to the leader himself. Tang Chun found himself increasingly bewildered. Why append the phrase legendary to the title of the second strongest? The reason for this characterization lies in the fact that the master of Huangfeng Peak has been missing for 480 years. His life and death unknown. After a moment of silence, Elder Hu Zong elucidated. Yet according to the historical records preserved in the sect's scripture repository, he is indeed regarded as the second strongest. Tang Chen nodded slightly, signaling his understanding. Elder, I still have a question that if the master of Huangfeng Peak is so formidable, this lineage should be quite popular, yet why are there so few members? No sooner had he spoken than Elder Hu Zong interjected. Because this lineage is, he hesitated, a look of difficulty crossing his resolute features, his brows furrowed, as if struggling to find an appropriate term. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to utter two words, quite absurd. Tang Chen was taken aback, quickly leaning in to listen. However, Elder Hu Zong refrained from elaborating further and posed a question in return. Pray tell, what is the function of a cultivator's spiritual consciousness? Its primary function is to detect and sense, Tang Chen answered without hesitation. The first major realm of cultivation is the acquired realm, which focuses on unblocking the body's meridians, acupoints, and refining the physical body. Regardless of the grade of the cultivation method, the initial step is to clear a specific acupoint located between the eyebrows, known as the Nihuan Palace. Once this point is opened, one may be considered to have entered the first level of the acquired realm. This is common knowledge among all cultivators. Upon unblocking the Nihuan Palace, a cultivator will develop an intangible spiritual consciousness. Initially weak and difficult to control, the strength of the spiritual consciousness grows naturally with the advancement of one's cultivation level. Typically, upon reaching the fifth level of the acquired realm, a cultivator can actively extend their spiritual consciousness, akin to a third eye, to explore the surrounding environment or sense the cultivation levels of others. The reason I sensed many intense presences upon entering Feiyu City was due to the activation of my spiritual consciousness. However, aside from these auxiliary functions, spiritual consciousness possesses no other utility, that it lacks offensive capabilities and cannot be used in combat. Suddenly, a thought struck Tang Chen. Elder Hu Zong noticed his change in expression and nodded subtly. You guessed correctly. The Huangfeng lineage specializes in cultivating spiritual consciousness. In their philosophy, spiritual consciousness can be honed into a means of combat, potentially surpassing spiritual power and strength, with lethality far beyond that of spiritual energy. Tang Chen listened, dumbfounded, with a singular thought racing through his mind. Heretical. The cultivation community understands that spiritual consciousness, aside from its auxiliary functions, fundamentally lacks offensive capability. Yet the primary tenet of Huangfeng is to cultivate it into a weapon for slaying. Is this not heretical? No wonder Elder Hu Zong characterized the Huangfeng lineage as absurd. At this moment, Tang Chen wholly concurred with his assessment. Indeed, it was absurd. Chapter 9. This senior brother is unusual. The existing rules within the cultivation world are truths derived from the practices of countless generations of cultivators. Yet, the individuals of Huangfeng seek to shatter and overturn these established norms. Tang Chen found himself at a loss for words in evaluating such audacity. After a brief contemplation, he posed another question. Elder, aside from the legendary master, how do the other four disciples of Huangfeng compare in strength? The strongest among them is the second disciple, Fu Yun. Upon mentioning this name, a hint of admiration flickered across Elder Hu Zong's typically impassive visage. At merely 25 years of age, she has already attained the third level of the spiritual embryo realm. Her talent undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 of the younger generation in the entire sect. Tang Chen nodded slightly at this revelation. At the age of 23, prior to his incapacitation, his peak cultivation had reached the fourth level of the spiritual embryo realm. The Fu Yun's third level, at 25, indeed signifies exceptional talent. Although Fu Yun belongs to Huangfeng, her personality and combat style closely resemble that of the disciples from my own Zhanfeng lineage. What a pity. Elder Hu Zong shook his head slightly, his tone laced with regret. After a pause, he continued, following Fu Yun, the first disciple is Zhou Shun, whose talent is also commendable, being a 30-year-old cultivator of the life and death realm. Next is the third disciple, Yuan Xiao, whose aptitude is rather mediocre. Blending into the crowd, Tang Chen was about to express his gratitude when he suddenly froze. Wait, something seems amiss. Elder, did you just say that Fu Yun is the strongest of Huangfeng? What about the elder of Huangfeng? Surely he must be the master of Fu Yun and the others, right? Did you forget to include him? Upon mentioning this individual, Elder Huzong's expression darkened abruptly. That fellow is named Gu Hualong, colloquially known as the most useless elder. Tang Chun was immediately taken aback at the most useless elder. He was perpetually unengaged, obsessively researching that absurd method of cultivating spiritual consciousness, most adept at leading disciples astray. What else could he be but useless? Among the 100 elders of the sect, the only one in the innate realm, how could he not be deemed the most useless? Elder Huzong snorted coldly, relying solely on his status as the only disciple of the master of Huangfeng. He managed to secure the title of elder. He is nothing short of a disgrace to Feiyu's sect. He seemed to harbor a great deal of animosity towards this elder, his breath becoming somewhat agitated as he spoke. If Fu Yun had entered the Zhanfeng lineage undisturbed by that waste, her current cultivation would likely rank among the top 3 of the sect's younger generation. Elder Huzong declared icily. Tang Chun was at a loss for words, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Soon, Elder Huzong regained his composure, reverting to his usual icy demeanor. Enough that I am only sharing this with you because I see potential in you. Among the 7 lineages, Zhanfeng stands supreme, with the other 3 lineages, Fufeng, Qifeng, and Fafeng, maintaining amicable relations. The Master of Beast Peak is a congenial individual, never offending anyone, while the Master of Dan Peak often retreats into seclusion, seldom involving himself in sect disputes. This is why you were assigned to Huangfeng, that I have said all that needs to be said. Now, let us proceed. I will escort you there. Though Tang Chun wished to inquire further, he recognized that the elder was disinclined to elaborate. So he bowed in gratitude. Elder Huzong summoned his spiritual power, enveloping both him and Tang Shui, transforming into a stream of light that shot forth into the distance. The scene before them shifted rapidly. As Tang Chun gazed downward, the entire outline of Feiyu's sect came into view. An imposing mountain resembling a suspended feather towered majestically at the heart of the sect. Surrounding this remarkable peak were 7 other mountains, arranged in a formation reminiscent of the 7 stars encircling the moon, enclosing the central Feiyu mountain. Beyond these 7 mountains lay several distinct areas of varying sizes, representing the overall layout of Feiyu's sect, which spanned a vast expanse and exuded an air of grandeur. Tang Chen's gaze settled upon one of the mountains encircling Feiyu Mountain. This particular peak stood at a mere 100 zhang in height. Compared to the nearly 1,000 zhang high, magnificent Feiyu Mountain, it appeared diminutive and shabby. Rather than a mountain, it would be more fittingly described as a hill. The other 6 peaks not only soared high above, but were also adorned with clusters of beautiful structures, creating a picturesque landscape that in stark contrast. This mountain was barren, strewn with wild grasses and stones, utterly desolate. Only a few small courtyards were sparsely situated atop the peak, without needing Elder Huzong to clarify. Tang Chun surmised that this mountain must indeed be Huangfeng, a name that truly matched its essence. At the foot of Huangfeng, Elder Huzong remarked, "I shall leave you 2 here. Tang Chun, your aptitude is commendable. Should you wish to join the sect guard, feel free to report to the Internal Affairs District at any time. Becoming a member of the sect guard allows for additional spiritual stones, elixirs, spiritual talismans, and contribution points each month." Tang Chun clasped his hands together in gratitude. "Thank you, Elder. I will consider it seriously." Elder Huzong nodded slightly, refraining from further words as he swiftly departed, seemingly eager to leave. After his departure, Tang Shui tugged at Tang Chen's sleeve, pointing at the small hill before them. "Brother, is this where we will live from now on?" Tang Chen nodded. Tang Shui surveyed the surrounding mountains, blinking a few times. "It's so small. As long as it is habitable, that is sufficient." Tang Chen responded with a wry smile that he had never anticipated such misfortune. Upon entering Feiyu's sect, he became a pawn in the rivalry among several peak masters. Relegated to this place, fortunately, with the ancient time-space tower and the unparalleled Dao decisions at his disposal, he did not feel overly anxious for the absurd method of cultivating spiritual consciousness from Huangfeng. He could simply practice it casually as a formality. After making his preparations, Tang Chen took Tang Shui by the hand and proceeded toward the summit of the desolate mountain known as Huangfeng. The area was marked by its stark poverty, lacking even a proper path, and the small animals they encountered along the way appeared particularly emaciated and pitiable. This scene elicited a disapproving shake of the head from Tang Chun. This barren peak was even more desolate than he had imagined, in less than half an hour. The duo ascended the 100-foot-tall hill. The summit was equally desolate, overrun with weeds and enveloped in an eerie silence. Unlike the larger peaks, there were no grand structures, only a few diminutive courtyards made of bluestone scattered at a distance. Just as Tang Chen was about to lead Tang Shui over to pay a visit, a strange, indistinct voice suddenly echoed from above. How unexpected! A visitor in this forsaken place? Brother, you wouldn't happen to be lost, would you? The sudden voice startled Tang Shui, while Tang Chen's nerves instantly tensed, and he quickly looked up. Intertwined among the gnarled branches of a withered old tree sat a gaunt monkey, its bony frame glaring down at them. Don't look away. I'm talking to you too. Realizing that the monkey was speaking, Tang Chun was struck with astonishment that he instinctively drew his sword, positioning Tang Shui protectively behind him, as if bracing for an imminent threat. That on the vast expanse of Songxian Star, the most populous beings were not the human race, but countless demon beasts, numbering in the millions compared to humanity. These demon beasts could also cultivate, their realms categorized similarly to those of human practitioners. However, only after traversing the bridge of life and death. Returning to the other shore, and transforming their mortal forms could they awaken their intelligence and speak. Thus, upon witnessing the yellow-furred monkey articulate human speech, Tang Chun felt an acute sense of trepidation. For this seemingly inconspicuous little monkey could very well be at least at the spirit-infant realm. The atmosphere grew palpably tense as the two humans and one monkey, found themselves in a standoff. Just as Tang Chen was rapidly contemplating a strategy, the slender monkey suddenly grinned, awkwardly displaying a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. Why so tense? You're making me nervous too. We're on the same side here. Just now, someone from the internal area came to relay a message. A new disciple is arriving, and that must be you, right? The monkey scratched its head, pointing at Tang Chen. Tang Chen dared not lower his guard, nodding slightly and preparing to probe further, when the monkey abruptly emitted a pitiful screech. Then, to the astonishment of both humans, it raised its paw and slapped its own monkey face with considerable force. Ouch! The blow was so fierce that it let out another bizarre cry, nearly causing it to tumble from the tree. Immediately after, it muttered to itself, "Damn it, you little rascal. I've controlled you more than once. Why won't you behave?" It sounded as if the monkey was scolding itself. What on earth was happening? Tang Chen tightened his grip on the sword, increasingly perplexed. "Wait a moment, junior brother," the monkey said, casting a strange grin in Tang Chen's direction. Soon, a figure clad in a black robe hurriedly approached from a nearby bluestone courtyard. Tang Chen turned to look. It was a youth of similar age to himself, with flowing hair and striking features that were more beautiful than most women. However, the smile on that handsome face appeared somewhat unsettlingly lecherous. Ouch! Upon spotting the newcomer, the slender monkey let out a bizarre screech and, as if going mad, leapt down from the tree, claws outstretched, lunging at the youth. Yet, before it could get close, the youth swiftly subdued it, lifting it by its tail. "You little rascal, still want to scratch me? Get lost." The youth cursed as he kicked the monkey away, then straightened his attire and hair before turning his attention to Tang Chun. "Junior brother, greetings. I'm Yuan Xiao, and if you don't mind, just call me Brother Yuan." As the youth rubbed his hands together, he greeted Tang Chun. "Yuan Xiao, the third disciple of Huang Feng?" Tang Chun finally relaxed, sheathing his sword. "I am junior brother Tang Chun." Pausing for a moment, he pointed to the side where the angry monkey stood, baring its teeth and throwing stones at Yuan Xiao, seemingly harboring deep resentment. "What was that just now?" "Oh, don't be alarmed. I was merely practicing my spirit control technique," Yuan Xiao casually explained, picking up a stone and accurately hitting the monkey on the head. "That little rascal was under my control. And the one you were speaking with was indeed me." Tang Chen stared in disbelief at Yuan Xiao, who was tossing stones back and forth with the monkey, suddenly feeling that his third senior brother might be a bit eccentric. Chapter 10. Spirit Control Technique, Spirit Body Technique. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not a fool," Yuan Xiao remarked, noticing Tang Chen's strange gaze, which caused Tang Chen's heart to skip a beat. Could the senior brother's so-called spirit control technique enable him to read others' thoughts? Just as he was taken aback, Yuan Xiao suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone who meets me for the first time says the same thing. You all are merely envious of my good looks." Tang Xuan nudged Tang Chun and whispered, her face filled with fear, "Is this brother a fool?" Tang Chen subtly nodded. Indeed, he was quite handsome, yet undeniably foolish. Never mind, I shan't dwell on the trivialities with you ordinary folk. Yuan Shio flicked his head and gestured flamboyantly. Follow me. Let us head inside for a bit. The old cripple and the senior brothers and sisters probably want to arrive for a while. Thank you, brother. Tang Shen nodded, leading Tang Shui to follow. The three soon entered one of the bluestone courtyards, and as they stepped through the door, both Tang Chun and Tang Shui instinctively frowned in unison. The reason for their displeasure was the unbearable filth and stench of the environment. The small courtyard was cluttered with all manner of debris, and animal droppings littered the ground, emitting a foul odor that attracted swarms of flies. Even more outrageous was the roof of the small house made of piled bluestone, which was covered in rotten vegetable leaves, decayed fruits, and spoiled eggs. As if someone had smashed them there, that it was truly unfathomable that this seemingly glamorous third senior brother could be so disheveled in private. Noticing Tang Chun and Tang Shui's disdainful expressions, Yuan Shio's face flushed red. However, he quickly regained his composure, casually waving his hand. Don't mind it too much that I diligently practice the spirit control technique every day. And I've offended nearly all the animals on this mountain. Yuan Shio kicked a few rotten fruits aside and grumbled, you know, those furry creatures hold grudges, so they throw rotten vegetables and spoiled eggs at me every day. Even the animals despise me. Tang Chen nodded, feeling somewhat desensitized to the situation. With a swift motion, Yuan Shio clapped a storage pouch and produced several clean garments, laying them on a stone table and stone bench. He also brought out a platter of fruits and a jug of fine wine. Junior brother, little sister, please take a seat. These fruits are sweet and delicious, and the wine is meticulously brewed by me. Do give it a try. As Tang Chen sat down, he glanced at Tang Shui, who had recently developed an insatiable appetite and was constantly complaining of hunger. Tang Shui's round eyes fixated on the colorful platter of fruits, as if engaged in an intense internal struggle. After a moment, she suddenly pouted, Brother, I'm not hungry. Not hungry. You must be too afraid to eat. Tang Chen thought to himself, feeling somewhat awkward. Not only was Tang Shui hesitant, but he too had no desire to partake in the offerings. Who knew where this untidy brother Yuan had sourced these fruits and drinks? Yuan Shio, however, was utterly unconcerned, boldly grabbing a wild fruit and taking a bite. After calming his nerves, Tang Chun began to inquire, Brother, as a newcomer, I'm not very familiar with our lineage. Could you enlighten me? Yuan Shio nodded cheerfully. Go ahead, ask whatever you wish to know. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Chen replied, I've heard the elder of the sect briefly mention that our Huangfeng lineage primarily focuses on spiritual awareness, but I still don't quite grasp the specifics of the practice. Oh, that, Yuan Shio said casually. Our lineage is different from the others. We don't have an array of flashy techniques to choose from, we only practice a single technique known as the spirit formula. Once you survive the dangerous phase and successfully condense your spirit seed within your Naiwan palace, you will officially embark on the path of spiritual awareness cultivation. After condensing the spirit seed, the old cripple will provide you with the most suitable cultivation direction based on your aptitude. Tang Chen expressed his astonishment. The same technique can have different cultivation paths? Of course. Yuan Shio nodded proudly. The spirit formula was personally created by our Huangfeng Peak Master, the second strongest and most talented individual in the sect. Its power and mystery are unparalleled in the world. He seemed to hold a profound admiration for the legendary Huangfeng Peak Master, his eyes sparkling with reverence as he spoke of him. Clearing his throat, Tang Chen asked, What specific cultivation paths are there? There are 3 paths, each with a distinct cultivation method, Yuan Shio elaborated. The first is the spirit control technique that I practice. With this technique, one can invade the Naiwan palace of demon beasts with their spiritual awareness, controlling them to fight on their behalf. That a master of the spirit control technique can even command demon beasts several realms above their own. Truly formidable. I ask you, if you were merely a practitioner at the Star Extreme realm, and suddenly a group of life and death realm experts were pursuing you, wouldn't you only be able to flee? And even then, you might not escape? No, I could slay them all. Tang Chen silently scoffed in his heart, but still nodded in agreement. Yuan Shio, pleased with his reaction, exclaimed, However, if you were to cultivate the spirit control technique, the outcome would be entirely different. If your spiritual awareness is sufficiently potent, you could command a throng of beasts at the death realm to do battle, instantly altering the course of the confrontation. Should you master the spirit control technique to an advanced level, you could even command beasts at the spirit infant realm. With a face full of yearning, Yuan Shio continued in a dire situation. If a beast of a higher realm than your opponent suddenly appeared and fought for you, wouldn't it be exhilarating to effortlessly slay your foe with such an ally? Indeed, it sounds exhilarating. Tang Chen paused, pondering, but if that were the case, how does it differ from the beast peak lineage? Yuan Shio was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at him. The beast peak lineage? You dare compare that group of inept individuals to the spirit control technique? With disdain, Yuan Shio spat on the ground. Compared to the spirit control technique, the beast control methods of the beast peak lineage are nothing but rubbish. Their control over beasts relies solely on the most rudimentary means. While the beasts may appear to serve them, they possess their own thoughts and cannot truly be considered tamed. After disparaging the beast peak lineage, he abruptly shifted his tone. However, our spirit control technique fundamentally asserts mastery over the beasts. Once you control a beast using this technique, it essentially becomes an extension of yourself. Everything it sees, smells, and hears, you too can perceive. You can speak through its mouth, engage in combat through its body, and even unleash its innate martial skills. Upon hearing this, Tang Chen felt a jolt of excitement. Unlike humans, all beasts inherit their unique innate martial skills from their lineage. These innate skills are often the most formidable means of combat for a beast, that if Yuan Shio's claims were not mere exaggerations. Then the spirit control technique indeed possesses a fundamental and terrifying distinction from the beast peak lineage's methods. After all, if a beast retains its own consciousness, it will instinctively prioritize its own survival during battle and may not fight to its fullest potential. There is even a chance it could turn on you at a critical moment. Yet if one could exert true control over it, not only could one employ their own battle experience, but the beast would also fight without fear of death, unleashing its full combat potential. After all, it is not one's own flesh and blood, so there is no need to worry about injury or demise that if it dies, one can simply control another beast. So what do you think? Isn't the spirit control technique incredibly powerful? Seeing Tang Chen's astonished expression, Yuan Shio beamed with pride. Tang Chen nodded. It is indeed quite formidable. May I inquire, Brother Yuan, what realm of beasts can you currently control? How many can you command at once? Upon hearing his question, Yuan Shio's expression stiffened. Just as Tang Chen was puzzled by his silence, a gentle male voice drifted in from outside the courtyard. His own realm is at the 5th layer of the innate realm. Currently, he can only control one beast at the 5th layer of the acquired realm at most. Tang Chen turned to look. A middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, smiling, stepped inside. That he appeared to be in his early 30s, with a robust and honest demeanor, his square face adorned with a faint smile. However, his complexion was somewhat pallid, with pronounced bags under his eyes, giving him a look of exhaustion and depletion. You must be the new junior brother, Tang Chen. The middle-aged man smiled at him. Zhou Xinji, the chief disciple of the Wild Peak. Greetings, Brother Zhou. Tang Chen hurriedly rose, clasping his fists in respect. Brother, why must you undermine me? Yuan Shio, his facade shattered, glared at Zhou Xinji with annoyance. Do you think the spirit control technique is as simple as your spirit body technique? This cultivation method is immensely powerful, and the difficulty of mastering it is quite high. You know, after casting a glance at Zhou Xinji, he declared confidently, just wait. One day, I will master the spirit control technique to perfection. At that time, I'll be able to control hundreds or even thousands of beasts that are a whole realm higher than I am, unmatched in combat. Keep it up, brother. I look forward to witnessing it. Zhou Xinji replied with a smile, looking all honest. But why do you speak so oddly? Yuan Shio grumbled in annoyance. Then no more chit-chat. Brother, since you've arrived, why don't you explain the spirit body technique to him? Zhou Xinji, unperturbed, turned his attention to Tang Chen with a smile. The spirit body technique is the second path of cultivation within the spirit formula. Tang Chen quickly perked up, eager to listen, having heard the sect elder's words prior to his arrival. He had initially held a preconceived notion that the Wild Peak lineage's approach to cultivating spiritual awareness was quite absurd and heretical. However, after Yuan Shio's explanation of the spirit control technique, he began to perceive that the spirit formula might indeed have its merits. The spirit body technique, in simple terms, involves delineating an avatar within the Naiwan Palace using one's spiritual awareness, Zhou Xinji elaborated. Once the avatar is successfully condensed, One can nurture it day by day using their spiritual awareness, allowing it to grow stronger continuously. When facing adversaries, one can unleash this spiritual avatar to participate in combat. Furthermore, the avatar can merge with the original body, and for a brief period after merging, one can forcibly elevate their cultivation by 1 or 2 major realms, dramatically enhancing combat prowess. Tang Qin gasped in astonishment upon hearing Zhou Xinji's words. It is well known that as cultivators progress, the disparity between realms becomes increasingly pronounced. Sometimes, even a minor difference in realm can lead to a staggering gap in combat capabilities. The fact that the spiritual avatar nurtured through the spirit body technique could merge with the original body and instantly elevate 1 or 2 major realms in strength, albeit temporarily, was simply astonishing. Just as Tang Chun was marveling at the might of the spirit body technique, Yuan Xiao suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Junior brother, don't let the elder brother fool you." Tang Chun was taken aback by his words. Chapter 11. Cultivating the spirit formula may lead to death. Fooling. Is Zhou Xinji exaggerating, and is the spirit body technique not as powerful as claimed? Yuan Xiao's words left Tang Chun puzzled. Yuan Xiao teased, "The elder brother isn't lying. The spirit body technique is indeed very formidable, but one can only be strong once in this lifetime." Tang Chun was stunned. "What do you mean?" "It means that if you try it, you might die," Yuan Xiao replied somberly. The spiritual avatar formed through the cultivation of the spirit body technique is essentially the very essence of the practitioner. Once the spirit body is exhausted, it will completely dissipate, leading to the catastrophic consequence of the Naiwan Palace's acupoint exploding. Ordinary cultivators are fine. Once they reach the spirit infant realm, their soul merges with the spirit infant. And even if their physical body shatters, they won't die as long as the spirit infant endures. However, after cultivating the spirit body technique, both the soul and spirit infant must merge with the spiritual avatar. When the spiritual avatar dissipates, it means the soul and spirit infant are lost, leaving no chance of survival. Tang Chun was left speechless, instantly discarding any thoughts of cultivating the spirit body technique. So it's a one-time use technique, and using it would lead to death. The purpose of cultivating various techniques and martial skills is to employ them in battle, but if using them results in one's own demise, then what is the point of cultivating it? Tang Chun couldn't help but glance at the seemingly honest Zhou Xinji, utterly bewildered. Zhou Xinji remained silent, his expression somewhat awkward. "That I know what you're thinking. Junior brother." Yuan Xiao laughed heartily. "The elder brother is honest and straightforward, never stirring up trouble. Tio put it nicely, he is Buddhist. To put it bluntly, he is timid, so, while he may cultivate, he is very unlikely to ever use the spirit body technique in his lifetime. If he ever finds himself in a dire situation, he might just unleash a final burst of power before perishing, dragging someone down with him, which isn't a loss in his view. That's the mindset of the elder brother and the old cripple." Did Master also walk the path of the spirit body technique? Tang Chun asked in surprise, realizing that the old cripple Yuan Xiao referred to as likely Elder Gu Hualong of the Wild Peak, who would also be his future master. Indeed, the old cripple is just like the elder brother. Two cowards. Yuan Xiao nodded nonchalantly. Zhou Xinji frowned. "Junior brother, you mustn't refer to master in that manner. He won't let you off lightly if he finds out." Yuan Xiao waved his hand with a grin. "What is there to fear? That old lecher spends his days either studying the spirit formula or peeping at the female elders bathing. He has no time to bother with this." Just as he finished speaking, a swift gust of wind erupted, that a cane pulsating with spiritual energy flew in from outside the courtyard, striking Yuan Xiao squarely in the chest with astonishing speed. Bang! He let out a cry of distress as he was sent flying backward, crashing into a pile of debris. "You little rascal, speaking ill of me again," a cold, aged voice echoed as a slightly stooped, silver-haired man in his 70s entered the small courtyard. It was Elder Gu Chonglong of the Wild Peak. He wore a ochre robe, his silver hair cascading loosely over his shoulders, and he walked with a noticeable limp, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Not only that, but his expression also appeared quite haggard, with heavy bags under his eyes and dark circles, resembling Zhou Xinji quite closely. Tang Chun surmised that this must be related to their cultivation of the spirit body technique. The spirit body technique requires continuous nurturing of the avatar with spiritual awareness, which is closely tied to a cultivator's vitality and spirit. When one's spiritual awareness remains in a weakened state for an extended period, they appear lethargic and utterly drained. "Master," Zhou Xinji's expression turned serious as he hurriedly saluted. Tang Chen did not lag behind, collecting his thoughts and bowing slightly. Disciple Tang Chen, greetings to Master. You are the one who, just today, defeated dozens of sect guards outside the mountain gate. As Gu Changlong spoke, he extended his hand and retrieved the withered wooden cane, settling beside Tang. Chen, it is I, he declared. Tang Chen nodded, making no attempt to deny it. What folly compels you to provoke that group of ruffians when you have nothing better to do? Gu Changlong shot him a glare, that I did provoke them. And now I find myself entangled with that old curmudgeon, Louis Dao, the guardian elder of the abandoned peak, who has always been at odds with me. Are you not simply inviting trouble? Tang Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment and was about to speak when Yuan Xiao's mournful voice chimed in. Master is always sneaking peeks at the female elder while she bathes, and he has been caught by the guardian elder more than once. Bang! Gu Changlong hurled his cane again, striking Yuan Xiao on the head as he had just risen. A shriek echoed through the courtyard of blue stone. How noisy! Gu Changlong huffed before turning his attention back to Tang Chen. The seventh layer of the postnatal realm? Tang Chen nodded, having defeated dozens of postnatal guards. My combat prowess is commendable. Yet considering your age, comparable to Yuner, your cultivation level is rather low. Your aptitude leaves much to be desired. Gu Changlong scrutinized Tang Chen, slowly articulating, my disciple is rather dull-witted. Tang Chen refrained from elaborating. Although the individuals from the abandoned peak did not seem malevolent, certain matters were best left unspoken. It sufficed for him to be aware. Very well, Gu Changlong waved his hand. Since you have entered the abandoned peak, you are now my disciple. The techniques of spirit control and spirit body, they have briefed you about those, have they not? Tang Chen replied, I am aware, but my two senior brothers have yet to inform me about the third cultivation direction. Gu Changlong nodded. The third path is known as the battle spirit technique, the method practiced by your second senior sister, Fu Yun. Battle spirit technique? Tang Chen's eyes brightened. The name suggested a connection to combat. You are not mistaken. Gu Changlong inclined his head slightly. The essence of the battle spirit technique is quite similar to the cultivation of the postnatal realm. The postnatal realm involves refining the body's acupoints and meridians with spiritual energy, whereas the battle spirit technique transforms that spiritual energy into spiritual consciousness. It uses spiritual consciousness to refine various acupoints, meridians, flesh, and bones, until every inch of one's being is imbued with spiritual consciousness. Tang Chen inquired, what is the peculiar aspect of the battle spirit technique? Every punch and kick is infused with spiritual consciousness, directly affecting your opponent's soul and spiritual infant, Gu Changlong proclaimed with pride. It can cause mild confusion in the opponent's consciousness, rendering them temporarily incapable of fighting. At worst, it can lead to the shattering of their soul and the obliteration of their spiritual infant. Tang Chen gasped in astonishment. This battle spirit technique sounds incredibly powerful. Are there any side effects? He hastily asked, as he was aware that both spirit control and spirit body had their drawbacks. Practicing spirit body would allow its use only once in a lifetime, after which one would perish, while spirit control could lead to one becoming like Yuan Xiao, attracting the wrath of animals and beasts alike. Before Gu Changlong could respond, Yuan Xiao interjected. The battle spirit technique requires the use of spiritual consciousness to refine the entire body, which is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. The guardian elder often laments that second senior sister's talent, which could have ranked among the top 3 in the younger generation of the sect, has been wasted on the battle spirit technique. Impudent fool, be silent. Gu Changlong, furious, readied himself to hurl the cane for a third time. At that moment, a swift sound of slicing wind resonated, heralding the arrival of a dazzling ice-blue streak from the distance. The streak, moving with astonishing velocity, soon landed within the courtyard. Tang Chen focused his gaze. A young woman stood before him, her features exquisitely refined and her beauty rivaling that of Lu Shiyan from the Qiyang sect. Yet, unlike Lu Shiyan's ethereal demeanor, this woman exuded a cold indifference, distinctly setting her apart from ordinary female cultivators. Her long hair was tied high, and she donned a light blue outfit that accentuated her striking elegance and fierce poise. What captivated Tang Chen's attention most was the enormous blade strapped to her back. Not merely a large sword, but a terrifyingly massive weapon nearly as tall as she was. The combination of a stunning female cultivator wielding a colossal blade created an extraordinary and bizarre beauty. This was Fu Yun, the second disciple of the Abandoned Peak, often spoken of by the guardian elder Louis Dao as a prodigious talent of unparalleled aptitude. Tang Chen cautiously extended his spiritual consciousness to probe her, only to feel as though he were gazing into a blazing sun, overwhelmed by its intense heat. This Fu Yun was indeed formidable. Sister, upon seeing Fu Yun, Yuan Xiao quickly wiped the playful smirk from his face, his demeanor shifting to one of deference. That Fu Yun remained silent, her expression impassive as she raised her arm and casually waved. Swish, an ice-blue stream of spiritual energy shot forth from her fingertips towards Yuan Xiao at lightning speed. That I in the next moment. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Yuan Xiao wailed, as a thick layer of ice rapidly encased his body, rendering him nearly immobile. Because you have a big mouth, murmured Zhou Xinji, Tang Chun, and Tang Shui in unison within their hearts, that if I hear you speaking nonsense again, I shall freeze you for 3 days and nights. Fu Yun coldly declared before turning her gaze towards Tang Chun. However, her attention quickly shifted to Tang Shui, and her furrowed brows gradually relaxed into a gentle expression. Brother, Tang Shui tugged at Tang Chen's sleeve and whispered, I feel so familiar with the aura emanating from this sister. It feels so close. That I ask she your sister? Fu Yun inquired placidly. Tang Chen nodded. Little girl, come over here to your sister. Fu Yun inclined her head slightly, and then bent down to beckon Tang Shui closer. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Shui dashed to Fu Yun's side. Fu Yun affectionately ruffled her hair, and even her icy visage softened slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Observing the inexplicably close bond between the two women, Tang Chun was momentarily taken aback before a realization struck him. This connection might be related to Tang Shui's peculiar condition. Fu Yun's spiritual energy bore an ice-like hue, suggesting her mastery over ice attributes. While the terrifying icy power surged within Tang Shui during her episodes, perhaps it was this shared affinity that fostered their closeness. Perhaps due to Fu Yun's usual demeanor, this display of warmth astonished Zhou Xinji and Gu Chonglong alike. After a brief moment, Gu Chonglong regained his composure and addressed Tang Chun. You have now met your senior brothers and sisters. You are officially a member of our Abandoned Peak. Next, I shall impart to you the spiritual techniques. Before Tang Chun could express his gratitude, his expression suddenly grew solemn. However, prior to commencing, I must warn you of one thing. Tang Chun was taken aback, suddenly recalling something Yuan Xiao had mentioned while introducing the spiritual techniques. Surviving the period of danger and condensing the spiritual seed within the Naiwan Palace was essential to embarking on the path of spiritual consciousness cultivation. Period of danger? This thought flickered in his mind as Gu Chonglong's grave voice echoed in his ears. Practicing the spiritual techniques may lead to death. Chapter 12. Tempering spiritual consciousness. In earnest practices, how could there be a period of danger? Hearing Gu Chonglong's severe warning, Tang Chen's heart sank, that he suddenly comprehended that the decline in talent at the Abandoned Peak might not be without reason. Junior brother, do not worry that in the 500 years since our Abandoned Peak was founded, only about 100 disciples have fallen during the period of danger. The mortality rate is not high. Yuan Xiao trembled as he brushed off the ice on his body. At this moment, Gu Chonglong surprisingly refrained from contradicting him. It is not as terrifying as it sounds. That if you feel you cannot endure, you may abandon the endeavor mid-course to save your life. Zhou Xinji also chimed in. His words seemingly meant to reassure Tang Chun, but the underlying message was unmistakable. To cultivate the spiritual techniques, one must endure this perilous phase and accept the risk of death. That if you wish to avoid death, then, I regret to inform you, the spiritual technique shall remain out of your reach. Tang Chun stowed away his thoughts and smiled as he nodded. I humbly request your guidance, master. Not only was he unafraid, but the mere fact that even someone as foolish as Yuan Xiao could succeed filled him with confidence. Moreover, although the spiritual techniques sounded rather outrageous at first glance, a closer examination revealed that each of the 3 cultivation paths possessed its own formidable strengths. That in pursuit of strength, Tang Chen was willing to embrace this risk. Upon seeing Tang Chen glance at him before agreeing, Yuan Xiao assumed his presence had inspired him, and a gleeful expression blossomed on his face. Junior brother, you can do it. Zhou Xinji and Fu Yun exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly. If this fool were to learn of Tang Chen's true thoughts, One could only wonder what his reaction would be to as Tang Chen resolutely decided to cultivate the spiritual techniques. Gu Changlong no longer hesitated. With a casual wave, a jade-colored light emerged from his storage pouch and landed in Tang Chen's hands that Gu Changlong stated calmly. This jade slip contains the method for condensing the spiritual seed. Simply follow the steps for cultivation. Tang Chen nodded, carefully accepting at that moment. Zhou Xinji also produced a jade slip and handed it to Tang Chen. This jade slip contains some knowledge related to the sect, which you may find useful. Tang Chen accepted it gratefully, bowing in thanks. The Bluestone Courtyard in the west is currently uninhabited. Henceforth, it shall serve as your cave dwelling. Gu Changlong added, go now, and may fortune favor you. The peculiar expression on Tang Chen's face revealed his discomfort as he practiced the techniques of his sect, only to hear his master say, good luck. Anyone in his position would feel unsettled. However, his intense curiosity about the enigmatic spiritual technique overshadowed this unease, and after bidding farewell to the four others, he departed with Tang Xui. No sooner had they left than Yuan Xiao, with a mischievous glint in his eye, peered outside to confirm Tang Chen's absence before inquiring aloud. The other three turned their gazes towards him in unison. With a grin, Yuan Xiao suggested, I find Tang Shidi quite impressive. Why don't we wager not on whether he will succeed, but rather on how long he can endure? Zhou Xinji nodded in agreement. That sounds splendid. Yuan Xiao, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, I managed to persist for a full 10 days. He, despite his talents, cannot possibly surpass me. Yuan, I wager he won't last more than 10 days, putting down 5 mid-grade spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xinji replied earnestly, I believe Tang Shidi can endure beyond 10 days, but less than 12. I stake 6 mid-grade spirit stones. Yuan Xiao's face contorted in disbelief, as he retorted, Elder brother, didn't you endure for 12 days? Zhou Xinji chuckled heartily, displaying his gleaming white teeth. Alas, our sect is unfortunate to have taken in such wayward disciples, who indulge in these dubious practices. Gu Changlong sighed, his face etched with sorrow, that I wagered 2 mid-grade spirit stones, betting on a full 10 days. Once the bets were placed, all three turned their attention to Fu Yun. 15 days or more, she mused before stating expressionlessly, I wager 1 top-grade spirit stone. What nonsense is this? The 3 disciples exchanged incredulous glances, questioning their own hearing. Sister, surely you haven't forgotten how grueling the dangerous period can be? Yuan Xiao quickly interjected. You, a super genius, only managed to endure 16 days. How could Tang Chen possibly compare? Though Zhou Xinji and Gu Changlong remained silent, their expressions betrayed their thoughts. The aptitude for spirit stone cultivation is intangible and cannot be gauged. Thus, it is impossible to discern one's strength or weakness. Yet Fu Yun was already considered the pinnacle of talent, and Tang Chen appeared utterly unremarkable. How could he possibly exceed her? Fu Yun shook her head slightly. He possesses a scent quite similar to mine. What scent? A masculine scent. Yuan Xiao cheekily inquired, slap. His scream echoed through the courtyard as Fu Yun smacked him away, turning to stride out. Her voice floated back. A bloody scent. One that only those who have experienced countless killings possess. Such individuals typically harbor great willpower. Zhou Xinji was momentarily taken aback, while Gu Changlong appeared contemplative in a modest courtyard of bluestone, similar in size to Yuan Xiao's dwelling. Tang Chun led Tang Shui inside, that a cursory glance at the surroundings left him somewhat satisfied. Though the place was bare save for a bed and a table, it was far superior to sleeping outdoors. The unfamiliar environment piqued the young girl's curiosity, and after greeting Tang Chun, she dashed outside to play. Meanwhile, Tang Chun settled cross-legged on the bed, retrieving the jade slip that recorded the spiritual technique. The slip was palm-sized and warm to the touch, inscribed with what seemed to be a unique formation, with ethereal light swirling around it endlessly. Tang Chun focused, closing his eyes as he infused it with spiritual energy. As his energy flowed in, the jade slip gradually radiated light, and a solemn voice resonated within his mind that in this world, myriad techniques exist, varying in strength and weakness, yet their essence remains unchanged. Each is a method of spiritual energy cultivation. If spiritual energy can be cultivated, why not spiritual awareness? After extensive exploration, countless ancient texts, and numerous failures that nearly claimed my life, I have finally created a method for cultivating spiritual awareness. This method is profoundly mysterious and unparalleled throughout history. I call it the spiritual technique. The authoritative voice reverberated, imbued with an undeniable pride. Listening, Tang Chen felt his blood surge with excitement, and a vivid scene unfolded in his mind. A venerable elder, powerful beyond measure, challenging the collective skepticism of many as he introduced a revolutionary method for cultivating spiritual awareness. But he toiled day and night, scrutinizing texts and experimenting on himself, enduring countless hardships and life-threatening moments. Yet he never wavered. Ultimately, on a fateful day, he succeeded in forging a new path and birthed the spiritual technique. After a considerable time, the voice faded, and Tang Chen regained his composure. The owner of that voice must be the legendary leader of the Wild Peak. One could not help but admire such a formidable figure, whose talent was indeed extraordinary. After expressing his thoughts, Tang Chen began to peruse the spiritual technique. However, it wasn't long before his eyes widened, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. The method for condensing spiritual seeds described within was utterly peculiar. In essence, it could be summarized in a single word: endure. Literally, it meant to stay awake, to grit one's teeth and persevere until one could no longer hold on. According to the technique, the longer one could endure, the stronger their aptitude for cultivating spiritual awareness would be. Additionally, to perceive and control the existence of this power clearly, one must enter a state known as void. Only by pushing one's spirit to the limit could one achieve this state. At that moment, Tang Chen finally comprehended why Gu Changlong had warned that practicing the spiritual technique could lead to death. He spoke no falsehood. Staying awake would indeed result in death. However, the term human here referred to ordinary individuals and those in the three realms of mortal flesh. Once one traversed the bridge of life and death, entering the spiritual infant realm, it signified transcending mortality, shedding their human form, and stepping into the three realms of spiritual law, thus no longer qualifying as an ordinary person. The limit for an ordinary person without sleep was roughly 6 days. By the third day, symptoms such as dizziness, memory loss, mental disarray, and irritability would manifest. Though cultivators possessed physical capabilities far superior to ordinary individuals, the vigor stemming from their abundant life force meant their energy consumption was staggering. Crossing the 6-day threshold, the limit for ordinary people, would exponentially amplify the negative effects of sleeplessness on cultivators. Thus, the limit for practitioners in the three realms of mortal flesh typically ranged from 7 to 8 days. This marked the first danger period of practicing the spiritual technique. Furthermore, there existed a second danger period, reaching the limit and entering the void state while compressing spiritual awareness to condense spiritual seeds. At that juncture, the fatigue would be even more profound. However, once one embarked on the void state, there would be no turning back. Should one succumb to sleep, their Niwen palace would shatter, resulting in instant demise. Only by enduring and successfully condensing the spiritual seed would the danger be entirely averted. Tang Chen scrutinized the records within the spiritual technique, his brows furrowing slightly that he harbored concerns that if his talent for cultivating spiritual awareness was excessively strong, extending his endurance too long might hinder his cultivation progress. For one would inevitably find themselves in a state of extreme fatigue during the later stages, making it challenging to focus on elevating their realm. Lost in thought, a thunderous revelation struck him, illuminating his mind. The ancient tower of time and space. This extraordinary spiritual treasure seemed capable of accelerating the process. Within the first layer of the ancient tower of time and space, the flow of time was slowed. Though time outside remained unchanged within the tower's space, one truly experienced the passage of time. 3 days inside equated to 1 day outside. With this realization, Tang Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He exhaled a breath of stale air and withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip. Bang! The self-destruction formation inscribed upon the slip activated, shattering it into numerous fragments, erasing the recorded spiritual technique completely. All the content was now etched in his mind, and with a casual motion, Tang Chen shattered the jade slip fragments into powder. Thus commenced the preparatory training for refining spiritual awareness and condensing spiritual seeds. Chapter 13, Understanding and Planning for the Time that Followed. Tang Chen would not sleep, but he was also eager to discover his own limits. How many days could he endure? Only after successfully consolidating the spirit seed can one formally commence the cultivation of the spiritual techniques. Therefore, Tang Chen temporarily set aside the spiritual techniques and took out the jade slip gifted to him by his senior brother, Zhou Xin. This jade slip contained a comprehensive account of the Feiyu sect, akin to an encyclopedia of the sect. Now that he had become a disciple of the Feiyu sect, it was indeed necessary for him to acquire a general understanding of it. Tang Chen quickly immersed his mind into the jade slip. Division of the sect. The entire Feiyu sect is divided into 7 distinct regions: Feiyu Mountain, Seven Peaks District, Trading District, Secret Realm District, Treasure Vault District, Internal Affairs District, and Battle District. The Feiyu Mountain region is the central area of the sect. Characterized by a peculiar mountain that resembles an inverted feather, it serves as the abode of the 7 Peak Masters, as well as the sect leader and deputy leader. The Seven Peaks District refers to the 7 mountains surrounding it, each representing one of the sect's major factions, where the disciples of each lineage reside. The Secret Realm District houses the various secret realms of the sect, while the Treasure Vault District serves as the sect's repository, storing a variety of cultivation techniques, martial arts, spiritual herbs, and spiritual treasures. The Trading District, as its name suggests, is the area designated for commerce, where any disciple of the Feiyu sect may set up stalls to barter or exchange spiritual stones. Additionally, this district features various shops established by the sect, such as places for revelry and pursuits of pleasure, all of which offer superior quality compared to those in the outer Feiyu city, provided one possesses ample spiritual stones or contribution points for expenditure. However, for most disciples of the Feiyu sect, the most significant location within the Trading District is a building known as the Trial Pavilion. The Trial Pavilion is where tasks are officially posted. Various missions are issued here by the sect or individuals, and upon accepting and completing these tasks within the specified time, one can earn contribution points. Gold and silver serve as the universal currency among ordinary mortals, while spiritual stones are the common currency among cultivators, and contribution points function as the internal currency of the Feiyu sect. Within the sect, contribution points have a multitude of uses. They can be used to purchase items in the Trading District or exchange for spiritual stones and gold and silver. The exchange rate is such that 10 contribution points equate to 1 upper-grade spiritual stone, 10 middle-grade spiritual stones, or 100 lower-grade spiritual stones. Furthermore, contribution points can be exchanged in the Secret Realm District for the qualifications to enter secret realms for cultivation, or used in the Treasure Vault District to acquire desired treasures. The remaining 2 regions are the Internal Affairs District and the Battle District. The Internal Affairs District is where the sect handles finances, diplomacy, and internal affairs. The previous council hall is located here. The Battle District serves a straightforward purpose: combat. The Feiyu sect encourages its disciples to engage in battles and practice, thus hosting numerous arenas reinforced by special formations. Personal grievances and sparring can all be resolved here. After familiarizing himself with the division of regions, Tang Chen continued reading. The jade slip contained exceedingly detailed information, encompassing various aspects of the Feiyu sect. His eyes swiftly scanned the contents, and he soon found a section that piqued his interest: the introduction of notable figures within the sect. This document listed many individuals renowned within the Feiyu sect. At the forefront was a name: Pei Jinshan, the current leader of the Feiyu sect, and the 4th leader since its founding, with his exact realm of cultivation remaining a mystery. It is customary for significant figures among the sect's upper echelons to keep their specific levels of power undisclosed. However, there are rumors that shortly after Pei Jinshan assumed leadership a century ago, he effortlessly slaughtered several ferocious beasts of the spirit manifestation realm in the Chiri Mountain range, that if he could easily slay beasts of the spirit manifestation realm back then, how terrifying must his strength have become after almost 100 years? The mere thought is staggering. Following sect leader Pei Jinshan, the peak masters of the 7 peaks are He Meng of the Battle Peak, Gao Yuan of the Law Peak, Hong Weiyou of the Symbol Peak, Wang Yun of the Tool Peak, Yin Ryu of the Pill Peak, Jiang Ming of the Beast Peak, and the long-absent master of the Wild Peak, Wei Yong. The specific realms of these 7 individuals are also not detailed, but conjectures suggest they are all at the pinnacle of the spirit manifestation realm. Beneath the 7 peak masters are the 100 elders of the Feiyu sect. As Tang Chen's gaze swept over the names, although most were unfamiliar, he did recognize too that the first was the elder guardian Louis Dao, hailing from the Battle Peak lineage, possessing the 5th level of the spirit manifestation realm. and one of the sect's peak powerhouses. The second was his rather unconventional master, Gu Chonglong, the sole disciple of the Wild Peak Master and the current elder of the Wild Peak, at the pinnacle of the innate realm. The introduction concluded with a particular note. This old man is timid and lecherous, fond of peeping at the female elders and disciples of the sect while they bathe. All women are advised to keep their distance. Upon reading this highlighted remark in the jade slip, Tang Chun was rendered speechless. Such a master was indeed a source of embarrassment. With a resigned shake of his head, he refrained from further examining the introductions of the elders and focused his attention on the list of young talents within the sect. There were 2 lists in total, the Feiyu ranking and the 3 realms top 100 ranking. The Feiyu ranking consists of 100 positions, open only to disciples of the Feiyu sect who are at the life and death realm or above. And aged under 50, that the strongest individual ranked first is named Lan Xian, hailing from the Battle Peak lineage, and is the direct disciple of Peak Master He Meng, at 28 years old. He is at the 7th level of the Spirit Embryo realm. With extraordinary talent and unmatched combat prowess, hailed as the first genius of the Feiyu sect. Su Muzhou ranks 2nd, also a direct disciple of the Law Peak Master, age 30 and similarly at the 7th level of the Spirit Embryo realm. His strength is equally terrifying and he is recognized as Lan Xian's archrival. Lin Qing ranks 3rd, from the Battle Peak lineage, age 30, at the 6th level of the Spirit Embryo realm. Lu Mo ranks 4th. From the Pill Peak lineage, age 27, at the 6th level of the Spirit Embryo realm. Tang Chen quickly discovered the name of his second senior sister, Fu Yun. Fu Yun ranks 9th, hailing from the Wild Peak lineage. Age 25, at the 3rd level of the Spirit Embryo realm. The earlier remark by the Elder Guardian about her qualifications placing her among the top 10 of the sect was indeed not unfounded. Her talent is truly formidable. As for his senior brother Zhou Shen, he ranks much lower, nearly at the bottom of the Feiyu ranking. Zhou Shen ranks 99, from the Wild Peak lineage, age 32, at the life and death realm. After reviewing the Feiyu ranking, Tang Chen proceeded to browse the 3 realms top 100 ranking. This list includes 100 individuals aged under 30, all of whom are geniuses within the mortal realm's 3 stages. The first on the list is named Jinin, hailing from the Symbol Peak lineage, reputed to be the strongest among those in the 3 realms of mortals, age 24, at the 8th level of the Star Extreme realm. The descriptions of the disciples listed in the 3 realms top 100 ranking are much more detailed than those in the Feiyu ranking, even outlining their preferred combat styles. Is a disciple of the Symbol Peak. Jinin excels in the art of spirit talismans. It is said that despite being at the Star Extreme realm, he possesses an exceptionally high talent for spirit talismans, allowing him to craft talismans capable of inflicting damage equivalent to that of the life and death realm. Such an ability alone is enough for him to look down upon most Star Extreme realm cultivators. Continuing to peruse, Tang Chen noted that among the top 70 talents in the 3 realms top 100 ranking, nearly all have entered the Star Extreme realm, while only those ranked from 70 to 100 are at the innate realm. However, even at the very bottom, a disciple named Fan Yun from the Symbol Peak Bosa realm at the 6th level of the innate realm. As for his 3rd senior brother Yuan Xiao, he was conspicuously absent from the rankings, and Tang Chen had no expectation of finding that individual. Their TO encouraged the disciples of the Feiyu sect to strive for excellence and diligently cultivate. The sect provides rewards to those who make it onto the rankings. The 3 realms top 100 ranking is divided into segments of 10, that the first segment, encompassing ranks 1 to 10, receives an additional reward of 10 contribution points per month from the sect. The second segment, ranks 11 to 20, receives 9 contribution points, and even the 10th segment, which includes ranks 91 to 100, is granted an additional contribution point monthly, equivalent to 10 lower-grade spiritual stones. Moreover, the top 3 ranked disciples will receive special rewards. The 3rd ranked disciple is awarded 1 opportunity per month to enter the spiritual chi secret realm, 1 low-grade martial technique, and 1 low-grade spiritual treasure. The 2nd ranked disciple receives 2 opportunities per month to enter the spiritual chi secret realm, 1 middle-grade martial technique, and 1 middle-grade spiritual treasure. The 1st ranked disciple is granted 3 opportunities per month to enter the spiritual chi secret realm, 1 high-grade martial technique, and 1 high-grade spiritual treasure. The 3 realms top 100 ranking is updated monthly, and if a disciple retains their ranking after the update, the top 3 will receive additional rewards. such as special pills that reduce the difficulty of cultivating in the life and death realm, or powerful spirit talismans crafted by the symbol peak. In summary, the rewards are exceedingly generous, making Tang Chen's heart race with excitement. What is most crucial for cultivation? Resources. Even the most exceptionally gifted super genius requires a substantial amount of cultivation resources. When resources are sufficient, strength improves rapidly. When they fall short, even the greatest talent struggles to fully manifest. Thus, obtaining a place on the Three Realms' top 100 ranking is undoubtedly of great importance. As Tang Chen contemplated, he swiftly perused the Jade Tablet and soon found the detailed challenge rules for the rankings. Upon entering the innate realm and having more than 10 contribution points in hand, one may challenge a member of the top 100 list. Each challenge requires a wager of 5 contribution points that, if successful, the challenger replaces the challenged in the ranking and acquires both parties' wagered 10 contribution points. Conversely, if unsuccessful, the challenged ranking remains unchanged, and they receive the 10 contribution points wagered by both. After a considerable time, Tang Chen finally finished reading the entire content inscribed on the Jade Tablet and exhaled a breath of stale air. It appeared that he needed to enter the innate realm as soon as possible and devise a way to accumulate 10 contribution points. That he shook his head slightly, silently reflecting that although he could currently engage in battles against practitioners at the second level of the innate realm, he was still not qualified to challenge the top 100 list of the Three Realms. The prerequisites were clear. Enter the innate realm and 10 contribution points were essential conditions. The requirement to enter the innate realm was not particularly difficult. With the assistance of the ancient Tower of Time and Space, Tang Chen was confident he could break through in no more than 3 days. However, the condition of 10 contribution points was far more complex. Disciples at the acquired realm received only 1 contribution point from the sect each month, and even upon entering the innate realm, they could only obtain 2 contribution points per month. Besides trading, the fastest way to acquire contribution points was singular: to venture to the trial pavilion and undertake tasks. After some contemplation, Tang Chen promptly established his plans for the forthcoming period, to refine his spiritual awareness while swiftly breaking through to the innate realm. Then proceed to the trial pavilion to accept tasks and earn sufficient contribution points. Following that, he would launch an assault on the top 100 list of the Three Realms. However, prior to that, he had several matters to attend to, namely, to head to the administrative area and the secret repository to claim his sect uniform and new disciple benefits. Every newcomer to the sect was entitled to receive a uniform free of charge, along with a personal spiritual treasure. Yet, obtaining the uniform was merely a formality. Acquiring the spiritual treasure was of paramount importance. Each new disciple was granted a singular opportunity to enter the spiritual treasure secret realm. The introduction to the spiritual treasure secret realm had been detailed in the Jade Tablet that Tang Chen had studied. As its name suggests, this realm contains countless unclaimed spiritual treasures. However, to acquire these treasures, one must ascend a staircase known as the suspended treasure ladder within the secret realm. This staircase is imbued with a miraculous formation, which exerts dual pressure on the practitioner's physical body and spiritual essence once stepped upon. The higher one climbs, the greater the pressure becomes. However, correspondingly, the quality of the obtained spiritual treasures also increases. According to the recorded data, the current prodigy of the Feiyu sect, Lan Xian, holds the record for the suspended treasure ladder since the sect's inception, having ascended a full 368 steps. Naturally, the rewards were substantial. He ultimately acquired a peak-level mysterious spiritual treasure, garnering the envy of countless individuals. Repeating the number 368 in his mind, Tang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. How many steps could he climb? What quality of spiritual treasure would he obtain? He had previously possessed a high-level mysterious spiritual sword, but after being expelled from the Qiyang sect, everything had been confiscated, including that sword. The highest grade spiritual treasure he currently possessed was a low-level fish intestines short sword, which he had acquired from Fan Hai. However, now residing in the Feiyu sect, he dared not use it, fearing trouble if a familiar face of Fan Hai were to spot him. Thus, he urgently required a suitable spiritual treasure. With this thought, Tang Chen ceased to hesitate, stowing away the Jade Tablet, and stepping out of his small abode, in the courtyard. Tang Shui was playfully frolicking with Fu Yun. The icy aura emanating from Tang Shui seemed to captivate her immensely, prompting this usually taciturn ice queen to engage in such antics. Tang Shui clung to Fu Yun like an octopus, and upon spotting Tang Chun, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Brother, sister Fu smells delightful. Tang Chun instinctively turned to follow her gaze, just in time to witness the little girl speaking while rubbing against Fu Yun's bosom. The ample curves shifted in response to her movements. Fu Yun's gentle smile abruptly froze, and she cast a chilling, suffocating glare at Tang Chun that I saw nothing. Tang Chun hurriedly averted his gaze, maintaining a straight path as he walked ahead. Swear, if you're tired from playing, go into the house and rest for a while. I have to step out to Tang Shui cheerfully nodded. Are you preparing to go to the spiritual treasure's secret realm? As Tang Chun passed by, Fu Yun's icy voice suddenly resonated. Tang Chun paused his steps, nodding slightly. The pressure from the suspended treasure ladder will impose significant strain on both your spiritual essence and your Naiwan palace. Fu Yun calmly advised, know your limits. Do not overexert yourself, for it may affect the refinement of your spiritual seed. At your current level, the benefits of a spiritual treasure are not as pronounced. There's no need to rush. You can wait until you've accumulated sufficient contribution points to exchange for another opportunity to enter the spiritual treasure secret realm. Tang Chun was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her words, but he soon expressed his gratitude with a soft, thank you for the reminder, senior sister. Fu Yun merely responded with a nonchalant and did not pursue further conversation. After bidding farewell to the two women, Tang Chun departed from the Wild Peak and made his way towards the administrative area. The Feiyu sect was vast, and even with his speed, it took him nearly half an hour to arrive. Unlike the bustling atmosphere of other regions, the administrative area was rather tranquil, with scarcely a soul in sight. Following the guidance of the Jade Tablet, Tang Chun quickly located the Welcome Pavilion. The pavilion was overseen by an elder of the sect, who appeared to be in his 60s, dozing in a rocking chair. As the pavilion typically saw little foot traffic, the elder initially greeted Tang Chun with enthusiasm upon noticing a visitor. However, when informed that Tang Chun had entered the Wild Peak lineage, his expression shifted from surprise to one of deep resignation, as if he had abruptly lost interest in continuing the conversation. After following the regulations and receiving a uniform and an identity token, he promptly closed the door behind Tang Chun. Disciples from the Seven Peaks wore uniforms of different colors based on their respective factions. For instance, disciples from the Fu Peak donned white robes, while those from the Wild Peak wore black robes. This robe also served as a defensive spiritual treasure, albeit of low quality. Merely classified as a low-level yellow-grade spiritual treasure, it provided some protection against ordinary blades and elemental attacks, but offered little defense against assaults from practitioners of the acquired realm. Despite its low grade, the robe was quite exquisite. Once donned in the black attire, Tang Chun found that it suited his temperament remarkably well. The identity token he received bore a striking resemblance to the one he had previously acquired from Fan Hai, made of jade and entirely emerald green, except that the characters on its face had been altered from Fu Peak to Wild Peak. After collecting his uniform and identity token, Tang Chun did not linger in the administrative area, but headed straight for the secret repository. However, along the way, he encountered numerous disdainful and contemptuous glances, all due to the black robe representing the Wild Peak lineage. Though Tang Chun felt displeasure, he had little recourse. After all, the Wild Peak lineage was the least favored among the sections. Fortunately, the distance between the secret repository and the administrative area was not far. And before long, he stepped into the repository. Before him lay an enormous square of black stone. Though vast, the square was empty, save for 7 portals shimmering with spiritual light, arranged in a linear formation at the center. Not far from these portals, 2 sect elders were seated, meditating with their legs crossed. Tang Chun stopped before the 2 elders. Bowing respectfully, new disciple Tang Chun pays his respects to the 2 elders. The 2 elders slowly opened their eyes and regarded Tang Chun. Both were white-haired with white beards, appearing quite aged, yet their gazes were sharp and penetrating, brimming with an indomitable vigor. Under their scrutiny, Tang Chun felt as though he were being stripped bare, leaving him quite uncomfortable. The Wild Peak lineage. Upon noticing Tang Chun's black robe, the 2 elders displayed surprise. One gaunt elder exclaimed, "The Wild Peak actually has a new disciple." Tang Chun nodded slightly. "Goodness, old Chun, has it really been over 3 years since that peculiar new disciple from the Wild Peak last came here?" The other, shorter elder expressed his astonishment. "Without a doubt. The peculiar disciple he referred to was Yuan Xiao. The gaunt elder Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it has been a while. Quite the rarity. Quite the rarity indeed. The shorter elder scrutinized Tang Chen with a frown. Then sighed. You possess a vigorous vitality and decent aptitude. What a pity. Elder Chen sighed as well. There's nothing to be done. I heard that several peak masters have been at odds lately. One could say this lad is rather unfortunate. Let us not dwell on such matters. Old Wu, you handle the reception. With that, he closed his eyes once more, refusing to elaborate further. Why must I always be the one to entertain ordinary disciples? When those sect prodigies arrive, you old coot are more enthusiastic than anyone. Elder Wu grumbled as he rose, turning to Tang Chen. You should be aware of what entering the spiritual treasure secret realm entails. Yes, Tang Chen nodded. To ascend the suspended treasure ladder. Good, just do your best. Elder Wu replied casually. If you can't endure, simply choose a spiritual treasure to recognize as your own. The teleportation formation within the secret realm will activate accordingly. Understood. Tang Chen bowed deeply in gratitude, and Elder Wu, not one to waste words, approached the second portal, which shimmered with ethereal light. Raising his hand, he formed a hand seal, and a spiritual energy palm imprint swiftly coalesced before him. Striking the center of the portal, with a resonant hum, the portal quivered slightly before erupting in brilliant radiance. Elder Wu gestured, Little one, step inside. Tang Chen hurried forward and stepped through the portal, his figure vanishing entirely amidst the surging spiritual light. After a fleeting sensation of weightlessness, he found himself in a space rich with spiritual energy. This realm was not vast, and the most striking feature was a suspended azure stone staircase ascending into the air, known as the suspended treasure ladder. On either side of each step, numerous misty light orbs floated and sank in the void, emanating waves of spiritual energy. Gazing across the spectacle, the countless orbs resembled a vast starry sky, quite magnificent. The Qiyang sect did not possess a similar secret realm, and Tang Chen felt a surge of curiosity as he observed while making his way toward the suspended treasure ladder. After a brief moment, without lingering too long, Tang Chen stepped onto the first step. There was no peculiar sensation, akin to climbing an ordinary staircase, that he continued to ascend with remarkable speed, soon reaching the 50th step. Yet, as his foot landed on the 50th step, a surge of pressure abruptly manifested in the void, pressing directly towards him. Tang Chen's body sank slightly, and the dantian at his brow quivered gently. However, this sensation lasted but an instant before fading away. For Tang Chen, such rudimentary pressure posed no significant challenge. Without hesitation, he ascended further, with each step intensifying the invisible pressure just a fraction more. 52, 53, 54, 55. Tang Chen's pace remained relentless as he climbed higher. Having entered the secret realm, his objective was to acquire a spiritual treasure of satisfactory rank. Below the 50th step, all treasures were merely low-grade yellow-tier artifacts. No better than refuse. From the 51st step onward, the treasures on either side transformed into mid-grade yellow-tier artifacts, yet this still fell short of Tang Chen's expectations. His footsteps echoed within the treasure realm as he rapidly reached the 100th step. From this point on, the pressure surged to a new level, and the treasures alongside the staircase became high-grade yellow-tier artifacts. Continuing his ascent without pause, Tang Chen's speed slightly diminished after reaching this pivotal 100th step. As the noticeably increased pressure began to take its toll, it was then that he truly understood the sensation of being simultaneously pressured both physically and spiritually. Every ounce of his flesh and bone felt as though it had been infused with metal, rendering him significantly heavier than before. Even the simplest of movements required several times the usual strength. The pressure on his spirit primarily emanated from his dantian, which resided at his brow. The very seed of human spirit as Tang Chen climbed higher, the pressure on his dantian escalated, causing it to tremble slightly. Each tremor felt as though a fine silver needle were piercing his skull, though not painfully. It was persistently vexing. Nevertheless, this was far from exceeding Tang Chen's limits. Standing on the 100th step, he paused for a brief moment, allowing his body to fully acclimate to the pressure before resuming his ascent. During his climb, he also took note of the spiritual treasures floating alongside the staircase. It appeared that for every 50 levels ascended, the quality of the spiritual treasures would accordingly rise. Moreover, regardless of their level, The treasures emitted potent waves of energy, most surpassing the artifacts available in the external market. The disparity in strength among artifacts of the same tier arises from the skill of the craftsman, the materials used, and the methods of refinement. For instance, a mid-grade yellow-tier artifact crafted by a renowned master would undoubtedly outperform one created by an ordinary craftsman. Clearly, the treasures within this secret realm were refined by the Qi Feng lineage, boasting superior quality compared to those found outside. In contemplation, Tang Qin progressed to the 151st step that a surge of overwhelming pressure bent his knees momentarily. Yet he straightened again almost instantly. The pressure here would likely prove challenging even for a typical postnatal ninth realm cultivator. Feeling the strain, Tang Qin mused that the postnatal realm is fundamentally about honing the physical body. Yet even among cultivators of the same realm, there exists a variance in physical strength. Those with weaker bodies might struggle to perform significant movements on this level. However, this posed little trouble for Tang Qin. Once the foremost prodigy of the Qiyang sect, his innate talent and resources far surpassed those of ordinary cultivators. Thus, his physical strength exceeded that of the average practitioner, despite having been rendered powerless and bearing many internal scars. His solid foundation remained intact. Now, having recultivated the postnatal realm, his physical strength had advanced even further. Adapting quickly to such levels of pressure, Tang Qin soon found it less burdensome. Turning his gaze to the treasures floating alongside the staircase, he observed various styles of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, and more, glistening with a faint radiance. While these treasures remained yellow-tier artifacts, their quality had clearly ascended to a new echelon compared to those between the 100th and 150th steps. This should be what is referred to as the pinnacle of yellow-tier artifacts. After a moment of examination, Tang Qin reached this conclusion. Typically, artifacts crafted by ordinary artisans are classified into 3 tiers: low, mid, and high. However, if the crafting techniques are sufficiently refined, an artifact can attain the highest quality within its respective tier. Such artifacts, while inferior to those of the next tier, represent the apex of their own tier, often referred to as pinnacle artifacts. Some pinnacle artifacts, if wielded by a sufficiently powerful cultivator, can unleash might comparable to that of a low-tier artifact from the next tier. For ordinary cultivators, possessing a pinnacle yellow-tier artifact is a coveted dream. Even among the elite disciples of the Fei Yu sect, the majority who enter the treasure realm acquire artifacts of this caliber. Artifacts of the next tier, the mysterious tier, are generally accessible only to the top talents listed among the 3 realms elite. Yet for Tang Qin, such artifacts were still insufficient. He sought to ascend further. Contemplating this, he gradually advanced. Creak! At the moment his foot struck the step, a cacophony of crackling sounds echoed from his bones. The invisible needle piercing his dantian seemed to grow thicker, inflicting a sensation of pain even upon Tang Qin. Yet in the next instant, he steadied himself completely and continued his ascent. Meanwhile, outside the treasure realm, Elder Wu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, gazing at the portal representing the entrance to the treasure realm. The portal shimmered with flowing light, yet no figure emerged. Elder Wu's brow furrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "Time is running short. Why hasn't that young one from the Huangfeng lineage emerged?" Beside him, Elder Qin, still with his eyes closed, spoke calmly. At this point, he should be stuck at the 151st step. Elder Wu nodded in understanding. Every ordinary disciple entering the treasure realm typically spends considerable time at this stage, as the pressure at the 151st step is nearly their maximum capacity. However, the treasures obtainable from the 51st step onward are pinnacle artifacts. With such treasures within reach, any normal person would strive to seize the opportunity. Elder Qin, do you believe this young man can ascend past the 151st step? Elder Wu inquired with a smile that I observed his physique earlier. His vitality is robust, significantly stronger than that of ordinary disciples. His talent is commendable. Elder Qin replied casually, he should be capable, that we will know the result in half an incense's worth of time. All disciples attempting to climb the 151st step typically do not exceed half an incense's worth of time, that if they have not ascended by then, it indicates that their best efforts are futile. The 150th step is their limit, and it is time to concede. Indeed, Elder Wu nodded slightly. Choosing not to elaborate further, he resumed his waiting, refraining from further meditation, as he anticipated Tang Qin's exit from the realm. After half an incense's worth of time, he would need to close the portal to the treasure realm. Within the treasure realm, on the seemingly endless suspended treasure ladder, Tang Chen continued his ascent. At this moment, he had successfully reached the 251st step. Beginning from the 200th step, the number of floating treasures on either side had noticeably diminished, as they were all mysterious tier artifacts. From the 251st to the 300th step, the number of treasures was even scarcer, with only a handful of precious mid-grade mysterious tier artifacts visible. The spirit sword Tang Chun had used while at the Qiyang sect belonged to this very grade. In the realms governed by the Qiyang sect, any disciple granted the privilege to wield a mid-grade mysterious tier artifact would undoubtedly be regarded as a top-tier genius. Gasping for breath, Tang Chen's forehead was lined with veins, his expression reflecting the strain he was under. The pressure on this level of the staircase was simply overwhelming. Even someone as strong as he was experiencing a crimson flush across his body, a consequence of ruptured capillaries beneath his skin. As his physical body sustained injuries, the pressure on his Naiwan palace was far beyond what it had been previously. Tang Chen could distinctly sense that the entire Naiwan palace was trembling violently. The previously slender needle seemed to have transformed into a robust iron rod, mercilessly pounding within the Naiwan palace. With each strike, a resounding thunder echoed in his mind, causing his head to throb painfully. The frequency of these blows was nearly dozens of times with each breath. The pain was excruciating. Tang Chen furrowed his brow. Gasping for breath, he slightly hunched over, remaining stationary while frantically channeling his spiritual energy to counteract the pressure. After a while, it seemed that his body and the Naiwan palace had finally begun to adapt to this immense pressure, and the pain was not quite as intense. Just as Tang Chen intended to continue ascending the steps, he suddenly recalled something and paused. With such overwhelming pressure here, could it be utilized to refine his physical body? In the postnatal realm, refining the physical body primarily involves unblocking the meridians, starting from the Naiwan Palace point at the center of the forehead to the Yongquan point at the soles of the feet. There are a total of 365 main meridians. Ordinary cultivators achieve the pinnacle of the postnatal realm after unblocking all 365 meridians, allowing them to condense their spiritual sea and begin their pursuit of the innate realm. However, the human body possesses not only these 365 main meridians, but also an additional 355 auxiliary meridians. Some exceptionally gifted cultivators, after unblocking the 365 main meridians, go on to unblock several auxiliary ones as well. The more meridians that are opened, the higher the quality of the condensed spiritual energy. An ordinary cultivator opens 365 meridians. A typical genius usually opens 415. While super geniuses often surpass 500.as for someone like Tang Chen. A prodigy of the highest caliber, he had unblocked a total of 660 meridians during his previous peak in the postnatal realm. According to the records in the Jade Slip, the first genius of the Feiyu sect, Lan Xian, had also unblocked a remarkable 658 meridians during the postnatal realm, closely rivaling Tang Chen. Since Tang Chen's 660 meridians were already interconnected, his task upon re-entering the postnatal realm was merely to cleanse the waste from within these meridians using spiritual energy. Thus, after resuming his cultivation, his rate of breakthrough was exceptionally swift. Although he was currently in the 7th level of the postnatal realm, he had already unblocked a substantial 400 meridians. Once he thoroughly cleansed all 660 meridians, he would reach the pinnacle of the postnatal realm and could begin condensing his spiritual sea. Tang Chen initially planned to claim the spiritual treasures and then enter the ancient time tower, striving to cleanse the remaining meridians in one go while simultaneously refining his spiritual consciousness and condensing his spiritual seed. However, feeling the immense pressure in this place, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. With the pressure causing his entire spiritual energy to be in a boiling state, resisting external forces, would controlling his spiritual energy to cleanse the meridians under such pressure accelerate the process. The more he pondered, the brighter his eyes shone. Other cultivators, upon reaching this level, were subjected to dual torment of spirit and body, leaving them with no energy to utilize this pressure to open their meridians. Yet he was different. Despite the discomfort, he could withstand it and still had plenty of strength left. He believed it was worth a try. Without hesitation, Tang Chen began to operate the Shiwan Daoju, channeling his spiritual energy. With a rush, the already boiling spiritual energy within him surged forth under his deliberate control, swiftly flowing towards a meridian that had yet to be cleansed. Under the influence of the pressure, the speed of the spiritual energy surged more than twice as fast as usual. Almost instantly, this meridian was cleansed, transforming from its original dull state to a vibrant glow. However, the consequence of diverting his focus to control the spiritual energy was that the pressure on his physical body intensified. Tang Chun stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Yet upon completing the cleansing of this meridian, his physical body instantly grew stronger, allowing him to quickly regain his footing. The pressure on his body was also slightly reduced. It truly works. Tang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, radiating brilliance. Chapter 16. Did this boy truly succeed? Before entering the secret realm of spiritual treasures, he had never considered this. Now that he had discovered it, he was determined to make the most of it. Tang Chen immediately resolved not to continue ascending the treasure-laden steps, but instead sat cross-legged on the 251st stone step to begin his cultivation. He would utilize the pressure of this place to accelerate the cleansing of his meridians and strengthen his physical body. The sound of surging spiritual energy echoed like a mighty river, continuously emanating from Tang Chen's body as he rapidly cleansed one meridian after another. Outside the secret realm, in the square, why hasn't he emerged yet? Elder Wu frowned, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the secret realm. A considerable amount of time had passed since the incense stick had burned, yet Tang Chen still had not exited. Calculating the time, it had been an hour and a half since he entered the secret realm of spiritual treasures. Elder Chun, who had been meditating in silence, finally opened his eyes at this point. He too recognized that something was amiss. Old Wu, what on earth is going on with that boy? Elder Chun inquired gravely. How would I know? Elder Wu shot back, his irritation evident. Having guarded the secret realm for many years, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. Just as the two elders exchanged perplexed glances, a voice filled with curiosity interrupted, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. At the entrance of the Blackstone Square, several disciples clad in white robes approached in a group, all disciples of the Fu Peak. Among them were 7 or 8 individuals with a strikingly handsome and charismatic young man at the center. He was the one who had just inquired, "Its Guyu?" Upon sighting this disciple, Elder Chen's face broke into a smile. He is a newly emerged genius from the Fu Peak in recent months, having already stepped into the innate 4th level at such a young age. Soon, he is highly likely to break into the top 100 of the 3 realms. Elder Chun had always favored the sect's talented disciples, hence his favorable impression of Guyu. Elder Chun, Guyu greeted with a warm smile. Bowing respectfully, "It's nothing much." Elder Chun waved his hand dismissively. "There is a newcomer who entered the secret realm of spiritual treasures that has been an hour and a half, yet he still has not come out." A newcomer? Guyu and his companions were taken aback. Could it possibly be that guy named Tang Chun who just joined the sect today? Someone in the crowd murmured, realizing the connection. Tang Chun? Guyu's brow furrowed slightly that he had been in his cave dwelling for cultivation and had only recently emerged, so he had not heard of Tang Chen's exploits. That guy defeated dozens of postnatal guards in front of the mountain gate at noon and then produced some token. After which he was taken to the internal affairs area by the elder in charge of the sect's protection and subsequently joined our Feiyu sect. One disciple explained. After a pause, he scoffed, "But this guy is incredibly unfortunate, being directly assigned to the Wild Peak lineage." Upon hearing the phrase Wild Peak, Guyu's expression darkened. Wang Kong's silence. Another disciple from Fu Peak frowned and spoke up, "Do you not know that senior brother Gu has a vendetta with that waste?" Yuan Xiao? Why would you mention that lineage in front of him? The disciple named Wang Kong shrank back, his expression awkward. "Senior brother Gu? It's fine." Guyu waved his hand, his expression regaining composure. Though a hint of malice flickered in his eyes, that he did indeed have a grudge with Yuan Xiao. Yuan Xiao was a gambler, who often ventured to the battle zone to set up gambling tables for the outcomes of arena matches. Months prior, during a sparring session, he had made a wager against Guyu, openly betting on his defeat. To Guyu's dismay, he actually lost. Since then, it seemed Yuan Xiao took pleasure in mocking him, always rushing to set up bets against him whenever he sparred with others, consistently wagering on his loss. Although Guyu had won the majority of his arena matches, he was still thoroughly annoyed by Yuan Xiao's antics. Everyone regarded him as a genius, yet Yuan Xiao contradicted that narrative. Unable to endure any longer, Guyu issued a challenge to Yuan Xiao for a duel in the arena. However, there were regulations within the sect that allowed one to refuse a challenge without reason up to 3 times. except in cases of being challenged for a ranking. Only after 3 refusals was one obliged to accept the challenge. Furthermore, the challenger had to wait 3 days before issuing another challenge after being refused. Despite these rules, disciples of the Feiyu sect were generally combative, and it was rare for anyone to refuse a challenge. Nevertheless, Guyu had challenged Yuan Shio twice within 6 days, only to be publicly rejected on both occasions. More importantly, during this period, Yuan Shio continued to set up gambling tables betting on Guyu's losses during his sparring matches. His behavior was utterly shameless. Suppressing his inner rage, Guyu feigned a smile and said, "Elders, could it be possible that this Tang Chun is so overconfident that he was crushed to death by the pressure of the treasure-laden steps?" Hearing this, both Elders Chun and Wu were taken aback. It indeed seemed plausible. Otherwise, it was hard to explain why he had not emerged after such a long time. However, if he truly were crushed to death by the pressure of the treasure-laden steps, it would be a stain of disgrace, as such an incident had never occurred since the founding of the sect. Contemplating this, Elders Chun and Wu felt increasingly restless. Which secret realm do you wish to enter? Come and pay your contribution points. After sending you in, I will investigate the situation of that boy. Elder Wu spoke solemnly to Guyu and the others. Elder, there's no rush, Guyu replied with a smile. Waving his hand, you check first. We are also quite concerned about our junior brother's situation, that he harbored deep resentment towards the wild peak lineage, and if this newcomer named Tang Chun truly met his demise under the pressure of the treasure-laden steps, it would bring him immense satisfaction. The remaining disciples of Fufeng nodded in agreement. Elder Wu was too disinterested to meddle in the grievances among these disciples. His only concern was whether Tang Chun had encountered any mishap. If something were indeed amiss, both he and Elder Chun, the 2 elders responsible for overseeing the secret realm, would be unable to absolve themselves and would face punishment. Elder Wu turned his gaze towards Elder Chun, and the 2 exchanged a knowing look, both nodding in unison. Amidst the onlookers, including Guyu and others, the 2 elders stepped toward the entrance of the Lingbao secret realm, promptly beginning to form seals. 2 handprints swiftly took shape and were infused into the entrance. With a low hum, the portal trembled, and in the next instant, a shimmering screen materialized above, resembling rippling water. Scenes from within the Lingbao secret realm began to unfold upon it. As the crowd focused intently, they soon beheld Tang Chun seated cross-legged upon the stone steps, seemingly engrossed in closed-eye meditation. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his muscles were taut, drenched in sweat as if he were enduring immense pressure. However, he was not dead. Both Elder Wu and Elder Chun simultaneously exhaled in relief, their previously anxious hearts now at ease. This fellow must be on the 150th step, striving to ascend to the 151st. One of the disciples from Fufeng speculated quietly. Although the secret realm did not allow for precise observation of an individual's current step, one could infer it from their climbing speed and duration. It should be, Guyu interjected, his tone laced with faint sarcasm. But after all this time, he hasn't ascended. Anyone else would have given up long ago. This junior disciple is truly persistent, that he did not believe that Tang Chun had surpassed the 151st level, as that was already the limit for ordinary disciples. Brother Gu, if I recall correctly, you reached the 203rd step on your first attempt at the suspended treasure ladder. Did you not? A voice emerged from the crowd behind him. Guyu nodded slightly, his expression exuding pride. Brother Gu is indeed formidable. After someone praised him, they pointed at Tang Chun on the screen and mockingly remarked, "Look at this waste, lacking Brother Gu's talent. He still insists on squandering time here, stubbornly persisting. One might call it dedication. But frankly, it is mere foolishness." The crowd erupted in laughter. The lineage of Huangfeng has always been this way. Elder Wu and Elder Chen shared a slight shake of their heads. Finding some agreement with the words of the Fufeng disciples that as elders, they should not encourage strife among the sect's disciples, yet this Tang Chun was exceedingly incompetent. Weakness itself is not frightening, but weakness coupled with a lack of self-awareness is truly terrifying. Should we call this lad out? Elder Wu inquired, glancing at Elder Chun, his tone tinged with irritation. Elder Chun replied calmly, "Let us wait a moment longer. Grant him one final opportunity to try." They could not ascertain Tang Chun's exact position, but they would never have guessed that he had already climbed to the 251st step to in the secret realm. Upon the suspended treasure ladder, Tang Chun remained blissfully unaware of the multitude observing him. At this moment, he was immersed in the exhilarating sensation of cleansing his acupoints. After a brief period of cultivation on the 251st step and completing the cleansing of 20 acupoints, he realized that the pressure at this level had entirely lost its efficacy. With each acupoint he illuminated, the strength of his physical body surged dramatically. As his strength increased, the pressure naturally diminished. Thus, Tang Chen adopted a mode of simultaneous climbing and cultivation. At this juncture, he had ascended to the 350th step. The luminous orbs floating on either side were countable by both hands, all high-grade spiritual treasures of the Xian tier. With a hum, as he completed another acupoint cleansing within his body, Tang Chen finally opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with exhaustion, yet the fluctuations of spiritual energy within him were several times stronger than before he entered the secret realm. At this point, he had successfully completed the cleansing of a full 600 acupoints, and his realm had broken through to the 9th layer of the postnatal realm. Just 60 more acupoints needed cleansing for him to truly reach the pinnacle of the postnatal stage. Tang Chen reined in his thoughts, silently assessing the pressure of the 350th step. Although the pressure from the Mud Pill Palace was still exceedingly formidable, he had completely adapted to the strain from his physical body. This intensity could no longer accelerate the cleansing of his acupoints. He needed to climb further. Without hesitation, Tang Chen braced himself against the pressure and slowly rose to his feet, then took a step forward. Bang! The moment his right foot landed on the 351st step, a violent dual pressure surged forth as anticipated. In that instant, Tang Chen felt an excruciating pain in his head, his mind swirling into a chaotic haze. His body began to crack, blood staining his black robe. His eyes turned crimson as he let out a beast-like roar. Enduring the pressure, he moved his left foot once more, after swaying several times. He finally steadied himself, successfully stepping onto the 351st step. With no time for elation, Tang Chen gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain in his head and began to mobilize his spiritual energy to cleanse the remaining 66 acupoints. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the onlookers gazed at the scene within the luminous screen, their mockery unabated. He barely managed to reach the 151st step. He pales in comparison to our brother Gu. There's simply no basis for comparison. Truly a waste. Chapter 17. A new record, the spirit's sword-broken blade. Guyu scoffed, and as he beheld Tang Chen step onto the 151st step, a surge of murderous intent stirred within him. However, he quickly regained his composure and, listening to the jeering remarks around him, spoke indifferently. To reach the 151st step and obtain a pinnacle yellow-tier spiritual treasure, this junior disciple Tang's aptitude is indeed commendable. Once he emerges, you few should engage in some sparring, and perhaps offer him some guidance. Among the crowd, several disciples at the postnatal stage nodded in agreement, a strange cold smile appearing on their faces. Sparring, guidance. It was well known that immediately after climbing the suspended treasure ladder, both body and spirit were at their most fatigued. The Guyu's suggestion to seek out Tang Chen for sparring at this moment was all too transparent. Those who were familiar with Brother Gu's temperament understood him well. He was particularly vindictive and held grudges. Had it not been for the sex regulations prohibiting challenges across different realms, he would undoubtedly have taken to the arena himself to guide this Tang Chen thoroughly. Elder Wu, he is about to emerge. Prepare yourself, Elder Chen began, ready to instruct Elder Wu to close the Lingbao secret realm. Yet before he could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his voice faltered. Almost simultaneously, everyone else fell silent, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. For within the suspended screen, Tang Chen had once again lifted his foot, preparing to ascend. Damn, he really is a fool. One of the disciples from Fufeng snapped back to reality, mocking him. The pressure of the suspended treasure ladder increased with each step. If it was this challenging to transition from the 150th to the 151st, how could this waste possibly think he could climb higher? It was simply beyond his capabilities. Elders Wu and Chun found the situation amusing as well. Having guarded the secret realm for centuries, they had never encountered someone so resolutely stubborn that no, even stubborn was an understatement. It was sheer obstinacy. A smile reappeared on Guyu's handsome face as he taunted. Let us not jump to conclusions too soon. What if junior brother Tang surpasses his limits once more? No sooner had he spoken than Tang Chen's trembling right foot landed upon the step. Instantly, he stood firmly atop it, although the screen displayed only images without sound. It felt as though the thud of his footfall echoed in everyone's minds that I in that moment, including the two elders. Everyone stood frozen in shock. What was happening? The pressure at the 152nd step was undoubtedly stronger than that of the 151st. How could this fellow, who had dawdled so long between the 150th and 151st steps, so effortlessly step onto the 152 ND? Could it be that he truly benefited from Gu Yu's well wishes? His aptitude was indeed commendable. The crowd collectively turned their gaze toward Gu Yu, their expressions peculiar. Gu Yu's face darkened, feeling as though he had been soundly slapped across the face. Damn. Once this fellow emerges, I will ensure he is rendered useless. He roared inwardly. Within the Lingbao's secret realm, after stepping onto the 352nd step, Tang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. The pressure here, while stronger than before, was still limited as he continued to cleanse his acupoints. The resistance grew increasingly formidable, and the additional pressure was no longer sufficient to accelerate the process. I must continue ascending. Tang Chen made a swift decision. He would not leave until he had thoroughly cleansed all 660 acupoints. Creak, creak. His bones cracked as he once again slowly raised his foot. Though the climb was arduous, he remained resolute, continuing his ascent of the suspended treasure ladder. Outside, a chorus of disbelief erupted. He still intends to climb? Has he lost his mind? The crowd was utterly astounded. Having all traversed the suspended treasure ladder, most had only managed to reach the 150th step, fully aware of the immense pressure it imposed on both body and soul. Did the difficulty decrease for Brother Gu after the 151st step? Someone quietly posed the question. That Gu Yu remained silent, his face dark as night. Upon seeing his expression, the crowd understood the answer. Elder Chun. What on earth is happening with this lad? Elder Wu gazed at the screen, watching Tang Chen laboriously lift his foot, his brow furrowed in concern. Unclear, Elder Chen replied, shaking his head slightly, murmuring, at this speed. He shouldn't have been stuck at the 150th step for so long. Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. Just moments ago, a fleeting image flashed across the luminous screen. Its rapidity was such that none of the onlookers, including Elder Wu, noticed it. Only he managed to capture a brief glimpse. Yet in that fleeting instant, he questioned whether he had seen correctly. How could that blade-shaped spiritual treasure possibly appear at over level 150? Elder Chen's countenance remained serene, but within, he was engulfed in an overwhelming shock that he doubted his own perception. However, the spiritual treasure that had just flitted by was crafted by Wang Yun, the master of the Qi Peak, a profound-tier pinnacle spiritual treasure. Elder Chen had been present when Wang Yun forged it, leaving an indelible impression on his mind that if memory serves, that blade-shaped spiritual treasure was situated at the 352nd level of the suspended treasure ladder. Elder Chen murmured internally. Could it be that a terrifying thought surfaced in his mind, only to be immediately dismissed? Impossible. How could that be? It is utterly inconceivable. That is the 352nd level. One must remember, the sect's top prodigy, Lan Xian, had only just managed to ascend to the 368th level after expending an entire day to do so with great difficulty. Yet now, how much time had elapsed since Tang Chen entered the secret realm? Merely 2 hours. Elder Chen, who had previously thought Tang Chen was taking too long, now felt that the time was far too short. Old Chen, what is the matter with you? Elder Wu inquired, noticing his unusual expression. Elder Chen snapped back to reality, realizing his lapse of composure, and his expression quickly returned to normal. It's nothing that I hope I was just seeing things that he genuinely could not believe it, and could only comfort himself internally. Amidst the suspended screen, Tang Chen continued his ascent. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he climbed yet another level, although each attempt was shaky and appeared exceedingly arduous. As if he would tumble at any moment, he ultimately managed to steady himself. Standing firm like an indomitable T, oh why did I end the vast square? Silence enveloped the crowd. No one dared utter a word. All held their breath, their eyes fixed on the screen, eager to witness the limits of Tang Chen's capabilities. That it hurts. It hurts so much that the 365th level of the suspended treasure ladder. Tang Chen swayed as he steadied himself. His consciousness blurred by pain. That moment. His hair was disheveled. His skin cracked in multiple places, and blood flowed incessantly, that he resembled a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, grotesque and fearsome. Within him, 660 acupoints remained, with only 5 yet to be cleared. At this stage, he had already achieved his goal and could have chosen to abandon the climb. The remaining 5 acupoints merely required some time spent within the ancient tower of time and space to be opened completely. However, having ascended this far, Tang Chen was unwilling to relent. The 368th level was Lan Xian's record, and he was resolute in his belief that he could surpass it. He was engaged in a fierce battle with Lan Xian, as well as with himself. Upon confirming that the pressure at the 365th step had reached a point where he could no longer accelerate the clearing of acupoints, Tang Chen strained to open his blood-soaked eyes. Climb! A guttural roar, akin to that of a beast, erupted from his chest. He pressed forward, beginning his ascent once more. With each slight movement, he felt as though his leg bones might shatter, and the agony within his dantian was tumultuous. Yet his steps remained slow yet resolute. 366, 367, 368, 369. The moment he set foot on the 369th stone step, the fissures in his skin widened, blood gushing forth. Yet he felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. Lan Xian's record had been shattered. As for the acupoints, only one remained unrefined. Tang Chen laboriously lifted his gaze, fixing it upon the stone steps ahead. At this point, he could produce no sound, only silently repeating in his heart, I, Tang Chen, born without father or mother, my fate has been fraught with sorrow. Yet, through my own talent and effort, I became the foremost prodigy of the Qiang sect. Subsequently, my dantian shattered, my cultivation was rendered void. I fell from the heights to the depths, faced scorn from my master, mockery from the masses, betrayal from my beloved, and expulsion from the sect. None of these tribulations have led me to despair or abandon hope. Merely a few stone steps, what are they to me? As Tang Chen's heart roared with resolve, he resolutely lifted his leg once more. Bang! The moment he raised his leg, the flesh of his calf exploded, revealing the stark white of bone. Yet he felt no pain, continuing to resist the overwhelming pressure. At this juncture, the pain had become numbed. He was entirely sustained by sheer willpower in the outside world. Within the square, Elder Wu furrowed his brow as he observed the scene on the screen and asked in a deep voice, Old Chun, is the pressure below level 200 really this immense? Elder Chun did not respond, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. At this moment, he was too exhilarated to utter a word. Upon witnessing the instant when Tang Chen's calf flesh ruptured, he was utterly convinced he had not misperceived. This young man was not beneath level 200. He had surpassed Lan Xian, ascending to the 369th level. With a postnatal cultivation level, he had reached such heights, an unparalleled genius, even more formidable than Lan Xian. One must remember, Lan Xian had initially entered the spiritual treasure secret realm after reaching the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation and opening 658 acupoints, thus creating the fearsome record of 368 levels. Yet Tang Chen had only achieved the 7th level of postnatal cultivation. What kind of prodigy is this? Just the thought of it made Elder Chen's heart tremble. In the luminous screen, Tang Chen's legs were now reduced to mere bone. But his right foot had already stepped onto the stone step. Immediately after, under the unwavering gaze of the crowd, his left foot slowly followed suit. Gradually, it came to rest upon the stone step. His body trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of collapsing under the pressure. Yet after several stumbles, he managed to stabilize himself. Then, he slowly raised his right arm, extending his palm. With a whoosh, the solitary orb of light on the right side of the stone step instantly transformed into a stream of luminescence. Drawn into his palm, the radiance dissipated. A broken spiritual treasure, severed and lacking a blade tip, appeared before everyone's eyes. Was that the broken blade? The profound tier pinnacle spiritual treasure left behind by the founding ancestor. Wasn't this sword located at the 370th level? In the Blackstone Square, Elder Wu's thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder, reverberating through the air. Everyone stood in a daze. 370 each level. Wasn't Tang Chen just climbing the 151st level? Even if he ascended a few more levels, he should be around the 170th level. How could he possibly reach the 370th level? Gu Yu and the others were utterly incredulous that it was simply impossible. Yet on the other side, damn, I thought your complexion was off, Old Chun. You've known all along. Haven't you? Elder Wu's face flushed crimson, unable to restrain his expletive that I didn't dare confirm it. Elder Chen's voice trembled as he spoke, his heart brimming with joy. The sect had produced another genius who could rival Lan Xian. This was monumental news. Buzz. Just as the two conversed, the entrance to the spiritual treasure's secret realm suddenly radiated with light. Simultaneously, a corresponding portal appeared within the realm. Tang Chun, gritting his teeth to endure the excruciating pain, lifted his foot to step through, and in the next instant he found himself back in Blackstone Square. The moment he emerged, the tension in his nerves finally relaxed, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. In the next moment, Elder Chen appeared behind him, reaching out to support him while channeling warm, spiritual energy into his body. Old Wu, where's that tiger saliva healing pill? Quick, get it out! Elder Chen bellowed as he nurtured Tang Chen's grievous wounds with his spiritual energy. The tiger saliva healing pill. The name left the others momentarily stunned, only to be followed by expressions of envy. This was the most prestigious third-grade healing elixir, exceedingly precious. Even a severely wounded star-level cultivator could recover significantly after consuming just one. However, Elder Wu showed no reluctance and immediately rushed forward. Here it comes, he struck his storage pouch, producing a palm-sized jade vial. Upon uncorking the vial, a refreshing aroma wafted forth, enveloping all in a comforting embrace. Without hesitation, Elder Wu poured the tiger saliva healing pill into Tang Chen's mouth. Whoosh! The pill dissolved upon entry, its pure medicinal essence swiftly coursing through Tang Chen's body, enveloped by Elder Chen's spiritual energy. The effects of the third-grade healing elixir were astonishing, as the lacerations on Tang Chen's body vanished almost instantaneously. Even the injuries to his internal meridians and bones began to mend rapidly. The two legs, now reduced to mere bones, saw flesh regrowing at an astonishing rate. Thank you, elders. Tang Chun, suppressing the excruciating pain in his head, bowed in gratitude. Although the wounds on his flesh had healed, the medicinal power of the tiger saliva healing pill could not mend the injuries to his dantian. Just as he had stepped onto the 370th stone step, he had felt a tremendous pressure in his forehead, nearly causing it to burst. Fortunately, he had managed to endure. Not only did he shatter Lan Xian's record, but he also acquired a pinnacle spirit treasure of the Xian rank. Now, having turned misfortune into fortune, he has consumed a Huyin Diaoling Dan, a third-grade elixir of terrifying potency. Even though his injuries have been fully healed, he has utilized less than one-third of its effects. The remaining power has been refined by Elder Chun with gentle spiritual energy, now concealed within Tang Chen's limbs and bones. For some time to come, this residual power will continue to nourish his physical form, greatly benefiting him. No need. Elder Wu waved his hand, then inquired with palpable excitement, "Did you truly ascend to the 370th level of the suspended treasure ladder?" Tang Chen nodded slightly. Upon exiting the secret realm, he had noticed the shimmering screen in midair, understanding that everyone had been closely monitoring his movements, rendering any need for concealment unnecessary. "How many acupoints have you opened?" Elder Chen asked, equally exhilarated, unable to suppress his curiosity. Although his cultivation allowed him to forcibly pry into Tang Chen's secrets, such an action would be disrespectful. After a brief contemplation, Tang Chen replied candidly, 660 acupoints. Instantly, the Blackstone Square fell into a profound silence. Including the two elders, everyone was rendered speechless. 660 acupoints, two more than Lan Xian. It was only then that Elders Wu and Qin realized that Tang Chun had indeed stepped into the pinnacle of the postnatal 9th level, a mere step away from the innate realm. From the moment he entered the secret realm until now, merely 3 hours had passed. He had directly advanced from the postnatal 7th level to the 9th level pinnacle. Even the two seasoned elders were left speechless, parched with shock. Elder Chen opened his mouth, yearning to ask, "How did you achieve such rapid breakthroughs in such a short time?" Yet after exchanging a glance with Elder Wu, he ultimately refrained from speaking. Every cultivator harbors their own secrets, especially one as prodigious as this. That on the other side, Senior Brother Gu, should we still contend with him? Wang Kong, a disciple of the Fu Peak, gazed at Tang Chun, unable to suppress a gulp, stammering his inquiry. The Ji Yu's face darkened, nearly dripping with rage. Then on what grounds? He is merely a waste who has entered the wilderness peak. How can he open 660 acupoints? How can he ascend to the 370th level? How can he possess a pinnacle spirit treasure of the Xian rank? How can Elder Wu feed him a Hu Yin Diao Ling Dan? At this moment, Gu Yu's heart was filled with intense fury, resentment, and jealousy. Why should he not? He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. You are also at the 9th level pinnacle, yet he has opened 660 acupoints. Wang Kong muttered that in the postnatal realm, the more acupoints one opens, the stronger the physical body becomes, thus enhancing combat prowess. No one could fathom the true might of a postnatal 9th level with 660 acupoints. Nor did they wish to test it. Fool! Gu Yu's eyes burned with rage as he hissed. He just recently broke through. His realm is not yet stable. Furthermore, the suspended treasure ladder not only targets the physical body, but can also inflict damage on the soul. His mind is likely in disarray. What is there to fear? Wang Kong remained apprehensively anxious. What if he refuses to accept the challenge? At this moment, would he? Gu Yu coldly retorted. Everyone paused, then quickly grasped his meaning. Though reluctant to admit it, Tang Chun was indeed a peerless genius, and all that transpired today would inevitably spread throughout the sect. The suspended treasure ladder would serve as a stage for fame. At the height of his renown, he would certainly not wish for rumors of cowardice to circulate, in other words, Gu Yu's actions effectively forced him into a corner, leaving him no choice but to respond to the challenge. What a cunning scheme! Observing Gu Yu's twisted expression, the crowd collectively entertained this thought, yet they could not deny that such tactics were often the most effective against prodigies. Very well. Wang Kong gritted his teeth and readily agreed. He then stepped forward, addressing Tang Chun. Tang Chun, disciple of Fu Peak, Wang Kong challenges you to a duel. Do you dare to fight? Tang Chun, who was about to examine the spirit treasure he had obtained, paused at the words, glancing towards the source of the voice. He soon noticed Gu Yu and his group staring at him with deep-seated resentment. The two elders. Who are they? Tang Chun inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. The disciple from Fu Peak is named Gu Yu. He has had a dispute with your senior brother Yuan Xiao, Elder Wu explained, bringing Tang Chun to a sudden realization. Nonsense. Tang Chun had just ascended the suspended treasure ladder. Engaging in combat was unwise. Elder Chun scolded sternly that he held a great admiration for geniuses, and in his eyes, Gu Yu and his ilk were mere dregs compared to Tang Chun. Thus he naturally sought to protect the latter. Moreover, he was well aware of the immense pressure the 370th level of the suspended treasure ladder exerted on the Naiwan Palace. Although Tang Chun's physical injuries had healed, his spirit was likely at its weakest. His combat strength was virtually non-existent. Elder, Wang Kang's challenge seems to follow the customary procedure, does it not? Gu Yu retorted coldly. Will the elder interfere in the disciples' duel? Though he was reluctant to offend the elder who oversaw the secret realm, he recognized that failing to incapacitate Tang Chun now might leave him with no opportunity in the future. Elder Chen's face darkened, unable to counter his argument. While Gu Yu and his companion's challenge was indeed despicable, it did not violate any regulations, and thus he could not prevent it. Refusal. Elder Wu's voice resonated in Tang Chen's ears. They are trying to provoke you. If you fall into their trap, they will undoubtedly go all out. Elder, can disciples of the sect engage in a life-and-death match? Tang Chen queried without response. Elder Chen replied tersely, we are all disciples. In a fight, the severity of one's strikes is variable. Casualties are common. And even if it results in death, only a minor punishment will follow. That's so. Then it is well. Tang Chen nodded in understanding, then turned to Wang Kong, declaring, I accept the challenge. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu and his companions were instantly elated. Kid, have you lost your mind? Elder Chen exclaimed anxiously. You have just emerged from the spirit treasure secret realm. How can you fight? It does hurt quite a bit. Tang Chen admitted, pinching his aching brow, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Yet in the next moment, a smile unexpectedly graced his ashen face. But they are openly declaring their intent to kill me. Must I simply endure? Elder Chen's urgency intensified. You can avoid the fight. Thank you for your kind intentions, but it is unnecessary. Tang Chen waved his hand dismissively. It suffices to deal with these individuals. After casually storing the pinnacle spirit treasure of the Xian rank into his storage bag, he strode toward Wang Kong and the others. Although his soul was severely injured, causing him considerable pain and unsteady steps, his tone remained light and carefree, foolish. Elder Chen's ire flared, yet he was powerless to intervene. Tang Chen's dismissive remarks fell upon Gu Yu and the others' ears, causing their expressions to darken, their gazes filled with a desire to rend him asunder. However, Tang Chen's feeble appearance brought them a sense of hidden delight. It seemed the pressure of the 370th level of the suspended treasure ladder had indeed inflicted an unbearable wound upon his soul. As the crowd pondered, Tang Chen staggered closer, without glancing at Wang Kong. His gaze fell directly upon Gu Yu. You wish to eliminate me, do you? It was evident that the disciples of Fu Peak were led by Gu Yu. Feigning surprise, Gu Yu then smiled lightly. What are you saying, junior brother Tang? We have never seen a genius who has opened 660 acupoints. Out of curiosity, we merely wish to spar and see the extent of the gap between us. Tang Chen scoffed, no longer wishing to engage in further dialogue. He simply walked toward the exit of the Blackstone Square that as he brushed past. Gu Yu's smile evaporated in an instant. Then, in a voice as soft as a whisper, he instructed Wang Kong, use your full strength, eliminate him. Once accomplished, I will repay you thrice the sex penalty. Chapter 19, Apologies I couldn't hold back. Wang Kong was taken aback for a moment, then greed flickered in his eyes as he nodded vigorously. Observing Tang Chen's state, it seemed his soul was gravely injured that I in such a condition. Even if the opponent was a genius with 660 opened acupoints, his combat strength would be severely diminished, that he felt highly confident in his ability to kill him. Gu Yu departed first, heading towards the battle zone, and the rest of his group followed suit. Elder Chen, what should we do? Elder Wu inquired solemnly, watching the figures vanish from sight. Tang Chen's talent is on par with Lan Xian. We cannot afford any losses. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Chen gritted his teeth and declared, you guard the secret realm. I will head to Feiyu Mountain and report this matter to the Peak Masters. Elder Wu nodded in agreement. Very well. Elder Chen ceased further discussion, transforming into a streak of light, dashing toward the central Feiyu Mountain to end the battle zone, as soon as Tang Chen set foot into the area. He was met with a cacophony of rampant spiritual energy fluctuations and surging vitality. Around him, the sounds of shouts, the clashing of metal, and the explosive air filled the atmosphere. Gazing across the numerous massive arenas, he spotted many disciples of the Feiyu sect engaged in fierce sparring, the commotion astounding. Junior brother, what brings you here? A familiar voice called out, and Tang Chen turned to see Yuan Xiao rushing toward him. His face alight with surprise that he was carrying a bulging storage bag, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Someone has issued a challenge to me, Tang Chen replied casually. Yuan Xiao paused, astonished at a challenge. Who would be so heartless as to seek trouble with you right after you joined the sect? Tang Chen's expression remained calm as he tilted his chin towards the entrance of the battle zone. Yuan Xiao looked over and caught sight of Gu Yu and his group, advancing with an intimidating presence. His complexion immediately changed. Damn, it's that scoundrel. What grievance does he have with you? Tang Chen inquired curiously. Previously, Elder Chen had only mentioned that there was some animosity between the two, without elaborating further. It's nothing much. He just placed a few bets against me during my competition and then refused my challenge twice. Yuan Xiao replied, a hint of disdain in his tone. He then shifted the subject. Why would they seek you out for a duel? I'm not sure, Tang Chen responded nonchalantly. They were already here when I emerged from the Lingbao's secret realm. Upon hearing Lingbao's secret realm, Yuan Xiao paused, suddenly realizing that Tang Chen's face was deathly pale, incredibly weak, that he hurriedly asked, your complexion is off. How many levels did you climb on the Xianbao ladder to be so severely injured? Tang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Not many. It's nothing severe. Even so, it must have wounded your soul. You should simply refuse the battle. Yuan Xiao said solemnly that Jiu is a petty man who holds grudges. He means you no good, especially in your current state. Tang Chen interrupted him directly. I have already accepted the challenge. Yuan Xiao was taken aback, shaking his head repeatedly. Junior brother, this is foolish. What business do you have playing around with them? It would be much better to refuse the duel. You can always seek revenge later when your spiritual techniques have improved. Tang Chen shook his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. He had no enmity with Gu Yu and his gang, yet they were intent on putting him to death. That in this context, the two sides had become mortal enemies. You here too, you useless fool? Gu Yu also spotted Yuan Xiao, and a fierce expression surfaced on his handsome face. The battle zone eyes into your family's property, if you can come. Why can't I? Yuan Shio retorted coldly. The Yu sneered. It's good that you're here. You can witness your junior brother's demise firsthand. Wang Kong, step onto the stage. Wang Kong, who stood behind him, nodded and swiftly ascended the platform. Postnatal peak 9. Yuan Shio discerned Wang Kang's cultivation level at a glance. That Gu, my junior brother, is only at postnatal 7. You're being 2. He inadvertently glanced at Tang Chun and abruptly stopped speaking. Horrified to find that his junior brother, who had been at postnatal 7 just a few hours ago, had now stepped into postnatal peak. What speed is this? Yuan Shio was momentarily stunned, but then burst into hearty laughter. Postnatal 7 against postnatal peak 9. I initially lacked confidence in Tang Chun, but now I feel a bit more assured. Regardless of the outcome, at least my junior brother and his opponent are on the same level. Yuan Shio looked at Guyu with a cold smirk. The next moment, his voice rang out, "Everyone, let the betting begin." Damn, that bastard. Guyu's grudge against Yuan Shio arose precisely from this moment. Seeing the latter employ the same trick again ignited a surge of anger within him. However, this anger quickly transformed into delight. This fool has no idea what Tang Chun has endured. When he sees his opponent killed by Wang Kong, his expression will surely be priceless, with a cold smile. Guyu declared, "I bet 50 contribution points on Wang Kang's victory." This figure startled the onlookers. The contribution points granted by the sect each month were pitifully scarce, and the quickest way to earn them was by undertaking tasks at the trial pavilion, most of which only awarded 1 or 2 contribution points. Accumulating 50 contribution points would take an eternity. Guyu was essentially betting his entire fortune. Yuan Shio was taken aback and then glanced at Tang Chun, who was staggering onto the platform, his expression darkening, that he couldn't shake the feeling that Guyu seemed to be well prepared, as if he was certain Tang Chun would lose. "What, afraid to place your bets?" Guyu asked with a mock smile. "That I can't be bothered to play games with a treacherous person like you. I'm not placing any bets." Yuan Shio felt increasingly suspicious and, after a moment of contemplation, gritted his teeth and urged, "Junior brother, something feels off. Just refuse the fight." On the platform, Tang Chun noticed the worried expression on Yuan Shio's face, and warmth surged within him, despite his brother's occasional lack of sense. He was genuinely a good person. Flashing a smile at him, Tang Chun waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. Junior brother seems quite confident." Yuan Shio was caught in a dilemma. After pondering for a while, he finally gritted his teeth and shouted at Tang Chun, "Then I'll trust you this time. You need to put up a fight." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to Guyu and coldly stated, "I am opening the betting, 50 contribution points." Guyu laughed even more heartily upon hearing this. Not only could he eliminate Tang Chun, but he would also earn a hefty sum from that fool Yuan Shio. Truly a 2-for-1 deal. The surrounding disciples who had gathered to watch began to swarm towards them. Many were placing bets in the battle zone, but a wager of 50 contribution points was exceedingly rare. Meanwhile, on the stage, Tang Chun forced himself to endure the intense pain in his head as he steadied himself. Not far away, Wang Kong had also ascended the platform. Without any unnecessary chatter, he clapped his storage pouch, and 10 spirit talismans transformed into streams of light. Buzz! The brilliance erupted as the 10 spirit talismans morphed into 10 massive palm prints, crashing towards Tang Chun from all directions with tremendous force. The surrounding disciples watching were horrified, stunned into silence by this spectacle. Each spirit talisman released a wave of spiritual energy equivalent to a full-force strike from a postnatal peak 9 practitioner. To unleash 10 right off the bat. Was Wang Kong insane? Not to mention the value of 10 spirit talismans, he was clearly intent on killing. Yuan Shio was also dumbfounded, his face turning ashen. What had Tang Chun done to provoke Guyu? After launching the 10 spirit talismans, Wang Kong was not done. He stomped his foot and leaped towards Tang Chun. Another spirit talisman appeared in his palm. "Fool, why must you enter the Arid Peak faction?" he sneered as the talisman shot forth, coalescing into a fierce tiger that lunged at Tang Chun's head. That a total of 11 spirit talismans sealed off all of Tang Chun's escape routes. The talismans flew at breakneck speed, almost reaching him in the blink of an eye. Yet in the face of such a ferocious onslaught, Tang Chun's expression remained unfazed. Wang Kong was unaware of what would happen after the 660 meridians were opened. Tang Chun, however, was acutely aware, for he had once reached that level. The circumstances of that day mirrored the present situation. He had just connected the 660 acupoints and stepped into postnatal peak 9. The difference was that on that occasion, he had faced a 3-level innate crimson-eyed tiger from the Cheery mountain range. The final outcome was that he had not employed a shred of spiritual energy. Relying solely on his physical strength, he had torn the crimson-eyed tiger apart. As Tang Chen contemplated, the 11 talisman-formed attacks had completely enveloped him. Terrifying ripples of spiritual energy exploded outward from his body, shrouding him in smoke and dust, instantly swallowing him whole. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd that on the platform. Wang Kong and Gu Yu both bore cold smirks. Yuan Xiao, however, was pale and speechless, staring blankly at the engulfing dust cloud. Gu Yu felt an immense sense of satisfaction, casting a grin in Yuan Xiao's direction. Useless. You can give me the contribution points now. Yet, before he could finish, a thunderous sound reverberated from the platform. A black arrow pierced through the dust cloud, hurtling towards Wang Kong with an astonishing velocity. Boom! He hadn't even had time to evade before being struck squarely in the chest. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed clearly in the ears of everyone present. Wang Kang's body flew backward like a rag doll, crashing onto the stage. A horrifying blood hole appeared where his heart once was, gaping wide and clear, the heart within reduced to pulp. Wang Kong didn't even have time to scream before he met his demise. Silence fell around the platform. Countless eyes mechanically shifted to the spot where Wang Kong had just stood, only to realize that the black arrow, which had been so swift, was none other than Tang Chen himself. His black robe was torn in several places, tattered and ragged, yet the flesh revealed beneath the rips bore no injuries, only numerous red marks that he had endured the 11 spirit talismans in the eerily quiet surroundings of the platform. Someone stammered, their voice laced with disbelief, that on the stage, Tang Chen calmly retracted his bloodied hand. He then rubbed his throbbing forehead while locking his gaze onto a certain someone. Gu Yu, surrounded by numerous disciples. His face ashen. The next moment, Tang Chen's lips curled into a grin that I apologize. I didn't restrain myself. Chapter 20. A breakthrough on the spot. Battle with Gu Yu. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a faint scent of blood. As they gazed at Wang Kang's lifeless body with its ghastly wound, the surrounding crowd fell silent, trembling in fear. Tang Chen's nonchalant words, akin to swatting a mere fly, sent shivers down their spines. Though the doctrine of the Feiyu sect advocates for its disciples to engage in combat practice with one another, it remains a rare occurrence for such encounters to result in fatalities within the arena. Even on the few occasions it has happened, it was indeed due to the unpredictable nature of martial arts, where one simply could not hold back. Yet, who would believe Tang Chen's claim of losing control? However, Wang Kang's immediate unleashing of 11 spirit talismans upon entering the arena clearly indicated his intent to eliminate Tang Chen. It was only due to his inferior skills that he met with such a swift retribution. Consequently, while the spectators were filled with trepidation, none dared to cast blame upon Tang Chen. They were merely in awe of his formidable strength to withstand 11 talismans, each equivalent to a full force strike from a peak postnatal 9th stage practitioner. Not only unscathed, but also to annihilate Wang Kong in a single move, such a terrifying feat. Could the former Lan Xian have achieved this? Below the arena, Yuan Xiao gazed at Tang Chen's silhouette in a daze. He felt no joy from earning contribution points. Aside from his shock, only anxiety lingered. Wang Kang's demise was undoubtedly deserved, and the sect would not impose severe punishments for such matters. However, the Talisman Peak lineage was known for its fierce protection of its own. Moreover, Wang Kong was evidently under the influence of Gu Yu. Who was Gu Yu? A newly risen genius of the Talisman Peak, currently the most promising disciple with aspirations to break into the top 100 of the 3 realms. He was held in high regard. With Tang Chen so brazenly slapping him in the face, it was clear he would not simply let it go. Furthermore, there was the matter of Tang Chen's identity. He hailed from the Huangfeng lineage, the least favored among the sects, and no one would stand up for him. With these thoughts, Yuan Xiao's worry deepened. Sure enough, as soon as his thoughts arose, Gu Yu's furious voice echoed throughout the area. Tang Chen, how dare you openly murder a fellow disciple? Wang Kong merely sought to spar with you, and yet you resorted to such lethal force on your very first day in the sect. Do you even regard our Feiyu sect with any respect? His face was a stormy shade of iron, his roars unrelenting. The Jiyu you had initially planned for Wang Kong to challenge Tang Chen. and should he falter, to send another in his stead. Even if it took a war of attrition, he intended to wear Tang Chun down. Yet he never anticipated that Tang Chun, having opened 660 acupoints, would possess such terrifying combat prowess, effortlessly dispatching Wang Kong. The plan was now in disarray. Now his only recourse was to act as the aggrieved party, seizing the moral high ground. Did I end the arena? Tang Chun surveyed the agitated Gu Yu with calm composure, stating, I have already explained that it was merely a failure to hold back. Whatever punishment the sect deems fit, I shall accept. However, before any punishment is administered, I wish to fulfill Senior Brother Gu's wish. Tang Chen's words left the crowd momentarily stunned. Did not Senior Brother Gu mention that several of your fellow disciples were eager to spar with me? His gaze slowly swept over Gu Yu and his companions. Before beckoning with a finger, come forth. This time I assure you, I shall strike only to the point that as he spoke, a strange smile crept upon his pale visage, a smile that instilled profound fear in the hearts of the onlookers. You, and you? Tang Chun pointed at several disciples of the Talisman Peak standing beside Gu Yu. The faces of those he indicated turned ashen, instinctively taking a step back. What nonsense is this? Wang Kang's corpse lies nearby, still warm. With 660 acupoints opened, a peak postnatal 9th-stage practitioner was a suffocating force. Even if their souls were injured, they were not opponents for these ordinary disciples. I do not wish to. Tang Chun shook his head slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. Did I end the next moment? His gaze locked on a Gu Yu. If that is the case, then Senior Brother Gu, you shall come forward? The crowd erupted in astonishment. By this point, it was evident that Gu Yu and his entourage held some grudge against Tang Chun. Yet, while Tang Chen's killing of Wang Kong was already a significant affront, he now openly provoked all those surrounding Gu Yu. And now, he directly invited Gu Yu to battle. This was audacious to an extreme. Though Tang Chun was powerful, Gu Yu was a first-stage innate practitioner, a recently renowned genius of the Talisman Peak. His combat strength was far beyond that of ordinary practitioners of the same realm. To challenge him was akin to courting death. As these thoughts surfaced in the minds of the spectators, a flicker of apprehension appeared on Gu Yu's otherwise grim face. The next moment, he straightened his chest and coldly replied, the sect has regulations. Only those of the same realm may challenge one another. You have merely just stepped into the peak of postnatal 9th stage. You lack the qualification to challenge me. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Everyone was taken aback by his declaration. They had anticipated that Gu Yu would respond with fury to Tang Chen's blatant provocation. However, they never expected him to invoke the disparity in realms as his defense. While Gu Yu spoke the truth, invoking such a reason clearly indicated his retreat. Feeling the strange gazes around him, Gu Yu's expression shifted from a pale iron to a deep shade of black that he wished to retort. Yet after witnessing Tang Chen's ferocity firsthand, he lacked the confidence to do so. However, the gazes of the onlookers were intolerable. Ultimately, he coldly added, I, Gu Yu, do not fear you. Rather, I simply do not wish to bully the weak. Come challenge me after you break through to the innate realm. I shall respond to any challenge without fear. He calculated meticulously. Tang Chun had just broken through to the peak of postnatal 9th stage, and it was unlikely he would reach the innate stage in the near future. During this time, he could intensify his training. He was already on the cusp of breaking through to the 5th stage of postnatal, and if he managed to surpass Tang Chun first, he would possess sufficient confidence to eliminate him. No matter how strong Tang Chun was, he could not possibly defeat him across 5 minor realms. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood. It turned out that Gu Yu was not afraid. He merely wished to defeat Tang Chun within the same realm. Talents are inherently proud, and it was natural for him to harbor such thoughts that it was not fear but disdain. As the disdainful gazes directed at Gu Yu began to dissipate, one disciple of the Talisman Peak scoffed. Unless you, this waste, can break through to the innate realm right now, you won't even qualify to challenge him. I suggest you consider how to explain Wang Kang's death to the sect. Before his words could fully settle, Tang Chun suddenly sat cross-legged on the arena, closing his eyes. His actions left the crowd momentarily stunned. With a gentle wave, a faint spiritual light emanated from his body, accompanied by the sound of flowing water resonating from within him. This was the sound of spiritual energy coursing through him. Initially faint, the sound soon grew louder, transforming into a deafening roar akin to a raging river. Boom! It was as though Tang Chen concealed within him the might of great rivers, causing those who heard it to turn pale with fear. The Yu was taken aback, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. Just then, a low hum resonated, and the air above Tang Chen's head began to warp, forming a visible transparent vortex. As the vortex emerged, the surrounding spiritual energy became agitated, then surged wildly toward it. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rapidly refined into spiritual power by this vortex, accumulating ever more. Drip. When the spiritual power reached a certain density, it condensed into a droplet of spiritual liquid, which dripped into Tang Chen's body from above. Drip, 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 under the horrified gazes of the crowd. The sound of dripping spiritual liquid grew increasingly rapid. The emergence of the vortex above his head and the refinement of spiritual power into liquid was an extraordinary phenomenon indicative of a practitioner at the pinnacle of postnatal realm stepping into the innate realm, coalescing a spiritual sea. As the spiritual liquid continuously poured into his body, Tang Chen's aura intensified, growing stronger and stronger. The vortex above his head persisted for approximately half a stick of incense before gradually dissipating. Tang Chen opened his eyes and slowly rose. His complexion remained as pale as before, the pressure from the suspended treasure ladder still causing pain to his soul. Yet the aura surrounding him had multiplied in strength by several times and continued to rise. Before the watchful crowd, Tang Chen stretched his limbs, and a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed throughout the arena in that moment. His surging aura finally stabilized at the intensity of the first stage of the innate realm. Senior Brother Gu, Tang Chen turned to face Gu Yu once more. His calm voice shattered the surrounding silence. A genius like you wouldn't easily go back on your word, would you? The crowd collectively gasped, their minds echoing the same exclamation. Having just stepped into the peak of postnatal ninth stage, he had already broken through to the innate realm. Such a rapid cultivation pace was simply astonishing. Gu Yu's expression froze, his mouth twitching, yet he could utter not a single word that moment. He wished he could slap himself several times. The talisman-peaked disciple who had previously mocked Tang Chen now wore a ghostly pallor. Filled with regret, the TO breakthrough so effortlessly was simply inhuman. Senior Brother Gu. Tang Chen's gaze bore into Gu Yu, his brow slightly furrowed. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Hundreds of eyes, laden with an immense weight, fell upon Gu Yu. His expression flickered between shades of green, white, and black. After several breaths, he finally gritted his teeth and declared, I accept the challenge. Instantly, Tang Chen smiled, watching Gu Yu, his face a mask of composure as he stepped onto the arena. A murderous intent surged from the depths of his being. From the moment this fellow had instigated Wong Kong to challenge him, a deadly enmity had been forged for such adversaries. He had always adhered to the principle of striking when able. Without mercy, bang! Gu Yu slapped his storage pouch, producing two gleaming steel forks in his hands. These two low-grade mystical treasures possessed formidable power and were his strongest artifacts that he then retrieved a black spirit talisman and pressed it against his chest. Boom! In the instant when spiritual energy surged forth, the talisman transformed into a layer of spiritual armor, manifesting around him. This was the most powerful talisman he could currently concoct, capable of withstanding the full force of an innate fourth-level cultivator's attack 3 times. After completing this, Gu Yu cautiously turned his gaze towards Tang Chen. Just as he raised his head, Tang Chen's ethereal laughter echoed in his ears. It's merely a sparring match. Senior Brother Gu is being overly cautious. In the next moment, a resounding thud erupted as Tang Chen propelled himself like a black arrow, charging fiercely at Gu Yu. Chapter 21. Killing Gu Yu. The battle commenced in an instant. Hundreds of onlooking disciples gathered beneath the stage, their attention fully captivated. Who do you think will triumph in this duel? Isn't it obvious? It has to be Gu Yu. Tang Chen just broke through. He is only at the innate 4th level. I too support Gu Yu. However, I believe Tang Chen possesses a fighting chance. His physical prowess seems far superior to that of an ordinary cultivator with 360 acupoints opened, as the crowd debated. Tang Chen had already reached Gu Yu. Throwing a punch. Boom. The fist struck with such velocity that it produced a piercing sonic boom. The Gu Yu dared not be negligent, infusing spiritual energy into his dual forks. He thrust them fiercely upward, clang. The collision of fists and forks resounded, the fierce impact forcing both to stagger back several steps. Tang Chen glanced at his right fist, which bore a red mark from the steel fork. Yet, there were no wounds. The reason he used his fist was to gauge the extent of his physical strength following his breakthrough. To withstand a full-force strike from an innate fourth-level cultivator wielding a low-grade spiritual treasure was a level he found satisfactory. Continue, Tang Chen bellowed, launching another offensive with fists and feet. His strikes were executed with incredible speed, transforming into a torrential downpour of blows that enveloped Gu Yudas, a disciple of the Talisman Peak. Gu Yu was not adept at close combat, and his response speed was inferior, allowing Tang Chen to breach his defenses swiftly. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Chen's fists and feet relentlessly pummeled Gu Yu, striking against the armor forged from talismans. Although the armor did not shatter under the assault, it forced Gu Yu into a state of disarray. This scene left the spectators dumbfounded, igniting a fervor among the disciples of the Battle Peak, their scalps tingling with excitement. The disparity of four minor realms. Yet here was pure physical combat against treasures and talismans. This was what true close-quarters fighting was about. No wonder he had defeated dozens of postnatal guards before joining the sect. With such formidable hand-to-hand combat skills and terrifying physical strength, few among the over 4,000 disciples of the Battle Peak could surpass him at the same level. Boom! Following a close-range elbow strike, Gu Yu stumbled backward, nearly reaching the edge of the stage. His expression darkened, blood surging within him. The black armor forged from talismans was riddled with cracks, its brilliance dimmed to the point of imminent collapse. Tang Chen stood in place, panting heavily, his fists and feet marked with red wounds. His complexion growing increasingly pale, he was exhausted. His Niwen palace felt on the verge of exploding, but was exhilarated nonetheless. Since he resumed cultivation, this was his first truly exhilarating battle. Damn it! You worthless fool, Gu Yu, feeling humiliated to be pushed to such a state despite his 4-level advantage, let out a low growl. He retrieved a talisman from his storage bag and flung it forth. Boom! The talisman swelled with the wind, coalescing into a spiritual blade several meters long in midair, aimed fiercely at Tang Chen. As the long blade descended, Gu Yu incessantly struck his storage bag, summoning talismans one after another. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, fists, and feet that in one breath. Gu Yu unleashed nearly 20 talismans, transforming them into various attacks directed at Tang Chen. Boom! The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth erupted violently due to this terrifying display. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically, and the disciples of innate 4th level and above grew solemn. The overwhelming talismans were the hallmark of the Talisman Peak's combat style. They imagined in their minds whether they could withstand Gu Yu's onslaught if they were in his place, only to be met with bitter smiles. Such a terrifying barrage of talismans could crush even an ordinary innate 5th-level cultivator into dust. Be careful, junior brother. If you cannot withstand it, feel free to concede. Yuan Xiu urged, his expression grave. The Gu Yu was significantly stronger than Wang Kong, who had faced Tang Chen earlier. Tang Chen's expression finally turned serious. Although Gu Yu was repugnant, there was a reason he was deemed a genius. These talismans were all crafted by his own hands. Capable of killing innate 5th-level cultivators, they could no longer be met with mere physical resistance. To withstand them head-on might not lead to death, but would surely result in severe injury. As he pondered, a sudden thought struck Tang Chen in the next moment. He flipped his wrist, revealing a spiritual treasure. It was an ancient, pitch-black broken sword, severed in the middle, with intricate patterns inscribed upon it. This was the peak-level spiritual treasure obtained at the 370th step of the suspended treasure ladder. Is that the broken blade? As the broken sword appeared, gasps erupted from the crowd below the stage. What is that? A peak-level spiritual treasure only obtainable at the 370th step of the suspended treasure ladder. This sword had once belonged to the founding patriarch of the sect. It was said to have originally been a mid-grade, earth-level spiritual treasure, but was shattered in a great battle, losing much of its power and thus dropping to the peak level of the mysterious tier. Many recognized the origins of this broken blade. The sword of the founding patriarch was originally a complete mid-grade, earth-level treasure. This information was already explosive enough, but even more astonishing was the fact that Tang Chen had ascended to the 370th step of the suspended treasure ladder. He had broken the record set by the sect's greatest genius, Lan Xian. As Yuan Shio listened to the astonished gasps of the crowd and recalled Tang Chen's earlier remark of not high, he suddenly felt unwell that a myriad of emotions coalesced into a single exclamation. Damn! What manner of prodigy was this newly emerged junior brother? Why did it feel as if he surpassed even the second senior sister? Fuyun, in ruthlessness? On the stage, Tang Chen had also heard the origins of the spiritual treasure in his hand. Yet as Gu Yu's talisman attacks approached, he had no time to ponder further. Spiritual energy surged within him, exploding forth into the broken blade. Buzz! The intricate patterns on the blade glowed with a mystical light. Following this, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from the fissure of the blade, coalescing into a half-blade of brilliant golden light. The crowd below was astounded. Once the broken blade was activated, the air around it seemed to shimmer with a sharpness that stung the skin of onlookers. Tang Chen's eyes shone with brilliance as he raised the sword and swept it horizontally. At the moment the blade sliced through the air, an absolute sword intent crystallized, unstoppable and razor-sharp, capable of cleaving through all in its path. Boom! A golden sword aura, dozens of feet long, erupted from the broken blade. Slicing through the myriad talisman attacks, the stage, reinforced with formations by the powerful disciples of the Law Peak, would not shatter even under the assaults of stellar realm cultivators. Yet now, as the golden sword aura tore through, the entire stage trembled. Soon, a transparent protective formation appeared around the stage, shielding the dispersed shards of sword energy to prevent them from harming the spectators, that if these sword energies were allowed to disperse freely, it was likely that some onlookers would perish on the spot. In the next moment, the golden sword aura collided violently with the talisman attacks. Simultaneously, the spectators surrounding the stage found themselves enveloped in silence. This was due to the stage's formation. When the combatants made too much noise, the formation activated to isolate all sounds, leaving only the visuals. Yet even so, it seemed that the audience could sense the tremendous crash emanating from the stage. Both Tang Chun and Gu Yu felt blood trickling from their ears. A dazzling golden light erupted, bathing the entire stage in a golden hue, completely obscuring the figures of the two combatants. The hearts of the spectators tightened at this moment. Yuan Shio craned his neck, a look of urgency on his face, desperately trying to discern the situation within. After a brief moment, the golden light finally dissipated. Dust and smoke swirled in the air as Tang Chun and Gu Yu's figures gradually came into focus at opposite ends of the stage. Tang Chun leaned on the sword. The golden blade formed from spiritual energy at the tip of the broken blade dimmed, appearing as if it could collapse at any moment. His face was ghastly pale, and his black robe bore numerous rips, marred with wounds from the tiny sword energies that on the other side of the stage. Gu Yu's talisman armor lay utterly shattered, his robe similarly torn to shreds. His left arm had been completely severed by the ferocious golden sword energy, reduced to minuscule fragments, blood gushing forth from the wound. This was a result of the residual force after the golden sword aura obliterated all the talismans. Gu Yu's aura had dwindled to its nadir, his footing shaky, as if he could collapse at any moment. The crowd fell silent, shock etched across their faces, as if they could scarcely believe what they were witnessing. Yet, regardless of disbelief, the outcome of the battle was starkly evident before their eyes. Gu Yu had been defeated. This newly emerged genius of the Talisman Peak, the one most likely to break into the top 100 of the three realms, had actually been vanquished by a cultivator who had only just entered the innate realm. At that moment, Tang Chun sheathed the broken blade, enduring the excruciating pain in his Naiwan palace, and took a step forward that aimed to finish off Gu Yu completely. Fear flickered in Gu Yu's pale face. I concede, he opened his mouth to declare his surrender, but before he could utter the words, Tang Chen had already lunged forward, delivering a heavy punch to his face. Bang! Gu Yu staggered, teeth and blood flying. I concede, bang! You fool, bang! In a fit of desperation, Gu Yu yearned to concede defeat. Yet Tang Chen relentlessly struck, delivering blow after blow to his face, violently interrupting his pleas. Moments later, Gu Yu's cheeks bore multiple horrifying indentations, rendering his once handsome visage unrecognizable. His teeth had all been shattered and sent flying. Tang Chun, with an indifferent expression, gripped his neck tightly, preparing to exert force and snap it in two. At that instant, a thunderous command echoed, "Stop! Unacceptable! Several powerful voices resonated from the distant horizon. The crowd turned to see three figures, shimmering with ethereal light, swiftly descending from the towering Fiyu mountain. It was Elder Chen, the master of Zhanfeng, and the master of Fufeng. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This battle had stirred two peak masters. Tang Chen cast a fleeting glance at the rapidly approaching trio before redirecting his attention to the nearly lifeless Guyu. He, you wretched fool, your end is nigh. Guyu managed a grim smile, his words slurred with malice. With the intervention of the master of Fufeng, he felt assured for his safety, moreover, having killed Wang Kong and grievously wounded him. Tang Chen would undoubtedly face dire consequences from the protective nature of that master. What if he were a genius who had opened 660 acupoints, coming from the wilderness peak, devoid of any backing? He was but a lamb to the slaughter. However, the next moment, a voice dripped with disdain pierced the atmosphere. Fooled at his Guyu's terror and the crowd's astonishment mounted, Tang Chen simply retracted his hand. Crack! The sharp sound of bones shattering filled the air as Guyu's throat ruptured, leading to his immediate demise. Tang Chen released him, and his lifeless body crumpled to the ground, eyes wide open in shock and disbelief. In that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Chapter 22, The Master's Command. Who dares defy? Gazing upon Guyu's corpse on the arena, the surrounding 100 spectators were utterly stunned that no one could have anticipated that Tang Chen would be capable of killing Guyu, let alone that he would dare to act after the master of Fufeng, Hong Waya, had spoken to stop him. For 5 centuries, none among the disciples of Feiyu sect had ever dared to commit such an act. Almost instantly after Guyu was slain, the 3 streaks of light landed on the arena point. One of them was Elder Chen, who had gone to summon aid for Feiyu sect, while the other 2 were a gaunt, middle-aged man clad in a dark golden robe and a magnificent spirit crown, and a robust man in black attire, his hair cropped short like a steel needle, resembling an iron tower. They were Hong Waya, the master of Fufeng, and He Meng, the master of Zhanfeng. Elder Chen was relatively well known due to his responsibility for guarding the entrance to the secret realm. But the identities of the 2 peak masters were extraordinary, and very few disciples had ever seen their true faces. The fact that 2 innate realm disciples fighting had drawn the attention of 2 peak masters was unprecedented since the founding of the sect. At this moment, Hong Waya and He Meng stood on the arena, exuding an aura that felt akin to 2 blazing suns. Even the pressure radiating from them instilled a profound fear in the hearts of the disciples. These 2 powerful figures, while not at the pinnacle of the spirit resonance realm, were not far from it. Tang Chen silently assessed their presence. He made a mental note. You wretched fool. Hong Waya's gaze fell upon Guyu's corpse, and an expression of rage surged upon his already grim face as he spoke coldly. His voice was piercing, amplified by the overwhelming spiritual force, akin to thunder, that reverberated sharply. The multitude of disciples, including Tang Chen, felt a painful throb in their eardrums and an uncontrollable urge to kneel deep within their hearts, slaughtering fellow disciples. Ignoring my command. Despicable. Hong Waya's icy voice resounded repeatedly. The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The surrounding spiritual energies surged violently, and in the void, a colossal spiritual finger, measuring dozens of feet in length, manifested and aimed directly at Tang Chen. The instant the giant spiritual finger appeared, Tang Chen felt as though he had sunk into a quagmire, utterly immobilized. Yet he did not succumb to fear. His expression remained calm. Although he had erred, his transgressions did not warrant death, as the giant spiritual finger descended to crush Tang Chen. He Meng's powerful voice echoed suddenly buzz. Above Tang Chen's head, a robust wall of earthy yellow spiritual energy took shape. The moment the giant finger struck against the spiritual wall, a wave of soul-chilling force emanated outward. The faces of the 100 disciples turned pale, their expressions filled with sheer terror. The clash between the 2 peak masters unleashed a pressure that was beyond their capacity to bear, just as the horrifying wave was about to expand in all directions. Hong Waya snorted coldly and flicked the spirit crown atop his head with a finger. With a mere flick, the giant finger and the spiritual wall dissipated into nothingness, and the oppressive pressure vanished instantly. Only then did the disciples, drenched in cold sweat, regain their senses and drop to one knee in unison, paying their respects. Tang Chen, his expression as calm as a still pond, followed suit. although he did not hold a favorable impression of Hong Waya. He was now a disciple of Fei Yu's sect, and certain protocols must be upheld. You slaughtered a disciple under my command in my presence. How could your crime not warrant death? Hong Waya fixed his icy gaze upon He Meng and inquired coldly. Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. He Meng retorted, hands clasped behind his back, and scoffed. Tang Chun has ascended to the 370th level of the suspended treasure ladder. His physical talent rivals that of Lan Xian, and he is destined to join my Zhanfeng lineage. Your pretense of protecting your own is merely a guise. Your true intent is to eliminate talent and weaken my Zhanfeng's strength. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd was shaken, although many had suspected as much when they witnessed Tang Chun wielding the spiritual treasure-broken blade. The confirmation from the master of Zhanfeng was staggering. Moreover, He Meng's words clearly indicated his intention to protect Tang Chun and facilitate his transfer to the Zhanfeng lineage. The fact that a peak master personally intervened was a privilege that incited envy. As for He Meng's assertions, they elicited no surprise, for everyone was well aware of the internal strife among the 7 peaks of Fei Yu's sect. Tang Chen's gaze remained as tranquil as ever. His earlier composure during Hong Waya's assault stemmed from his anticipation of He Meng's actions, which emboldened him. Nonsense. Hong Waya snorted disdainfully. When has exceptional talent become a justification for indiscriminately slaughtering fellow disciples? At this moment, his heart was flooded with murderous intent. For Tang Chen's talent was undeniably formidable. Just as He Meng had stated, should he join Zhanfeng, he would undoubtedly grow to rival Lan Xian in a very short time, which was the last outcome Hong Waya wished to see. Old Hong speaks true. This child disregards the sect's rules. He must be eliminated. 2 more voices resonated, one aged and the other deep and resonant. Almost simultaneously, 2 figures materialized beside Hong Waya. One was an elderly man in a white robe with a goatee, and the other was a robust middle-aged man with a square face. They were Gao Yuan, the master of Fafeng, and Wang Yun, the master of Qifeng. Greetings, esteemed peak masters. The surrounding disciples trembled, utterly shocked. Yet another peak master had arrived. Aside from the long-absent master of Huangfeng, the reclusive master of Danfeng, and the neutral master of Shoufeng, all the other 4 peak masters had come in person. As Gao Yuan and Wang Yun materialized, their solemn gazes fixated upon Tang Chun. Upon locking eyes, both registered a hint of astonishment in the other's expression. This young man, Tang Chun, possessed a physical talent that was astonishingly formidable. Just mere hours prior in the council hall, they had scrutinized his situation. Aside from exhibiting robust vitality, there had been no other remarkable traits. Yet, in just a few hours, not only had he broken through to the pinnacle of the acquired 9th level, but he had also opened 660 physical acupoints. How had he achieved this? Even for beings as powerful as they. It was utterly baffling. However, at this juncture, understanding was no longer necessary. Tang Chun had displayed such terrifying talent that to spare his life would guarantee his entry into Zhanfeng. This child must be eliminated. The spectators surrounding the arena sighed in collective dismay. In years past, when the sect master was still in residence, the competition among the 7 peaks had not been so severe. It was then that talents such as Lan Xian, Su Muzhou, Lin Qing, and Lu Mo had flourished. Yet, since the sect master's departure, internal strife within the sect had only intensified. Tang Chen's emergence was ill-timed, and having consecutively slain Wang Kong and Guyu provided ample justification for the peak masters to act against him. His fate today appeared grim. Gazing at Hong Waya and the other 3 peak masters, He Meng's expression darkened to the utmost degree. Are you not afraid of the sect master's wrath upon his return? Hong Waya retorted sharply. In the arena, although there is an understanding that fists have no eyes, this child continued his assault even after my command to cease, clearly intending to slaughter a fellow disciple. The master of Fafeng, Gao Yuan, also scoffed. We act in accordance with the sect's regulations. Do you, brute, intend to disrupt the rules? 3 peak masters. Suddenly another voice rang out. The crowd turned to see Elder Chun, with his head bowed, respectfully clasping his fists. It was Guyu and his companions who instigated the conflict first and launched lethal strikes on the arena. Both Wu Shan and I can attest to this. As his words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Gao Yuan's face darkened immediately. Elder Chun, you hail from the Fafeng lineage. Under Gao Yuan's intense scrutiny, Elder Qin's complexion paled slightly, yet he held his ground. He was more protective of talent than anyone else and could not bear to see a prodigious figure like Tang Qin perish due to the infighting among the Seven Peaks. Tang Qin, who had remained silent, turned his gaze toward Elder Qin, feeling a warm current surge within him. "Good," He Meng exclaimed with delight. "Did you all hear? It was the wretched offspring of Fufeng who struck first." Gao Yuan cast a cold glance at Elder Qin for a moment before retracting his gaze, remarking, "And so what? It is two disciples of the Fu Peak who have perished, not him." He Meng sneered. "It is merely a case of being outmatched and subsequently slain." After a brief flicker of his eyes, Hong Wuyo spoke in a calm tone. "If that is the case, then perhaps I have been too narrow-minded." He then shifted his tone. "However, while the death penalty may be avoided, the living must still face consequences. What shall you do?" He Meng's smile froze, his eyes narrowing. The master of Qi Peak, Wang Yun, gruffly interjected. "Abolish his cultivation and expel him from the sect. This matter can be resolved." Both Hong Wuyo and Gao Yuan nodded in agreement. "Outrageous." He Meng's hair bristled, his face turning ashen. Round and round they went. These three old rascals still sought to stifle the future backbone of the Battle Peak. "Hong Peak Master, you shall enforce the law," Gao Yuan stated indifferently. As Hong Wuyo nodded, a thunderous sound resonated from the void, and a colossal finger of spiritual power began to coalesce once more. Enraged, He Meng was about to intervene when Wang Yun coldly remarked, 3 votes to 1. Does He Peak Master intend to defy sect rules as well? Veins bulged on He Meng's forehead, yet the momentum he had gathered dissipated in an instant. Indeed, the sect master had established rules before departing. Major matters within the sect were to be resolved through consultation among the 7 peak masters, with the minority yielding to the majority. Above, the colossal finger of spiritual energy slowly advanced. Tang Qin looked up at the terrifying scene, exhaling deeply. With the Origin Dao decision, a transcendent technique, he was not concerned about having his cultivation abolished. He could always start anew. Yet a chill gripped his heart. He had not anticipated encountering such turmoil so soon after leaving the Qiyang sect. The air around him felt almost tangible, a massive shadow enveloping him entirely. Under the scrutinizing gaze of countless onlookers, the colossal finger of spiritual power came crashing down upon him. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from the horizon, and in the next moment, the sound of something breaking through the air echoed in everyone's ears. A streak of golden light shot forth, colliding with the impending finger of spiritual energy. The terrifying force of the finger shattered upon impact, dispersing into a myriad of spiritual energy that exploded outward in all directions. As countless gazes were fixated upon it, the golden light gradually coalesced into a feather-shaped token suspended in midair. The 4 peak masters, He Meng and the others, simultaneously fixed their eyes upon the token, their pupils constricting sharply. That was the sect master's order? Tap, tap. Simultaneously, the sound of a cane striking the ground resonated at the entrance of the battle zone. With silver hair and tattered robes, Gu Chonglong limped forward, leaning on his cane. Behind him, the furtive Yuan Xiu closely followed. Jiyu Chonglong's expression was icy as he scanned Hong Wuyo and the other 3 peak masters, his voice resonating throughout the battle zone. With the sect master's order issued, who dares defy? Chapter 23. The atmosphere thick with malice. Despite Gu Chonglong's stooped figure and somewhat disheveled appearance, his demeanor and tone were commanding, exuding authority even greater than that of the 4 peak masters. Just as confusion rippled through the crowd, a chorus of kneeling sounds echoed simultaneously. The disciples turned to see, to their astonishment, that both He Meng and Hong Wuyo, along with the other 3, were now kneeling on one knee. The issuance of the sect master's order was akin to the presence of the sect master himself. Even the 7 peak masters were compelled to bow. The holder of the sect master's order could enact decisions in the name of the sect master, and no one was permitted to contravene it. Yet, how could this old limping man possess the sect master's order? Some whispered, unveiling the origin of the order and their underlying doubts. As they spoke, Gu Chonglong had already reached the arena. His expression remained stoic, one hand tucked behind his back, casting a sidelong glance at the 4 peak masters who knelt before him, akin to an unparalleled master. The battle zone fell into a profound silence, and everyone, including the four peak masters, awaited his words. Yet as seconds ticked by, Gu Chonglong maintained his posture, remaining silent. Cough, cough. Master, you are not the sect master. Do not overplay your hand. Yuan Xiao, following closely behind, could no longer contain himself and discreetly prodded him. Though his voice was soft, everyone could hear it clearly. The expressions of the four peak masters grew increasingly frigid, and the gazes of many disciples became more peculiar. Silence. Gu Chonglong, evidently irritated by the interruption, swung his cane and struck Yuan Xiao in the groin. Amidst the latter's pained cries, he cleared his throat, glanced at Tang Chun, and slowly began. Tang Chen's slaying of the Fu Peak disciples Gu Yu and others was in response to their provocations. As they initiated the attack, it was a justifiable counterstrike. With the sect master's order at hand, I declare Tang Chen innocent and exempt from punishment by the sect master's decree. The four peak masters bowed their heads in unison, their voices echoing throughout the entire Feiyu sect. Boom! The moment their words fell, the feather-shaped token suspended in midair exploded with a resounding crash, and the golden light completely dissipated. Only then did the four peak masters rise with stern expressions. That old scoundrel Wei Yong actually entrusted this sect master's order to you. This good-for-nothing. Hong Wuyo seethed, fixing his glare upon Gu Chonglong. His words left everyone in shock. That was the origin of the sect master's order. It belonged to the master of the Huang Peak. Gu Chonglong was his only disciple, making it plausible for him to possess such an order. Jiyu Chonglong resumed his usual nonchalant demeanor, grinning. What can I say? I am the only favored disciple, so please do not blame me. Esteemed peak masters. Hong Wuyo snorted coldly, transforming into a streak of light as he departed. Gao Yuan and Wang Yun exchanged glances, their faces etched with displeasure. However, as Gu Chonglong had produced the sect master's order, his previous commands could not be contravened. Despite their deep-seated reluctance, they had no choice but to acquiesce. The two remained silent and swiftly departed, thus completely alleviating the crisis. Tang Chen sighed in relief. Though he was unafraid of losing his cultivation, starting over would entail wasting time and facing numerous uncertainties. Thankfully, all was well. His seemingly unreliable master had proven invaluable in a critical moment. Thank you, Master. Tang Chen spoke earnestly, bowing in gratitude to Gu Chonglong. Disciple, the one you ought to thank is me. Yuan Xiao, clutching himself, grinned widely. If I hadn't rushed back to Huang Peak to inform you, you would have been in deep trouble today. Tang Chen smiled and nodded in appreciation. Thank you, senior brother, and no need for thanks. It was but a small matter. Yuan Xiao waved his hand cheerfully. Rebellious disciple, be silent. Gu Chonglong struck Yuan Xiao aside with his cane. Turning his gaze to Tang Chun, his tone filled with astonishment. You climbed to the 370th level of the suspended treasure ladder? Tang Chun nodded. Upon hearing this affirmation, Gu Chonglong's lips curled into an involuntary smile. Yet he quickly resumed his serious demeanor. Nonsense. The suspended treasure ladder exerts tremendous pressure on the Naiwan Palace. You are currently refining your spiritual consciousness. How can you afford to waste time climbing the ladder? Shameless old rogue. The audience murmured among themselves, their thoughts echoing in agreement. Climbing the 370th level of the suspended treasure ladder to obtain a pinnacle-level spiritual treasure was surely more reliable than your vague method of refining spiritual consciousness. I understand my mistake. Tang Chen cooperatively played along, wearing an expression of contrition as he clasped his hands. However, I assure you I am mindful of my priorities and it will not interfere with my spiritual consciousness refinement. Please rest assured, Master. Very well, Jiyu Chonglong nodded slightly. Return to my cave abode later, and I shall bestow upon you several medicinal pills to nourish your Naiwan Palace. As his words fell, he turned to leave with an air of nonchalance. However, after taking just a few steps, Mang's voice suddenly rang out. Tang Chun, would you be willing to join my battle peak? Gu Chonglong stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, his nose twitching in anger. Just after he had spoken, Mang brazenly sought to recruit Tang Chun into the battle peak, which felt like a slap to his face. Yet without the sect master's order, he remained the most ineffectual elder. Despite his fury, he had no means to contend with Mang, for the latter was a peak mastered, this moment. It was not only Mang. The numerous disciples present all gazed eagerly at Tang Chun, awaiting his response. The Battle Peak was undoubtedly the most suitable faction for him, that if he chose to join, he would undoubtedly become the second rising star after Lan Xian. Thank you for the kind offer, Peak Master, but I must decline. Tang Chen replied decisively. For one, it mattered little where he trained. For another, Gu Chonglong had just expended a valuable sect master's order to save him. He could not simply turn around and join the Battle Peak. Are you certain? He Meng pressed, urgency creeping into his voice. Gu Chonglong paid a hefty price, yet remaining at Huang Peak will undoubtedly bury your talents. Tang Chen shook his head slightly, his demeanor conveying his resolute stance. The light in He Meng's eyes faded entirely as he let out a heavy sigh. From his decisive slaying of Gu Yu and the others, it was clear that Tang Chun was a man of action, unwavering in his convictions that in truth. From the moment Gu Chonglong had produced the sect master's order to come to his aid, He Meng had sensed that he was likely to be outmaneuvered. Yet, he could not shake the feeling of reluctance, leading him to lower his guard and inquire once more. Now that he had been rebuffed, He Meng relinquished this thought entirely, for he too was a man of sentiment, capable of understanding Tang Chen's choice. Take care of yourself. With a resigned sigh, He Meng departed in a flash that as he left, the entire battle zone erupted into chaos. Some were envious, others lamented, and many scoffed. The crowd began to engage in fervent discussions that on the arena. Yuan Xiu exclaimed, I knew you wouldn't leave, my junior brother. My ability to judge character has always been exceptional. Yuan Xiu hastily approached, laughing as he playfully struck a fist upon Tang Chen's shoulder. Gu Chonglong's old face also bore a smile, revealing a sense of satisfaction. This young man was quite commendable, not unworthy of the precious sect master's order he had expended to save him. However, his expression swiftly shifted to one of gravity as he recalled something. Tang Chun, during this period, exercised caution. Although Hong Wui and his two old cronies are restrained by the sect master's order and cannot act against you, they will certainly not relent easily. Gu Chonglong cautioned in a stern tone. That I understand, Master. Tang Chun nodded, fully aware of the situation. The sect master's order merely absolved him of the guilt of killing his fellow disciples, sparing him from immediate punishment. Yet if Hong Wui and the other peak masters were resolute in their pursuit, there remained numerous ways to target him. Vigilance was imperative. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the peak master's cave on Fu Peak, Hong Wui returned with a grim expression, stepping inside. The instant he crossed the threshold, his icy voice reverberated in the ears of all Fu Peak disciples. Send someone to the trial pavilion to keep a close watch on Tang Chen. The moment he undertakes an external mission, follow him and eliminate him. Whoever slays Tang Chen or cripples his cultivation shall receive personal rewards from me. Simultaneously, numerous disciples from Fa Peak and Qi Peak received directives from Gao Yuan and Wang Yun. Exhaust every means to eradicate Tang Chen. After retrieving a complete set of black robes from the newcomer pavilion in the Internal Affairs District, Tang Chen followed Gu Chonglong and Yuan Xiu back to Huang Peak. Master, about the elixir for nourishing the Naiwan Palace you mentioned earlier, Gu Chonglong rolled his eyes in exasperation. That was merely a pleasantry. Do you truly desire it? The elixir for nourishing the Naiwan Palace and the soul was far more precious than ordinary healing and spirit-replenishing pills that he was financially strained and indeed lacked such elixirs. Furthermore, he wished to ascertain the limits of Tang Chen's capabilities, whether his talent in spiritual cultivation was as formidable as that of his physical prowess. If, after enduring the terrifying pressure of the 370th level of the suspended treasure ladder, he could persist for nearly 10 days, it would indicate that Tang Chen possessed not only exceptional talent in physical cultivation, but also extraordinary aptitude in spiritual cultivation. With a heart full of anticipation, Gu Chonglong quietly departed. Indeed, this is his true nature, Tang Chen mused, gently shaking his head as he observed the retreating figure of his master. As dusk descended, he refrained from wandering aimlessly and returned to the small courtyard of blue stones. Tang Shui, the little girl, seemed to have exhausted herself playing with Fu Yun, sprawled on the bed in a deep, sweet slumber. Not wanting to disturb her, Tang Chen silently settled down beside the bed in a meditative posture. His physical and spiritual forms had endured dual pressures on the suspended treasure ladder, leaving him utterly fatigued and yearning for a good night's rest. Yet, he was currently in a critical phase of refining his spiritual seed, making sleep impossible. As he pondered, an expression of shock flashed across his face. The ancient time-space tower, hidden within his body, had just trembled. The second layer of this extraordinary spiritual treasure had been unlocked. Chapter 24. Enhancing Body and Soul. That if the time flow rate of the first layer was 3 times that of the outside world, what marvels awaited in the second layer? Filled with anticipation, Tang Chen lost all inclination to engage in other activities, promptly locking the door and sitting cross-legged on the bed. As his thoughts stirred, the entire golden ancient time-space tower materialized before him. Slowly rotating in the void, Tang Chen focused intently, soon discerning the differences. Although the first layer of the ancient time-space tower also radiated brilliant golden light, a closer examination revealed that its brilliance was significantly brighter than that of the 8 upper layers. Now both the first and second layers were aglow, and the swirling runes upon the tower appeared to have increased in number, exuding a more profound mystery. All signs indicated that the second layer had indeed been activated. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Tang Chen closed his eyes. The golden radiance emanating from the tower suddenly intensified, and in the next instant his figure vanished. As he stepped into the second layer of the ancient time-space tower, a chilling gust of wind assailed him. This wind was frigid, seemingly capable of penetrating to the very marrow of one's bones and soul. Even someone as physically robust as Tang Chen could not help but shiver. He held his breath and surveyed his surroundings. The first layer's space was a vast expanse of white, seemingly limitless, while the second layer presented an utter contrast, an infinite abyss of black. Darkness enveloped him, as though he had plunged into an unfathomable chasm, steeped in mystery and the unknown. Only a small area of about 10 feet in length and width retained a dim light. The moment Tang Chen's gaze fell upon this small space, he was momentarily stunned. Before him lay 2 grinding discs. They resembled the common grinding stones used in rural households, save for the intricate engravings of complex rune arrays adorning their surfaces. They stood silently, emanating an aura of ancient weightiness. Why would there be grinding stones here? Tang Chen's mind was filled with confusion as he cautiously stepped out of the boundless darkness, gradually approaching the 2 grinding discs. The closer he drew, the more alarmed he became, for he noticed that the grinding surfaces and grooves of these discs were stained with dark red blood. The blood appeared to have existed for countless eons, long since dried, yet upon closer inspection, one could sense the boundless power and oppressive aura it contained. It emanated a pressure that resonated from the depths of the bloodline, causing Tang Chen's very soul to tremble. Whose blood was this? Why was it so terrifying? The presence of blood on the grinding stones. Did this imply that their former owners had been ground to pieces by these very discs? The sheer might emanating from these long-dried bloodstains invoked a sense of awe. How formidable must their original owners have been? Yet if they were so powerful, how could they possibly succumb to these seemingly inconspicuous grinding stones? At this moment, Tang Chen's mind surged with numerous questions and uncertainties, yet he could not fathom the answers, nor did he possess any clues. The only thought that crossed his mind was that the owners of these grinding discs might well be the masters of the ancient time-space tower. This second layer, besides being engulfed in impenetrable darkness, flowed with time at a rate identical to that of the outside world, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was far less dense than in the first layer. The only peculiar aspect of this place seemed to be these 2 grinding discs. What purpose did they serve? Tang Chen's curiosity intensified, and he drew even closer. The next moment, he extended his hand to rest upon the right green stone grinding disc. The moment his palm made contact, a resounding roar echoed through the boundless darkness. Instantly, the green stone grinding disc appeared to be activated, its numerous ancient runes beginning to swirl, and the entire disc commenced its slow rotation. Tang Chen was taken aback and hastily attempted to withdraw his hand. However, the greenstone grinding disc emitted an extraordinarily bizarre force, beginning to draw on his flesh and blood, rendering him utterly unable to escape. Creak, creak! Tang Chen watched in horror as his right hand was slowly consumed by the disc. Inch by inch, beginning from his fingertips, excruciating pain surged through him. His right hand, arm, shoulder, and body. Within moments, Tang Chen's entire physical form was drawn inside. The grinding disc whirred as it ground his flesh, bones, meridians, and acupoints. Tang Chen remained rooted in place, his form becoming somewhat ethereal. At this moment, he was devoid of a physical body. leaving only his soul. It appeared that the green stone grinding disc targeted only the physical form. Strangely, although his body had vanished, Tang Chen still felt an overwhelming agony, pain so intense it was unbearable, even when his dantian had been destroyed and his meridians severed. The torment he experienced then paled in comparison to this moment. Yet, even stranger was the fact that despite the unbearable agony, Tang Chen's soul remained intact. His consciousness exceptionally cleared, he turned his gaze toward the black stone grinding disc placed upon the ground to his right. The green stone grinding disc targeted the body. Thus, the black stone grinding disc was likely meant for the soul. Standing in place, after a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth against the searing pain and slowly placed his ethereal hand upon the black stone grinding disc. Boom! The entire space trembled once more, and the black stone grinding disc began to rotate as well. His soul was gradually drawn into it. The excruciating pain emanating from his soul surged like a tidal wave. In the next instant, Tang Chen lost all consciousness. Before his awareness faded, the last thought that crossed Tang Chen's mind was not of pain or his own peril, but rather, it's over. I am currently in the process of refining my spiritual consciousness. Unable to sleep, I must hone my spirit to the utmost to solidify my spiritual seed. Does fainting count as sleeping? The spiritual technique records state that if one does not endure to the limit before succumbing to sleep, even if one starts the refining process anew, it would be exceedingly difficult to enter the void state. Without entering the void state, how could one hope to condense a spiritual seed? In such a case, the path of the spiritual technique would be irrevocably severed. Yet the crushing pressure of the black stone grinding disc was simply too terrifying. Tang Chen's soul felt like a tiny ant caught in a raging torrent, swiftly engulfed. 3 breaths later, a humming sound resonated. The black stone grinding disc, specifically designed for the soul, abruptly ceased its rotation. The runes swirling upon it and the flickering black light dissipated in an instant. The somewhat ethereal soul of the young man reappeared in the position he had occupied moments prior. After a brief moment of confusion, Tang Chen finally regained his senses. The first thing he did was to check on his Naiwen palace. After a moment, he let out a long sigh of relief. A look of gratitude gleaming in his eyes. The Naiwen palace remained in a tense state. The fleeting moment of unconsciousness had not interrupted the refinement of his spiritual consciousness. However, soon, Tang Chen found himself in a state of astonishment, for he realized that his soul had seemingly become more solid than before. The injuries sustained at the Mud Pill Palace's acupoint on the suspended treasure staircase appeared to have healed considerably. Although there remained an oppressive sensation and a deep, penetrating pain within his soul, it was far more bearable than it had been prior to his arrival. This peculiar state was truly remarkable. If one were to liken his spiritual consciousness to a silken ribbon, its flexibility had evidently increased significantly. Could this be the effect of the black stone millstone? Tang Chen's gaze fell upon the now silent black stone millstone. The grinding of his soul by this enigmatic object seemed to cause no harm. Rather, it appeared to enhance the strength of both his soul and spiritual awareness. If the black stone millstone could augment the strength of the soul and spiritual consciousness, then what of the green stone millstone, which was aimed at the physical body? Tang Chen raised an eyebrow, directing his attention towards the green stone millstone on his left. Creak, creak. The green stone millstone shimmered with a verdant light, ceaselessly rotating. Logically, once the soul departs from the physical form, it should be devoid of the 5 senses inherent to the body. Yet despite being in a state of soul, Tang Chen could feel excruciating pain emanating from his physical form with each rotation of the green stone millstone. How extraordinary! Tang Chen fixed his gaze on the spinning green stone millstone, murmuring to himself. After a considerable wait, the speed of the green stone millstone's rotation finally began to diminish, ultimately coming to a complete halt. Buzz! The greenstone millstone vibrated slightly, and the verdant glow and swirling runes enveloping its surface vanished instantaneously, mirroring the earlier occurrence with the black stone millstone that in the next moment. Tang Chen felt a shiver run through his entire being, sensing the return of his physical form. The pain within his body swiftly diminished and then vanished entirely. Tang Chen raised his hand and gently prodded his cheek, feeling a distinct and palpable sensation of flesh, as if nothing were amiss. Given that his soul had grown stronger after being ground by the black stone millstone, he suspected that the green stone millstone could similarly enhance the physical body. To validate his hypothesis, Tang Chen promptly delved his mind into his body, preparing for an introspective examination. Yet, as he began his internal observation, he was abruptly jolted. Everything within his body appeared normal, with the acupoints he had opened scattered throughout like countless stars in the night sky. The strength of his flesh, meridians, and bones had indeed increased compared to before, but it was not enough to astonish Tang Chen. What truly left him astounded were the changes in his acupoints. The human body contains a total of 720 acupoints. Most postnatal cultivators have opened around 360, while prodigies often surpass this number. For instance, Lan Xian, the foremost prodigy of the Feiyu sect, had opened 658 acupoints. And Tang Chen himself had opened 660. Acupoints can only be opened during the postnatal stage. Once one breaks into the innate realm, the physical body becomes completely fixed, and no further acupoints can be opened. Furthermore, the maximum number of acupoints that can be opened is closely tied to innate talent. Once one reaches their limit, no amount of effort can yield additional openings. This is common knowledge within the cultivation community. Yet at this very moment, Tang Chen was shocked to discover that he had opened 3 new acupoints, increasing his total from 660 to 663. He had clearly succeeded in condensing the sea of consciousness and stepped into the innate realm. Logically, this should have prevented any further openings. After a moment of dazed reflection, Tang Chen suddenly realized something, gasping in disbelief as he turned to look at the green stone millstone. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This green stone millstone, specifically designed for the physical body, not only enhances physical strength through grinding, but can also assist in the continued opening of acupoints. Such a miraculous effect is simply extraordinary. It is well known that acupoints are of paramount importance to cultivators, akin to the foundation of their practice. The more acupoints one opens, the stronger the physical body becomes, and the more robust their spiritual power, directly correlating to their combat prowess. This influence can persist into subsequent realms. For instance, in the innate realm, cultivators with a greater number of opened acupoints possess a denser sea of consciousness than those with fewer. Similarly, in the star extreme realm, the process of merging the sea of consciousness with the physical body occurs more swiftly and thoroughly for those with more acupoints, directly impacting combat ability. Many cultivators, due to insufficient talent or lack of patience, fail to open enough acupoints during the postnatal stage, resulting in diminished combat strength later on. However, once one steps into the innate realm, they can no longer continue to open acupoints, and it is too late for regrets. Yet this greenstone millstone can defy the norms of cultivation, allowing even innate cultivators to continue opening acupoints. What does this signify? It means that, given sufficient time, this object could potentially produce an unparalleled genius with all 720 acupoints unlocked. According to legend, if all 720 acupoints in the physical body are fully opened, the human potential will be maximally unleashed, leading to unimaginable transformations. Yet throughout countless years, no such unparalleled genius has emerged. Even the strongest physical cultivator recorded in Songshuan Star's history only managed to open around 710 acupoints, falling short of completion. I may very well become the first cultivator in Songshuan Star's history to unlock all acupoints. What kind of transformation will my body undergo at that time? The more Tang Chen pondered, the more invigorated he felt. Upon first entering the second layer of the ancient time and space tower, confronted by the boundless darkness and these 2 mysterious millstones, he had felt a tinge of disappointment. But now, Tang Chen was overwhelmed with excitement, his thoughts stirring as he exited the second layer of space, drawing the ancient time and space tower into his body to contemplate the results of this cultivation. Chapter 25. A bunch of oddities. It was unclear how much time had passed when Tang Shui, her face beaming with joy, skipped over and knocked on Tang Chen's door. "Brother, stop cultivating and come out to eat." Only then did Tang Chen realize that the sky outside had darkened, that he had unknowingly spent an entire afternoon cultivating within the second layer of the ancient time and space tower. "What are we eating?" He rose, stretching his limbs, and smiled at Tang Shui. "Roast chicken, gigantic roast chicken." Tang Shui gestured animatedly. Tang Chen raised an eyebrow, allowing the little girl to tug at his sleeve as they exited the small courtyard. Upon stepping outside, he spotted bright flames illuminating Yuanshou's courtyard not far away. The air was filled with the rich aroma of roasted meat wafting through the breeze. Entering the courtyard with Tang Shui, They found a massive bonfire blazing in the center, surrounded by Zhou Xinji, Fu Yun, Yuan Xiao, and Gu Changlong, all gathered together. Yuan Xiao wore a broad smile as he grilled something over the fire. The moment Tang Chen laid eyes on the food being cooked, his eyes widened in shock that it was a plucked, glistening roast chicken, but its size was extraordinarily immense, nearly 2 yards long from head to tail. "Is this a chicken?" Tang Chen asked, his expression perplexed. "It is a chicken," Yuan Xiao said, swallowing hard, grinning broadly, "that it's just a 4th-tier, innate demon beast, the purple feather chicken." This chicken was obtained by Yuan Xiao with the assistance of his second senior sister, Fu Yun from the Beast Peak. Understanding dawned on Tang Chen. With a spiritual infant realm powerhouse like Fu Yun intervening, it would indeed be easy to stealthily acquire this purple feather chicken. Yet, given her character, how could she conspire with Yuan Xiao to commit such an act? While he pondered this, Fu Yun opened her beautiful eyes and spoke blandly. "The Beast Peak's Chu Fei has insulted my Huangfeng lineage multiple times. This is merely a slight reprisal that Chu Fei must be the owner of this purple feather chicken." This was a blatant act of retaliation. Indeed, the saying "women are always petty" holds true. And aren't you afraid of being discovered with such a commotion? The bonfire was enormous, and the aroma of the roast chicken wafted for miles. It was impossible for cultivators not to notice. "That no need to worry," Yuan Xiao replied, raising an eyebrow with pride. The senior brother brought back a set of formations from the trading area. "Unless an elder from the Beast Peak comes personally, ordinary disciples won't see anything unusual outside Huangfeng." Tang Chen fell silent, glancing at the honest Zhou Xinji, who wore his usual square face and a simple, sincere smile. The Huangfeng lineage may be the smallest, but every individual is a peculiar character. As the night deepened, the bonfire crackled cheerfully, and the 6 of them sat around, feasting on the fragrant roast purple feather chicken, creating an exceptionally cozy atmosphere. As Tang Chen chewed on his food, he suddenly noticed Gu Changlong gazing at him intently, his eyes filled with surprise, as if he had something to say. Tang Chen set down the chicken and asked, "Master?" Gu Changlong furrowed his brow slightly. "Fourth brother, tell me honestly, have you not continued to refine your spiritual awareness?" Tang Chen was taken aback. "Huh. What I mean is, have you been sleeping?" Gu Changlong fixed his gaze on him. Tang Chen shook his head. "That I cannot sleep until my spiritual seed has successfully condensed, that I am strictly following the methods recorded in the spiritual techniques." Upon hearing this, Gu Changlong's expression turned even more perplexed. "But that doesn't make sense. The pressure of the suspended treasure staircase on the Mud Pill Palace is no laughing matter, especially at level 370. How could you?" He paused, then queried in confusion, "How could you appear so full of energy?" As his words fell, Zhou Xinji, Fu Yun, and Yuan Xiao all turned to look at him. They had not noticed it before, but now they realized the anomaly to this moment. Tang Chen looked even more spirited than when he had first arrived at Huangfeng. His eyes bright and his demeanor vibrant, that he bore no resemblance to someone who had just climbed the 370 levels of the suspended treasure staircase. "Fourth brother," Gu Changlong pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "If you slept, there's no need to hide it from your master. The arduous process of refining one's spiritual awareness is fraught with suffering, especially considering that you have ascended to the 370th level of the suspended treasure ladder. The pressure on your Naiwan palace amplifies the torment, making it understandable that you cannot endure any longer. However, once you succumb to slumber during this refining process, it becomes exceedingly difficult to re-enter the state of emptiness, thus hindering your ability to consolidate your spiritual seed." With a sorrowful shake of his head, Gu Changlong lamented, "Alas, alas, your physical prowess is extraordinary, unmatched even by that girl Yuna. Since you cannot cultivate the spiritual techniques, it would be wise to focus solely on your physical cultivation. You are still one of us from the Huangfeng lineage." As Gu Changlong spoke, his mood grew increasingly despondent, his aged face shadowed by a sense of gloom, that he was convinced that Tang Chen had indeed fallen asleep, which explained his apparent vitality. Yet, the fact that Tang Chen could not cultivate the spiritual techniques was not the sole source of his sorrow. While there was some regret, Tang Chen's formidable talent in physical cultivation promised an extraordinary future, even if he pursued the conventional path of training. What truly pained Gu Changlong was the realization of his impending loss. After imparting the spiritual techniques to Tang Chen the previous day, Yuan Xiao had opened a betting pool, wagering on how long Tang Chen would endure. that moment. He had staked 2 mid-grade spiritual stones. Now, just 2 days later, Tang Chun had surrendered his efforts. And naturally, those 2 mid-grade spiritual stones were lost to him. Heartbroken, he lamented. Zhou Xinji, Fu Yun, and Yuan Xiao exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to understanding. Zhou Xinji's hearty smile faded as he recalled his own bet of 6 mid-grade spiritual stones, wagering that Tang Chun would last over 10 days, certainly not less than 12. Although Fu Yun maintained her stoic demeanor, the hand that gently stroked Tang Xue's tiny head quivered ever so slightly. Her loss was the greatest, having wagered a superior grade spiritual awareness stone, betting that Tang Chun would last over 15 days. The one most elated was Yuan Xiao, who had wagered that Tang Chun would not endure beyond 10 days. The thought of a substantial sum of spiritual stones entering his possession made him unable to contain his laughter, his grin stretching from ear to ear, observing the varied expressions of the 4 disciples. Tang Chun grew increasingly puzzled. What were these for contemplating? He had indeed not slept. His Niwen palace remained under tension, and the refining of his spiritual awareness had never ceased in fact, at that very moment. His Niwen palace was experiencing pangs of pain. The vitality he exhibited was entirely due to the influence of the black stone mill in the second layer of the ancient tower of time and space. Master, I did not sleep, Tang Chun said, unable to bear Gu Changlong's sorrowful expression. Gu Changlong sighed heavily, forcing himself to act magnanimously as he waved his hand. Even if you did sleep, it would not matter. I truly did not sleep, Tang Chun replied earnestly, reiterating, after climbing the suspended treasure ladder yesterday, I did indeed injure my Niwen Palace's acupoints. However, after a period of quiet meditation, I felt I had recovered significantly. The group fell silent, their expressions frozen in disbelief that Gu Changlong regarded him with suspicion. You did not sleep? Indeed not, Tang Chun affirmed. Zhou Xinji leaned in closer. Really? Tang Chun shook his head. Really? Yuan Xiao suddenly stood up. Seriousness etched on his face. Junior brother, lying is not a trivial matter. If I had fallen asleep, I would be dead instantly. In exasperation, Tang Chun felt compelled to swear an oath. Seeing his earnest demeanor, the 4 disciples fell into a prolonged silence. Gradually, Gu Changlong's furrowed brow relaxed. Zhou Xinji's trademark hearty smile returned, and even Fu Yun's icy gaze softened with a hint of amusement as she resumed stroking the little girl's hair. Only Yuan Xiao appeared distraught. It's only been 2 days. There are still 8 days left, he murmured to console himself. Tang Chun's confusion deepened. What do you mean by 2 days and 8 days? It's all fine. With a sweeping gesture, Gu Changlong erupted into hearty laughter. To think that after just 1 night of quiet meditation, your Niwen Palace can recover to such an extent. Old 4, it seems your talent in spiritual awareness is also remarkable. Our Huangfeng lineage has bright prospects for revival. Elated, Gu Changlong stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Old 3, bring forth the wine. All right. Yuan Xiao clapped his storage pouch and produced several unopened jars of wine. Neatly arranging them on the stone table, the Gu Changlong casually grabbed a jar, broke the seal, and proclaimed, Disciples, let us enjoy a hearty drink tonight. As he spoke, he lifted the jar and drank deeply. Fu Yun, Zhou Xinji, and Tang Chun gazed at the jars of wine on the stone table, their brows furrowing in hesitation. It was not that they were unwilling to drink, but rather that they dared not. Who knew how Yuan Xiao, in his disheveled state, had brewed this wine? Sure enough, after indulging in a few hearty gulps, Gu Changlong's face suddenly froze. Old 3, why does this wine have a foul odor? Yuan Xiao, perplexed, took another jar and mused, I used wild fruits from the mountain to brew it. It should be fragrant. How could it smell bad? He took a sip, and after 2 chews, his expression changed dramatically. That mischievous monkey seems to have urinated in the wine dregs. Unruly disciple. Gu Changlong bellowed in fury, his face darkening as he sent Yuan Xiao flying with a slap of his palm. As night deepened, the atmosphere among the group remained jovial. Even without the wine, they feasted heartily on a gigantic roasted purple-feathered chicken, reduced to mere bones that a gentle night breeze carried a slight chill. Tang Chun observed the contented expression on Tang Xue's round belly as she sat happily, and as he glanced at Gu Changlong, Zhou Xinji, and Fu Yun, a sense of relaxation washed over him. How many years had it been since he felt such ease? In his youth, he had once begged on the streets to secure food for Tang Xue, competing with stray dogs for scraps. After entering the Qiyang sect, he had tirelessly sought abundant spiritual materials and elixirs to alleviate his sister's affliction, plunging himself into relentless cultivation day and night. Countless days and nights of arduous training. Countless battles for survival had forged him into the Qiyang sect's greatest prodigy. Following the turmoil, betrayal by a beloved, expulsion from the sect, and pursuit by fellow disciples, he had been in a constant state of tension. A faint, imperceptible bitter smile appeared at the corners of Tang Chen's mouth as he suddenly realized that he had never experienced such a relaxed and comfortable life. Yet at this moment, atop this desolate little mountain, he astonishingly felt a sense of comfort for the very first time. This feeling resembled home. There were none of the deceptions, intrigues, and bloodshed of the cultivation world, only comfort, joy, and ease. Yuan Xiao, lazily picking his teeth, inquired, "Junior brother, in 2 days, the annual pre-heavenly tournament will commence. Are you interested in participating?" The pre-heavenly tournament. Tang Chen paused at the mention. It was a competition organized by the sect to encourage disciples in the pre-heaven realm. Zhou Xinji smiled and explained to Tang Chen, "The pre-heavenly tournament will take place within the Qinyan Mountain Secret Realm. Disciples under the age of 30, from the 1st to the 9th level of the pre-heaven realm, may participate. Those who secure victory will receive substantial rewards." Tang Chen raised an eyebrow. "What kind of rewards?" The fixed rewards include contribution points and the demon core of a spiritual infant realm demon beast known as the Tidal Serpent. Tidal Serpent. Tang Chen's eyes sparkled. Unlike humans, whose essence is centered in the Dantian, demon beasts possess demon cores that encapsulate their essence and spiritual energies. Most demon cores can be used as materials for alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting, while some rare demon cores possess extraordinary effects. For instance, the Tidal Serpent's demon core, of which Tang Chen had heard, could rapidly expand the spiritual sea within one's body, aiding pre-heaven realm cultivators in accelerating their cultivation speed. In addition, there are variable rewards such as spiritual treasures, talismans, or elixirs. Zhou Xinji continued, for example, the first-place reward from 2 years ago was a high-grade spiritual treasure of the Xian tier. Last year's first-place reward was a talisman capable of unleashing the power of a life-and-death realm expert. Tang Chen's eyes gleamed with increasing excitement. Undoubtedly, these rewards were indeed generous. Achieving a good rank could allow him to elevate his strength to a new level in a short period. The flame seal left by Elder Zheng on Tang Xue's forehead could only last for 3 years, that if he did not venture to the Arctic ice domain to seek a solution within that time, Tang Xue's life would be at risk. To reach the Arctic ice domain, he would need to traverse the meteorite storm sea, an incredibly perilous journey. The minimum requirement for crossing it was to attain the spiritual manifestation realm within 3 years. He had to at least break through to that level within this time frame. Thus, Tang Chen would not overlook any opportunity to grow stronger. However, these thoughts were ones he kept to himself, refraining from sharing them with Gu Changlong and the others. "Nevertheless, for you, the pre-heavenly tournament is exceedingly perilous," Gu Changlong said solemnly, his brow furrowing, and he did not wish for Tang Chen to participate. The path of cultivation was already strewn with thorns and fraught with dangers. Tang Chen replied calmly, "If one were to forsake opportunities due to danger, then why cultivate at all? Wouldn't it be better to live as an ordinary person and pass one's life in peace?" "Junior brother, I suspect you are implying that about senior brother and master. They are indeed quite cowardly," Yuan Xiao murmured softly to I. In the next moment, bang, he was sent flying by Gu Changlong's cane. "What do you know? You ungrateful disciple. This is called prudence," Gu Changlong scolded, retracting his cane. After a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded slowly. "Old four, since you are determined to participate, I shall not obstruct you. However, once you enter the secret realm, you must exercise utmost caution." Zhou Xinji, with rare solemnity, tucked away his smile and spoke earnestly, "Junior brother, if you find it unbearable, do not hesitate to shatter the secret realm wristband at the earliest opportunity. Sometimes, temporarily relinquishing one's pursuit is not a negative course of action." Zhou Xinji's words were delivered with utmost gravity. The Fu Yin offered no rebuttal, turning to depart while leaving behind a chilling warning. "Be cautious of Lan Bei." Lan Bei. Tang Chen silently etched this name into his memory. Is he truly formidable? Though Lan Bei of the Battle Peak may not possess the same talent as his brother, he is undeniably powerful. Having secured the 73rd position in the Three Realms Top 100 with a mere innate 7th-level cultivation, Ji Yuchanglong spoke somberly. He has slain those at the innate 9th level. He is indeed a ruthless adversary capable of defeating opponents beyond his rank. Tang Chen nodded, a sense of understanding dawning within him. Previously, while perusing the jade slip provided by Zhou Shinji, he had paid particular attention to the Three Realms Top 100 list. The individuals ranked from 70 to 100 were all of the innate realm. And those who managed to be included in this list are undoubtedly the pinnacle of geniuses beneath the stellar extremity realm. For Lan Bei to place among the top 3 of this 30. He is certainly impressive. Since the decision to participate has been made, it is time to prepare diligently. Ji Yuchanglong ceased further discussion, rising with his cane. In 2 days, the innate contest will commence for the next 2 days. Tang Chen refrained from accepting tasks at the trial pavilion, spending the majority of his time within the time-space ancient tower that he dedicated most of his hours to training in the first layer of space. With occasional forays into the second layer, utilizing the green and black stone grinding discs to refine both his physical body and soul. Time slipped by swiftly that on the 3rd morning within his room. The time-space ancient tower emanated a faint golden glow. Hovering nearby, at a certain moment, the golden light flickered, and Tang Chen emerged swiftly from the tower. Stepping lightly out of his room, he welcomed the rising sun. Stretching his limbs as his bones cracked with a resonant sound, a robust wave of spiritual power gradually radiating from within him. After a brief assessment of his cultivation state, a flicker of joy surfaced in his previously weary eyes. His physical form had grown even stronger from the grinding of the green stone, having opened a total of 680 acupoints. Simultaneously, the resilience of his spiritual consciousness had also intensified during these 2 days. He had essentially undergone nearly 6 days of training, meaning he had refined his spiritual consciousness for 7 days without rest. Had this been earlier, after the injury to his Naiwan Palace acupoint from the suspended treasure ladder, he would have been utterly fatigued. Yet, with the aid of the black stone grinding disc, despite the immense pain in his soul, his awareness remained exceptionally clear. The refinement of his spiritual consciousness had not yet reached its limits. As for his cultivation, his innate first level had been firmly established, and his spiritual sea had expanded considerably. The first stage of the indestructible sword body, sword momentum, had progressed substantially compared to 2 days prior. His combat prowess had indeed risen to new heights. Junior brother, let us proceed to the secret realm plaza to gather, called Yuan Xiao, who would be accompanying Tang Chen to the innate contest. At the Flying Feather sect within the Secret Realm District, the plaza was already bustling with numerous individuals as the sun barely crested the horizon. Innate realm disciples from various factions had gathered. The white-clad represented the Symbol Peak, the yellow-clad the Beast Peak, the blue-clad the Battle Peak, the purple-clad the Law Peak, the red-clad the Alchemy Peak, and the green-clad the Artifact Peak. Among the crowd, the blue attire was most numerous. With a throng of over 500 individuals, the purple attire followed closely, also teeming with people. While the numbers from the other 4 peaks were relatively even. As time progressed, the number of individuals arriving at the Blackstone Plaza continued to swell. After the span of a single incense stick, nearly 3,000 disciples of the Flying Feather sect had gathered, their vitality exuberant and spiritual energy palpable, all of them within the innate realm. Senior Brother Su, it's been many days. I have missed you dearly. Come over here. Zhu Feng, how dare a waste like you at the innate 4th level participate in the contest? Since you can come, why may I not? Truly, Senior Brother Li, it appears your cultivation has advanced significantly in just a few days. The Blackstone Plaza was alive with the clamor of voices, a cacophony of reunion and rivalry. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment rang out from the crowd. Oh, who is that? Everyone turned to the source of the sound, only to see 2 young men clad in black robes approaching the plaza entrance. Black robes from the desolate peak. Isn't that the waste Yuan Xiao, who only associates with livestock? And the other is Tang Chen. This fellow has come too. Does he dare to participate in the contest at the innate 1st level? Is he seeking death? As Tang Chen and Yuan Xiao made their appearance, murmurs of discussion erupted around them, rife with ridicule and derision. Many among the disciples of the Symbol Peak, Law Peak, and Artifact Peak, upon catching sight of Tang Chen, had their eyes gleam with a mix of greed and surprise. This audacious individual truly dared to attend the innate contest. Though marketed as a competition, this contest was brutally perilous. With numerous disciples perishing each year, they had assumed that Tang Chun, who had recently offended the leaders of the Three Peaks and was under scrutiny, would not dare to show up. Yet, to their astonishment, this fellow displayed considerable bravado. However, his participation was to them a tremendous opportunity. Disciples of the Symbol, Law, and Artifact Peaks, particularly those above the innate fifth level, refrained from challenging Tang Chun within the sect due to public opinion. However, the rules were different within the secret realm. There were no regulations, no restrictions, and they could act freely. With this thought, many gazed at Tang Chun with increasingly covetous eyes. He was the perfect prey. "Junior brother, it seems I am burdened by you," Yuan Shio muttered in distress, sensing the strange stares directed at them. "Are you afraid?" Tang Chun responded with an amused smile. "Afraid? My senior brother is not the eldest senior brother or the old cripple. How could I be afraid?" Yuan Shio retorted defiantly, though his neck stiffened. "Regardless, every disciple entering the secret realm will be randomly transported to different locations. With my luck, I certainly won't be sent to the same place as you. The harbinger of misfortune, that I certainly won't." He consoled himself inwardly. Tang Chun merely shook his head, ignoring Yuan Shio, his gaze sweeping ahead. Feeling the palpable aura of malice and greed surrounding him, he maintained his composure. Having decided to participate in the innate contest, he was mentally prepared for whatever may come. "You are Tang Chun." A figure clad in blue with an air of arrogance stood before Tang Chun, regarding him with a sidelong glance. "He is Lan Bei." Yuan Shio's expression soured as he quietly warned Tang Chun. Tang Chun understood and nodded slightly indeed. Lan Bei licked his lips, a dangerous glint flashing in his elongated eyes. "You are the one who broke my brother's record on the suspended treasure ladder?" Tang Chun affirmed with a nod. "Then prepare for death," Lan Bei sneered, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his murderous intent unabashedly evident. Tang Chun raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him for a moment before retracting his gaze. You think you are worthy?" His voice, indifferent and measured, rang out slowly. The moment the words fell, the surrounding spectators' expressions shifted. Yuan Shio, standing beside Tang Chun, looked utterly astonished, though Lan Bei's talent may not match that of Lan Xian. His temperament was even more flamboyant and domineering. Tang Chun's words were undoubtedly a call for trouble. As expected, the moment Tang Chun's voice faded, Lan Bei raised his hand, ruthlessly striking towards Tang Chun's chest. Though he stood at the innate seventh level, the ferocity of his spiritual power was formidable indeed. Yet, Tang Chun remained undaunted, prepared to counter. Boom! A terrifying force, akin to a mountain, erupted suddenly from behind Tang Chun and Yuan Shio. It was their second senior sister, Fu Yun. A streak of ice-blue spiritual energy, like a flash of lightning, surged toward Lan Bei with relentless force. "You madwoman! How dare you openly attack an innate realm junior disciple?" A cold laugh echoed. Before Lan Bei stood another tall figure clad in green robes, who swiftly appeared. With a flick of his hand, he effortlessly crushed the formidable ice-blue spiritual energy, strike into oblivion. "Brother, you have come." Upon seeing this person, Lan Bei's face lit up with excitement. That it was Lan Xian, the sect's foremost genius, senior brother Lan Xian. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Ordinary disciples. The name Lan Xian was akin to that of a deity. Who would have thought they would have the opportunity to witness him in person today? Ignoring the surrounding gasps, Lan Xian wore a faint smile, his piercing hawk-like eyes scanning the area behind Tang Chun and Yuan Shio. As everyone's gaze followed his, they soon spotted the striking figure of Fu Yun, clad in black robes, with an imposing stature and a massive sword slung across her back, approaching with deliberate grace. "It is Fu Yun from the Desolate Peak, ranked 9th on the Flying Feather list." Someone recognized her immediately. Senior sister, what brings you here?" Tang Chun and Yuan Shio hurriedly greeted her, concerned for your safety. "I came to check on you," Fu Yun replied, her expression cool and detached, her gaze fixed intently on Lan Xian. "Did I ask this how you discipline your useless younger brother, allowing him to be attacked by fellow disciples?" Fu Yun spoke icily. Lan Xian chuckled lightly. "It seems I have indeed neglected my responsibilities." As he spoke, he turned to Lan Bei and asked, "Do you remember the teachings of your master sister? In the future, Do not raise your hand against fellow disciples, brother. I remember. Lan Bei responded, a slight smile playing on his lips as he nodded. He then swiftly changed the subject. Then I shall eliminate those two in the secret realm. He pointed at Tang Chun and Yuan Xiao, his smile taking on a chilling edge. Boom! Fu Yun's fair face turned icy, and her aura suddenly surged forth. Lan Xian turned once more, taking a step forward. And an aura several times more formidable than before erupted, forcefully suppressing Fu Yun's outburst. Those words were spoken by my younger brother, not me. Crazy woman, why is your temper still so volatile? Lan Xian chuckled lightly. Moreover, the disciples of the Huangfeng lineage are not any weaker than you, are they? Lan Bei was merely jesting. Why the rush? A wicked smile spread across his face as he added. Or are you truly afraid that they might be killed? Fu Yun's expression darkened, and just as she was about to speak, Tang Chen's calm voice suddenly rang out from behind. Lan Bei, right? Everyone was taken aback, turning to look at him, under the gaze of countless astonished eyes. Tang Chen maintained a tranquil demeanor and remarked, I remember you that if I survive this time and leave the secret realm, you will be the first I hunt down. He paused, then turned to Lan Xian, raising an eyebrow, and you as well. Clean your neck and wait. The moment his words fell, the entire Black Stone Plaza descended into a profound silence. Chapter 27. The competition begins. Who is Lan Bei? Ranked 73rd among the top 100 of the three realms, one of the strongest talents in the Feiyu sect's innate realm. His brother, Lan Xian, is even hailed as the #1 genius of the Feiyu sect. A seventh-layer spirit infant realm powerhouse at the mere age of 28. The two brothers are formidable to the point that they are hardly comparable. Yet here was Tang Chun, a newcomer who had just entered the sect days ago. A weakling who had only just stepped into the innate realm, boldly proclaiming his intent to kill them. The crowd was initially stunned, then erupted into laughter in unison. What an overconfident fool. Does he truly believe that having broken Lan Xian's record on the suspended treasure ladder means he can contend with him? If he wishes to kill Lan Xian and Lan Bei, he should first ensure he can walk out of the Qingyun Mountain secret realm alive. In an instant, jeering voices surged like a tide, overwhelming the air. Lan Bei and Lan Xian shared knowing smiles, viewing Tang Chun as nothing more than a joke, his earlier words eliciting laughter to Fu Yun. It seems your disciple's mind isn't quite right. Lan Xian remarked, amusement evident on his face. To Fu Yun remained silent, staring at Tang Chun. For some reason, she found his words not only unfunny, but somehow believable, and even held a glimmer of expectation. Very well, I will await that day. Fu Yun's expression was calm as she addressed Tang Chun. Be cautious once you enter the secret realm. Tang Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Fu Yun did not elaborate further. Turning her gaze to Yuan Xiao, you too. With that, she turned and departed without looking back. Does that mean she is simply reminding me to be careful as well? Yuan Xiao mused, scratching his nose, feeling a tinge of jealousy. Why do I feel like the master sister treats you differently? Tang Chen shrugged. Could it be that she simply finds you more disagreeable? Yuan Xiao was rendered speechless, his heart stung by the truth of those words. With Fu Yun's departure, Lan Xian did not linger either, quietly leaving as well. The storm had settled, yet the gazes of the disciples from various peaks directed at Tang Chun and Yuan Xiao turned even more scornful. They had not only provoked the disciples of the third peak, but had now completely severed ties with Lan Bei. These two were finished. There was no way out. High above, on the flying clouds. This is truly something to look forward to, Hong Weo mused as he withdrew his gaze from overlooking the scene, a smile adorning his face. Indeed, Gao Yuan replied, stroking his goat-like beard, casting a mocking glance at the increasingly grim-faced Yimeng. If Peak Mastery tries to protect Tang Chun, only for that lad to perish at the hands of his own disciples, it would be the greatest joke of all. Ha ha ha. Yimeng's expression darkened further, unable to counter with any rebuttal. The brothers Lan Xian and Lan Bei possessed extraordinary talent and were notoriously domineering in character. Tang Chun had provoked them. It was likely he was truly in dire straits. Old Chun, do you think that lad will die in the secret realm? Elder Wu nudged Elder Chun, speaking in a hushed tone as they stood near the entrance of the secret realm. I do not know, Elder Chun replied with a slight shake of his head, his gaze drifting towards Tang Chun, who was meditating in the distance, his expression complex that he wished to do something for Tang Chun, but felt utterly powerless. I hope your luck holds out, Elder Chun silently prayed. Time continued to pass. After another incense stick's worth of time, all disciples registered for the innate competition had gathered, 3,042 disciples in total. The Blackstone Plaza buzzed with activity. "Let us begin," Elder Chen stated solemnly as he glanced at the time. Elder Wu nodded earnestly, channeling spirit energy as he slowly rose into the air. Everyone's silence, his authoritative voice, augmented by spiritual energy, echoed throughout the Blackstone Plaza. The previously bustling crowd fell into an immediate hush. Over 3,000 pairs of eyes turned to him. Elder Wu scanned the crowd, cleared his throat, and spoke gravely, "Ladies and gentlemen, the innate competition is about to commence. Before we begin, I need to explain the rules, precautions, and rewards." The disciples' expressions hardened, their ears pricked in attention. First, the rules are simple. Use any means necessary to remain in the Qingyun Mountain secret realm for as long as possible. The last one to exit will be the first-place winner of the competition, Elder Wu declared. Once you all enter the secret realm, the boundary at the edge will gradually contract towards the center. The longer you stay, the faster it will shrink. Shortly, I will distribute the secret realm wristbands, which contain a special energy that will allow you to endure outside the safe zone for a brief moment. But the time is limited, and the smaller the safe zone, the faster the energy will deplete. If you are unable to enter the safe area before the energy runs out, you will be expelled from the secret realm and lose your qualification to compete. Do you understand? Over 3,000 disciples responded in unison. Understood. Very good. Elder Wu nodded slightly. Next, the precautions. First, once you enter the secret realm, whether you wish to act alone or form teams, there are no restrictions. However, I must warn you, never place your trust in others too easily, not even your teammates or allies. Upon hearing this, many faces in the crowd displayed signs of nervousness. Elder Wu paid no heed and continued. Secondly, you must be wary of the demonic beasts within the Qingyun Mountain secret realm. The realm is vast, even larger than our sect, and it is home to everything from ordinary beasts to spirit infant realm demonic beasts. You may hunt these beasts freely, and any spoil such as fur or demon cores will belong to you, but I do not wish for anyone to overestimate their abilities. Demonic beasts are ferocious and will not hold back when lives are at stake. If you find yourself in mortal danger, immediately crush the wristband to exit the secret realm. Elder Wu surveyed the crowd, speaking earnestly. While our sect encourages competition among disciples, we do not wish for you to perish foolishly at the hands of demonic beasts. Do you understand? Understood. The plaza erupted with resounding voices. Lastly, let me discuss the rewards for this innate competition. After a brief pause, a smile spread across Elder Wu's face. This year's rewards are still quite substantial. The first-place winner of the competition will receive, in addition to the fixed sea-transcending Serpent Demon Core, a high-grade mysterious martial skill and 100 contribution points. The second to fifth places will receive a mid-grade mysterious martial skill and 50 contribution points. The 6th to 10th places will receive a reward of 20 contribution points. There will be no rewards for those ranked beyond 10th. His words sparked excitement among many disciples, their faces lighting up with anticipation. To receive 100 contribution points for first place was already enticing enough, not to mention obtaining a high-grade mysterious martial skill. More importantly, the sea-transcending Serpent Demon Core was a tremendous boon for cultivators in the innate realm, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No innate realm cultivator could resist such temptation. All right, without further ado, Old Chen, Elder Wu concluded, turning his gaze to Elder Chen. The latter nodded slightly, that in the next moment, both raised their hands, tapping their storage bags at their waists. Swish, swish, swish. Countless brilliant streams of light surged forth from their waists, flying towards the disciples of the 7 peaks in the plaza. Tang Chen reached out to catch one, that was a jade wristband, intricately engraved with array formations, emanating a faint spiritual glow and crafted with great care. This was indeed the secret realm wristband Elder Wu had mentioned. Infuse your spirit energy and input your name and affiliated peak into it. Elder Chun instructed calmly that if you need to leave the secret realm, simply crush it. Everyone complied without hesitation. Once all participants had recorded their information, the 2 elders wasted no time and approached the entrance of the Qingyun Mountain secret realm. Standing before the portal, both elders summoned their spirit energy and began forming seals that in an instant. 2 spirit energy seals took shape, rushing toward the portal with a whoosh. Buzz! the portal trembled, and in the next moment, a teleportation array capable of accommodating nearly 100 individuals appeared in the center of the Blackstone Plaza. "You may enter," Elder Chin proclaimed. "You shall be randomly transported to various locations within the secret realm." Following closely was the cheerful voice of Elder Wu. "The gates of the Flying Feather Sect have been opened for you all. Strive diligently for your future. Fight with all your might." These words ignited the fervor of over 3,000 disciples of the Flying Feather Sect. After a brief moment of silence, the sound of feet pounding the ground echoed as figures dashed toward the teleportation array. In an instant, they vanished upon entering. The ground of the plaza began to tremble as disciples from Beast Peak rode upon their enormous guardian spirit beasts into the secret realm, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. "I await your arrival to slay me." Lon Bei turned his head, revealing a wicked smile toward Tang Chun, making a gesture across his throat before stepping into the teleportation array, disappearing entirely. "Junior brother, take care." Yuan Xiao retracted his usual playful demeanor and entered the teleportation array, and no sooner had he left than dozens of figures, filled with resentment, hurriedly followed in his wake. These individuals were likely enemies Yuan Xiao had made in the past. However, it seemed that Tang Chin had even more foes than he. Taking a deep breath, Tang Chin surveyed his surroundings, only to be met with numerous greedy and murderous gazes directed at him. Although the teleportation array would send each competitor to different locations, these individuals still desired to enter alongside Tang Chun, hoping to be transported together. Ignoring them, Tang Chun extended his right hand, and with a flash, the spirit sword-broken blade materialized, gripped tightly in his grasp as he channeled his spiritual energy. A blade of spiritual power surged forth from the broken edge. Radiating with brilliance, with his mind slightly tensed, Tang Chin did not linger and directly stepped into the teleportation array. "Follow him." Witnessing this, the hundreds of individuals awaiting their turn surged forward like a swarm. The Blackstone Plaza grew increasingly empty. Within moments, all 3,000 disciples had entered, leaving only Elder Chun and Elder Wu behind. The two exchanged glances and formed seals. Once more did a massive screen of spiritual light materialized above the entrance to the secret realm. After rippling like water, it rapidly expanded. Unlike the screen that revealed the treasure realm, this one could not display the specific scenes within due to the sheer vastness of the Qingyun Mountain secret realm. What appeared was merely a minuscule map of the Qingyun Mountain secret realm. At that moment, red dots began to swiftly appear in various corners of the map. Before long, the entire map was dotted with red points. Each red dot represented a disciple of the Flying Feather Sect. The competition for the innate supremacy had officially commenced. Chapter 28. Sowing discord in the Qingyun Mountain secret realm. Although it was a hidden domain, it was remarkably vast, even exceeding the area of the Flying Feather Sect. Mountains, forests, rivers, and hills of every conceivable terrain were present. At this moment, numerous small teleportation portals materialized in various corners of the secret realm. As disciples of the Flying Feather Sect entered the realm one after another for the competition, some fortunate ones were directly transported to expansive, uninhabited areas, while others, less fortunate, found themselves arriving alongside others. Boom! Barely 10 breaths into the commencement of the competition, battles erupted one after another throughout the secret realm. Moreover, a few unfortunate individuals, the so-called heavenly evil stars, were directly transported next to terrifying beasts that if they encountered weaker beasts, they could simply slay them. However, facing overwhelmingly powerful beasts left them with no choice but to crush their hand rings to seek survival. Swish! Not long after the competition began, the number of red dots on the map started to dwindle. Many disciples wore grim expressions as they were expelled from the secret realm. Damn it! I was sent right next to a five-fold innate azure-scale giant python. If I hadn't reacted swiftly, I might have already perished. How did you manage to escape? I ran into a group of scoundrels from Law Peak. They wanted to kill me. What's that compared to me? You know Li Xiang from Symbol Peak? He's at the 8th level of innate. I saw him transported right into the jaws of a terrifying demon tiger, and it bit his head clean off. That demon tiger was likely a fierce beast of the life and death realm. The eliminated disciples gathered at the Blackstone Plaza, murmuring among themselves. Some were relieved, others resentful, some furious, and some utterly despondent. However, with their elimination, there was no remedy, and they could only wait another year. The brutality of the innate supremacy competition was evident. Strength and luck were both indispensable. Meanwhile, at the western edge of the Qingyun Mountain secret realm, amidst towering dense forests, Tang Chen swiftly wielded his broken blade, cleaving a ferocious wild boar that lunged at him in two. Blood sprang forth that he deftly gutted the carcass, extracting the demon core before swiftly vacating the scene. His luck was a double-edged sword. On one hand, he was transported to a location far from the center of the secret realm. Upon entering, the boundary of the secret realm was barely 10 zhang from him. He had to expend a considerable amount of time traveling, but on the other hand, this location was relatively safe, devoid of terrifying beasts, mostly ordinary wildlife. That wild boar was the highest realm beast he had encountered so far, merely at the 5th level of postnatal, posing no threat to him. After dispatching several more beasts along the way, Tang Chen finally reached the edge of the dense forest. Just as he prepared to dash out, a few derisive voices suddenly rang out. "Hey, look who it is! Haha, I never expected to encounter this brat here." What a delightful surprise! With a swish, four figures burst forth from the right side of the woods and landed before Tang Chen. Tang Chen frowned slightly, focusing his gaze. The four before him were clad in purple robes, all disciples of Law Peak. The leader was a gaunt figure, exceptionally ugly, yet possessing the strongest cultivation. Tang Chen utilized his spiritual sense to assess. Although he couldn't discern his exact realm, he could estimate roughly based on the intensity of the spiritual energy fluctuations. This individual was at the 6th level of innate. The other three beside him were all at the 5th level of innate. Realizing the cultivation levels of this quartet, Tang Chen felt a sense of unease. If it were a one-on-one fight, he had confidence in defeating those at the 5th level of innate and even dared to challenge the 6th level. However, this was not a duel but rather a 1-against-4. Direct confrontation was not a viable option. From the moment they locked eyes, Tang Chen had already made his decision. The only course of action was to escape first, then seek opportunities to eliminate them one by one. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he stomped heavily on the ground, his figure transforming into a bolt of lightning, shooting eastward. "Don't let this brat escape, pursue him," the ugly 6th-level disciple barked, leading the charge as the other three followed closely. Light body technique. The command rang out, and all four disciples surged forward, their legs infused with spiritual energy, dramatically increasing their speed. This was a unique technique of Law Peak, allowing for a temporary burst of speed, suitable for both escape and pursuit. Tang Chen's expression was grim as he activated the Origin Dao decision. As his spiritual energy surged within, he too elevated his speed to its peak. His figure resembled a black sword, racing through the dense forest. Rather than dodging the trees and shrubs, he relied on his formidable physical strength to barrel through. Crash! The sound of breaking wood echoed as ancient trees were snapped like twigs. Clouds of dust rising. In Shixiang, how can this brat be so fast? A 5th-level innate disciple from Law Peak furrowed his brow, asking coldly, and no matter how fast he is still only at the 1st level of innate. His spiritual sea is limited. His energy is finite, the ugly cultivator known as in Shixiang sneered. Once his spiritual energy is exhausted, he will be easily captured. The other three disciples nodded in agreement. That is true. In a chase where speeds are comparable, it ultimately comes down to the depth of spiritual energy. Whoever has the more abundant energy can endure longer. Although Tang Chen is a prodigy in physical strength, capable of slaying those at the 4th level of innate, at just the 1st level, no matter how strong he is still only at the 1st level. In terms of spiritual energy density, the four of them could easily overpower him. With this thought, they no longer rushed, merely trailing behind Tang Chen, waiting for his energy to deplete. After the passage of a single incense stick's worth of time, in Shixiao, "Don't you think?" The 5th-level disciple who had initially asked spoke again, swallowing hard. "This brat's speed hasn't decreased at all." "I think so too. The distance is only growing," another disciple chimed in, his face serious. In Shixiang's expression darkened, remaining silent, but he had certainly noticed, at this extreme speed, even if their spiritual energy reserves were substantial, they were beginning to feel the strain. Their speed had diminished significantly compared to the outset. If it were an ordinary 1st-level innate cultivator, they would likely have already exhausted their energy and could no longer run. Yet, Tang Chen appeared to possess boundless energy, maintaining his speed without any sign of slowing. If this situation continued, it was highly likely that others would take notice. After all, There were many hunters eager to eliminate Tang Chun. If anyone else intervened, the situation could become dire. With that thought, Yin Shixiang's expression grew increasingly grim. Gritting his teeth, he rapidly formed seals with both hands. Activate the mud trap binding array. Intercept him. Understood. The other three responded in unison, swiftly beginning to form their seals. Buzz! As the incantation of the law seal took shape, a surge of ethereal light erupted from the four individuals that I in the next moment. Their spiritual energies intertwined and fused rapidly in mid-air, coalescing into two colossal hands in an instant. Each of these hands measured 2 zhong in length, shrouded in an inky darkness, resembling figures sculpted from sludge. The moment they formed, they shot towards Tang Chun like a bolt of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. The speed of the two enormous hands was nothing short of extraordinary, reaching Tang Chun's back in the blink of an eye, and they clamped down fiercely upon his legs that a searing pain shot through him, causing his body to freeze momentarily before crashing down to the ground with a thunderous thud. These hands were not merely powerful. They possessed an eerie, adhesive force that ensnared Tang Chun's legs, making him feel as though he had sunk into a quagmire. The more he struggled, the harder it became to escape. Bang, bang, bang. The four disciples, led by Brother Ian, closed in from the 4 cardinal directions, effectively sealing off any avenue of retreat for Tang Chun. Why are you not fleeing? A sinister grin spread across Brother Yin's grotesque face as he advanced toward Tang Chun. The Fa Peak lineage excelled in employing various formations and magical techniques to vanquish foes, but this quagmire binding formation was a unique martial skill exclusive to the disciples of Fa Peak, capable of being executed collaboratively. The greater the number of participants, the longer the binding duration and the stronger the restraint. Do you truly believe we are as foolish as those brutes from the Battle Peak lineage? Merely chasing without strategy. The other 3 disciples chuckled derisively, delight gleaming in their eyes. The Peak Master had promised that should they successfully slay Tang Chun, he would personally bestow rewards upon them. If they could garner the Peak Master's favor, even being eliminated would not render their efforts in vain. Step, step, step. The sound of footsteps echoed as Brother Ian swiftly approached. Simultaneously, a sharp spiritual energy spike materialized before him. Do not let this brat move. I shall strike him down, Brother Ian commanded coldly. Understood. The 3 innate disciples responded in unison. Crack, crack. The bones in Tang Chun's legs screamed in agony as the 2 muddy hands tightened their grip, their strength intensifying. This terrifying adhesive force spread from his calves to his entire body, rendering him nearly immobile. For the moment, escape was utterly unattainable. It is time to proceed, Brother Ian bellowed, and the spiritual energy spike lunged suddenly, aiming to pierce Tang Chun's skull, that in a bid to prevent Tang Chun from shattering the hand ring and fleeing. He aimed for a decisive strike. Do you truly intend to share the spoils with those 3 worthless fools? Tang Chun's cold laughter rang out unexpectedly. What did you say? Brother Ian paused, the descending spike halting mid-air. That if you kill me, the Peak Master of Fa Peak should reward you, correct? Tang Chun glanced at him and spoke nonchalantly. You have 4 individuals here. How shall the reward be divided? Will it be shared equally, or will you take it all for yourself? His voice was soft yet resonated clearly among the 4 disciples of Fa Peak. Upon hearing this, Brother Yin's pupils constricted sharply. Indeed. With 4 individuals on their side, who would the reward for killing Tang Chun rightfully belong to? Would it truly be split among them? To be frank, he was unwilling. The other 3 were merely at the 5th level of innate cultivation. What right did they have to share in the spoils? The 3 disciples of Fa Peak, upon hearing Tang Chun's words, were also momentarily taken aback. They, too, began to contemplate deeply. They knew Brother Yin's character all too well. Eccentric, volatile, and selfish. Would he genuinely be willing to share the fruits of their labor with them? As these thoughts surfaced in their minds, their resolve began to waver. The binding force of the 2 muddy hands gripping Tang Chun's calves also began to mysteriously weaken. A flicker of joy danced in Tang Chun's heart as he silently directed his spiritual energy towards the sword in his right hand. The Broken Blade. Chapter 29. The Decisive Return Shot. Brother Ian sensed something amiss, his heart tightening as he urgently called out, Do not let this brat's beguiling words sway you. Yet, Tang Chun's words had already taken root in the minds of the 3. And once planted, they could not be easily dismissed. Brother Ian, Is what he said truly your genuine sentiment? A short-haired disciple inquired coldly. The other two fixed their penetrating gazes upon him, awaiting his response. Fools! Brother Yin's irritation surged within. Yet he could not afford to turn against them, but he halted his movements and spoke solemnly. Such notions are utterly baseless. He was captured and slain by all four of us. Everyone contributed, so why would I entertain thoughts of hoarding the reward? Rest assured, once we exit, I shall relay the circumstances to the Peak Master, and you shall receive your due recompense. Before he could finish, Tang Chen scoffed. Do you truly believe that, with his cultivation, if he were to launch a surprise attack, who could withstand it? Killing me would leave him free to strike when you least expect it. Losing one is inevitable. If luck runs out, at least two of you would be instantaneously slain. Tang Chen turned his gaze to the three disciples of Fa Peak, speaking with an air of nonchalance. What difference does it make if only one remains? It's akin to being dead. We are comrades. How could I turn against my own fellow disciples? Brother Ian barked, his voice laced with fury that he was genuinely anxious. For this brat had deduced all his thoughts. He had initially planned to quietly eliminate the other three once Tang Chen was captured. The reward personally offered by the Peak Master would undoubtedly be substantial. He had no desire to share it with anyone, and these three were unworthy of such a reward. Only you know what lies within your heart, Tang Chen replied calmly. Brother Ian turned to the three. You must trust your senior brother. Brother, it is not that we do not trust you, the short-haired disciple interjected solemnly. Elder Wu explicitly cautioned us before the competition to trust no one within the secret realm. Though we are fellow disciples, the human heart is inscrutable, and we cannot know what you truly think, unless Brother Ian swears an oath using the cautious speech technique. Another chimed in that the cautious speech technique was also a unique martial skill of the Fa Peak lineage. To swear an oath by this technique meant that should one violate the vow, they would suffer backlash from the spell, resulting in grievous injury or even instant death. Brother Yin's already ghastly countenance darkened further. He certainly did not wish to resort to such a method. At that moment, he longed to cleave both Tang Chen and the three of them with a single strike. One dares to speak, while three dare to believe. What a bunch of simpletons! Do you not openly display your distrust in me, your senior brother? Brother Ian ground his teeth in frustration. The short-haired disciple slightly shook his head. Under normal circumstances, we would certainly believe you. Yet, the allure of profit is potent, and we must remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, a murderous glint ignited in Brother Yin's eyes. He resolved to cease further discussion and directly eliminate Tang Chen. The time wasted was already excessive. If he continued to bicker with these three, who knew what unforeseen circumstances might arise, better to kill him first and then deliberate on the rest. With a fierce roar, the suspended spiritual energy spike surged forward once more, piercing the air as it lunged toward Tang Chen's head. In his eyes, the spike drew ever closer, that a cold smile suddenly blossomed on Tang Chen's lips. Regardless of whether the four truly harbored discord, he had successfully sown the seeds of doubt and bought himself precious time. The spiritual sword, broken blade, in his hand had accumulated an immense amount of power. Boom! Tang Chen shouted, and his spiritual energy erupted instantaneously. The two muddy hands that had already weakened were shattered as he broke free from their grip. Clang! The broken blade sang as it arced through the air. The terrifying momentum of the sword surged forth, shattering all that lay in its path, sharp and unyielding. Tang Chen had comprehended the first level of the indestructible sword body to perfection, and after a prolonged period of accumulation, the power of this strike was brought to its zenith. In an instant, the spiritual energy spike conjured by Brother Ian was cleaved asunder, and the residual force of the broken blade surged towards his chest. Damn it! Curses erupted as Brother Ian staggered backward, hastily conjuring a wall of spiritual energy before him. Bang! The brilliance of the broken blade surged forth, crashing against the barrier of spiritual energy as the force dissipated. The wall shattered with a resounding explosion. Brother Ian was forced to retreat, his hands weaving intricate seals as layers upon layers of barriers formed. Bang, bang, bang! After slicing through 4 layers of spiritual walls consecutively, the glow of the broken blade finally began to dim. Sizzle! Ultimately, the sword's aura tore through Brother Yin's robes, blood splattering as it left a gaping wound on his chest, deep enough to see bone, before vanishing into thin air. Though he had failed to slay him with a single strike, Tang Chen showed no inclination to linger. He turned and fled, freed from the confines of the quagmire binding formation. His speed was remarkable, and he vanished into the thicket in the blink of an eye. Brother Ian, nursing a grievous wound on his chest, bled profusely, his complexion a ghastly pale mixed with a shade of iron gray. Damn it, damn it, he roared, clutching his chest as he bellowed at the remaining 3 disciples. Why are you still standing there? Pursue him. However, the short-haired disciple and the others exchanged glances, yet remained unmoving. Brother Yin's heart sank, and he retreated several steps. What do you intend to do? Nothing in particular, they replied almost in unison. Closing in on him, a chilling voice echoed in his ears. We simply wish to spare you the agony of your injuries. So we intend to send you on your way. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 disciples unleashed their spiritual energy and simultaneously struck at Brother Ian. Brother Yin's eyes bulged with rage. He retaliated, shattering one of the incoming attacks with a swift motion of his palm. Roaring, do not harm your fellow disciples. Tang Chun is our true target. That is indeed our intention. But you, Ian Wei, are far too greedy, treating us as though we are beneath you. The short-haired disciple replied coldly. Maintaining his assault, bang. After Ian Wei's second devastating attack, he was left utterly drained of strength. Already gravely injured from Tang Chen's ambush, he found himself unable to contend against 3 opponents, all at the innate 5th level. Attacking him simultaneously, boom. The palm imprint conjured by the short-haired disciple struck heavily against Ian Wei's chest. Crack. The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed as a large portion of Ian Wei's chest caved in, sending him hurtling backward like a tattered sack. Kill him. Then we'll pursue Tang Chun. The short-haired disciple's eyes burned with murderous intent as he commanded in a low voice that as soon as he finished speaking. The 3 rushed toward Ian Wei once more. Suddenly, whoosh. A chilling glint of cold light erupted from the dense forest, emanating a terrifying sword intent that cleaved through the air. The short-haired disciple, being the closest, became the primary target. Faced with the sudden, dazzling sword strike, his expression faltered for a moment, his body freezing in place. Yet that very instant proved to be his fatal flaw. The sword light descended, cleaving the short-haired disciple in 2. Blood spraying forth as his entrails scattered, he even had the chance to shatter his secret realm wristband. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Chen snatched away his storage bag and turned to flee. The remaining 2 disciples were left stunned, rooted to the spot. That wasn't this kid fleeing. How did he reappear? Who gave him the audacity to strike back? Haha, I told you. You 3 are nothing but fools. Ian Wei watched this scene unfold, momentarily dazed before bursting into wild laughter. Simultaneously, he completely abandoned the thought of pursuing Tang Chen. That kid was not only gifted, but possessed an astonishingly high combat intellect. His earlier schemes to sow discord, his opportunistic ambush, and now this counterattack were feats beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. This ruthless decisiveness and audacity were qualities he had never witnessed in any of his fellow disciples of Feiyu sect. With this realization, he no longer hesitated and crushed the secret realm wristband on his wrist. Buzz. The moment the wristband shattered, a special force erupted, and a portal appeared behind him. Without a second thought, Ian Wei dashed inside, escaping from the Qingyun Mountain's secret realm. From Tang Chen's sudden return and the swift execution of the short-haired disciple to Ian Wei's decisive escape, only a few breaths had passed. It wasn't until Ian Wei vanished that the 2 remaining disciples finally regained their senses. Fear etched across their faces. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? The 2 were utterly bewildered. Just then, buzz! The sound of a sword ringing out abruptly pierced the air, and a wave of terrifying sword energy sliced through the forest once more. The 2 disciples were horrified, scrambling to form a barrier of spiritual energy for defense. Bang! The barrier shattered, their clothes torn as they were sent crashing to the ground. The next moment, Tang Chen appeared, his form resembling a cannonball, surging toward one of them with a ferocious, killing intent. The broken blade in his hand sang with a sharp note, and Tang Chen unleashed his full combat prowess. Swish! A sword fell, blood spraying as one disciple's head was sent soaring into the air. His face frozen in terror and disbelief until the moment of his demise. The other, witnessing the grim scene, hastily attempted to shatter his wristband to escape. Tang Chen's expression hardened as he swiftly hurled the broken blade. The razor-sharp edge of spiritual energy cleanly severed the right arm of this disciple, still adorned with the wristband. As Tang Chen landed, he stomped down, bang. The severed arm exploded upon impact, flesh and blood scattering. "Spare me!" The wretched screams echoed. The disciple's face contorted in despair as he pleaded for mercy. "I can give you all my contribution points, and I have plenty of spirit stones. The Law Peak is after you. I can provide you with intelligence. I'll do anything you ask. Just don't kill me." He staggered backward, his eyes bloodshot as he continued to howl. Tang Chen's gaze remained cold and unyielding, wordlessly advancing with the broken blade in hand. He never showed mercy to such individuals. Damn it all. The disciple was utterly despaired, trembling and weeping at that moment. He regretted every decision he had made. Why did he foolishly team up with Inwei and the others? Why had he succumbed to greed and dared to attack this harbinger of doom? Huffed. With a swift motion, Tang Chen plunged the broken blade directly through his brow. Then, he reached out, forming a seal and silently reciting an incantation. Grabbing 3 translucent soul fragments from the lifeless bodies, without a moment's pause, he clenched his fist, bang. The 3 souls were crushed, utterly obliterated. After thoroughly resolving the matter of these 3, Tang Chen's tense heartstrings finally relaxed slightly. However, he lamented the missed opportunity to slay the innate 6th-level Inwei as well. Shaking off these thoughts, he swiftly collected the remaining 2 storage bags before departing the scene, in the Qingyan Mountain's secret realm. Lingering too long in one place was highly ill-advised. Not only were the sounds of battle likely to attract other cultivators, but the scent of blood released during killings could also summon a multitude of beasts and demonic creatures. Half a stick of incense later, Tang Chen emerged from the dense forest, finding himself in a rugged, hilly expanse, overgrown with weeds and devoid of human presence. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted only a few small creatures foraging for food. As he released a slight wave of spiritual energy, they fled in fright. After locating a relatively secluded cave, Tang Chen paused to estimate the time. It had been roughly half an hour since the competition began. Based on the rate of contraction of the boundary at the edge of the secret realm, it would take several more hours to reach his current position. There was ample time. Moreover, crossing this hilly terrain would bring him significantly closer to the central area of the secret realm. By then, more disciples would be converging from all directions, inevitably leading to greater troubles. After some contemplation, Tang Chen decided to remain here for quiet cultivation. Once the boundary of the secret realm contracted to this location, he would devise a plan. During the remaining hours, if he trained on the 1st level of the time-space ancient tower, it would equate to approximately 3 days of training in the outside world. 3 days would provide him with sufficient time to make considerable advancements. With this thought in mind, Tang Chen no longer hesitated. He crouched into the cave, moved several stones to seal the entrance, and sat cross-legged on the ground. He first retrieved the storage bags of the 3 Law Peak disciples to assess his gains. These 3 were merely ordinary disciples, not the kind of prodigies like Gu Yu, and their wealth was not substantial. The total amount of spirit stones in their bags only equated to 42 medium-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there were some 1st and 2nd-grade pills, along with a few talismans. The talismans were of around innate 3rd-level strength, which held little value for Tang Chen at this stage. What truly piqued Tang Chen's interest were the 2 sets of formation flags he discovered within the storage bags. Formation flags are used to set up various formations, a common tactic employed by the Law Peak lineage in combat. Though they couldn't be activated instantaneously like most martial techniques and required prior arrangements and a somewhat tedious process. Their power should not be underestimated. If utilized correctly, they could easily turn the tide of battle in favor of the user, even allowing a smaller force to triumph over a larger one. Both sets of formation flags came with a jade slip detailing their usage. Tang Chen first picked up the first set and infused his spiritual energy into the jade slip. Soon, relevant information materialized in his mind. This formation was relatively simple, requiring only the placement of 4 flags to activate. It was named the Spirit Suppression Formation, designed explicitly to suppress the opponent's spiritual energy. Enemies within the formation would find their spiritual energy sluggish and their recovery speed and martial prowess significantly diminished. The stronger the cultivator setting the formation, the wider the range and more potent the effects. The second formation was termed the Mist Dispersal Formation. Compared to the Spirit Suppression Formation, this one was considerably more complex, requiring 10 flags to trigger. However, its effects were correspondingly formidable. Enemies stepping into this formation would feel as though they were enveloped in fog, their senses dulled, and spiritual awareness rendered ineffective, leaving them disoriented. Most impressively, this formation could even affect cultivators 2 minor realms higher than the one setting it. However, the duration would be comparatively shorter than if the enemy's realm was lower than the one setting the formation. The flags would remain standing, and the formation would persist that if the enemy was at the same realm. The formation would last for half an hour if the enemy's realm exceeded that of the one setting the formation. It would only endure for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, that if the disparity in realm was too great, the formation would be rendered ineffective and would be swiftly dispelled. Overall, this mist dispersal formation had numerous limitations. However, if used adeptly, it could yield unexpectedly advantageous results. Tang Chen silently committed to memory the methods for arranging 2 sets of formations before gathering all the spoils into his storage pouch. He then closed his eyes to calm his mind and summoned the ancient tower of time and space from within his body, instantly entering it. Following the customary path, he arrived at the second layer of the tower, where he ground his physical body and soul upon the azure and obsidian grinding stones several times before entering the first layer to commence his cultivation. Meanwhile, in a valley abundant with vast stretches of grass. At the opposite end of the spectrum from Tangchun, numerous goats with singular horns grazed peacefully upon the verdant ground. These creatures, known as unicorn goats, were mild-mannered and possessed a feeble bloodline, with the strongest among them barely capable of reaching the peak of the 9th level of the acquired realm. In this valley, nearly 30 unicorn goats leisurely munched on the grass, save for one particularly frail specimen that seemed restless. Its glistening black eyes sparkled with intelligence as it surveyed its surroundings while continuing to graze. Oddly enough, after nibbling a few mouthfuls, it would turn its head to spit them out, seemingly in utter disdain. Phew, this grass is truly horrid. After ejecting 2 more mouthfuls of chewed grass, this little unicorn goat suddenly mumbled softly. At the sound, the other grazing goats paused and looked at it in bewilderment. "What are you staring at? Why do you insist on eating this wretched grass? I too must suffer alongside you fools." "What a travesty!" The little unicorn goat flicked its ears and grumbled. Meanwhile, not far beneath the grass, in a burrow barely large enough to accommodate a single person, Yuan Xiao wore a face of indignation. The peculiar little unicorn goat that could utter human speech was under his control through spirit manipulation. Fortune had smiled upon him. Upon entering the Qinyan Mountain's secret realm, he had been teleported to a central location, not too distant from the edge of the realm, yet still a fair distance from the heart of it, that in many respects. This location was the ideal teleportation point in the minds of all participating disciples. No need to rush. And relatively safe. However, Yuan Xiao, ever cautious, had hidden himself away the moment he entered, using his spirit manipulation to command weaker beasts and monsters of the acquired realm to scout the surroundings, should he detect any signs of other participants. He would remain concealed until he was certain the area was secure, at which point he would seek the safest route forward. By employing this strategy, Yuan Xiao had encountered no dangers in the span of half an hour. It must be said that the spirit manipulation technique, which he often found to be rather mundane, had proven remarkably effective in this Qinyan Mountain's secret realm. Just as he felt pleased with himself, a pungent odor suddenly assaulted his nostrils. Yuan Xiao switched his perspective to the little unicorn goat he controlled, only to discover that another unicorn goat nearby was urinating. The foaming liquid trickled across the grass, soaking the very patch the little goat was grazing upon. Grass. Realizing this, Yuan Xiao's face turned green with dismay. Due to the peculiar nature of spirit manipulation, he shared the 5 senses with the beast he controlled. This capability was indeed powerful, far surpassing the beast-controlling techniques of the Beast Peak. However, it had its drawbacks, as was evident now. Yuan Xiao could only feel a foul, acrid taste in his mouth, as if he had swallowed a mouthful of goat urine. "This grass is for eating. How can you just relieve yourself anywhere?" The little unicorn goat, exasperated, shouted at the goat that was urinating. The latter paused momentarily, a chill flickering in its eyes. Although it could not comprehend the words of its fellow goat, it sensed its agitation. How dare this feeble creature, with only the 3rd level of the acquired realm, express anger towards it? The urinating goat, enraged, kicked back with a powerful hind leg. Bang! The force of the kick sent the little unicorn goat tumbling. Yuan Xiao, cradling his forehead in the burrow, winced in pain. First doused in urine, now kicked by a goat. What a humiliating ordeal. Yuan Xiao's face flushed with anger, yet he refrained from acting rashly. Forget it. Forget it. One must accept both gains and losses. Were it not for them, I wouldn't have made it this far, so I shan't stoop to the level of these mindless beasts. That he consoled himself in this manner. And then thought of Tang Chun, that he wondered how his junior brother was faring, as that group of ruffians seemed to be searching for him like mad, that if only he could shatter the wristband and leave sooner. In the cave, Yuan Xiao muttered to himself as time passed. 10 hours had elapsed since the competition began. The once desolate black stone plaza was now bustling with figures, all eliminated disciples from various peaks. A total of 3,042 disciples had entered this competition, yet now nearly 1,000 had gathered in the plaza. Within just over 10 hours, nearly one-third had been eliminated, not counting those who had perished within the secret realm. The brutality of this competition was evident. Yet Tang Chun had yet to emerge. It was uncertain whether he had met his demise within. Elder Wu scanned the crowd and spoke in a hushed tone. Elder Chun, given his capabilities, he should be fine. Upon uttering this, a hint of concern crossed his features. He sincerely hoped that that young lad, Tang Chun, would soon exit the secret realm, for as time passed, the safe zones within the realm would gradually diminish, and encounters with others were inevitable. The disciples from the Law Peak, Talisman Peak, and Weapon Peak, along with Lan Xian from the Battle Peak and several of his close associates. There were countless individuals wishing to harm Tang Chun. This meant that the longer he remained in the secret realm, the greater his peril. Elder Chun, not wanting to see such a talented individual fall, thus yearned for his swift departure from the secret realm. His gaze turned toward the luminous map, suspended in midair. That on the map, nearly 2,000 red dots were scattered, all slowly advancing toward the central area. Among these myriad red dots, which one was he? Elder Chun couldn't help but fall into a reverie. Simultaneously, in the rocky hills, within the cave, the ancient tower of time and space hung silently, its golden radiance suddenly surging. In the next moment, a somewhat fatigued Tang Chun appeared in a flash. Chapter 31. Secret meeting in the woods. Tang Chun gazed around in confusion, and after a moment of bewilderment, his eyes swiftly regained clarity. With his spiritual energy surging, he shook off the dust that had settled upon him. 10 days had passed. Calculating the time, Tang Chun felt a sense of wonder. It had been over 10 hours since the competition began, during which he had diligently cultivated within the first layer of the ancient tower of time and space, which equated to 3 days in the outside world. During his participation in the innate competition, he had already tempered his spiritual awareness for 7 days, and with the addition of these 3 days, he had now spent a total of 10 days. Were he an ordinary cultivator, 10 days without rest, compounded by battles and high-intensity training, would have surely pushed him beyond his limits. Yet, with the aid of the black stone grinding disc, his spiritual awareness had continually strengthened, and he now only felt a hint of fatigue. Setting aside this weariness, he found nothing amiss. With a soft exhale, Tang Chun quietly sensed the changes within himself. First, concerning his physical body. During these 3 days, he had frequently entered the second layer of the ancient tower to grind his body on the azure stone disc. The number of acupoints within him had increased from 680 to 692. Clenching his fist, he felt the sinewy muscles in his arms. Savoring the newfound strength brought by the increased acupoints, a smile crept across his face. As the number of acupoints grew, the strength of his physical form surged dramatically. Now his body was robust enough to ignore attacks from those below the 5th level of the innate realm. Should he face off against that ancient jade again, he would have no need to invoke the spiritual sword-broken blade. His physical prowess alone could rend it apart. Next came his realm. The ocean of spiritual energy within him had expanded significantly, nearing the limits of the 1st level of the innate realm. According to Tang Chun's calculations, he would likely break through to the 2nd level of the innate realm within 2 days. Finally, regarding his martial techniques, the 1st level of the undying sword body, known as the sword intent realm, had already reached perfection. Now, even a casual swing of his sword carried an awe-inspiring sword intent, capable of cleaving through all things. My current combat power should enable me to slay most cultivators at the 6th level of the innate realm, and I could even contend evenly with those at the 7th level. Tang Chen murmured as he assessed his overall combat capabilities that Tio be able to kill those at the 6th level and match those at the 7th level, considering he was only at the 1st level of the innate realm. Such escalated combat strength was indeed formidable. However, after a moment of silence, Tang Chen shook his head slightly. Not enough. Although Lan Bei was at the 7th level of the innate realm, his exceptional talent allowed him to similarly defeat opponents at higher levels. He had even achieved the remarkable feat of slaying those at the 9th level of the innate realm. According to Tang Chen's estimates, the average cultivator at the 9th level of the innate realm would not stand a chance against him. Yet, he felt his current combat strength was still far from adequate. Buzz, a series of strange fluctuations wafted into the cave. Tang Chen peered through a crack in the stone, discovering that he was now quite close to the boundary of the Qingyun Mountain Secret Realm, less than 10 zhang away. The transparent barrier occasionally rippled with wave-like patterns, and beyond it lay an expanse of darkness. Moreover, it was gradually contracting. I can no longer linger here. I must press onward. Tang Chen swiftly made his decision. He would first distance himself from the barrier, and once he ventured deeper and found a second safe haven, he would then enter seclusion for a period of cultivation. Once he had made up his mind, the originally relaxed strings of his heart grew taut, and his vigilance escalated to its utmost limit. Gently pushing aside the stones that obstructed the cave's entrance, he transformed into a swift arrow, darting forth and vanishing in an instant amidst the chaos of the rocky hills. Before him lay an expanse of undulating mountains, the Qingyun Mountain Range. This region boasted a complex terrain, towering ancient trees providing ample shade, and an abundant aura of spiritual energy, nurturing countless heavenly treasures and formidable beasts, from the weakest of ordinary wild animals to the mightiest spirit infant realm giant monsters. All could be found here. This mountain range was also notorious for having the highest fatality rate among disciples of the Feiyu sect during each generation's innate competition. Not long after Tang Chen entered, he encountered several skeletal remains. The owners of these remains were unfortunate disciples of the Feiyu sect who had perished in the secret realm in previous years. Although the corpses had decayed, their standardized robes were low-grade spiritual treasures of the yellow tier. Remaining intact, purple robes, white robes, yellow robes, disciples from various peaks had all met their demise. Observing these abandoned corpses, Tang Chen shook his head slightly, a pang of sorrow welling within him. Such was the brutality of the path of cultivation. Whether one was a genius or an inept, once they fell, all was lost. Wealth, cultivation, spiritual treasures. Everything accumulated in life turned to dust, and no one would come to collect the bones. Moreover, it was evident that these remains had been disturbed. Their spatial storage bags and spiritual treasures had vanished, clearly taken by those who came after. Perhaps this was the last vestige of their worth in this world. Would there come a day when he too would become such a desiccated bone? To die in some secluded corner, his remains devoured by beasts, his belongings pilfered by others, and the world would forget him entirely. These thoughts surged in Tang Chen's mind one after another, but soon enough. He shook his head, casting aside these disordered musings. Now was not the time to dwell on such matters. At the very least, he could not afford to die before helping his sister cure that strange illness. His gaze regained its resolve as Tang Chen composed himself and set forth once more. After traversing an ancient forest and crossing several small hills, a narrow gorge, resembling a line in the sky, abruptly appeared at the edge of his vision. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly sensed a slight movement in his ears. Strange sounds emanated from the ancient forest ahead. The moment these sounds reached his ears, Tang Chen held his breath and activated the turtle breath technique, causing the fluctuations of spiritual power around him to vanish in an instant. All noise was reduced to the bare minimum. The turtle breath technique is a fundamental skill that nearly all cultivators possess, allowing them to temporarily conceal their presence from others. After shrouding himself, Tang Chen stealthily slipped into the ancient forest ahead, akin to a remarkably agile wildcat, making not a sound. Following the peculiar sounds, he quickly discovered their source. The next moment, Tang Chen was momentarily taken aback. In a relatively open space within the ancient forest, a man and a woman were entwined on a massive flat blue stone. Lost in passionate embraces, Tang Chen remained speechless for a long while. In such dire circumstances, how could they be so ravenous? While others were preoccupied with fleeing for their lives and survival, This couple seemed engrossed in their own intimate entanglements. The male disciple, clad in white robes, evidently hailed from the Symbol Peak, while the woman entwined with him wore a fiery red robe, a disciple from the Pill Peak. Tang Chen's expression turned peculiar. It was said that the Pill Peak's master, Yin Ruyu, was indifferent to worldly affairs, devoted solely to her cultivation, and her disciples were similarly influenced. Yet it appeared this was not entirely the case. Tang Chen held no particular interest in their antics and intended to quietly leave. However, just as he was about to move, the couple's hushed conversation drifted to his ears. "Brother Gua, dear brother, you're truly fierce. Kiss me, hurry, and kiss me." The Pill Peak female disciple purred, her eyes sparkling as she clung tightly to the Symbol Peak male disciple's head, rubbing it against her soft, tender bosom. "Lin Mei, don't be so impatient. How did you fare with the task I entrusted to you?" The young man named Gua gasped, clearly flustered. "You dare to ask about other matters when I risked discovery to rendezvous with you?" The Pill Peak female disciple's delicate face turned frosty. The young man named Gua seized the opportunity to knead her bosom playfully, grinning as he replied, "We can deal with the important matters first. Then indulge ourselves, it's all manageable." As he assaulted her key areas, the Pill Peak female disciple let out a soft gasp, her body going limp in his embrace, the icy demeanor on her face vanishing in an instant. "Scoundrel!" After shooting him a fierce glance, she smiled and said, "How could I neglect the matters you entrusted to me?" Before we set off, I mixed the detoxification pills with the powder of the spirit-transforming powder. "No one will suspect a thing." The young man's eyes brightened with joy. "What about Yin Qin? You're still thinking about that little vixen?" The Pill Peak female disciple scoffed, "Of course. I've added it to hers as well. Her detoxification pill contains not only the spirit-transforming powder, but also the flower charm powder you specifically requested. The area surrounding the 1,000 illusion beast den is rife with toxins. They will inevitably consume the detoxification pills, and the effects will manifest swiftly. Excellent!" The young man exclaimed in delight, squeezing the Pill Peak female disciple's curvy rear. "I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. However, let me make one thing clear." The Pill Peak female disciple interjected, her countenance suddenly serious. "Once everything is done, we must leave no traces behind. That little vixen Yin Qin is the masteress granddaughter. If any evidence remains, we'll both be doomed." The young man named Gua coldly nodded. "You needn't worry about that. Also, the contribution points, spiritual stones, and talismans you promised me must not be lacking." The Pill Peak female disciple added that in addition, you must accompany me for a night every 3 days. "Do not fret. A beauty like Lin Mei, I could hardly bear to be apart from you for even a moment." The young man chuckled, nodding in agreement. The Pill Peak female disciple's face blossomed with a smile, leaning against him once more. "Now is not the time. Once our goals are achieved, I shall reward you well." Pushing her away, the young man replied, "In half an hour, the toxins outside the 1,000 illusion beast den will thin out. You should enter then to do not waste time, all right?" Although reluctant, the Pill Peak female disciple nodded. After straightening her attire, the two hurriedly parted ways, swiftly disappearing from the area. From his concealed position, Tang Chun withdrew his gaze, his expression a mix of complexity. From the conversation he had just overheard, he gleaned a fair amount of information. It appeared that the young man named Gua and the Pill Peak female disciple were conspiring together to target a group of disciples from the Pill Peak. Among their intended victims was none other than Yin Ryu's granddaughter, Yin Qin. He had unwittingly stumbled upon such a plot, and then there was mention of the 1,000 illusion beast den, judging by its name. The 1,000 illusion beast must be a type of demon beast, yet Tang Chun had never heard of it before. It was indeed unfamiliar to him. But judging by the expression of the young man named Gua and the fact that the Pill Peak disciples were willing to brave the toxins to enter, it must be something valuable. Chapter 32. Taking Action. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Chun made up his mind. He had to involve himself in this affair. Firstly, he was curious about what treasures lay within the 1,000 illusion beast den that could entice so many. Secondly, it was due to the urgent words of Fu Yun before his departure, who had specifically advised him to team up with disciples from the Pill Peak while in the Qingyan Mountain's secret realm. Additionally, Gu Chonglong had mentioned that the Pill Peak master, Yin Ryu, seemed to have an unusual relationship with the master of the Wild Peak, Wei Yong at that time. Tang Chen had speculated whether there might be some unspeakable secret history between these two prominent figures. Regardless, the disciples of the Pill Peak were considered allies. Now that Yin Ruyu's granddaughter, Yin Qinxin, was about to face peril, Tang Chen could not turn a blind eye. He had to investigate the situation thoroughly. After pondering for a moment, he silently departed from his hiding spot, heading in the direction where the young man named Guo had left. Shortly thereafter, Tang Chen located the hiding place of Guo and his group of Symbol Peak disciples. Concealed by the turtle breath technique within the dense forest, Tang Chen peered through the gaps in the trees. This group comprised 6 individuals, all clad in white robes. Among them were 3 at the 5th layer of innate cultivation and 2 at the 6th layer. The young man named Guo appeared to be the leader of this band, possessing the highest cultivation level at the 7th layer of innate cultivation. Wei Yuan, what is the situation? Upon seeing Guo return, the 5 waiting anxiously immediately rose. A robust disciple at the 6th layer of innate cultivation hastily inquired, "It's all sorted. So simple." The group was momentarily taken aback before erupting into joyous exclamations. Gui Yuan smirked, his face brimming with pride. That promiscuous wench Hong Ling was no match for me. The others looked on with envious expressions. Brother Guo is amazing. Senior brother, I've heard that Hong Ling is known as the ice beauty of the Pill Peak. Often ignoring men. How did you manage that? Teach us. The junior brothers are also eager to indulge in a few beautiful women from Danfeng. The crowd began to flatter and seek guidance from Gui Yuan, who seemed to revel in the feeling of being the center of attention. After a moment of smugness, he began to speak contemplatively. The topics concerning men and women lacked substance, yet Tang Chen remained patient, biding his time in silence. Nearly half an hour later, Gui Yuan calculated the time and abruptly shifted the conversation, stating the poisonous miasma surrounding the Chuan Beast lair should have begun to dissipate. The women from Danfeng will soon take action, and we must also move. Ensure that your faces are well concealed beneath your hats. Upon finishing his words, he clapped his storage bag and produced a white hat to don, obscuring his features entirely. Senior Brother Guo, since we are to capture first and kill later, why must we conceal our faces? Questioned a disciple of the 5th level of innate cultivation, perplexed fool. Gui Yuan scolded, his tone laced with exasperation. I have always emphasized the need for caution in our endeavors. Have you never paid attention? The terrain here is complex. Who knows if there are prying eyes lurking in the shadows? We are targeting the granddaughter of the Danfeng Peak Master. Prudence is paramount. The disciple nodded, somewhat chastened. The 6 of them swiftly donned their hats, concealing their faces thoroughly. The white hats appeared to be etched with some special array, capable of shielding them from spiritual perception. Let us move quickly, Gui Yuan called out, and the 6 of them darted toward the narrow canyon ahead, after they had departed for a mere 10 breaths. Tang Chen promptly emerged from the dense forest, discreetly following them from a distance. Soon, the entrance of the narrow canyon came into view. Gazing ahead, the canyon appeared desolate, filled only with stones and weeds, lacking any trace of the so-called Chuan Beast lair. Just as Tang Chen pondered this mystery, Gui Yuan charged headlong into a massive, bizarre rock without a backward glance. The moment his body made contact with the stone surface, a low hum resonated. The ancient, moss-covered giant rock rippled as if disturbed by water, and in the next instant, Gui Yuan's lower half vanished into it. Tang Chen's pupils constricted. This rock was an illusion. Had it not been for Gui Yuan's actions, even he would have failed to discern any anomaly. The miasma had dissipated significantly. Moments later, Gui Yuan poked his head back out, exclaiming, "Where are the antidote pills I prepared for you? Consume them before entering." The 5 disciples responded in unison, retrieving porcelain vials from their storage bags and pouring out a few thumb-sized green pills at that precise moment. Tang Chen felt a surge of inspiration. He picked up a small stone and tossed it toward a particular spot. Thud. The stone struck the ground, producing a sound that was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Gui Yuan and the others to hear clearly. The 5 who were poised to enter and Gui Yuan, who had already submerged himself halfway, froze in their tracks. What was that sound? Brother Guo, I will investigate, spoke a disciple of the 6th level of innate cultivation, furrowing his brow. Gui Yuan was about to nod in agreement when a faint movement suddenly emanated from within the massive stone. His expression darkened considerably. It was evident that the Danfeng disciples had commenced their actions. Damn it! Why must something go awry at this moment? Gui Yuan cursed inwardly, his face shifting through various shades of anger. After a brief pause, he directed the last disciple of the 5th level. Ma Sheng, you go check the situation. The rest of you follow me inside. Ma Sheng was the one who had previously requested Gui Yuan's guidance. After hesitating for a moment, Ma Sheng nodded in agreement. Quickly in and out. The miasma in the Qihuan beast's lair is extremely potent. We can only enter during its weakest moment. The 5 disciples wasted no time, urging Ma Sheng with a quick reminder before swiftly filing into the massive stone. Their figures quickly disappearing. Why must I do all the dirty work? Ma Sheng muttered resentfully. Only after Gui Yuan and the others had left. Bang! He stomped his foot on the ground and darted toward the source of the earlier sound. After a few breaths, he arrived at the spot, surveying his surroundings, but finding nothing amiss that it was probably just some animal. Why be so alarmed? Ma Sheng scoffed. Just as he was about to turn back, a silhouette quietly emerged in his line of sight. Ma Sheng's pupils dilated, and a chill ran down his spine. But the next moment, upon recognizing the figure clad in black robes, he was momentarily stunned, followed swiftly by a rush of elation spreading across his face. The person before him was clad in black, a disciple of the Huangfeng lineage, Tang Chun. He was also the target of a bounty ordered by the Peak Master of the Fufu Peak. If he could slay him, a substantial reward awaited. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ma Sheng unleashed his spiritual perception to probe Tang Chun. As soon as he sensed Tang Chun's cultivation level, the last vestiges of his tension evaporated. A mere 1st level of innate cultivation, pathetically weak. In Ma Sheng's eyes, this was akin to walking treasure for the Peak Master's bounty. So it was you, the junior disciple of Huangfeng, Ma Sheng mocked, pulling out a glowing talisman from his waist storage. Now that you've come, why not stay for a chat with your senior brother? His voice echoed with greedy laughter, and with a flick of his wrist, the talisman flew from his hand. Buzz, as the light flickered, the talisman transformed into an incredibly resilient rope, seemingly endowed with life. Lunging toward Tang Chun. Simultaneously, Ma Sheng stomped his foot and charged forward, holding a palm-sized spirit mirror that could record everything about to unfold. He intended to capture Tang Chun swiftly and slay him without a trace, ensuring that even if Gui Yuan and the others returned, they would find nothing amiss. Once the competition among the innate disciples concluded, he would report back to the Peak Master and enjoy the rewards all to himself. The thought of the generous reward personally offered by the Peak Master sent shivers of excitement through Ma Sheng. As he gazed at the speeding rope and Ma Sheng, Tang Chun remained calm, that he had gleaned from the earlier conversation between Hong Ling and Gui Yuan that the Danfeng disciples would act within half an hour. Thus, he chose to strike while Gui Yuan and the others were poised to enter the Qihuan beast's lair to draw their attention. Now it seemed that his plan had indeed succeeded. Swish, in the blink of an eye, the rope formed from the talisman was upon him, aiming to bind him. Tang Chen's mind stirred, and the broken blade instantly manifested in his hand, the sword's edge forming with his spiritual energy. And he swiftly slashed backward, an ant shaking a tree. Ma Sheng merely scoffed at this. His spirit rope could bind even those of the 5th level of innate cultivation for a considerable time. The notion that Tang Chun, a feeble 1st-level practitioner, would attempt to struggle was utterly laughable. However, in the next instant, his expression froze. Swoosh, the fierce sword energy, accumulated for a long time, cleaved through the spirit rope with a vengeance. As if capable of shattering all in its path, sending tremors of dread through Ma Sheng, it severed the rope into several segments. Ma Sheng gasped in horror. How could this be? His voice had yet to fade when Tang Chun had already sheathed the broken blade. Stomping his foot, his figure transformed into a black streak, surging toward Ma Sheng in an instant. With spiritual light surging from his palm, he struck out with a horizontal slap that Ma Sheng was taken aback. Instinctively raising his hands to defend, bang crack. The moment Tang Chen's palm connected with Ma Sheng's arm, the sound of shattering bones echoed that Ma Sheng felt as if a tremendous hammer had struck him, his arm fracturing instantly, engulfed in excruciating pain. This is bad. At this moment, that was the sole thought racing through his mind, that in his recollection, Tang Chun had struggled immensely to kill the 4th-level practitioner Gu Yu. He thought that capturing someone of the 5th level would be a mere formality. Yet, only a few days had passed since Gu Yu's demise. How could Tang Chen's power have undergone such a drastic transformation? While Ma Sheng pondered in confusion, Tang Chen wasted no time. Boom! The air above erupted with explosive sounds as Tang Chun engaged in hand-to-hand combat, his fists and feet becoming a whirlwind that enveloped Ma Sheng completely. Moments later, thud. Ma Sheng's battered body, covered in wounds, crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Tang Chen landed swiftly, bringing his foot down upon Ma Sheng's chest. Ma Sheng, filled with terror, found himself powerless to escape. "Now let us discuss the matter at hand," Tang Chen inquired, looking down at him with an air of calm detachment. Chapter 33. Infiltrating the midst. Tang Chen's demeanor was serene, as if he were not standing over a fifth-level practitioner, but rather a mere insignificant A.N.T. Sheng stared at Tang Chen, trembling uncontrollably, gripped by sheer terror. What manner of monster is this? Just days prior, he had seemingly exerted considerable effort to slay Gu Yu, ultimately resorting to the pinnacle spiritual treasure, the broken blade, to succeed. Yet, only a few days had passed. How had his combat prowess escalated to such a level? Through their brief encounter, Ma Sheng could clearly sense that he was utterly outmatched by Tang Chen. It was a one-sided massacre. To put things into perspective, he was a fifth-level practitioner, surpassing Tang Chen by 4 entire levels. Such a remarkable feat of surpassing realms was something even the so-called prodigy of Feiyu sect, Lan Xian, could not achieve. The more Ma Sheng contemplated, the greater his dread became. Just as he was lost in thought, bang, crack, the foot pressing down on his chest suddenly exerted force, and the sound of bones fracturing rang out once more. Ma Sheng coughed up blood, wailing in agony. I do not wish to repeat myself that a flicker of impatience surfaced in Tang Chen's eyes that I said. Ma Sheng pleaded, "I beg you, spare my life." Tang Chen curled his lips into a sinister smile. "Are you attempting to bargain with me?" "No, I wouldn't dare," Ma Sheng replied, his complexion ashen, shaking his head repeatedly. After a moment of silence, he slowly began, "That massive stone was merely an illusion. It is, in fact, the entrance to the lair of the Thousand Illusions beast that we ventured inside to obtain the beast's demon core." Tang Chen, with a sardonic smile, gazed at him. "Is that all?" "No," Ma Sheng's words were barely out when crack. Another rib snapped. "What of the Dan Feng disciples? Speak the truth, or I shall send you on your way." Tang Chen's voice turned icy. Upon hearing this, Ma Sheng's face drained of color, devoid of any will to resist. It was clear that Tang Chen was well informed. He could not hide the truth. It was all that bastard Gui Yuan's idea. Ma Sheng lamented, recounting the events. During the last innate competition, disciples from the Dan Feng lineage discovered this lair of the Thousand Illusions beast. However, the beast was a formidable, innate eighth realm entity, and that group of disciples not only failed to subdue it, but also suffered considerable casualties. "Wait," Tang Chen interrupted, "what makes the Thousand Illusions beast so special?" "The flesh, blood, and fur of the Thousand Illusions beast are all top-quality materials for alchemy and artifact crafting, and its demon core is a unique type, akin to that of the sea-transcending flood dragon," Ma Sheng divulged. "The beast possesses a talent martial technique named Thousand Illusions, which allows it to transform into anything in the world. Unless one is at least one major realm higher, it is exceedingly difficult to see through its disguise. Conversely, if a human refines its demon core, they can acquire a simplified version of the Thousand Illusions technique. Though it cannot match the beast in transforming into all things, it can easily alter appearances and body shapes. And only those at least one major realm higher can discern the truth that it is indeed the pinnacle of transformation arts. Furthermore, the pills and talismans crafted from its demon core also possess this ability." Listening to Ma Sheng's explanation, Tang Chen's eyes brightened. Truly, it was a remarkable treasure. No, it was simply an exceptional item for traversing the cultivation world, perfect for slaying and stealing, and framing others. This was far superior to any turtle breath technique. He finally understood why the disciples of Dan Feng and Fu Feng were willing to risk their lives to enter this lair. The Thousand Illusions beast's demon core could also be utilized for alchemy and talisman crafting. With such exquisite transformative capabilities, any successfully crafted pills and talismans would undeniably be in high demand. "Please continue." Tang Chen's heart surged with excitement. Though his expression remained calm, Dan Xing nodded, enduring the excruciating pain. Although the Dan Feng disciples suffered heavy losses and could not capture the Thousand Illusions beast, they managed to plant a special tracking mark on it for future pursuit. This time, it has proven useful. The granddaughter of the Dan Feng Peak Master, Yin Qinshin, is personally leading the team to capture the Thousand Illusions beast. Tang Chen furrowed his brow. And what is Yin Qinshin's cultivation level? Innate fifth realm. Ma Sheng pondered briefly before replying. Upon hearing this, Tang Chen's frown deepened. A year ago, that Thousand Illusions beast was already at the innate eighth realm. Even if it has not progressed in the past year, its combat strength is undoubtedly greater than before. Yin Qinshin dares to provoke it, even at the fifth realm. Ma Sheng hastily explained. The Danfeng disciples discovered a year ago that this Thousand Illusions beast was pregnant. By calculations, it is due to give birth today, and during the time of childbirth, the beast will be at its weakest. Its combat strength will be diminished to a mere fraction. Tang Chen understood immediately. This was taking advantage of the beast's vulnerability. Then why not seize the treasure instead of resorting to murder? Tang Chen pressed further. Yin Qinshin is the granddaughter of the Danfeng Peak Master. Are you not afraid of potential repercussions? Ma Sheng felt a surge of relief. He was grateful he hadn't lied. Otherwise, he would not be alive to speak now. Brother Tang, I assure you, it was all Gui Yuan's plan. He sighed. The Danfeng lineage is primarily composed of female disciples, each one stunningly beautiful, and Yin Qinshin is the brightest gem among them. Gui Yuan and his group are driven by lust. Mere treasure is not enough for them. At this point, he hesitated, his words trailing off. Tang Chen grasped the implication. They sought both treasure and lives. One could not deny the audacity of Gui Yuan's group. However, Ma Sheng's attempt to shift all blame onto Gui Yuan was utterly unconvincing, even somewhat amusing. After all, he had overheard their whispered conversations in the woods, and Ma Sheng had been the first to propose seeking guidance from Gui Yuan. Tang Chen, maintaining his composure, continued to inquire, what is the combat strength of each side? Aside from myself, we have 5 from the Fu Feng. Gui Yuan leads as an innate 7th realm, followed by 4 others. 2 in the innate 6th realm, and 2 in the innate 5th realm. Ma Sheng promptly replied. The burly innate 6th realm fighter is named Du Qi, while the other is called Zhu Yin. Both exhibit formidable strength, but he only provided a brief introduction regarding Gui Yuan and the 2 6th realm cultivators. Knowing that for Tang Chen, dispatching the 2 5th realm fighters would be trivial. Tang Chen nodded slightly. And what of the Danfeng lineage? The leader among the Danfeng is named Hong Ling, also an innate 7th realm cultivator. She is Gui Yuan's paramour and has been secretly cooperating with us to divulge information. Beneath Hong Ling, there are 3 innate 6th realm and 3 innate 5th realm disciples. With Yin Qinshin among them, it was no wonder they resorted to such despicable tactics, for the overall combat strength of the Danfeng lineage far surpassed Gui Yuan's group. Yet the fact that Hong Ling was the leader of these Danfeng disciples was something he had never anticipated. After the initial shock, he felt a twinge of regret. The leader had colluded with outsiders, making it miraculous that Yin Qinshin and the others had not encountered misfortune. Indeed, insiders were always the most perilous. Noticing Tang Chen's silence, seemingly deep in thought, Ma Sheng's heart raced with apprehension. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and asked, Brother Tang, I have disclosed all I know. May I? Tang Chen came to his senses and nodded. Ma Sheng was overjoyed, just about to express his gratitude when a sudden, chilling, murderous intent erupted from Tang Chen's eyes that I have come to send you on your way. And no sooner had he spoken than his foot surged with spiritual energy. Bang! The formidable spiritual force instantly shattered Ma Sheng's heart vein, that A Sheng's eyes bulged in agony. Yet he could not emit a sound. His body trembled for a moment before he felt utterly lifeless. Tang Chen formed a hand seal and swiftly reached out, capturing Ma Sheng's soul. With a firm grip, he crushed it. Bang! Ma Sheng's soul was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Tang Chen's expression remained tranquil, devoid of any tumultuous feelings. Regardless of the enmity between the Fu Feng disciples and himself, the actions and schemes of Ma Sheng, Gui Yuan, and their ilk were utterly despicable. They were irredeemable scoundrels that he bore no psychological burden in eliminating such individuals. The Thousand Illusions Beast Demon Core was indeed a remarkable item, and Yin Qinshin would surely intervene to rescue it. Tang Chen's thoughts flickered as he quickly made a decision. Save the person and seize the Demon Core as a reward. Having resolved this in his mind, he wasted no time, swiftly stripping Ma Sheng's corpse of its garments, donning them himself, and placing Ma Sheng's white hat upon his head. Buzz! The moment the white hat settled, Spiritual energy surged within. Tang Chun felt a momentary blur before his features disappeared entirely. This concealing hat was indeed a treasure, inscribed with formations, its efficacy quite impressive. After completing these preparations, Tang Chun swiftly dealt with Ma Sheng's corpse and retrieved his storage pouch. Then hastened back along the path he came. Moments later, he paused before the massive green stone. Searching through Ma Sheng's storage pouch, he quickly located a vial of detoxification pills. After consuming one, Tang Chun stepped toward the green stone. Buzz! The surface of the green stone rippled with water-like waves, and Tang Chun's figure vanished without a trace. Beyond the green stone lay a hidden paradise, a vast cavern, the very lair of the thousand illusions beast. The cave was dark and damp, with a faint green mist permeating the air, carrying a pungent odor. Tang Chun could distinctly perceive the color of the poisonous miasma gradually intensifying. This must be the toxic miasma they spoke of. He silently contemplated. Though he had swallowed the detoxification pill in advance, he still felt a slight dizziness from the toxic miasma. If it was this potent even in its weakest state, one could only imagine its true strength. After a brief period of acclimatization, Tang Chun disguised himself as Ma Sheng and swiftly delved deeper into the cave. Soon, he spotted the backs of 5 individuals moving stealthily ahead. Indeed, it was Gui Yuan and his companions. Ma Sheng, what is the situation outside? Upon seeing Ma Sheng return, the group turned their attention to him, and Gui Yuan inquired in a low voice, "No worries. It was merely the sounds of the beasts in the forest." Tang Chun replied coolly, infusing his voice with spiritual energy to mimic Ma Sheng's tone. Unless one listened closely, it would be difficult to discern. Chapter 34. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. That is for the best. Gui Yuan, not suspecting a thing, nodded and said, "Keep pace. The women from Danfeng have already entered the lair. The effects of the spirit-transforming powder will soon take effect." Tang Chun responded promptly, closely trailing behind the group, inquiring, "Ma Sheng, what are we preparing to do?" A lewd chuckle echoed in his ears as a burly, innate 6th-level cultivator patted Tang Chun's shoulder, raising an eyebrow with a grin. This individual must be the Du Qi that Ma Sheng mentioned. That a sense of revulsion surged within Tang Chun. Yet he forced a smile, replying, "Brother, your question is rather superfluous." "Of course, we are here for the women." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Qi's expression turned serious, staring at him in astonishment. Gui Yuan and the other also turned to look, their gazes peculiar. The sudden attention from the group caught Tang Chun off guard, and a wave of dread washed over him. "Oh no, it seems I may have misspoken." However, Gui Yuan's intentions were quite clear. Aside from seeking the Qianhuan Beast Demon Core, they were indeed here for the women. That he had merely echoed their forthcoming actions. What could possibly be amiss? Confusion filled Tang Chun's mind as he began to quietly gather his spiritual energy, ready to act if Gui Yuan and the others noticed anything unusual. Yet the anticipated confrontation did not occur. After a brief moment of shock, the group began to chuckle mischievously. "Ma Sheng, why are you so eager? Has your impotence been cured?" Another innate 6th-level cultivator, named Zhu Yin, quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Ma Sheng's groin. A 5th-level disciple chimed in, "Perhaps so. Just the other day, I saw this fellow in the trading area, secretly purchasing beast bones and other aphrodisiacs. Maybe it really worked." His words elicited another round of laughter from the group. "Whether it has or not is of no concern to you all." Tang Chun's expression darkened instantly as he spoke coldly. "Look at that," he asked, getting anxious. Du Qi and the others laughed even more heartily. Tang Chun's face turned ashen, and he fell silent, his eyes brimming with ire. "Brother Ma, they're merely jesting with you," Gui Yuan said with a grin. "Perhaps you are not ill, but simply have yet to encounter a woman who stirs your heart. How about this? Once I've had my way with Yan Qinshin, I'll let you have your turn. That woman is as beautiful as a celestial being. Perhaps she can awaken your desires." Tang Chun's heart leapt at the words. "Then I must thank you." "Brother Gua, a trivial matter," Gui Yuan beamed, raising a hand to quiet the group. "Now let us maintain silence. We are almost there." Everyone nodded, promptly falling silent. Witnessing this scene, Tang Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. That was a close call. I almost revealed my true self. After relaxing, he was beset by a sense of dread. That useless Ma Sheng. He cursed inwardly. Given that he suffers from impotence, how could he have been so eager to seek Gui Yuan's advice in the dense forest? It's as if he has no self-awareness. Thankfully, my quick thinking allowed me to deceive Gui Yuan and the others. After traversing the narrow, dim cave for the duration of half a stick of incense, the darkness abruptly gave way to brightness, and their field of vision expanded. The Wei arrived. Gui Yuan signaled for everyone to halt, and they all leaned forward to peer ahead. Tang Chen followed their gaze and beheld a colossal cave at its center, where an enormous beast lay coiled in slumber. The beast was a staggering 10 zhang long, resembling a fox, yet instead of the soft fur typical of its kind, it was encased in a glistening shell. The shell was a deep purple, with spiritual light swirling within, lending it an air of mystery. Its long tail, also covered in the shell, occasionally swayed gently. The Qianhuan beast. It appeared to be in a deep sleep. Its snores echoing throughout the cave. At that moment, several slender women clad in crimson robes were stealthily approaching, led by none other than the woman named Hong Ling that Tang Chen had seen earlier in the forest. At this moment, her charming face bore no expression, radiating an aura of noble coldness, a stark contrast to the flirtatious demeanor she exhibited with Gui Yuan. Tang Chen's gaze shifted to the other female cultivators from the Dan Peak, and his attention was abruptly captured by one particularly exquisite innate fifth-level female cultivator. She was delicate, her skin as white as snow, and her features were nothing short of perfect. Such beauty could easily overshadow Lu Shiyan from the Qiyang sect, rivaling even Xia Lingyun. It seems this is Yin Qinqin. She truly is stunning. No wonder Gui Yuan covets her so. Tang Chen concealed his astonishment, thinking to himself. The group of Dan Peak female disciples halted cautiously once they neared the Qianhuan beast. Their expressions varied and no need to be anxious. Hong Ling said softly, smiling that it is about to give birth, and is at its weakest. Its combat strength is nearly non-existent. Otherwise, it would have detected us by now. Yin Qinqin and the others nodded, though one still voiced her concern. Sister Hong, what level is this Qianhuan beast? It should be at the innate 9th level, but its aura is currently weakened. With our combined efforts, we can easily subdue it. Hong Ling replied with a smile. That's good. Her words finally put the others at ease that we must also thank the previous generation of sisters who participated in the innate competition. Had they not left behind marks, we might never have found this creature. Another voice chimed in, followed by the melodious laughter of Yin Qinqin, her face glowing with joy that we must also extend our gratitude to Sister Hong. Without her leading us, we would never have made it here. Sister, you are too kind, Hong Ling said, waving her hand with a smile, though a glint of malice flickered in her beautiful eyes. You little vixen. What are you pretending for? Once Brother Guo arrives, you'll have cause to weep. The thought of Yin Qinqin's impending misfortune filled Hong Ling with delight. Tang Chun, observing this scene, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Though Yin Qinqin appeared enchanting, she seemed rather dim-witted. She expresses gratitude to Hong Ling, unaware that she has already been sold out. Without further ado, shall we make our move? Hong Ling inquired seriously, simultaneously twirling her hand to produce a serpent skin whip from her storage bag. The formidable aura of an innate 7th-level cultivator was instantly released. Good. Yin Qinqin and the others nodded, dispersing as they summoned their internal spiritual energy. The 7 innate cultivators activated their spiritual energy simultaneously, creating a significant commotion. The Qianhuan beast stirred, finally awakening, slowly opening its eyes. Its gaze was fiery red, filled with pain and weakness. Roar. Upon seeing Hong Ling and the others, it let out a mournful cry. Panic and fury etched across its fox-like face that it began to struggle to rise. Attack! Hong Ling shouted, leading the charge as she struck first, her whip darting towards the Qianhuan beast, ensnaring its right foreleg with precision. At almost the same instant, 2 more sharp whooshing sounds echoed as 3 other innate 6th-level female disciples summoned similar whips, successfully binding the remaining 3 limbs of the Qianhuan beast. Roar! The Qianhuan beast roared in anger, thrashing violently. However, due to its impending birth, its belly was swollen, and its aura had waned, rendering it incapable of breaking free from its bindings. Sister Yin, you 3 activate the control spirit pills to put it back to sleep. Hong Ling instructed, turning to Yin Qinqin and the 2 other 5th-level female disciples. Yin Qinqin promptly complied, rushing to the forefront of the Qian Huan beast alongside the other two that I in the next moment. All three simultaneously struck their storage bags, producing 3 fragrant pills imbued with spiritual energy. Under the catalyst of their spiritual energy, the 3 pills rapidly transformed into liquid, then swiftly vaporized into gas. Drifting towards the Qian Huan beast's face, the smoke from the control spirit pills quickly entered the beast's nostrils. That it shook its enormous head, letting out a long cry, yet its voice grew fainter. After a few breaths, boom, the Qian Huan beast's limbs went limp, its colossal body crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that caused loose stones to tumble within the cave. Though its eyes remained open, its aura had diminished to the point where it lacked the strength to even wag its tail. We did it. Yan Qinqin and the others displayed joyous expressions, ready to cheer, but their faces suddenly paled in unison. They realized, to their horror, that their entire bodies had gone soft, their heads throbbing painfully, as if their strength had been instantly siphoned away. They could not even muster the energy to draw upon the spiritual power from their internal seas. Bang, 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 within just a few breaths, all 7 Dan Peak disciples collapsed to the ground, unable to move. What is happening, Sister Hong? Yan Qinqin asked, her face ashen and voice trembling. The similarly incapacitated Hong Ling looked frightened. Shaking her head in confusion, that of course, she hadn't ingested the spirit transformation powder. She was merely acting, though Yan Qinqin and the others had lost their ability to move and would likely be silenced afterward. She took care to conceal her true self. What is happening? Surely, it's time for something good to unfold. Suddenly, a cold laugh reverberated through the cave. Yan Qinqin and the other Dan Peak female disciples were alarmed. Turning towards the cave entrance, Sister Yan, it's been a while. You still look as beautiful as ever. Wei Yuan strode in confidently, followed closely by Du Qi and the other 5, all wearing lewd grins. The people from Fu Peak. Upon their appearance, Yan Qinqin's face drained of color, her expression turning ghastly. Who are you? Why resort to treachery? Gui Yuan and the others are donning their brimmed hats, rendering their faces nearly indistinguishable. Their sole desire is to indulge in a fleeting moment of pleasure. Yan Shimi, must you speak so harshly? Gui Yuan licked his lips, his smile radiant, as he rubbed his hands together and strode purposefully towards Yan Qinqin. Scoundrel! Yan Qinqin sensed the impending calamity. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Though she yearned to resist, she found herself utterly powerless, only able to cry out in despair. Do you know who my grandmother is? If you dare to lay a hand on me, if I feared your grandmother, I wouldn't be here. As Gui Yuan cackled with glee, he barked an order. Brothers, let the festivities commence. Let us be swift. Chapter 35. Breaking the seal with strength. Gui Yuan's words ignited a powder keg of excitement among the disciples of the Symbol Peak, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they pounced upon the female disciples of the Dan Peak like ravenous wolves upon helpless sheep. This moment had been long awaited. A look of terror washed over the faces of Yan Qinqin and her companions. They wished to scream in fury, to struggle, but the effects of the spirit-dispersing powder had fully enveloped them, rendering them incapable of speech. All they could do was blink desperately, their beautiful eyes filled with helplessness. Senior brother, may I observe from the sidelines? Tang Chen feigned embarrassment as he inquired of Gui Yuan. The crowd fell momentarily silent, then erupted in a laughter. I knew it. You're still not up to the task. Even now, as weapons are drawn, you wish to observe. Ha ha ha, Du Qi and the others mocked. Tang Chen ignored them, simply gazing at Gui Yuan. Senior brother. Ha ha, splendid. Then I shall indulge your request. Stand beside me and witness how I bring this little lady joy. Gui Yuan, a rather twisted individual, readily agreed, his laughter echoing. Tang Chen felt a surge of delight within, nodding vigorously as he moved to Gui Yuan's side. Yan Qinqin trembled slightly, her enchanting eyes now crimson, tears streaming uncontrollably. She cast a furtive glance at Tang Chen, her gaze brimming with hatred and fury, nearly overflowing with loathing. The humiliation of being watched by another, compounded by the audacity of this man's request, shattered her final psychological defense. Junior brother Ma. Look at her tear-streaked beauty. It truly tugs at the heartstrings. Gui Yuan took his time, fixated on the helpless Yan Qinqin, clicking his tongue in amusement. Indeed. Tang Chen nodded in agreement, yet his palm, concealed within his robe, gradually clenched tightly as he secretly gathered his spiritual power. Suddenly, Yin Qinshin's body shuddered, her once snow-white skin now glimmering with a rosy hue. The pink radiance swiftly spread, enveloping her entire form. Even her delicate earlobes transformed into a translucent shade of pink. Within her beautiful eyes, the hatred and rage quietly dissipated, replaced by a dreamy allure and desire. Is this the effect of the flower charm powder? Guiyuan's face lit up with delight as he beheld Yin Qinshin, who was slowly losing herself, his greed intensifying. Yin Qinshin could neither struggle nor speak, only managing to emit simple sounds from her nostrils. Yet, in her silence lay an unspoken power. Her current state only served to ignite Guiyuan's primal desires to the utmost. "I can't hold back any longer, senior brother," Guiyuan roared, his breath ragged as he lunged towards Yin Qinshin. Just as the latter was about to be violated, a fierce, killing intent erupted in Tang Chen's eyes. It was precisely at this moment. Boom! The fist, concealed within his sleeve for so long, shot forth like a cannonball. The spiritual light upon his fist was blinding, the swirling energy transforming into a golden dragon that roared as it surged towards Guiyuan's back. As this punch was unleashed, the ambient spiritual energy within the cave momentarily twisted into chaos. Guiyuan, taken aback, sensed the imminent danger the instant Tang Chen struck. However, the distance between them was so minimal, less than a meter, that he had no time to evade. Bang! The fist crashed mercilessly against Guiyuan's spine. The raging golden dragon, entwined with violent power, surged into his body. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed as Guiyuan's spine snapped in two. Tang Chen's ferocious spiritual energy ripped through his flesh, creating a gaping wound the size of a fist on his back and chest. Guiyuan spat a mouthful of blood, his body trembling uncontrollably, feeling his vitality and life force being swiftly drained by the wound. Struggling, he turned to face Tang Chen, his eyes wide with pain, horror, and disbelief. "Ma Sheng." Guiyuan attempted to speak, but blood froth poured from his lips as he did. Why did Ma Sheng strike against him? How could he possess such terrifying strength? They were separated by two whole realms. The disparity was immense. Even at such close range, it should have been impossible for a single strike to be fatal. No, this person is not Ma Sheng. In that moment, a flurry of thoughts surged through Guiyuan's mind, recalling Ma Sheng's strange words from earlier. He finally realized something was amiss. Yet it was already too late. Guiyuan's pupils dimmed completely as he collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. Tang Chen remained expressionless as he effortlessly extracted Guiyuan's soul, crushing it in his fist to eliminate any lingering threats. If he had confronted Guiyuan head-on, even if he could win, it would have undoubtedly come at a great cost. But at such close proximity, with no warning, the outcome was singular, a fatal strike. At this moment, Yin Qinshin, under the influence of the flower charm powder, remained in a dazed state, utterly oblivious to Guiyuan's demise before her. However, the others were left utterly astonished by the sudden turn of events. The female disciples of the Dan Peak were merely puzzled by the unexpected internal strife, while the disciples of the Symbol Peak, privy to the truth, were left in shock. What transpired? Why did Ma Sheng suddenly attack Brother Guo? And moreover, how could he kill Brother Guo with a single punch? After the initial shock came a wave of fury. "Scoundrel, what have you done? Damn it, Ma Sheng. This man is not Ma Sheng. Let us all strike together and kill him." Roars of rage echoed throughout the cave as Du Qi was the first to recognize the imposter Ma Sheng, screaming in fury. Boom! The four disciples of the Symbol Peak sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of powerful spiritual energy towards Tang Chen. Two were at the 6th layer of the innate realm, and two at the 5th layer, beneath his hat. Tang Chen maintained a calm demeanor. Among this group, Guiyuan posed the greatest threat, now that Guiyuan was dead. The others were no longer a concern. Boom! With a surge of spiritual energy, Tang Chen stomped the ground, launching himself forward like a bolt of lightning towards the two 5th layer disciples. His speed was so astounding that it tore through the air, creating a series of sonic booms that he did not wield a weapon, relying solely on raw physical power. The two 5th layer disciples were struck with astonishment. In their panic, they fumbled for their storage bags to activate their spiritual talismans. However, Tang Chen's velocity was simply too rapid that by the time they grasped their talismans, his fist was already upon them. Bang bang! The sound of two heavy impacts resonated as Tang Chen passed by the two, his foot striking the cave wall. Twisting his waist, he surged forth again, ignoring the two as he charged towards Du Qi and Zhu Yan. At that moment, he turned to dash out. A resounding explosion followed. The two fifth-layer disciples from the Symbol Peak, caught off guard, exploded into a gruesome spectacle, blood and entrails splattering everywhere. This sight left Du Qi and Zhu Yan both enraged and horrified, their eyes wide with disbelief. In the blink of an eye, two punches had obliterated two fifth-layer disciples, easier than crushing watermelons. Is this even human? On the ground, Hong Ling's delicate face turned pale, her heart racing with confusion. Why did this suddenly aggressive individual intervene? His fighting style bore a striking resemblance to the brutish warriors of the Battle Peak, but upon closer inspection, he was even more ferocious. Who is he? Does he know the details of this operation? The more Hong Ling pondered, the more anxious she became, wanting to flee immediately. Yet upon reflection, she hesitated. Who knows if this man would spare the lives of Yan Qinqin and the others? If Yan Qinqin and her companion survived, would her escape not expose her identity? If the Peak Master were to learn of this, she would surely meet a grim fate. Hong Ling's thoughts raced, causing her immense headache and panic. Meanwhile, the battle raged on fiercely. Amidst the flickering spiritual lights, Du Qi and Zhu Yan relentlessly activated various spiritual talismans to attack Tang Chen, creating an impressive display. Yet, Tang Chen was unfazed by such theatrics, relying solely on his fists and feet. One force breaks 10,000 talismans. His strength was exaggeratedly terrifying. Each punch and kick he delivered caused the spiritual energy within the cave to spiral into chaos, producing deafening sonic booms. The talismans of Du Qi and Zhu Yan appeared formidable, yet he shattered them with a single blow. Even more astonishing was that despite withstanding their talisman attacks with his bare body, he suffered only minor injuries, merely some bleeding abrasions. Screech! Suddenly, a piercing eagle cry echoed through the cave that Du Qi and Zhu Yan simultaneously hurled a talisman into the air, merging it into a massive spiritual black eagle that charged ferociously towards Tang Chen. This was their combined attack technique, and the power of this spiritual black eagle had surpassed that of the typical sixth-layer innate realm. Nearing the seventh layer, a cold smile appeared on Tang Chen's face as he boldly confronted his foe. If this black eagle of spiritual energy were indeed a genuine beast, he might have felt a modicum of trepidation. However, as it was merely a manifestation of a spiritual talisman, possessing mere combat power, but devoid of consciousness, an inanimate object, lacking any combat experience, Tang Chen felt no fear whatsoever. Boom! 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 The sound of thunderous clashes resonated as Tang Chen engaged in a frenzied battle with the black eagle of spiritual energy, chaotic energy swirling around them. Moments later, with a resounding rip, Tang Chen tore the black eagle asunder, splitting it in twain, resulting in a violent explosion. Amidst the tumultuous release of spiritual energy, Tang Chen's figure moved like lightning, his speed undiminished as he charged towards the two adversaries. Although his body was drenched in blood, his fighting spirit soared to the heavens. This scene plunged Du Qi and Zhu Yan into a profound state of terror. "I surrender. Do not kill me." Du Qi bellowed desperately as Tang Chen closed in. The next instant, he struck Zhu Yan on the back, sending him staggering towards Tang Chen with a muffled groan. Meanwhile, Du Qi utilized the recoil to swiftly retreat. In this critical moment, he betrayed his ally in a bid for survival. Tang Chen's cold smile widened as he prepared to strike. Zhu Yan, having already expended much of his spiritual energy and lacking any will to fight, could not withstand Tang Chen's approach. In a moment of desperation, he attempted to crush the secret realm wristband on his wrist. However, Tang Chen was faster. The instant Zhu Yan made a move, Tang Chen seized his arm, yanking it forcefully. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth amid his anguished cries, as Tang Chen brutally severed Zhu Yan's entire right arm. Thud! As Tang Chen's fist pierced through Zhu Yan's heart, he pivoted and charged at Du Qi, who had already raised his left hand, preparing to shatter his wristband. Crack! The sounds of the wristband shattering and the air tearing apart coincided almost perfectly. In Chapter 36, The Method of Antidote, Du Qi found himself in a distorted space, a portal of transmission appearing behind him amidst the spatial upheaval. The wristband had indeed been crushed, Simultaneously, Tang Chen's fist hurtled forth, bursting through the air with overwhelming murderous intent. Buzz! The transmission portal trembled, a powerful suction force pulling Du Qi towards it involuntarily. His eyes gleamed with a mad joy of survival as he gazed at Tang Chen still suspended in midair. His expression twisted with fury. "You scoundrel, regardless of who you are, for slaughtering so many of my brothers, the Peak Master will make you pay in blood." Du Qi spat forth his threats, half of his body already engulfed by the transmission portal. Suddenly, an immense battle intent surged forth from Tang Chen's fist, fierce and unmatched, as if this punch could shatter the very heavens. The massive, critically wounded Thousand Illusion beast exhibited a glimmer of fear in its eyes. Except for the dazed Yan Qinchin, the other female disciples of the Pill Peak were equally transfixed, utterly intimidated, including Hong Ling, who was at the 7th level of the innate realm, within this cave. Nearly all living beings were affected. Du Qi was no exception. Trembling uncontrollably, his mind a blank slate, he felt as if, before this punch, he was but a speck of dust in the vast ocean. Devoid of any thoughts of resistance, that moment, the transmission portal emitted a humming sound, the fierce suction force momentarily abating. The only one unaffected was Tang Chun, whose speed remained unparalleled, the spiritual energy within his fist surging ever more violently. Though it may seem prolonged, it was but an instant that in the blink of an eye, all beings within the cave awoke from their daze, cold sweat beating on their foreheads that Du Qi regained his senses. But just as he was about to speak, his pupils dilated as he saw the fist rapidly enlarging before him. Why hadn't the transmission portal whisked him away? This was Du Qi's last fleeting thought. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the many disciples from the Pill Peak, a thunderous crash resounded. Tang Chen's fist descended, and Du Qi's head exploded like a watermelon hitting the ground. Blood and viscera splattering everywhere. Buzz! The suction force of the transmission portal reasserted itself, drawing Du Qi's corpse into its depths. Shortly thereafter, the portal vanished as though it had never existed. Meanwhile, outside the Qingyan Mountain's secret realm, at the Blackstone Square, thousands of disciples from the Feiyu sect, those who had been eliminated, had gathered. They chose not to depart, instead remaining to witness the final outcome of the competition. Buzzing sounds reverberated through the air as portals of transmission sporadically appeared, delivering one eliminated contestant after another from the secret realm. Besides these individuals, the elders from various peaks congregated here as well, for many of the participants were their cherished disciples. Thus, the progress of the competition tugged at their hearts. At the gathering of the Symbol Peak, an elder with silver hair and a gaunt frame scanned the crowd of eliminated contestants, seemingly searching for something that Liu Tianyang. "Are you looking for your precious disciple?" Another elder from Symbol Peak inquired with a smile. Indeed, Liu Tianyang sighed, a bitter smile creeping onto his weathered face. That lad Guiyuan has already reached the 7th level of the innate realm. This competition presents a significant opportunity for him. Furthermore, there are still over 1,000 disciples within the secret realm. Your disciple Guiyuan possesses considerable talent and strength. Even if he does not place in the top 10, he certainly should not be eliminated just yet. The elder from Symbol Peak offered words of consolation. "Thank you for your kind words," Liu Tianyang replied with a grateful smile, his previously taut nerves beginning to relax. After scanning the area a few more times, he still did not spot Guiyuan or his companions. That it was evident they were still within the secret realm. Given the passage of time, they should have arrived at the Thousand Illusion Beast's lair by now. Liu Tianyang thought to himself he didn't truly care for Guiyuan's safety. What truly concerned him was whether they had obtained the Beast's demon core. However, as Guiyuan and his group had yet to appear, Liu Tianyang had largely set his fears aside. Everything had been meticulously prepared in advance. There should be no issues. Those thoughts crossed his mind. A smile involuntarily crept across Liu Tianyang's face. As long as Guiyuan could secure the Thousand Illusion Beast demon core, this competition in the innate realm would be deemed a resounding success. Placing in the rankings would become inconsequential. Just as he pondered this, another transmission portal manifested in the square. The moment this portal appeared, gasps of astonishment erupted. Liu Tianyang instinctively turned toward the sound. The instant his gaze landed there, he was struck with a jolt, his expression turning blank. The transmission portal had indeed delivered a disciple, but it was a corpse. A head exploded, the death most gruesome. The body, clad in white robes, was unmistakably that of a disciple from Symbol Peak. Prompting the eyes of the crowd to dart towards the members of Symbol Peak, Liu Tianyang's face turned ashen, though the visage of the corpse was unrecognizable due to the exploded head. How could he not recognize it? The robust physique was unmistakably that of his second disciple, Du Qi. How could this have happened? The wristband of the secret realm could only be crushed by the wearer themselves to manifest a transmission portal. How could this individual have died and yet still activated the portal? Unless he had crushed the wristband first and then had his head smashed. How could that be? Someone speculated solemnly. Once the wristband is crushed, the transmission portal will immediately appear and whisk the wearer away. How could there possibly be time to kill someone in that brief interval? Exactly, moreover, this corpse still bears a significant residue of spiritual energy. At the very least, he was at the 6th level of the innate realm. How could such a powerful being be instantaneously killed as the transmission portal opened? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their astonishment palpable. The members of Symbol Peak remained silent, their faces dark as night, while Liu Tianyang's expression was as grim as it could get. His second disciple, Du Qi, was the second strongest among the 5 brothers. Second only to Gui Yuan, that if even he had fallen, what of the others? Where was Gui Yuan? Had he obtained the 1,000 illusion beast demon core, or had he perished as well? Liu Tianyang was thrown into a state of panic, his mind a tumultuous whirl. Inside the 1,000 illusion beast lair within the Qingyun Mountain secret realm, Tang Xin slowly retracted his bloodied fist, his expression tranquil. The success of that previous punch was due to his integration of the 1st level of the indestructible sword body, sword intent realm, into it. His sword intent realm had now reached perfection. A casual sword strike bore the might of formidable sword intent. The principle of one connects to all applied equally to his punches. That previous strike was an embodiment of his understanding of the 1st level of sword intent realm transmuted into fist intent. Upon reaching mastery of the sword intent realm, there was no need to wield a sword. He could unleash it at will, transforming sword intent into fist intent, knife intent, or spear intent. The terrifying might of the fist he had unleashed was so overwhelming that it even affected the suction speed of the transmission portal. Thus, Tang Xin was able to seize the moment and deliver a fatal blow to Du Qi. Regrettably, time was too short, and he could not seize Du Qi's storage bag. Tang Xin shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, for the complete annihilation of Gui Yuan and his companions had already met his expectations. Now, only one final opponent remained to be dealt with. Hong Ling. Tang Xin collected his thoughts and stepped towards her. At that moment, Hong Ling still lay on the ground, feigning weakness. Upon seeing Tang Xin approaching, her heart raced with panic. Why was this terrifying figure advancing towards her? Was it a random choice? Or did he truly know something? What was she to do? Should she flee or not? In the heart of Hong Ling, thoughts surged wildly. The other female disciples of Dan Feng, witnessing Tang Xin approach Hong Ling, were instantly taken aback. Emitting whimpering sounds from their nostrils, Tang Xin paid them no heed, his pace quickening until it transformed into a full sprint. With a whoosh, the spiritual energy ignited upon his fist, he remained silent. Raising his fist to strike fiercely at Hong Ling, in that fleeting moment, Hong Ling finally realized that he truly knew her identity as the traitor. Damn it. There was no time for further contemplation. She prepared to flee to AT that instant. She could no longer afford the luxury of worrying about her identity being exposed. Preserving her life was paramount. Yet just as she rose to escape, boom! The terrifying force of Tang Xin's punch surged again. Hong Ling fell into a daze, her fleeting desire to flee instantly engulfed by a tide of overwhelming fear. In that moment, she felt as insignificant as Du Qi. This moment of bewilderment lasted but an instant before Hong Ling regained her senses. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Bang! Tang Xin's fist crashed down, directly indenting her chest. Hong Ling spat blood, her breath weak, but being a practitioner of the 7th level of the innate realm, she could endure more than Du Qi. This punch merely wounded her severely, not killing her outright. Her beautiful eyes widened in terror, and she could no longer afford to speak, reaching for the secret realm wristband to crush it. Tang Xin's expression was cold as he delivered a kick to her raised left arm. Crack! Her left arm shattered instantly, and the exquisite features of Hong Ling twisted in agony. No, you can't. She ceased her pretense, crying out in despair. Yet, the only response was Tang Chen's iron fist. Thud. Tang Chen's punch struck her squarely in the face, channeling all his strength, directly smashing her head into the ground. After a few convulsions, Hong Ling collapsed, utterly defeated. Under the horrified gaze of the remaining female disciples of Dan Feng, Tang Chen slowly raised his right arm. Blood dripped from his tightly clenched fist like a flowing stream. Shaking off the blood on his fist, he turned his gaze toward Yanqing Qi this moment. She remained unconscious, and the potency of the flower charm powder had likely reached its peak. She exuded an alluring pink hue, gasping for breath, her long, shapely legs tightly pressed together beneath her flowing skirt, her delicate form writhing unconsciously, utterly enticing. Tang Chen furrowed his brow and approached, grasping her delicate hand and channeling some spiritual energy into her. However, it bore no effect. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Chen approached another female disciple of Dan Feng, infusing her with a bit of spiritual energy. The Hua Ling sand differed from the flower charm powder. External spiritual energy input or waiting for the drug's effects to dissipate could relieve its potency. This female disciple trembled slightly. Although she still could not operate her spiritual energy, she regained some strength. The first thing she did upon regaining her movement was to withdraw her hand from Tang Chen's grasp, retreating a considerable distance with a look of terror. Tang Chen paid her no mind and asked in a low voice, "She has been poisoned by the flower charm powder. How can it be resolved?" The female disciple trembled, her voice quavering. "The flower charm powder has no antidote. Only by releasing one's desires can the drug's effects be dispelled." Tang Chen's expression froze at her words. Chapter 37, Misunderstanding. Release one's desires to dissolve the drug's effects. Tang Chen gazed at Yanqing, whose eyes were clouded, his expression growing increasingly rigid. Did this not imply to engage in such acts? Although Tang Chen had experienced countless things, this was indeed his first encounter with such a situation, and for a moment he felt a touch of panic. What would be the consequences of inaction? Swallowing hard, he continued to inquire of the female disciple of Dan Feng. The seductive poison seeps into the marrow. At best, one becomes crippled. At worst, one perishes. The latter stammered. Tang Chen's head throbbed at her words. The relationship between the masters of Dan Feng and Huang Feng was intricate. Yanqing was certainly worth saving. However, the means to save her were exceedingly difficult for him to accept. Yet it seemed there was no third option, based on this female disciple's implication. Suddenly, a damp, soft moan sounded. The effects of the Hua Ling sand had begun to dissipate, and Yanqing regained some mobility. She writhed, her delicate arms reaching toward Tang Chen's waist. The warmth and softness enveloped him, sending ripples through his previously tranquil mind. "That I feel so uncomfortable. Give me." Yanqing moaned unconsciously, her voice soft and enchanting, akin to the deadliest poison in the world. Tang Chen's expression stiffened, his ears reddening beneath his hat. The seductive poison within Yanqing was evidently intensifying, and from this proximity, Tang Chen could even sense the heat surging within her. After a moment of internal struggle, he thought, "It is merely a woman." Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath and resolved himself that the next moment, he scooped Yanqing into his arms and strode deeper into the cave. Under the complex gazes of the remaining female disciples of Dan Feng, the two figures gradually disappeared from view. Moments later, Yanqing's high-pitched cries, resembling weeping, suddenly echoed from deep within the cave. As time passed, the effects of the Hua Ling sand continued to fade. The remaining 5 female disciples of Dan Feng, though physically weak, regained their ability to move, fearful yet concerned for Yanqing. They could only sit cross-legged to recover while anxiously awaiting her return, occasionally glancing toward the depths of the cave with complex expressions. After a long while, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. The 5 were startled, hastily rising to their feet, all eyes turning toward the source. What they beheld was Tang Chen supporting the disheveled Yanqing, emerging from the depths of the cave. The pink hue on Yanqing's skin had faded, replaced by an intense blush. Her gait was unsteady and unnatural. "You bastard! Let me go! I will kill you! Get away from me!" she cursed incessantly, attempting to break free from Tang Chen's support, but her weakness left her limbs utterly powerless. Tang Chen's face was obscured by the hat, rendering his features and expression unreadable. However, the voice that emerged from beneath the hat remained calm as still water. You have just dispelled the seductive poison. It is best not to move recklessly. Yin Qin grew angrier. I do not need your interference. You said it. Tang Chen paused, turning to look at her. Get lost. Yin Qin shouted hoarsely. Very well. Tang Chen acquiesced, nodding, and let go. Bang! Suddenly losing support, her legs buckled, and Yin Qin fell to the ground with a pained cry. You, she glared at Tang Chen. Her anger rendering her speechless for a moment. That it was you who told me to leave. Tang Chen shrugged, ignoring her as he swiftly approached the massive head of the thousand illusion beast. In the next moment, his hand, enveloped in spiritual energy, shot forth like lightning, piercing directly into the beast's brow. The enormous body of the thousand illusion beast trembled slightly before it breathed its last. Moments later, Tang Chen extracted a palm-sized, bloody demon core, shaking off the blood and flesh to reveal its true form. The core was diamond-shaped, crystalline and translucent, with radiant colors swirling upon its surface, appearing resplendent and profoundly mysterious. The demon core of the thousand illusion beast. Bastard, that belongs to us. Yin Qin's beautiful eyes widened, angrily scolding. Tang Chen paid her no mind, casually stowing the demon core into his storage bag. And spoken differently, I saved you. It is reasonable to take this as compensation, though we did not ask you to save us. Yin Qin retorted furiously. Moreover, you killed Senior Sister Hong, the strongest among us. Merely to eliminate potential threats in advance. With Senior Sister Hong dead, no one can pose a threat to you. And you can act with impunity. You still claim to save us. Hypocritical scoundrel. You are even more detestable than those ruffians from Fu Feng. Yin Qin raged, recalling her recent harrowing ordeal and catching sight of Hong Ling's corpse nearby. Tears streamed down her beautiful face. Then why would I help you dispel the poison? Her words sent a chill through Tang Chen's heart. And he asked coldly, dispelling the poison? It is merely your excuse to sully me. Yin Qin scoffed. Do you think I am unaware? You colluded with those ruffians from Fu Feng to poison us, only to turn against them at the critical moment. You truly play a clever game. Foolish woman. Tang Chen shook his head slightly, utterly disappointed in her. This woman now harbored deep hatred for him. There was no longer any need to remain here. The boundary at the edge of the secret realm was rapidly closing in. I advise you to give up soon and leave the secret realm, or the consequences will be dire. After dropping this line, Tang Chen turned and departed. The cave fell into silence. Moments later, one of the female disciples of Dan Feng broke the silence. Junior Sister Yin. Who is he? As Yin Qin's rapid breathing gradually steadied due to her fury, she coldly replied after a moment. Tang Chen. Tang Chen? Upon hearing this name, the expressions of the women turned to confusion. After a brief moment, they suddenly realized something, their eyes widening in astonishment. Are you referring to that new disciple from Huang Feng, Tang Chen? They were all incredulous. Just days prior, the incident of Tang Chen slaying Guyu had become common knowledge within Feiyu sect. If memory serves, at that time, he had just broken through to the innate realm. Although it is indeed astonishing to slay a practitioner at the 4th level of innate ability, while only at the 1st, it is not entirely beyond the realm of belief. After all, there are those who can achieve such feats, like the foremost talent of Feiyu sect, Lan Xian. However, amongst the group of disciples from the Symbol Peak, the strongest individual could be clearly identified as a genuine practitioner at the 7th level of innate ability, as discerned from the fluctuations of their spiritual energy that TO strike down a practitioner at the 7th level while being at the 1st level. Can this truly be accomplished by a mere mortal? Even if a significant portion of this outcome is attributed to a surprise attack, the subsequent slaying of 2 practitioners at the 5th level and 2 at the 6th level was a matter of sheer strength. The more the crowd contemplated, the more they were gripped by terror and disbelief. Was it not said that upon entering the wild peak, even those with exceptional talent would be rendered powerless? How could this individual be so fearsome? What are you all looking so alarmed for? Yin Qin exclaimed indignantly. No matter how formidable his aptitude is, what does it matter? He has committed acts more despicable than a beast against us. And he is nothing more than a thoroughgoing scoundrel. Once we leave this secret realm, I shall report to the sect and inform my grandmother that I will ensure this scoundrel meets his demise. Yin Junior Sister, wait. The previously mentioned female disciple from the Pill Peak, at the 6th level of innate ability, suddenly spoke up. The The crowd turned their gazes towards her. Have our tracks been exposed? Is it truly the result of him colluding with those disciples from the Symbol Peak to secretly administer the spirit-dissolving powder to us? This female disciple inquired solemnly. Who else could it be if not him? Yin Qinshin retorted angrily. The sixth-level female disciple countered. But since entering the secret realm, we have not encountered anyone, nor have we met them. How could they have poisoned us? Upon hearing her words, everyone fell into a momentary silence. Indeed, there had been no prior contact between the two parties. What methods could they have employed to have them unknowingly consume the spirit-dissolving powder? It made no sense. Could there be an insider? Upon further contemplation, this was the only explanation. But who could be the mole? As this thought crossed their minds, the crowd suddenly recalled something, their gazes converging upon a certain corner. The corpse of Hong Ling lay there. Yin Qinshin also froze, murmuring, "We have all been affected by the spirit-dissolving powder, and the only thing we collectively came into contact with was the antidote pill that we took upon entry." The spirit-dissolving powder must have been hidden within the antidote pill. She abruptly turned to another female disciple. "Who prepared our antidote pills?" The female disciple's face turned pale, and she extended a trembling finger. Pointing towards Hong Ling's corpse, that it was Senior Sister Hong. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, the entire truth was revealed. The one who poisoned everyone, colluding with the disciples from the Symbol Peak, and administering the flower seduction powder to Yin Qinshin was none other than Hong Ling. Why? Yin Qinshin gazed at Hong Ling's tragically mangled corpse, her eyes vacant, questioning softly. She had always regarded Hong Ling as her most trusted senior sister, and their relationship had been the best. Yet she never imagined that the person closest to her would treat her in such a manner. Could it be that Tang Qin was truly helping her? The thought of Tang Qin flooded Yin Qinshin's mind, leaving her with a myriad of emotions. After uncovering the truth, she, though reluctant to admit it, understood deep down that Tang Qin was likely indeed assisting her and the others. That scoundrel. Why did he not clarify things? Why did he have to act so indifferent? Was it because of the things she had said? Yin Qinshin felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Although his actions were to help her rid herself of the flower seduction powder's poison, her own purity had been lost. Could she not feel any emotions? Why could he not understand? And why must he act so insufferably? The more Yin Qinshin thought, the more enraged and stifled she felt. Yin Junior Sister, that Tang Qin may truly harbor no ill intentions. Do you not wish to? A female disciple from the Pill Peak cautiously spoke up. Even so, he is still a scoundrel. Yin Qinshin retorted in exasperation. Do not speak of that person again. And do not mention today's events to anyone. The crowd exchanged glances, only able to nod in agreement. Yin Qinshin struggled to rise, staggering towards the entrance of the Thousand Illusions Beast's lair to eye in the gorge of the one-line sky. Ripples suddenly appeared upon a massive stone, and Yin Qinshin stepped forth. The moment she emerged, she scanned her surroundings, desperately searching for Tang Qin's figure. Yet all around her was desolate, devoid of any presence. Irresponsible scoundrel. Yin Qinshin murmured in a daze. For some reason at this moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Chapter 38. Yuan Xiao, so powerful. Behind the one-line sky gorge, in a secluded ancient forest, Tang Qin swiftly advanced after changing out of his Ma Sheng attire for his black robe. No wonder there is a saying about having a large chest but no brains. After effortlessly slaying a blocking postnatal beast, he still felt a tinge of frustration. That woman, Yin Qinshin, truly was large in every sense, and foolish in equal measure. As he thought of this, images of the alluring scene deep within the Thousand Illusions Beast's lair flashed in his mind. The smooth, soft touch, the intoxicating scent, and the seductive coos. Usually unperturbed by grand matters, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. After a brief pause, he shook himself back to reality. The heart of desire is a blade. With a wry smile, he rubbed his cheeks, forcing himself to cast aside such distractions. Regardless of Yin Qinshin's thoughts, it was likely that he and she would have no further connection. Why should he dwell on any misunderstandings? The pressing matter at hand was the ongoing innate competition. 2 days had already elapsed since the commencement of the competition. The safe zone of the entire Qingyan Mountain secret realm had shrunk by nearly half, though he was unaware of the specifics. It was not difficult to surmise that many participating disciples had already been eliminated. In the coming days, the boundary of the secret realm would continue to contract, and the safe areas would only diminish further. This inevitably meant that he would encounter more adversaries, each one stronger than the last. Tang Chen's thoughts raced that if he continued to present his true self, trouble would only multiply, that he was not afraid of trouble. But accumulating too many enemies was not wise. Fortunately, just as he was feeling drowsy, an opportunity presented itself. Tang Chen smacked his storage pouch, and the iridescent Thousand Illusions Beast Core appeared. This item was indeed a treasure. According to Ma Sheng, refining this beast core would grant him a simplified version of the Thousand Illusions Beast's innate martial technique, Thousand Illusions. While it could not transform into all things in the world, it could still freely alter the user's physique, appearance, and so forth. Only those who were a full realm higher than the user would have any chance of seeing through it. Participants in this innate competition could not exceed the 9th level of innate ability. This meant that within the Qingyun Mountain's secret realm, the Thousand Illusions technique was utterly concealed, with no one able to penetrate its disguise. With this thought, Tang Chen wasted no more time. After proceeding a little further, he sought out a secluded location to begin refining the Thousand Illusions Beast Core. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and calmed his mind. The Thousand Illusions Beast Core was held in his hands. Resting upon his knees, as he activated the primordial Tao decision, the sound of spiritual energy flowing like a river echoed within him, faint golden light emanating from his body, converging towards his hands. In the next moment, the spiritual energy under his control surged into the beast core. Buzz! The Thousand Illusions Beast Core trembled, instinctively generating a resistance. Within Tang Chen's Niwen Palace, a minuscule illusion of the Thousand Illusions Beast suddenly coalesced, roaring as it charged at him. This was the residual spiritual consciousness left within the dead Thousand Illusions Beast, lacking its own awareness. Defeating it was necessary to successfully refine the Beast Core. Tang Chen's expression remained tranquil as he fearlessly prepared to meet the charge. His spiritual consciousness, honed through the grinding of the black stone mill in the second layer of the ancient tower of time and space, had become remarkably resilient, far exceeding that of practitioners at the same realm, that if he were unable to subdue this remnant consciousness of the Thousand Illusions Beast, that would indeed be laughable, as expected. Moments later, the illusion of the Thousand Illusions Beast began to wail and ultimately disintegrated with a loud bang. That the instant the illusion shattered, the beast core in Tang Chen's hand began to visibly shrink at an astonishing pace. Soon, it vanished entirely. The next moment, Tang Chen felt a slight tremor in his mind, that a martial technique was deeply engraved in his consciousness like a brand. The martial technique, Thousand Illusions. Tang Chen concentrated, meticulously examining it. Unlike human martial techniques, which required continuous practice to enhance proficiency, he had completely mastered this martial technique the moment he refined the beast core. The only reason he was taking the time to study it was for familiarization. Moments later, delight illuminated Tang Chen's face that A Sheng had not spoken falsely. The effects of this martial technique were indeed, as he described, even more powerful. It was not merely a simple disguise technique. It could fundamentally alter the user's appearance. In simpler terms, it was capable of shattering flesh and bone, then reconstituting them into an entirely new shell. This had transcended the boundaries of mere disguise techniques. After gaining a thorough understanding, Tang Chen could hardly contain his eagerness to test its effects. With a thought, a rather dashing yet mischievous image of his third senior brother, Yuan Xiao, materialized in his mind. In his mind, the visage of Yuan Xiao lingered as Tang Chen channeled his spiritual power, commencing the execution of the martial technique Thousand Phantoms. With a series of crackling sounds, a brilliant light flickered, and the sounds of bones creaking emanated from within his body. Simultaneously, the features of his face began to melt away. After several breaths, he had transformed into a faceless entity, with only the outlines of his facial features, eyes, nose, and mouth exposed, rendering him eerily grotesque. Yet in the next moment, the flesh on Tang Chen's face began to writhe, visibly reforming at an astonishing pace. First, his eyebrows emerged, followed by his eyes, nose, and mouth. Concurrently, he grew taller, his form becoming increasingly elongated. After a few moments, Tang Chen had completely assumed Yuan Xiao's likeness, down to the smallest detail. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved a mirror from his storage pouch and studied his reflection with awe. This martial technique was truly extraordinary. Tang Chen felt confident that even if the real Yuan Xiao were to stand before him, he would be utterly bewildered, for the resemblance was uncanny, including minute details such as the mole at the corner of the eye and the slight elevation of the brow. Furthermore, the time taken from the initiation of the technique to the completion of the transformation was merely a matter of several breaths. This was his first attempt, and he was still somewhat unpracticed. Once mastered, the speed of this transformation would undoubtedly increase significantly. The more he gazed, the more satisfied he became. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from a distance. I guarantee that the infamous waste of Huangfeng. Yuan Xiao, accompanied by rustling sounds, for figures sprang from the woods and landed a short distance away from Tang Chun. With narrowed eyes, Tang Chun beheld the four individuals, two donned in white robes, one in a purple robe and one in a green robe, representing the symbol peak, law peak, and artifact peak respectively. Judging by the fluctuations of their released spiritual power, they were all practitioners at the 5th level of the innate realm. I can't believe this waste has managed to venture this deep, exclaimed the disciple in the purple robe from the Law Peak, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Chun with astonishment. Perhaps he was fortunate enough to be teleported here upon entry, suggested another disciple clad in green from the Artifact Peak with a sneer. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he would have been eliminated long ago. Indeed, the disciple from the Law Peak nodded in agreement. Enough chatter. Let us capture him and inquire about Tang Chun's whereabouts. With a stern expression, the Symbol Peak disciple interjected. If we can ascertain Tang Chun's location, that would be optimal. If not, there is a reward for eliminating this waste. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in unison that don't give him the chance to shatter the secret realm wristband. Let us all attack together for a swift resolution. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Symbol Peak disciple swiftly extended his hand, launching several spiritual talismans towards Tang Chun. Boom! 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 As the spiritual energy surged, the other three also moved into action. Tang Chun remained unfazed, a mocking grin curling at the corners of his mouth. 7th level of the innate realm, and I have already dispatched 2.4 mere 5th level practitioners. They shall be dealt with effortlessly. In contemplation, he stomped his foot, propelling himself forward as he swung his fist. His speed reached its zenith, and in the blink of an eye, he collided with the oncoming talismans. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the talismans were obliterated before they even had a chance to transform. This scene left the four disciples aghast, their expressions shifting dramatically. Yuan Xiao was merely at the 5th level of the innate realm, and according to rumors, he was a waste with little combat prowess. What in the world is happening? Without allowing them a moment to recover, Tang Chun pointed a finger. The surging spiritual energy at his fingertips shattered the last two talismans. Then, with lightning speed, he thrust his finger into the forehead of a Symbol Peak disciple. Puff! The disciple trembled, succumbing to death in an instant. Concurrently, Tang Chun turned his palm, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind infused with spiritual energy. The Law Peak disciple, still in the midst of forming seals, was caught off guard and struck in the chest, spitting blood as he was sent flying. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground, his chest caving in with a horrifying impact, leaving his fate uncertain. In a mere heartbeat, Tang Chun had effortlessly slain two individuals with overwhelming force. The remaining Artifact Peak and Symbol Peak disciples finally regained their senses. Run! The Symbol Peak disciple, gripped by terror, wasted no time in shattering his wristband. A teleportation portal appeared behind him, drawing him into its depths, vanishing from sight. Bang! The Artifact Peak disciple wore an expression of sheer horror, similarly activating his wristband. Just as the portal materialized, Tang Chun had already closed the distance. He reached out with both hands, yanking forcefully. Blood gushed forth amid a piercing scream as the left arm of the Artifact Peak disciple was brutally torn away. In the next instant, the portal's pulling force ensnared him, swallowing him whole. Watching the quickly dissipating teleportation portal, Tang Chun felt a tinge of disappointment as he carelessly discarded the severed arm. These 5th level practitioners were truly no match for him. Outside the secret realm, in the Blackstone Square, a low hum resonated as two teleportation portals materialized. The Symbol Peak disciple and the Artifact Peak disciple, who had lost an arm and was still wailing, tumbled out. The crowd in the square turned toward the sound, momentarily stunned. The two bore ashen faces, trembling as if they had seen a ghost, utterly dazed. What a disgraceful display. Disciples from both the artifact peak and symbol peak frowned. Questioning, what transpired? Were you harmed by a fierce beast, or was it another contestant? After trembling for a spell, the two finally regained their composure, their lips quivering as they spoke. It was a contestant, Yuan Xiao. What? The crowd was taken aback. The Yuan Xiao from the Huangfeng lineage, the artifact peak disciple, who had suffered the loss of his arm, lamented, he instantly killed 2 5th level practitioners and nearly did the same to us. He is incredibly strong. He is a monster. As these words echoed, the entire Blackstone Square fell silent. All the disciples, Elder Chun, Elder Wu, the elders of various peaks, and the several peak leaders present in the clouds were left speechless. If it had been disciples from other peaks, the higher-ups might have been unaware, but the Huangfeng lineage was so scarce in numbers that they could count them on one hand. Thus, the name Yuan Xiao was familiar to them. He was indeed a talent, comparable to his master, known as the most useless elder, Gu Chonglong, both being known for their lack of prowess and their penchant for gambling and unsavory liaisons with animals. However, hearing the accounts from these two, that they had been wounded by Yuan Xiao and that he had instantly slain 2 individuals, was this some sort of joke? Huang Xian, are you certain you did not mistake him for someone else? An artifact peak elder demanded, eyes wide with incredulity. Did no, it was definitely Yuan Xiao. I saw it clearly. The artifact peak disciple's face was as pale as death, shaking his head vigorously. I in the split second before being absorbed by the teleportation portal. My arm was torn off. At that moment, I was extremely close to him. I could see every pore on his face that I can assure you, it was Yuan Xiao. Another symbol peak disciple trembled in affirmation. Nodding his head, the horrifying scene was etched in their memories, a shadow they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The Blackstone Square fell into a profound silence once more. One person making a mistake could be plausible. The likelihood of 2 individuals erring simultaneously was slim. Yet, how could that waste Yuan Xiao be so formidable? Instantly slaying 2 5th level innate practitioners while simultaneously frightening one away and tearing off another's arm. Such a feat was something even 6th or 7th level innate practitioners would find challenging. For a moment, the expressions of the crowd were filled with bewilderment. Even Gu Chonglong, Zhou Xinji, and Fu Yun, who lingered in a corner, exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting utter confusion. Yuan Xiao was their junior brother, their disciple. No one knew him better than they did. While he was not the waste that others claimed, he certainly did not align with the depiction provided by the artifact peak disciple. Yuan Xiao practiced the spirit manipulation technique, and his limit was merely being able to control beasts at the 5th level of the innate realm. His combat strength was weak, ranking among the lowest in his realm. To win against opponents of the same level was already a challenge, let alone achieving instant kills or dispatching 2 opponents simultaneously. Such remarkable accomplishments were beyond belief. What do you think? Gu Chonglong stroked his beard, speaking slowly. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Xinji replied earnestly, I believe they must not have encountered our 3rd junior brother. It's likely they encountered disciples from another peak who disguised themselves as him to frame him. Gu Chonglong nodded slightly, finding Zhou Xinji's conjecture to be in line with his own thoughts. That he then turned his gaze toward Fu Yun. That I concur. Fu Yun stated expressionlessly, It cannot possibly be that lad. The consensus among the 3 was surprisingly unified. Then this individual must be quite foolish. Jiu Chonglong shook his head helplessly. Why impersonate anyone at all? Is it believable that one would disguise themselves as that lad? Zhou Xinji and Fu Yun wholeheartedly agreed. Puzzled by the situation, it did seem rather foolish. In any case, it's of no concern to us. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Jiu Chonglong sighed in relief before shifting the topic. What do you think the 2 boys are up to now? The innate contest has been underway for quite some time, and the number of eliminations has exceeded expectations, yet neither Tang Chen nor Yuan Xiao has made an appearance. There is no need to worry about our 3rd junior brother, Zhou Xinji interjected. Though his combat abilities are average, his stealth techniques in the spirit manipulation technique are top tier. No one can easily detect him. Moreover, given his personality, it's highly unlikely he would place himself in danger. I am aware. Gu Chonglong acknowledged. The Jiu Chonglong forced a smile and nodded. I have no concerns about that young man. My worries lie with Tang Chun. The moment he uttered Tang Chen's name, Zhou Xin's expression fell into a heavy silence, while Fu Yun's delicate hand, concealed within her sleeves, tightened imperceptibly. Indeed, Tang Chun was the source of their greatest anxiety. Although his combat prowess was commendable, he had only recently broken through to the first level of the innate realm, placing him at the lowest tier among the competitors. Furthermore, he was still in a unique phase of refining his spiritual awareness and condensing his spiritual seed, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. Simultaneously, he had become a target for the disciples from the Symbol, Law, and Weapon Peaks. Prior to entering, he had also offended Lan Bei from the Battle Peak lineage. With all these factors intertwined, he was undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. To be honest, the three of them even harbored doubts that Tang Chen's absence might not be due to clever hiding, but rather an unfortunate encounter. Perhaps he had been killed. The mere thought of this possibility caused their hearts to tighten in unison. Despite Tang Chen having joined the Wilderness Peak lineage not long ago, he occupied a profoundly significant place in their hearts. Silence reigned for a long while until Fu Yun's icy voice suddenly broke through. If he is dead, I will investigate the murderer and personally avenge him. Zhou Shun, with a serious expression etched on his square face, nodded slightly in agreement. What is there to say? Gu Chonglong suddenly chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. That lad, though audacious, is still quite reliable in his endeavors. And besides, he hardly looks like someone fated for an early demise. There's no need for concern. He feigned ease, yet a barely perceptible chill stirred in the depths of his gaze, that if this apprentice were truly to fall within the depths of the Qingyun Mountain secret realm, then he would ensure that the culprit paid dearly, regardless of their lineage. Meanwhile, at the Blackstone Plaza, the uproar surrounding Yuan Xiao was in full swing in the heart of the Qingyun Mountain secret realm. Amidst a grove of fruit trees, numerous lively wild monkeys leaped about on branches laden with wild fruits. On one gigantic fruit tree, a small, slender monkey was voraciously gnawing on a bright red wild fruit. Damn it, this feels wonderful. This wild fruit is infinitely more delectable than dry grass. The little monkey, with juice dripping down its face, patted its round belly and sighed contentedly. This monkey was none other than Yuan Xiao. The grove was in close proximity to the central region of the Qingyun Mountain secret realm. After parting ways with the lone-horned goat herd, he had adeptly controlled beasts and demons along the way, disguising himself. Although he encountered several competing participants, he managed to avoid detection without incident, ultimately reaching this location. The boundary of the secret realm continued to shrink, but it would likely take another 3 or 4 days to compress to this point. If he could endure for another 3 or 4 days, he estimated he might enter the top 100 in a burrow beneath the fruit tree. Yuan Xiao sat cross-legged, delighting in his thoughts. Initially, his only goal was to survive the secret realm. Now, with a chance to break into the top 100, he felt immensely satisfied. His sole concern was for his junior brother, Tang Chun. That young man had offended disciples from the Symbol, Law, Weapon, and Battle Peaks shortly after entering the sect. Possessing a knack for attracting trouble that surpassed even his own, he could only wonder how Tang Chun fared now. Leaving the secret realm unscathed was the best outcome. He just hoped he wouldn't be caught and killed. As for how long he could last, Yuan Xiao had never harbored any expectations. Although Tang Chun was capable of battling opponents of higher levels, at most, he could only defeat those at the 4th level of the innate realm, which was far from sufficient in this innate competition. I hope he is safe, Yuan Xiao sighed, silently praying. Suddenly, as he contemplated, one of the small monkeys he controlled received a sharp slap to the head. Turning around, he saw a much larger old monkey squatting behind him, scratching its ears and staring intently at him. Eek, eek, eek. Upon seeing the little monkey look over, it began to screech and flail its arms about. Having learned the language of various beasts through his beast control technique, Yuan Xiao immediately understood the old monkey's intent. It was signaling for him to help remove its lice. Damn it. Yuan Xiao cursed under his breath. But before he could finish, the old monkey slapped him again, glaring fiercely. The force of the blow left him dizzy. Silently comparing their sizes, Yuan Xiao swallowed the rest of his sentence. When one is under a roof, one must bow their head. He reluctantly discarded the half-eaten wild fruit and obediently turned to assist the old monkey with its lice. After a brief moment, the old monkey stretched luxuriously, satisfied, and patted Yuan Xiao's head in approval. It remained silent until it spoke, drawing the attention of the surrounding monkeys from several nearby fruit trees. Eek, eek, eek. This little one has improved in his lice-catching skills, the old monkey gestured. Eek, eek, eek. I want to try too. Eek. Come help me with mine as well. Eek, 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 eek. Line up properly, one at a time. The crowd of monkeys clamored, climbing onto the fruit tree where Yuan Shio Saturday. In no time, a long queue formed before him, all waiting for his assistance in removing lice. Eek, eek, eek. The first old monkey patted Yuan Shio's shoulder, indicating that he should provide good service. If everyone was satisfied, it would reward him handsomely with treats. To hell with this. Yuan Shio exploded in rage, cursing furiously that he had never endured such humiliation in his life. Being kicked by a goat and doused with urine was one thing. But now this gang of monkeys wanted to line up to bully him. What did they take him for? These monkeys were mere ordinary beasts. Dealing with them wouldn't take much time and shouldn't attract attention. Boom! With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he could no longer contain himself and burst forth from the ground, ready to teach these audacious monkeys a lesson. However, just as he emerged, two disheveled figures in white robes suddenly burst forth from the fruit grove ahead. They were two disciples from the Symbol Peak, appearing staggered and pale, as though they had just encountered something terrifying. Yet the intensity of their spiritual energy indicated they were both at the 6th level of the innate realm. The air seemed to freeze as their gazes met. This is bad. Yuan Shio stiffened, his face draining of color. He found it difficult to contend with opponents of his own level, let alone two at the 6th level. Escape. The only thought that remained in his mind urged him to instinctively reach for his secret realm wristband to shatter it. Yet in the next moment, something he hadn't anticipated occurred. The two disciples from the Symbol Peak, their faces pale with fear, trembled as if they were about to collapse. How did this bastard catch up to us after we've come so far? They exchanged a glance, despair etched on their faces. Yuan Shixiang, please spare us. We will leave right away. In stunned silence, Yuan Shio watched as the two trembled and pleaded for mercy. Without hesitation, they simultaneously shattered their own secret realm wristbands with a loud bang-bang. Chapter 40. A missed opportunity is a fool's folly. Buzz! The space trembled as a portal of transmission materialized in an instant. The two disciples from the Symbol Peak wasted no time and fled in panic. Yuan Shio remained in a daze, still unable to process what had just transpired. What on earth just happened? These two disciples from the Symbol Peak, who were at the 6th level, seemed extremely fearful of me, calling me Yuan Shixiang and begging for mercy. Am I dreaming? Slap. Yuan Shio raised his hand and gave himself a hard smack. That hurt. This is no dream. What could possibly explain this? Had his reputation in the Feiyu sect unwittingly reached such heights? It made no sense. Although Yuan Shio was exceedingly confident, he had a sense of perspective that he was well aware that while he was somewhat notorious within the Feiyu sect, it was primarily for his infamy. His name was synonymous with disdain. Much like that of an old beggar, universally reviled. The more he pondered, the more bewildered he became. This was utterly absurd. Just as he was lost in thought, a sound caught his attention. Yuan Shio's heart raced. And before he could act, a massive beast the size of a small mountain burst forth from the nearby thicket. That was a four-eyed cloud-patterned leopard at the 5th level of the innate realm. On its back rode a disciple from the Beast Peak, clad in yellow robes, his cultivation at the 6th level of the innate realm. However, at that moment, both man and beast appeared utterly disheveled. The Beast Peak disciple was in tattered clothes, bloodied, and with disheveled hair, resembling a madman. The four-eyed cloud-patterned leopard fared even worse, its body riddled with wounds, as though it had just crawled out of a bloodbath. With one of its forelegs completely missing, exposing a ghastly white bone. Tiancheng. Upon recognizing the duo, Yuan Shio's complexion changed dramatically. He was acquainted with this Beast Peak disciple. They had been longtime rivals due to a past bet. And this guy had threatened more than once to find an opportunity to kill him. Unexpectedly, fate had brought them together in this place. Yuan Shio, knowing he could not even contend with his protective spirit beast. The four-eyed cloud-patterned leopard was ready to flee. Yet, Tiancheng was even more terrified. Not long ago, he had encountered Yuan Shio while on his way, and in a fit of glee, had launched an attack to exact his revenge. Little did he know, this would mark the beginning of his nightmare. In just 10 breaths. Yuan Shio had defeated him in a mere 10 breaths, and within 3 moves, he had gravely injured his protective spirit beast. The four-eyed cloud-patterned leopard. The missing foreleg of the leopard had been torn off by Yuan Shio himself, who had even declared his intention to roast it for a meal. Tian Chung had intended to shatter his wristband and escape the secret realm, but Yuan Shio had snatched it away, leaving him unable to flee. That guy was nothing short of a terrifying madman. In a state of utter despair, Tian Chung summoned a long-hidden talisman, barely managing to escape. Yet, scarcely had an hour passed since his flight when he encountered them again. Confounded, he could not fathom how Yuan Shio had managed to position himself ahead of him. With a sudden motion, Yuan Shio lifted his leg, preparing to retreat. However, just then a thud. The four-eyed cloud-patterned leopard, missing a leg, trembled all over and unexpectedly knelt before him, its beastly eyes filled with terror and pleading. Yuan Shio stood frozen, astonished. "Senior brother Yuan, no, brother Yuan." Tunching scrambled to the ground, rolling and pleading, "I was at fault before. Please, in your magnanimity, spare my insignificant life." Thud, thud, thud. As he spoke, he banged his head against the ground, producing a loud, thumping sound. Tears streaming down his face. With no hope of escape and his hand ring lost, he knew that if he did not beg for mercy soon, he would surely meet his end in this wretched place. Yuan Shio stared wide-eyed at the pitiful scene before him, a man and a beast in abject misery. Feeling as though he were caught in a dream, the situation utterly surreal. Yet at the same time, a sense of exhilaration surged within him. Who would not feel a sense of satisfaction witnessing a former enemy kneeling and begging for mercy? Setting aside the circumstances, he decided to relish the moment. "Are you genuinely pleading for your life?" A cold smile curled at the corners of Yuan Shio's mouth as he cast a sidelong glance at Tian Chung. Tian Chung trembled all over, knocking his head even harder. "Yes, brother Yuan. What did you call me?" Yuan Shio's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing within them. Tian Cheng's face turned pale with fear. "Not brother Yuan, grandfather. I beg you, spare my worthless life." Yuan Shio felt a secret thrill in his heart, though he maintained an impassive facade as he replied, "To slay a wretch like you would sully my hands. However, to simply let you go leaves my heart unsatisfied." I understand. Tian Chung exclaimed in wild delight, hastily unfastening his storage pouch and tremblingly placing it on the ground. Scram. Yuan Shio finally waved his hand, frowning as if shooing away a fly. "Thank you, grandfather," Tian Chung exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, promptly climbing onto the back of the four-eyed cloud-patterned leopard and fleeing in haste. Yuan Shio extended his spiritual sense, and upon confirming that Tian Chung had genuinely departed, a radiant smile broke out on his previously placid face. He stepped forward in a flurry, picking up the storage pouch and inspecting it with great care, his heart soaring with joy. This was akin to pie falling from the sky. With two groups exhibiting such behavior, Yuan Shio was finally assured that he was not hallucinating, that he was not foolish. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced the likely circumstances. Tian Chung and his companions had mistaken him, possibly mistaking someone powerful for himself. Who could it be? Yuan Shio murmured, but he could not fathom the answer. After pondering for a while, he promptly abandoned the thought. What does it matter? If there is a benefit to be gained, one should seize it. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Shio decided not to conceal his presence any longer. He sat cross-legged beneath a fruit tree, awaiting the next unfortunate soul to wander into this place. He no longer hoped to rank among the top 10 in the competition, but a windfall here would suffice. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Qingyun mountain range, a hum resonated as Tang Chen unleashed a lightning-fast finger strike. Thud! A disciple from the Law Peak, sword drawn, had yet to react when his forehead was pierced, his sinister grin abruptly freezing. Expressionless, Tang Chun withdrew his finger, red droplets of blood trailing behind. The Law Peak disciple, at the 5th level of the innate realm, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. After collecting his storage pouch, Tang Chun raised his gaze, his face devoid of emotion, towards several onlookers lurking nearby. The moment their gazes met, the 7 or 8 competitors trembled, their expressions filled with dread. From the moment the Law Peak disciple attacked to the instant he was slain, merely 2 breaths had elapsed. This Yuan Shio was terrifyingly powerful. "Will you leave, or shall I be forced to take action?" Tang Chen spoke in a calm tone, but to the ears of the others, it sounded like the whisper of a demon, though reluctant. The spectators dared not hesitate any longer and swiftly shattered their hand rings. The portals of transportation appeared, and the 7 or 8 individuals were immediately absorbed into them, eliminated from the competition. Tang Chun retracted his gaze, glancing at the blood-soaked corpse on the ground, shaking his head slightly. Fooled, he did not indiscriminately kill. He only targeted those who struck first. Yet even so, in the span of nearly 2 days, he had slain over 30 competitors. Moreover, this was all while he presented himself as Yuan Shou.1. Can only imagine how frenzied these individuals would be if he revealed his true identity. During these past 2 days, the boundary of the secret realm had contracted significantly, and the safe area of the Qingyun Mountain secret realm had diminished to less than 1/3 of its original size. This signified that the current innate competition had entered its concluding phase. In recent days, Tang Chun had not encountered any competitors below the 5th level of the innate realm. Clearly, at this stage, the 5th level of the innate realm had become the minimum threshold. Based on his estimations, there were likely fewer than 300 competitors remaining in the Qingyun Mountain secret realm. Among these 300, he was probably the only one whose cultivation was below the 5th level of the innate realm. With a sigh, Tang Chun gazed ahead, where a towering peak reached into the clouds, standing silently as the very core of the Qingyun Mountain secret realm. It would also be the site of the fiercest battles in this innate competition. As the boundaries of the secret realm continued to contract, the space available for the competitors to navigate became increasingly limited, raising the likelihood of encounters that it was likely that soon all competitors at the 5th level of the innate realm would be eliminated, followed by those at the 6th and 7th levels. The remaining participants would only grow stronger. Not long ago, Tang Chun had extracted some information from a disciple of the Law Peak. There existed an unwritten rule for each innate competition. When the boundary of the secret realm shrank down to the foot of Qingyun Mountain, the remaining competitors would initiate a clearing operation. When the clearing operation commenced, all competitors at the 9th level of the innate realm would enter Qingyun Mountain first, seizing the most central positions. Following them, the 8th level competitors would claim their territory, while the outermost area would belong to the 7th level competitors. At that point, the 7th level would become the new minimum threshold. Competitors below the 7th level would have no choice but to leave the secret realm voluntarily, unless they fought their way into Qingyun Mountain. Once all competitors below the 7th level were cleared out, the 7th level participants could then begin their assault on the middle ground belonging to the 8th level competitors. The strong would remain, while the weak would be eliminated. Then, the middle ground would commence its offensive against the core area. The rules would mirror those prior. Ultimately, only 10 individuals would remain on the entire Qingyun Mountain, denoting the top 10 competitors of this innate competition. These 10 would engage in a final chaotic battle in the most central area. The last one to leave the secret realm would be crowned the first place of this innate competition. The competition was indeed fierce. Tang Chun sighed, his gaze swiftly sharpening. The upcoming battles would be relentless, and he must be thoroughly prepared. After 2 days of fighting, he had successfully stepped into the 2nd level of the innate realm. His physical acupoints had been thoroughly refined under the grinding of the blue stone mill, with a total of 700 acupoints now opened, leaving only a single step to reach the complete mastery of 720 acupoints. At present, he could engage in combat with cultivators at the 6th level of the innate realm, solely relying on his physical prowess, that if he unleashed his full strength, he could slay an average cultivator at the 7th level of the innate realm. His battle power had surged to a terrifying level. However, if he wished to partake in the final clearing operation, he still felt somewhat insufficient. Tang Chun rapidly contemplated within his mind he needed to elevate his strength once more within a short period. Currently, there were only 2 avenues for enhancement available to him. The first was to successfully condense a spiritual seed, allowing him to cultivate spiritual techniques. The second was to step into the 2nd level of the indestructible sword body. The Realm of Sword Intent, Chapter 41. One who walks by the river often gets wet shoes. It had only been about 10 days since Tang Chun began refining his spiritual sense. However, considering the time spent in the first layer of the time-space ancient tower, it was a different story. In reality, he had persevered for nearly 16 days without rest, surpassing the record set by Fu Yun. Yet even so, he had not reached his limit. Although the fatigue and exhaustion he felt were significantly stronger than when he first entered the Qingyun Mountain secret realm, they had not yet reached a level that would impair his combat power. Tang Chun estimated that, based on his current physical condition, he would likely only reach his limit after a month of endurance. This implied that the path of rapidly enhancing his strength through condensing a spiritual seed was temporarily unfeasible. His only viable option lay in refining the indestructible sword body. Sword intent, Tang Chen murmured softly. The second level of the indestructible sword body was known as the realm of sword intent. The first level, sword momentum, fundamentally focused on condensing an invincible sword momentum, emphasizing the user of the sword. Once the invincible sword momentum was formed, one could wield the sword against any opponent without fear, significantly amplifying its power while also instilling fear in the adversary. Conversely, the second level, sword intent, concentrated on the sword itself. This level required the user to continually nourish the sword in their hand. Only when the sword developed its own consciousness could one be considered to have officially entered this realm. At that point, the sword would possess spirit, and its attacks would far surpass those of the past. Moreover, the sword spirit would resonate with the user's thoughts, allowing for a fluid and unimpeded execution of strikes. According to the records in the indestructible sword body, when this realm was fully mastered, the sword in the user's hand could even autonomously defend against foes, exhibiting formidable prowess. How does one nurture the sword in hand to awaken its spirit? Within the martial arts texts, no explicit records exist, save for the enigmatic phrase, "Follow the heart's true path." Tang Chen murmured to himself, his brow furrowing ever deeper. What could these 4 words possibly signify? After much contemplation, he remained perplexed, resolving to take action. He withdrew the spirit sword Duan Ren and attempted to infuse it with spiritual energy. Yet upon the energy's entry, it merely coalesced into a sharp spiritual edge, exhibiting no other peculiarities. This approach proved futile. Tang Chen then endeavored to communicate with Duan Ren through his spiritual awareness, but still encountered no response. What must be done? He caressed the sword, his expression clouded with confusion. Eventually, he sighed, conceding there must be a way when the cart reaches the mountain. That he shook his head slightly, sheathing Duan Ren and temporarily abandoning his attempt. The path of cultivation is shrouded in mystery. Many matters cannot be resolved solely through relentless effort, but require a fortuitous opportunity. Perhaps the solution simply awaits its moment. While lost in thought, Tang Chen's ears perked up, catching distant sounds from the forest. Another participant approaches. A faint smile crept across his lips. Since clarity eluded him for the moment, he resolved to engage in alternative pursuits. For instance, before the boundary of the secret realm retracts to the foot of Qingyun Mountain, he would clear out all participants below the 7th layer of cultivation. It is imperative to note that adversaries lurk not only among the disciples of the Fu, Fa, and Qi peaks. Many from the Dan, Beast, and Battle peaks also harbored ill intentions. Their motives were simple: incapacitate or slay Tang Chen, then negotiate with the disciples of the other 3 peaks for personal gain. The hearts of men are inscrutable, making it difficult for Tang Chen to discern who bore hostility towards him. Thus, the most prudent course of action is an indiscriminate sweep, eliminating all participants below the 7th layer from the Qingyun Mountain's secret realm. Only then can he engage in the final cleansing operation with unwavering focus. With this resolve, Tang Chen hesitated no longer. He planted his foot firmly and soared towards the source of the sounds. After the passage of half a stick of incense, he struck with his sword, slaying a disciple of the Fu Peak at the 5th layer of cultivation. Yuan Xiao, do you not fear repercussions after such wanton slaughter? The 2 disciples accompanying the slain one exclaimed in horror. He sought to take my life first. I merely returned the favor, Tang Chen stated coolly, extracting his bloodied sword from the corpse. Furthermore, there are no rules in this competition. What harm is there in my actions? To maintain his anonymity, he refrained from using Duan Ren, opting instead for a mid-level mystical sword as his weapon. The 2 disciples fell momentarily silent, at a loss for a retort, for Tang Chen's words rang undeniably true. Suddenly, their faces paled as a fierce wave of spiritual energy erupted. Without further words, Tang Chen advanced with his sword drawn. The remaining 2 disciples of the Fu Peak, their expressions shifting dramatically, realized that despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to shatter their hand rings and escape the secret realm to preserve their lives. Tang Chen landed, casually obliterating the lingering soul of the slain. After retrieving the storage bags, he pondered briefly before turning towards the boundary of the secret realm. Since he intended to cleanse the area, he would commence from the outermost edges, specifically targeting participants below the 7th layer of cultivation. Simultaneously, within the fruit grove, Yuan Xiao, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the three participants before him with a chilling gaze. "Leave your storage bags, and I shall spare your lives." The three quaked in fear. They could scarcely fathom how they had encountered this formidable figure, yet again, so soon after their escape. Yet despite their bewilderment, they dared not entertain any rebellious thoughts, for his terrifying prowess had left an indelible psychological scar. The trio hastily removed their storage bags and tossed them to Yuan Xiao, their movements painfully practiced. Yuan Xiao weighed the three bags, allowing a satisfied smile to spread across his face. "Begone." The three exchanged glances, their expressions laden with confusion. For reasons unbeknownst to them, they sensed a subtle shift in Yuan Xiao's demeanor since their last encounter, though they could not pinpoint the exact change. With a resounding bang, the three shattered their secret realm hand rings and swiftly vanished through the teleportation portal. "Fools! Ha ha ha!" Yuan Xiao chuckled as he collected his spoils, his grin radiant that he had lingered in the grove for an entire day, amassing a staggering 49 bulging storage bags, reaping an abundant harvest. He mused that these individuals seemed somewhat dim-witted. They could have easily shattered their hand rings to escape instantly, yet none chose to do so, willingly surrendering their bags instead. Were they not a collection of simpletons? Had Yuan Xiao been privy to their thoughts, he would surely have faced their ire. Many had attempted to flee, only to witness the brutal demise of two others who dared to escape. Torn apart in the blink of an eye, fear of his overwhelming strength rendered them hesitant. Even the act of shattering their hand rings now seemed perilous. Thus, rather than risk their lives, they abandoned thoughts of flight upon encountering him again. Yuan Xiao, blissfully unaware of the underlying dynamics, focused solely on collecting as many lives and treasures as possible. As he hummed a tune and returned to the grove, he noticed that as the boundary of the secret realm continued to shrink, the intervals between the arrival of unfortunate participants in this grove grew increasingly brief. Indeed, within a mere 3 sticks of incense, 2 more participants stumbled into the clearing. These were 2 disciples of the Fa peak at the 6th layer of cultivation, bloodied and appearing utterly wretched. Upon spotting Yuan Xiao, seated cross-legged beneath a fruit tree, their already pale faces drained of color, Yuan Xiao, well accustomed to such scenes, rose and casually strolled towards them, hands clasped behind his back. "Ah, what a coincidence!" His indifferent voice resonated. "Surrender your storage bags, and I may spare your lives." Yuan Xiao's tone was as casual as ever as he extended a hand, reciting the well-rehearsed line once more. In that instant, one of the bald disciples of the Fa peak felt his eyes blaze with fury. "Chao Ergu, do not act rashly. We are no match for him." The other disciple's heart raced as he observed his companion's expression, hastily interjecting. His junior, a headstrong individual with a stubborn disposition, had previously exhausted his last reserves of spiritual talismans to escape from Yuan Xiao. He had intended to fight Yuan Xiao to the bitter end. Having believed they had narrowly evaded disaster, they were now faced with the same adversary once more. Enduring humiliation at the hands of the same individual twice was intolerable for someone like Chao Ergu, who would never swallow his pride. "Brother, I refuse to accept this," Chao Ergu cried, his eyes blazing with rage. "To pay for my life now is tantamount to offering my face for him to trample upon. This is an egregious affront." His elder brother, nearly frantic, lowered his voice urgently. "Ergu, your life is paramount. Do not court death. To hell with it. I renounce this life." Chao Ergu, consumed by fury, bellowed, disregarding his brother's warnings as he charged toward Yuan Xiao. Observing the furious onslaught of Chao Ergu, Yuan Xiao was momentarily taken aback. What the hell? Why is he deviating from the norm? Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, he chooses to march into their den. Under ordinary circumstances, Yuan Xiao would have admired such tenacity, but now he could only curse under his breath. This individual was at the 6th layer of cultivation. He was simply not a match. Boom! The air trembled as Chao Ergu executed a hand seal, conjuring a massive spiritual hand that descended upon Yuan Xiao. Clenching his jaw, he bore a look of determination as he prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. Fully aware this could be his final act. Damn it. Yuan Xiao sought to evade, but the speed of the attack was too great, leaving him no time to escape, that in a moment of desperation. He could only throw a punch in retaliation. Bang! The moment their strikes collided, the air erupted with a deafening roar. The next instant, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Chao Ergu and his brother could only watch in shock as Yuan Shio's right arm snapped, blood spewing forth as he was sent crashing to the ground like a rag doll. Witnessing the pitiful state of Yuan Shio, his brother was rendered speechless, while Chao Ergu stood in stunned silence, his mind a blank slate. Not long ago, he had battled Yuan Shio and had not lasted more than 3 exchanges. What had transpired now? Chapter 42, A Path of No Return. After the initial shock, Chao Ergu's first instinct was to assume Yuan Shio was merely feigning weakness, but if he were genuinely injured, how could he have failed to withstand his strike? This realization only fueled Chao Ergu's fury. This was a blatant humiliation. I risked my life to duel with you, and yet you show me such fundamental disrespect. The rage coursed through him as he roared once more. Damn it. I may be unable to defeat you, but I refuse to be humiliated. Seeing Chao Ergu charge at him like a wild beast, Yuan Shio cursed in his heart, struggling to endure the pain in his arm as he scrambled to his feet. Lacking the courage for another confrontation, he turned and fled. Chao Ergu paused for a moment, then grew even angrier. What, do you think killing me will soil your hands? Kill me, then, grant me a swift end. Chao Ergu was overwhelmed with a surge of spiritual power, frantically pursuing Yuan Shio, his piercing roars echoing through the orchard, sending shivers down the spines of countless wild monkeys that a dramatic scene unfolded. With 2 figures racing after each other in a desperate frenzy, the pursuer was drenched in blood, in a disheveled state, yet he shouted for his own demise, while the one fleeing wore a pallid expression, internally lamenting his fate, cursing under his breath. Chao Ergu's elder brother stood frozen, watching the 2 frantic figures, as astonishment gripped him. This bizarre spectacle was something he had never witnessed nor heard of before. Reflecting on the situation, he recalled that Yuan Shio's combat prowess was undeniably formidable, capable of easily dispatching both of them. Why then was he fleeing? As his thoughts raced, a sudden realization struck him, and his eyes widened in shock that just moments ago, during their confrontation, Yuan Shio's arm had been broken. Yet in the earlier battle, Yuan Shio's physical form had instilled terror in them, exhibiting strength that seemed inhuman. How could this be? Had he employed some special technique that temporarily heightened his combat power and physical prowess? Now that the effect had worn off, had he reverted to his original strength? His brother's eyes widened in understanding. Yes, it must be so. If that were the case, then Yuan Shio's arm breaking upon receiving a strike from Chao Ergu could be accounted for, as it represented his true combat capabilities. A fiery determination ignited within his brother's gaze, a greedy glint swiftly spreading across his face. That moment, he cared for nothing else. All he desired was to acquire the secret technique Yuan Shio had utilized, the one that could drastically elevate combat power and physical strength. If even someone deemed a waste like Yuan Shio could become so terrifying after using it, how much stronger could he become if he harnessed it? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Junior brother, I'm coming too, he roared, his eyes ablaze, charging into the fray after Yuan Shio. Damn it, have they lost their minds? Feeling the second surge of spiritual power pursuing him from behind, Yuan Shio's expression shifted once more, and he still had no idea what had provoked these 2 ruffians. The air reverberated with explosive sounds as the 3 figures desperately chased and fled, crashing through countless ancient trees and stirring up clouds of dust. Within moments, the trio burst forth from the orchard, drawing ever closer to the towering Qingyan mountain that loomed in the center. However, Yuan Shio's cultivation at the 5th level still left him at a disadvantage. As time passed, his spiritual energy dwindled, and the distance between him and the 2 pursuers continued to close. Boom! Chao Ergu roared, delivering another palm strike fueled by surging spiritual power, which struck Yuan Shio squarely in the back. Yuan Shio let out a muffled groan, propelled into a low hill, causing stones to tumble down in a shower. Junior brother, finish him off, Chao Ergu's elder brother exclaimed with delight, barking orders. During their pursuit, he had already shared his deductions with Chao Ergu. Though Chao Ergu was brash, he was not foolish, and he quickly nodded in agreement. The 2 moved with incredible speed, reaching the hill in mere moments, prepared to enter and eliminate Yuan Shio. However, just as they took a step forward, a familiar figure suddenly burst forth from the nearby woods. It was Yuan Shio. Drenched in blood, This fool dared to approach instead of fleeing. Chao Ergu and his brother were overjoyed, exchanging not a single word as they simultaneously launched their attacks against him. They aimed to kill him before he could shatter the hand ring and escape. Tang Chen watched the two charging towards him with alarming speed, stunned in place that if he recalled correctly, he had encountered these two not long ago. One of them possessed a talisman capable of delivering a strike at the innate 8th level, which had allowed their narrow escape. Tang Chen had initially assumed that after fleeing, they would choose to vacate the secret realm. Yet now, not only had they not run, but they also took the initiative to attack him. Had they lost their minds? As he pondered this, a sharp sound of wind slicing through the air pierced his thoughts. With excitement and greed etched on their faces, Chao Ergu and his brother charged at him from either side. Tang Chen did not shy away. Instead, he stomped his foot, his figure shooting forth like an arrow, ready to counterattack. Boom, boom. With a simple 2 punches unleashed, the explosive sound shattered the spells conjured by Chao Ergu and his brother in an instant. Huh? The two were momentarily bewildered. Tang Chen gave them no chance to contemplate, his fists striking like heavy hammers, moving with the speed of lightning, landing devastating blows to their chests amidst their fearful and confused gazes. Thud, thud, their chests exploded, flesh and shattered bones spraying forth, crashing to the ground. Each bore a grotesque, gaping wound, transparent from front to back. Chao Ergu's brother convulsed, attempting to utter something. Crack. Tang Chen, expressionless, raised his foot once more, crushing his neck while releasing spiritual energy to conclude Chao Ergu's life. With Qingyan Mountain so near, he had little interest in why these two dared to confront him, since they had chosen to court death. He would oblige them. Meanwhile, in a concealed spot on the low hill, Yuan Xiao, blood-soaked, held his breath and focused, ready to shatter the secret realm hand ring at any moment. However, after waiting for a long time, no sounds of pursuit followed. It seemed the two madmen had not chased him. Yuan Xiao, unwilling to act carelessly, summoned a mouse using his spiritual manipulation technique, cautiously climbing out of the low hill to assess the situation. Outside the hill, all was eerily quiet. A gentle breeze carried a faint scent of blood into his nostrils. The little mouse twitched its nose, soon spotting the gruesome corpses of Chao Ergu and his brother. They were dead. Yuan Xiao was taken aback, exhaling a sigh of relief while feeling immense confusion that in this perilous moment. Who had saved him? Could it have been that strong individual impersonating him, who was slaughtering others? Who exactly was he? The little mouse blinked in bewilderment, but quickly scurried away. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Yuan Xiao had originally intended to remain in the orchard until the boundary of the secret realm retracted to that point before making further plans. If it became too dangerous, he would not enter Qingyan Mountain but would leave the secret realm. After all, his life was paramount. However, after his reckless escape moments ago, he realized he was now incredibly close to Qingyan Mountain. The low hill was less than 10 miles from it. Since he had come this far, he decided to take one last gamble for a better ranking. Yuan Xiao's gaze flickered as he made his decision. Wasting no more time, he retrieved a large handful of pills from his storage bag, swallowing them all at once to begin healing. Before long, the boundary would shrink to this location to that point. All remaining participants would gather near Qingyan Mountain, and the scene would likely descend into chaos. Yuan Xiao planned to seize that opportunity to slip into Qingyan Mountain, outside the secret realm, at the Blackstone Square. This situation had persisted for the 3rd day. Elder Wu glanced at several disciples who had just been expelled from the secret realm, their faces ashen, his brows knitting tightly. These disciples bore expressions as if they had encountered some great horror. It was evident they had faced Yuan Xiao, for in the past 3 days, most of the departing disciples wore that ghostly expression. And without exception, all had been eliminated by Yuan Xiao. The young man seemed to be deliberately seeking out other contestants to eliminate them. Elder Wu turned his gaze towards Elder Chun beside him, who nodded slightly, having already discerned the pattern. Even as the boundary continued to contract, the area of the Qingyan Mountain secret realm remained vast, making encounters among participants unlikely to be so frequent that in previous innate competitions, such a high elimination rate only occurred on the eve of the purge operation. Thus, the only explanation was that Yuan Xiao was intentionally orchestrating this. Why would he engage in such a thankless endeavor? Elder Wu was perplexed, while Elder Chen remained silent, also unable to comprehend the reasoning. However, many things had eluded him, such as the chaos caused by disciples from the Wild Peak lineage during this innate competition. High above, amidst the clouds, several peak masters wore grim expressions as they coldly surveyed the scene below. They had been closely monitoring the competition and were aware of the havoc Yuan Xiao was wreaking within the secret realm. Initially, they had paid little heed. How formidable could disciples from the Wild Peak lineage truly be? However, as time progressed and the number of eliminations grew, they could no longer remain indifferent. They learned from the eliminated participants that many had not even the chance to escape, but had perished at Yuan Xiao's hands. Predominantly disciples from the Symbol Peak, Law Peak, and Weapon Peak. Damn it. Upon witnessing two more legless disciples from Law Peak being expelled, Law Peak's master, Gao Yuan, could no longer contain himself, cursing vehemently. The Wild Peak lineage must pay for this. He Meng remained silent this time, not countering him, for the War Peak lineage had also suffered a significant number of eliminations at Yuan Xiao's hands. However, the fatalities were not excessive, which was the only aspect that offered him some solace. No need to worry. Once the purge began, others would take care of him. Hong Wuyo sneered, upon reflection, exchanging the lives of these ordinary disciples for two promising talents from the Wild Peak does seem worthwhile. Hearing this, Gao Yuan and the others nodded in agreement. This was the only aspect of the current innate competition that brought them some joy. The disciples eliminated by Yuan Xiao were all below the 7th level of innate mastery, clearly indicating that his limits were thus defined. Such combat prowess is utterly inadequate for entering the core region of Qingyun Mountain. If he does not flee, he is destined for death, should he fall victim to someone within the secret realm. It would be the best outcome that if he manages to escape, it matters not, for the leaders of the three peaks have already taken notice of him. They will not tolerate the growth of this potential threat, and they will devise every possible means to extinguish it, just as they sought to eliminate Tang Chun. Reflecting on Tang Chun, a cold smirk appeared on the faces of Hong Wuya and the others. That little rascal has probably long since perished within the secret realm. Chapter 43. It is Tang Chun. Nearly 5 days have passed since the commencement of the innate competition that I end the suspended light map above the teleportation portal. The safe zones of the Qingyun Mountain secret realm have considerably shrunk. Moreover, the boundary of the secret realm continues to contract at this rate. It won't be long before Qingyun Mountain becomes the sole safe haven within the entire secret realm. The red dots on the light map have also significantly diminished, plummeting from over 3,000 to fewer than 100. In a corner of the Blackstone Square, as the number of eliminated participants continued to rise, the expressions of Gu Chonglong and others grew increasingly grave. Fewer than 100 red dots indicate that the top 100 of this innate competition has already emerged. Yet, to this moment, Tang Chun has not made an appearance. As for Yuan Xiao, despite causing chaos within the Qingyun Mountain secret realm, the three were convinced that he was an imposter, meaning the real Yuan Xiao was also missing. To be frank, neither Fu Yun, Zhou Xinji, nor Gu Chonglong believed that these two possessed the strength to breach the ranks of the top 100. Under such circumstances, their disappearance weighed heavily on the trio's hearts like a massive stone. Meanwhile, others in the square engaged in discussion. Why has Yuan Xiao suddenly become so formidable? It must be that he has been concealing his talents all along, aiming to surprise everyone during this innate competition. Who would have thought that the most unassuming of the Wild Peaks would yield such talents as Fu Yun, Yuan Xiao, and Tang Chun? So what? The fact remains that Tang Chun has yet to appear. He must have met his demise within the secret realm. Yuan Xiao may currently be in the limelight, but have you not noticed? He has only been contending with participants below the 7th level of innate mastery. That is likely his ceiling. The purge operation is about to commence. Those at the 8th and 9th levels are not mere soft targets for him to crush at will. Indeed, particularly Lan Bei. If they cross paths, he will surely not let Yuan Xiao escape. Precisely. Even if he were to crush the wristband and escape by a stroke of luck, once he is marked by the leaders of the three peaks. Can he truly evade them forever? All that awaits him is death. Merely a matter of when. The analysis resonated with those around, who nodded in agreement, a wave of lamentation washing over them that I in a time of dwindling talent. The emergence of two extraordinary geniuses should have been a momentous occasion. Yet now, with Tang Chun dead and Yuan Xiao facing a similar fate, the Wild Peak lineage stands in despair. As the discussions continued, a low hum filled the air, and 6 teleportation portals materialized simultaneously, that I in the next moment. 6 slender figures clad in crimson robes stepped forth, belonging to the Dan Peak lineage, including Yin Qinshin and her companions. The instant they appeared, the previously bustling square fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixated on them, brimming with confusion. Most participants recently eliminated had been dispatched by Yuan Xiao, and these individuals shared a common trait. They appeared battered, some even missing limbs. Yet Yin Qinshin and her 6 companions stood apart. Despite a look of reluctance, their attire remained pristine, and their demeanor composed. "Did you not encounter that madman?" Someone could not help but inquire. "Madman?" Yin Qinshin and the others were momentarily taken aback. "Which madman?" "Yuan Xiao." The group was further perplexed. The name sounded somewhat familiar, yet they could not recall who it was, let alone claim to have encountered him. "How did you all get eliminated?" An elder from the Dan Peak, sensing something amiss, pressed on that we voluntarily withdrew. Feeling our strengths were insufficient, the disciples replied. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally understood, and oh wonder, with growing curiosity. Yin Qinshin could not restrain herself and asked, "Why is everyone discussing Yuan Xiao?" "Here is the matter." The Dan Peak elder sighed and recounted the recent events in detail. That a moment later, after absorbing the elder's account, the 6 disciples' eyes widened in astonishment. Yin Qinshin's emotions became exceedingly complex. This Yuan Xiao is the senior brother of that individual. Elder, if he is so formidable, why was he not well known before? One of the Dan Peak female disciples queried. The elder shook her head slightly. It is unclear. Perhaps he intentionally concealed his strength, biding his time to unleash his power in the innate competition. Everyone nodded in agreement, deeming this the most plausible explanation. Yet, Yin Qinshin felt a jolt within her mind, suddenly recalling something. Battling opponents only below the 7th level of innate mastery, striking with ferocity, and possessing an incredibly robust physique. These traits all align with what I have heard about Yuan Xiao. However, another figure sprang to mind, Tang Chun. The other Dan Peak disciples journeying with her also reached the same realization, their expressions turning peculiar. They had all witnessed Tang Chun decisively slay a group of disciples from the Symbol Peak, an impression that remained vivid in their minds, nearly identical to the characteristics attributed to Yuan Xiao. More importantly, Tang Chun had taken possession of that extraordinarily rare Thousand Illusion Beast Demon Core. By refining it, one could acquire the martial technique Thousand Illusion, which grants the ability to transform into anyone without being easily discerned. The disciples exchanged glances, each harboring the same conclusion. It was not Yuan Xiao who rampaged through the secret realm, but rather Tang Chun. It was undeniably so. "What is the matter with you all?" The Dan Peak elder noticed the unusual behavior of Yin Qinshin and her companions, perplexed in nothing, just a bit hard to believe. Yin Qinshin regained her composure, subtly restraining the others who wished to speak, and offered a vague response. The elder did not suspect anything amiss, shaking her head slightly. This Yuan Xiao is indeed a genius. But alas, once the purge operation commences, he will most likely be slain by stronger participants. And even if he manages to escape, he cannot evade the leaders of the 3 peaks at this point. She sighed, lowering her voice. It is truly tragic that 2 prodigies from the Wild Peak lineage, with Tang Chun extinguished before his potential could bloom, now face the same fate as Yuan Xiao. The Dan Peak and Wild Peak lineages share a close bond, hence her empathetic sentiment. Yin Qinshin and her companions exchanged increasingly perplexed glances. What expressions would these individuals wear if they were to discover that the madman Yuan Xiao in their eyes was, in fact, Tang Chun? After conversing for a while, the group intentionally distanced themselves from the crowd. "Junior sister, why did you stop us from speaking?" One of the disciples at the 6th level of innate mastery said indignantly. "That rascal tarnished your reputation. Do you not despise him to the bone?" The others nodded in agreement, chattering. "If we expose the truth, the leaders of the 3 peaks will only intensify their desire to kill him." Silence. Yin Qinshin's expression suddenly turned cold as she admonished them sternly. Despite being the youngest, referred to as junior sister, her status was unique, being the granddaughter of the Dan Peak leader. Her words commanded immediate compliance. And the disciples fell silent. Once they ceased their chatter, Yin Qinshin's demeanor softened. "This is his own affair, unrelated to us. Do not meddle unnecessarily." The others could only nod in agreement. "All right, Everyone has expended considerable energy in recent days. Please take the time to recuperate and avoid lingering repercussions. She seemed to harbor some concerns, and after offering one last instruction, she walked aside, choosing not to say more. The remaining Dan Peak female disciples exchanged glances. Their expressions peculiar. I believe Junior Sister has developed feelings for that Tang Chun, which is why she silenced us. One of the disciples at the 5th level of innate mastery whispered. The others nodded in agreement. As women themselves, they could easily discern Yin Qinshin's sentiments. Even if she did not harbor romantic feelings for Tang Chun, there was certainly something unique in her affections. That said, Tang Chun was indeed exceptional. Mastering the 2nd level of innate cultivation, he could effortlessly slay those at the 6th level. Such terrifying capabilities to battle beyond one's level would likely outshine even the first prodigy of Feiyu's sect. Lan Xian. What woman would not be moved by such prowess? In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere outside, the Qingyan Mountain's secret realm was particularly desolate at this moment. The boundary of the secret realm was now perilously close to Qingyan Mountain, less than 10 miles away, and the rate of contraction was accelerating at this pace. In just another hour or two, Qingyan Mountain would become the sole safe zone within the entire secret realm. At this very moment, in a certain location, Tang Chun, disguised as Yuan Xiao, stood quietly with his spiritual sword in hand, mere inches from the boundary of the secret realm, beyond the occasionally rippling barrier. Another disciple clad in a white robe from the Symbol Peak stood. Although this individual emanated the fluctuations of innate power characteristic of the 7th realm, he was presently drenched in blood, disheveled, and in a state of utter disarray. The mystical hand ring adorning his right wrist radiated a faint glow, valiantly resisting the encroaching force of teleportation. However, as the seconds ticked by, the brilliance of the ring began to wane. Once its energy was utterly depleted, the ring would shatter, and he would be unable to withstand the teleportation power, leading to his instant elimination. Yuan Xiao, must you take things to such an extreme? Observing the dimming ring, the disciple felt an increasing sense of urgency, and, with a furious expression, exclaimed, "Why do you obstruct my path?" Half an hour prior, he had encountered Yuan Xiao while traveling, but he had initially intended to swiftly slay him without delaying his entrance to Qingyan Mountain, only to be met with unexpected resistance. For reasons unknown, this fellow's combat prowess had skyrocketed to a terrifying extent, rendering him no match. Realizing he was outmatched, he chose to retreat directly into Qingyan Mountain. But Yuan Xiao clung to him like a stubborn leech, relentlessly pursuing him and forcing him outside the barrier of the mystical realm. Were it not for the ring's temporary defense against the teleportation power, he would have been eliminated long ago. Tang Chun paid him no heed, merely fixing his gaze upon him. "It was my error to make a move against you. I can offer you all my contribution points and spirit stones. Just let me pass, shall we?" The disciple from Symbol Peak, his face ashen, proposed again. Yet Tang Chun remained silent, showing no intention of yielding. The ring began to flicker, signaling the imminent depletion of energy. The former could no longer contain himself. "I cannot delay any longer. Cursed fool, get out of my way," he bellowed, hurling a talisman as he forcefully charged towards the barrier. Chapter 44. Finally, someone has arrived. This disciple from Symbol Peak, possessing the 7th realm of innate power, was formidable. The talisman he cast held power nearly equivalent to that of the 8th realm, a truly terrifying force, with a hissing sound. The talisman manifested a striking spirit light in midair, rapidly transforming into the colossal illusory figure of a green-scaled giant python, flicking its crimson tongue and lashing its thick tail towards Tang Chun. This talisman was his ultimate trump card for survival, one he had never before utilized. Yet now, in his desperate bid to breach the barrier, he unleashed it without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. The giant python's tail was extraordinarily thick and moved with such speed that it ruptured the air with explosive force. In an instant, it struck Tang Chun's chest with tremendous impact, radiating dazzling light. Thud. The sound echoed like a tolling bell, and the disciple from Symbol Peak felt a surge of joy. The green-scaled giant python conjured by the talisman possessed the combat strength of someone newly entering the 8th realm. To endure such a strike was something even an ordinary practitioner of the 8th realm would not dare attempt. Yuan Xiao's choice to withstand it was, quite frankly, the height of foolishness. With such a blow, He would either perish or be gravely wounded. Indeed, the luminous aura quickly dissipated, and Yuan Xiao groaned as he fell to the ground. A gaping, horrifying wound had formed in his chest, scattering shattered bones and flesh everywhere. And his breath became extraordinarily feeble. "Fool! Now it is my turn to slay you." The disciple from Symbol Peak cackled as he surged forward, entering the barrier. However, no sooner had he spoken than a voice, laced with mockery, echoed in his ears. "Relying solely on talismans and inanimate objects for combat. It seems all of you from the Symbol Peak are utterly useless." The moment the voice sounded, the disciple from Symbol Peak felt the scene before him rapidly shift. The Yuan Xiao, who had previously appeared gravely wounded, suddenly seemed to evaporate into thin air, vanishing without a trace. Where he had stood now lay a shattered piece of massive green stone. The disciple's pupils constricted sharply, and before he could utter a word, Tang Chen's voice rang out again. "Above you!" Instinctively, he looked up, and an exceedingly brilliant flash of sword light filled his vision. With a piercing sound, the sharp sword plunged through his crown, and the disciple from Symbol Peak trembled, meeting his demise. Until his last breath, disbelief lingered in his eyes. Tang Chen casually withdrew the long sword, extinguishing the soul of this individual, and then reached out to claim his spatial pouch. Subsequently, he extended his right hand, swirling it in the air. "Gather." As he uttered this command, 10 streams of resplendent spirit light suddenly shot forth from all directions, ultimately hovering before him. These were 10 formation flags, the very array he had obtained from Brother Yin and his companions days prior. The maze array. This formation exhibited formidable effects, capable of causing any practitioner entering it to temporarily lose their 5 senses and spiritual perception, rendering them unable to discern direction, while also possessing the ability to create illusions. The scene the disciple from Symbol Peak had witnessed, of the green-scaled giant python striking Yuan Xiao, was merely an illusion he had conjured. In reality, the giant python had shattered nothing more than a piece of green stone, while the maze array's limitation was that it could only affect practitioners 2 minor realms below the array's creator. Tang Chun was an exception, as a practitioner of the 2nd realm. He could indeed contend with those of the 7th realm. Thus, the maze array he personally set up could even exert a brief effect on those of the 9th realm. Moreover, the disciple from Symbol Peak, in his eagerness to penetrate the barrier, had failed to notice anything amiss. Hence, he was effortlessly vanquished by Tang Chun. With the formation flag secured, Tang Chun turned his gaze once more to the edge of the mystical realm. In merely a few moments' time, the barrier continued to recede significantly. Participants below the 7th realm of innate power should have been nearly cleared out. Tang Chun murmured softly, having spent the past 2 days roaming the outer perimeter of Qingyan Mountain, deliberately seeking trouble with participants of the 7th realm, and below it, by now, nearly 100 participants had been eliminated by him, over 30 of whom had been directly slain without even the chance to shatter their hand rings and escape. Thus, his demeanor had undergone a substantial transformation compared to 2 days prior. Now cloaked in the aura of bloodshed, his eyes brimming with malice, the cleansing operation was about to commence. Tang Chen lifted his head, gazing at the nearby Qingyan Mountain. The next moment, he stamped his foot, and his figure shot forth like a dart, speeding away. It was time to intervene. Qingyan Mountain, a place that, despite being called a mountain, was structured in an extraordinarily peculiar manner, resembling a colossal labyrinth of interlocking chambers. The outermost ring was designated for participants of the 7th realm, while the middle ring was reserved for those of the 8th realm. The central area was populated exclusively by the formidable practitioners of the 9th realm. The core region remained empty, unclaimed by anyone. Once only 2 participants remained in the mystical realm, that would become the battleground for their final confrontation. At this moment, in the outermost area of Qingyan Mountain, over 60 participants of the 7th realm sat cross-legged, quietly awaiting their turn. They were tasked with eliminating all participants below the 7th realm who dared to enter this space. Upon completing this task, they would then challenge the participants in the 8th realm. Yet despite this area being expected to be the most bustling, it now lay eerily silent. In truth, this silence had persisted for some time. Some had already been waiting here for 3 days without seeing a single participant below the 7th realm. This shouldn't be the case, a burly participant of the 7th realm remarked, gazing at the still receding barrier of the mystical realm. Based on past events, All remaining participants should have gradually arrived here by now. What on earth is happening? The others shook their heads in agreement, sharing his confusion. Could it be that this year's participants are all cowards? Too afraid to engage in the cleansing operation, thereby opting out? Another voice chimed in. Just as he finished speaking, someone else took up the conversation. It seems unlikely that I have a bold notion. What is it? The crowd turned to him, that he swallowed hard and tentatively suggested. Is it possible? I'm merely suggesting that there are no participants below the 7th realm left in the mystical realm at this moment. At first, the others found this idea absurd. There were over 3,000 participants in this innate competition. Even if most had encountered misfortune and been eliminated, surely there would be some stragglers making their way here. Yet, as they pondered further, a chilling realization set in. The barrier at the edge of the mystical realm was nearing its contraction, and still, no one had arrived. Surely it was impossible for all participants below the 7th realm to be hiding within the expanse between Qingyun Mountain and the edge of the barrier. Thus, the only plausible explanation was as the previous individual had suggested. There were no participants below the 7th realm left in the mystical realm. But why had this situation arisen? Could it be that the sect had temporarily altered the rules of the innate competition, expelling all participants below the 7th realm? That seemed improbable as well. Let us remain calm and wait a bit longer, the burly participant advised, his voice steadied. In 2 hours, the barrier will shrink to our feet. If no one arrives by then, we can commence our challenge against the second ring. The group unanimously nodded, adopting his suggestion. Soon, the outer region fell silent once more. However, this silence did not last long before it was shattered by a voice filled with excitement. Look to the west, someone is coming. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their attention drawn to the source of a voice. Their gaze landed upon the receding boundary of a secret realm, where a figure clad in black robes, wielding a long sword, advanced with unhurried grace. Stunned, the onlookers whispered among themselves, a black robe? Could this individual be a disciple of the Huangfeng lineage? One person gasped, I believe I recognize him. That is Yuan Xiao from the Huangfeng lineage. Another interjected, Yuan Xiao? The one who constantly associates with livestock. But wait, this lad is merely at the 5th level of innate cultivation. How did he arrive here? As some sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Tang Chun, their astonishment deepened. Having employed the martial skill Thousand Phantoms, Tang Chen's aura had been disguised to match that of Yuan Xiao at the 5th level of innate cultivation, rendering his true realm undetectable to them. If they were to learn he was merely at the 2nd level of innate cultivation, they would surely be struck with terror. Perhaps it's just luck. Let us not dwell on that. It has time to act. One individual sneered. After waiting so long, someone has finally arrived. They were all exceedingly eager. Gentlemen, shall we leave it to me? The previously robust competitor rose, clasping his hands in greeting. This individual was known as Xiao Tianqi, a disciple of the Zhanfeng lineage and a junior of Lan Xian. The crowd nodded in agreement, none dissenting. Prior to the tournament, everyone had witnessed the conflict between the Huangfeng lineage and the brothers Lan Xian and Lan Bei, and they were aware that Lan Xian had vowed to take their lives. They had to show respect for the #1 genius of the sect. Thank you all, Xiao Tianqi exclaimed joyously, bowing once more before turning his gaze towards Yuan Xiao, a greedy and sinister smile creeping onto his lips that if I were to slay this brat, surely the brothers Lan Xian and Lan Bei would reward me. You, a mere waste, dare to tread upon Qingyun Mountain, die. A chilling shout rang out as Xiao Tianqi brandished 2 enormous spiritual hammers. With a thunderous crash, the hammers struck the ground, creating 2 terrifyingly deep craters. Utilizing the recoil, Xiao Tianqi surged forward, swinging the hammers towards Tang Chun. The air vibrated violently with explosive force, the sound echoing incessantly. Such a terrifying commotion caused many of the 7-level contestants behind Xiao Tianqi to change color. Even they did not dare to face such a blow head-on. Xiao Tianqi's combat prowess was formidable, even among the 7-level practitioners, befitting a disciple of Lan Xian. However, as the horrifying attack approached, Tang Chen's expression remained unchanged. His pace unaltered, continuing his advance unhurriedly. That it was only when the heavy hammers were less than 5 zhong from his head that he suddenly clenched his fists, unleashing a powerful strike. Chapter 45, A Dominant Killing Spree. Who dares to intervene? Golden spiritual light radiated from Tang Chen's arms, rendering them as though cast from pure gold, in the blink of an eye. His fists collided with Xiao Tianqi's hammers. The moment their fists met, a sound resonated like a thunderous drum in everyone's hearts that I in the next instant. Tang Chen's face flushed slightly as he retreated 3 steps, each step creating a crater an inch deep in the ground, a testament to the tremendous force of the recoil. Yet his arms remained unscathed, that I in stark contrast. Xiao Tianqi's hands, gripping the hammers, were left with shattered skin, blood splattering as the hammers flew from his grasp. He was sent crashing to the ground like a kite with its string cut, stirring up a cloud of dust. In that moment, the area surrounding Qingyun Mountain fell into a profound silence. All present stared in disbelief at the disheveled Xiao Tianqi, rendered speechless. Although Xiao Tianqi was a junior of Lan Xian, and his talent did not quite match that of his master, he was no fool. His strength was certainly among the superior ranks of the 60 or so innate 7-level contestants present. Yet this formidable figure had been sent flying with a single blow. More alarmingly, the one who had struck him down, Yuan Xiao, was merely a weakling at the 5th level of innate cultivation. What on earth was happening? Even if Xiao Tianqi had underestimated his opponent, it was inconceivable that he could be so easily overpowered. At that moment, Xiao Tianqi staggered to his feet, a searing pain coursing through his arm. Blood staining his hands, he gazed at Tang Chun in a daze, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. Senior brother Lan Xian said that all disciples of the Huangfeng lineage are worthless. How could you possibly be so strong? As his words fell, Tang Chun raised an eyebrow. This individual's familiarity with Lan Xian suggested a close association with his faction. Initially, he had no intention of killing. But at that moment, Xiao Tianqi had already been marked for death. Without further ado, Tang Chun stomped his foot and charged toward Xiao Tianqi once more. Following their previous exchange, Xiao Tianqi no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. He let out a low growl, and as spiritual energy surged, his already robust muscles visibly swelled, with bulging veins protruding grotesquely. His skin quickly darkened to a bluish hue. This was the Zhanfeng lineage's unique martial skill, bovine strength technique. Someone gasped, this technique can rapidly enhance physical strength in a short time. Xiao Tianqi, being a disciple of Zhanfeng, already possesses great physical prowess. With the bovine strength technique, his combat ability will surely skyrocket. However, this technique comes with repercussions. For 3 hours post-use, one experiences extreme muscle soreness, and their spiritual energy circulation slows. Has Xiao Tianqi lost his mind? In the midst of the crowd's speculations, the two figures clashed once more. Bang! The moment they connected, the sound of flesh colliding echoed repeatedly, sending shivers down the spines of all witnesses. This form of close combat was the specialty of the Zhanfeng disciples. Simple, brutal, and direct. Rarely would anyone dare to engage in such a manner with a Zhanfeng disciple. Was that fellow named Yuan Xiao truly courting death? As the crowd pondered, the melee between Tang Chun and Xiao Tianqi intensified. The two became mere blurs, entangled in a frenzy of strikes, separating and re-engaging in a relentless cycle. Their speed was so astounding that the onlookers struggled to catch their movements. Soon, blood was spilled, accompanied by muffled grunts. The battle seemed poised to conclude swiftly, with the Huangfeng brat likely to be torn to shreds by Xiao Tianqi. It won't be long now, someone predicted the outcome. Just as the others began to agree, a shocking exclamation pierced the air. No. The one who is injured is Xiao Tianqi. What? As the words rang out, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, fixating on the battlefield. Many even poured spiritual energy into their eyes to enhance their vision, desperate to discern the actions of the two combatants. Quickly, a series of astonished cries erupted. I saw it. Xiao Tianqi is truly injured. How can this be? That Yuan Xiao's physical strength surpasses that of Xiao Tianqi even with the martial technique's enhancement. The crowd gasped, chills running down their spines. For at that moment, Xiao Tianqi was a pitiful sight. His body was riddled with uneven depressions, resembling a steel plate that had been mercilessly hammered countless times, sending chills down the spine of all who beheld him. Moreover, the edges of these depressions were beginning to crack, blood spurting forth from within. Each wound inflicted by Tang Chen's fists. In stark contrast, while Xiao Tianqi appeared disheveled and his clothing torn, Yuan Xiao bore no visible injuries. It was evident who was the stronger. Damn it, damn it. Xiao Tianqi howled, his voice laced with unbearable agony. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a mixture of terror and disbelief. After employing the bovine strength technique, he believed his physical strength had soared, capable of tearing apart a fifth-level innate cultivator with sheer brute force, that he had assumed it would be more than enough to deal with Yuan Xiao. Who could have imagined that the latter's physical prowess would be even more monstrous? In the span of mere breaths, they had exchanged blows over 100 times. With each collision, Xiao Tianqi sustained injuries. Not only were the depressions on his surface alarming, but his internal injuries were far worse. Numerous meridians and acupoints had been shattered by Tang Qin's overwhelming power, and several bones lay fractured. Bang! Another resounding thud echoed as Tang Qin's fist struck Xiao Tianqi's head, sending him flying. Then an imprint shaped like a fist appeared on the left side of his skull. A gruesome sight indeed. I concede. The excruciating pain left Xiao Tianqi trembling, and he finally succumbed to fear. Shouting desperately, Da's voice echoed. He reached for the secret realm ring on his wrist, given his grave injuries. Even survival would leave him a cripple. It would be better to grant himself a swift end. Your pleas for mercy come too late. Tang Qin's cold voice resonated as he shot toward Xiao Tianqi like a cannonball. Just as the ring was about to be crushed, he appeared above Xiao Tianqi. His right fist shimmered with golden light. Under the horrified gazes of all, Tang Qin unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! This terrifying blow sent Xiao Tianqi's head crashing into his chest cavity, shattering his entire skeletal structure in an instant. Without skeletal support, he collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud, utterly lifeless. Tang Qin shook his fist, casually extracting Xiao Tianqi's soul and cradling it in his palm. He then abruptly clenched his fingers into a fist. Bang! A faint sound of shattering echoed as Xiao Tianqi's soul was crushed to oblivion. Only at this moment did the remaining onlookers finally regain their senses. Their gazes towards Tang Qin filled with sheer terror. Since the appearance of this individual, only the briefest moment has passed. Yet within this fleeting time, a formidable opponent of the seventh realm has already perished. Defeated in the very domain where he excelled, crushed, and then brutally slain. Such horror. In an instant, silence enveloped the area. Over 60 participants at the seventh realm stood dumbfounded, not a single soul daring to utter a word. Tang Qin leisurely collected Xiao Tianqi's storage pouch, then raised his gaze to survey the crowd. His indifferent inquiry resonated in the ears of all. I intend to proceed to the next level. Do any of you object? At his words, a collective shiver coursed through the crowd, swiftly followed by a surge of indignation. This was a blatant humiliation. Yet Tang Qin paid no heed, striding directly towards the steps leading to the domain of the eighth realm participants. Kid, don't be too arrogant. A voice finally broke through the crowd, icy and confrontational. Step forward and try to stop me, Tang Qin retorted, pausing to regard the speaker. Under his piercing gaze, the challenger faltered, breathing stilled and hesitating instinctively. With a disdainful laugh, Tang Qin mocked, You lack the courage to obstruct me. What right do you have to shout? Pathetic. His scornful tone landed like a resounding slap on the contestant's face. Unable to bear the humiliation any longer, the contestant, clad in a purple robe and also of the seventh realm, leaped from the crowd, charging at Tang Qin. In that moment, he unleashed a flurry of spells, conjuring dozens of ethereal swords that sliced through the air towards Tang Qin. Unfazed, Tang Qin met the assault head-on, relying solely on his physical prowess. Moments later, amidst a cacophony of explosions, he shattered all of the spells unleashed by the disciple from the Law Peak. With terrifying speed, he closed the distance, reaching the Law Peak disciple in an instant. The disciple, skilled in sorcery and distant combat, found his physical defense woefully inadequate compared to Xiao Tianqi. With a casual swipe of his hand, Tang Qin obliterated the disciple's head as if he were smashing a watermelon. After extinguishing the life force and retrieving the storage pouch, Tang Qin proceeded seamlessly, shaking off the blood from his body as he continued onward. Disregarding the other participants entirely, I am next. Another voice called out, accompanied by a deafening beastly roar that a disciple from Beast Peak, mounted on a ferocious wolf of the same seventh realm, charged at Tang Qin. Yet, within mere moments, the wolf's anguished howls echoed through the air. Tang Qin, employing a brutal display of strength, tore the creature's limbs apart. With his guardian beast on the brink of death, the disciple dared not continue the fight. Hastily shattering his secret realm bracelet and fleeing in panic, in a brief span, Tang Chun had slain 2 individuals and eliminated one, showcasing an overwhelming display of might. What to do? Is no one going to stop him? Murmurs of anger rippled through the crowd. Are you seeking death? Someone sneered, immediately silencing the speaker. Yuan Xiao was undeniably powerful, so formidable that it extinguished any desire for battle among his foes. A mere 5th realm individual swaggering into the 8th realm territory would undoubtedly draw the ire of those present. Rather than risking their lives, it seemed wiser to allow him entry, letting others deal with him. As this sentiment spread, no dissent arose. Those who had once stood against him now parted, clearing a path for Tang Chun. Without hesitation, and under the watchful, resentful gazes of the crowd, he ascended the steps leading to the 8th realm. Chapter 46. Who still disagrees? The staircase was not lengthy, merely 50 steps, and in the blink of an eye, one could reach its end. Yet to the over 60 participants, the journey felt interminable, each moment extending their anxiety as they awaited his next move at last, under the weight of their hatred, fear, and resentment. Tang Chun reached the final step. Just ahead loomed an ancient, massive stone door, beyond which lay the domain of the 8th realm participants. Tang Chun paused, surveying the stone door with keen interest. Suddenly he halted. His peripheral vision, catching a glimpse of the ground beneath him, that a flicker of doubt danced in his eyes, quickly replaced by astonishment, before returning to his usual calm demeanor. This series of expressions transpired in an instant, unnoticed by the 7th realm participants, who remained fixated on him, anticipating his entrance. However, in the next moment, Tang Chun unexpectedly turned, casting a sweeping gaze over the crowd before slowly settling into a meditative position before the stone door. The time has come. I will enter when I am ready, that if anyone disagrees, feel free to challenge me at any moment. His calm demeanor and measured voice echoed through the 7th realm. The 60-odd participants were left stunned, then erupted in furious outrage. They, a collective of 7th realm strongholds, had yielded to a mere 5th realm individual, a disgrace beyond measure. Yet this audacious figure sought to impose his dominance over them all. Yuan Xiao, don't overstep your bounds. Your actions will offend the other 6 peaks as well. I advise you to cease this madness. Tempers flared, and voices rose in protest that in light of the controversy. Tang Chen's response was simple. He raised his right hand, grasping a sharp spirit sword from his storage pouch, then thrust it downward. With a piercing sound, the sword penetrated the ground effortlessly, its hilt vibrating with energy. Without uttering a word, his intent was clear. If you have objections, come in battle. Do not squabble from below that if you wish to pass. First inquire with the sword in my hand. The blade not only pierced the earth but drove deep into the hearts of the onlookers. Their expressions shifted dramatically, yet none dared approach. Not only was it highly likely they would fall short against him, but even if they were to vanquish him, the cost would be unbearably steep. The 7th realm area fell into complete silence, each individual rendered mute. Tang Chun paid them no further mind, slowly closing his eyes. His decision to refrain from entering the 8th realm immediately and instead meditate before the stone door was not out of a desire to humiliate them, but rather to maximize his strength before stepping through. Although his combat prowess was indeed remarkable, it was still only comparable to an average 8th realm practitioner that in a confrontation against a particularly formidable 8th realm opponent. Victory was far from assured, and against a 9th realm expert, he stood no chance. Entering the stone door would inevitably lead to continuous fierce battles, making it essential to enhance his power as much as possible. After days of intense combat, while he had yet to touch the threshold of the 2nd stage of the indestructible sword body, his cultivation had significantly improved. Simultaneously, his physical acupoints had connected a total of 710, leaving just 10 to reach the pinnacle of 720 acupoints. It was said that once all 720 acupoints were connected, a profound transformation would occur within the body. Tang Chun aimed to seize the opportunity before the boundary of the secret realm began to close. With this determination, he wasted no time. Clapping his hand against his storage pouch, 10 formation flags transformed into streaks of spirit light, scattering in all directions and embedding themselves into the ground. The flags settled. A misty array materialized, enveloping the entire 7th realm area. The 60-odd 7th realm participants felt a shift in their surroundings. The next moment, they found themselves in a featureless white expanse, unable to discern their surroundings. Damn it, what is this? Voices echoed within the fog, yet no figures were visible. The sounds were ethereal, seemingly emanating from an endless void, impossible to locate. This is the misty array of our peak. That scoundrel Yuan Xiao has likely slain many of our comrades. A disciple from Law Peak recognized the formation, his voice laced with coldness. How do we break it? It's difficult. Only practitioners 2 realms higher than him can swiftly dismantle the array. But he is merely at the 5th realm. We are all 7th realm. Can't we break through? Yet his combat strength far surpasses that of the 7th realm. The moment those words were uttered, silence ensued. To IT was evident that they could not breach the misty array. After deploying the formation to isolate the others, Tang Chen wasted no more time. He unleashed the ancient time-space tower, penetrating into the 2nd layer of space, that he then activated the Azure Stone Millstone, commencing a grueling process of refining his physical form. Meanwhile, beneath Tang Chen's feet, a narrow passageway, barely wide enough for a single person, extended from outside Qingyan Mountain to this very spot. At the end of the passage lay a space directly below Tang Chen. At this moment, a weary figure lay there, panting heavily. Yuan Xiao. He had waited outside Qingyan Mountain for a considerable time, yet no participants had come to challenge him. All the 7th realm contestants were engrossed in their meditative practices. Any stir would alert them, leaving him no chance to infiltrate. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, someone finally arrived, the mysterious figure who had disguised themselves as him upon their sudden appearance. They had ruthlessly slain several individuals, instilling fear in the hearts of the crowd, who were too intimidated to voice their anger. It was during this moment of chaos that Yuan Xiao seized the opportunity to dig a tunnel and burrowed his way in. He has been deliberately controlling his speed, maintaining a consistent pace with the false Yuan Xiao, always positioned directly beneath him. Those participants from the 7-fold realm dared not probe the false Yuan Xiao with their spiritual senses, thus remaining oblivious to the existence of this mole. However, just moments ago, it appeared that the false Yuan Xiao had detected him, sweeping his spiritual sense underground for an instant. At that moment, Yuan Xiao was so startled that his soul nearly left his body, his heart missing a beat. This place was filled with 7-fold realm participants, while he himself was merely a pitiful and weak cultivator at the 5th layer of the innate realm. If discovered, he would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences, fortunately, for reasons unknown. Although the false Yuan Xiao had noticed him, he seemed unconcerned. After the brief probe, there was no further movement. Could it be that he was using my identity in the outside world and felt some debt towards me, thus compensating for it? Yuan Xiao pondered, finding this quite plausible. Yet in the next moment he cast such thoughts aside. Why bother? Since no one had discovered him, he would continue to remain hidden. Every moment he could prolong his stay was a victory. Nonetheless, this impostor of his was truly imposing, akin to a war god, single-handedly dispatching over 60 participants from the 7-fold realm without breaking a sweat, inciting both anger and fear. Now, he sat cross-legged before the stone door, exuding both arrogance and dominance. He was currently utilizing Yuan Xiao's identity, and in a certain sense, he was indeed basking in the limelight. Yuan Xiao mused, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. It turned out that he could be this dashing. Meanwhile, behind the stone door, the regions of the 8th and 9th realms were not separated by the stone door, but were instead interconnected, marked only by a boundary line etched by a sword. Crossing this boundary line would signify an official entry into the 9th realm area. At this moment, nearly 30 participants stood in the 8th realm, all glaring angrily at a certain spot within the 9th realm. In the 9th realm, 5 figures were present, 4 of whom emanated an overwhelming aura of spiritual power, all genuine practitioners of the 9th layer of the innate realm. Yet, one young man in green stood out, his presence incongruous with the others, for he was merely at the 7th layer of the innate realm. Lan Bei, on what grounds do you presume to enter early? A participant from the 8th realm could no longer contain his fury and shouted. Although Lan Bei was formidable in combat, allowing him to enter the 8th realm before the cleansing operation commenced was already a breach of protocol. To their astonishment, he had gone even further, directly stepping into the 9th realm. I could easily eliminate you. Lan Bei glanced at the irate 8th realm participant, a derisive smile playing on his lips. What do you say? Shall we give it a try? Under the weight of his gaze, the man fell silent, for he dared not challenge Lan Bei, who had a glittering record of defeating practitioners of the ninth layer of the innate realm. Lan Bei, do not stir trouble, a tall participant clad in purple robes coldly interjected from within the ninth realm. Lan Bei cast a sidelong glance at him, smirking disdainfully. Luo Cheng, you worthless fool, are you seeking to defend your junior? Luo Cheng, a practitioner of the ninth layer of the innate realm, ranked 72nd on the three realms 100-strong list. The moment Lan Bei's words fell, Luo Cheng snorted, his hand forming a fist. Boom! A massive phantom of a blade, 10 zhang long, materialized in the air, crashing down towards him. Lan Bei grinned savagely, roaring as he charged forward. His fists ablaze with fiery energy, he struck fiercely at the phantom blade. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact echoed relentlessly, violent ripples of spiritual power radiating outward, sending shards of stone flying. Many participants from the eighth realm turned pale, instinctively retreating several steps to avoid being caught in the backlash. The Phantom Blade was a mid-tier mystic technique, known as the Killing Blade from the Law Peak sect, and none present from the eighth realm dared to meet it head-on. Yet, Lan Bei, facing the Phantom Blade head-on, stood his ground like an immovable mountain. Thud! He unleashed another punch. Crack! A faint sound of shattering echoed. The Phantom Blade quivered, and fissures began to appear along its length. The moment they manifested, they swiftly spread from top to bottom, covering the entire blade in cracks. The next moment, boom! An explosive sound resounded as the Phantom Blade shattered, dispersing into waves of spiritual energy. This terrifying force, the might of the Killing Blade, was obliterated by Lan Bei's bare fists. The most astounding aspect was that he had not moved an inch. As the Killing Blade shattered, Luo Cheng let out a muffled grunt, his complexion paling slightly. His gaze towards Lan Bei was now filled with apprehension rather than contempt. Lan Bei retracted his fists, surveying the entire assembly with disdain. Did I stand here? Who dares to oppose? The arena fell into an oppressive silence. Everyone rendered mute. Chapter 47. Breakthrough before battle. Entering the stone door. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting fear and astonishment. Lan Bei ranked 73rd on the three realms 100-strong list and had previously challenged the 72nd-ranked Luo Cheng multiple times. Though those encounters ended without a definitive victor, it had been far from easy for him to withstand Luo Cheng's Killing Blade back then. This meant that within just a few days of the innate confrontation tournament, this individual had drastically increased his strength. Truly, he was the prodigious younger brother of Lan Xian. Although his talent was nowhere near Lan Xian's, it was certainly sufficient to dominate the majority of disciples from the Feiyu sect. No one dared to question why Lan Bei could enter the ninth realm area early, for he had subdued all dissent with absolute power. The other three ninth-layer practitioners, aside from Luo Cheng, also held no objections, as Lan Bei's performance warranted their acknowledgement as a peer of the same caliber, even possibly the most formidable contender in this innate confrontation tournament. After asserting his dominance in such an audacious manner, Lan Bei nonchalantly sat down cross-legged, beginning to meditate. Did I end the previous days? He had trampled his way through battles, and the size of his spiritual sea had expanded to the limit of the seventh layer. All he needed was a catalyst to break through that limit and step into the eighth layer. At that point, his strength would surge once more. Not far from Lan Bei, another disciple from the Law Peak, with long flowing hair and striking features, wore a gloomy expression. This individual, named Wang Bing, was the 70th ranked practitioner on the three realms 100-strong list and one of the most formidable contenders for the title in this innate confrontation tournament. Before entering the secret realm, Lan Bei had not even been his opponent. However, now, with Lan Bei's sudden surge in strength, he felt a grave sense of threat. Alongside Wang Bing, the other three ninth-layer practitioners, including Luo Cheng, also wore dark expressions. Although Lan Bei was strong and possessed the ability to fight above his level, he was still merely a practitioner of the seventh layer of the innate realm, and they had not previously regarded him with much seriousness. But now, they were compelled to categorize him as their greatest threat, even surpassing the 70th ranked Wang Bing. For talents like Lan Bei, any slight breakthrough could lead to a tremendous increase in combat prowess. The four exchanged glances, silently comprehending one another's intentions, reaching a consensus. Once the great battle commenced, they would first join forces to eliminate Lan Bei before contending for their rankings. The two regions fell silent once more. Everyone awaited the opening of the stone door, anticipating the entry of those from the Sevenfold Realm to initiate their challenges. Outside the secret realm, at the Blackstone Plaza, a colossal illuminated map, suspended in midair, displayed the gradually shrinking boundary of the secret realm that in half an hour, the boundary would completely overlap with the outskirts of Qingyan Mountain at that point. Qingyan Mountain would become the final safe zone, signifying the imminent commencement of the climactic battle of this innate confrontation tournament. Who do you think will seize the top spot this time? The disciples at the plaza engaged in animated discussions that even a question. It must be Senior Brother Wang Bing, boasted a disciple from the Law Peak. Senior Brother Wang Bing ranks 70th on the Three Realms 100-strong list. Undeniably the strongest beneath the Star Extreme realm. Who could possibly rival him? Your confidence is a bit overblown. Another disciple from the Symbol Peak scoffed in retort. While my senior brother Qing Feng may rank lower than Wang Bing, his combat prowess is by no means inferior. Indeed, who can say for certain who will emerge victorious? Suddenly, another voice chimed in. Have you all forgotten about Lan Bei? He has previously achieved the astonishing feat of slaying ninth-layer practitioners. He cannot be dismissed so easily in competition with Wang Bing, Qing Feng, and the others. I agree. The intensity of the innate confrontation tournament is extremely high. Many participants may experience breakthroughs mid-competition, especially someone of Lan Bei's prodigious caliber. The crowd engaged in fervent debate, unable to reach a consensus. Yet one thing was clear. The frontrunners for the title in this innate confrontation tournament were undoubtedly three individuals. Law Peak's Wang Bing, Symbol Peak's Qing Feng, and Battle Peak's Lan Bei. Not only were the numerous disciples engrossed in discussion, but several elders were also deliberating on the matter. Yet, amidst all these voices, a few others were preoccupied with different thoughts, such as those from the sect. Gu Changlong and the others were utterly consumed by their concerns, their expressions dark as night. The final battle was about to commence, yet neither Tang Chun nor Yuan Xiao had emerged. Though reluctant to admit it, there was a significant chance that the two had already perished within the secret realm. Had a cold frost enveloped Fu Yun's delicate face as her right hand gripped the hilt of the heavy sword resting on her shoulder. Her murderous intent surging. With a gaze as sharp as a blade, she swept her eyes over the disciples from the Law Peak, Battle Peak, Artifact Peak, and Symbol Peak. Should Yuan Xiao and Tang Chen fall, the culprits were bound to be among these four factions. Do not act impulsively. Gu Changlong sensed her agitation and cautioned in a low voice. Just let it go. Fu Yun's voice was as cold as if it were about to freeze. Gu Changlong's aged face darkened, and he shook his head slightly, saying, You and Shinji are still young, with boundless prospects ahead of you, that if you act impulsively, you will only ruin your future. Fu Yun's expression grew even colder. Just as she was about to retort, he suddenly raised his hand. Leave this matter to me. Fu Yun and Zhou Shunji were taken aback by his words that we have been in hiding for far too long. To the point where these people consider us the weakest and most inconspicuous lineage, one they can bully and manipulate. Ji Yu Changlong's voice was hoarse as he spoke slowly. But in the next moment, his tone shifted. However, these fellows seem to have forgotten that the second strongest individual in the history of Feiyu sect hails from our arid peak. As he spoke, the once stooped posture straightened gradually, and a palpable killing intent infused his words. If the third and fourth fall, I shall personally avenge them, and no one can stop me. As he spoke, he slowly raised his gaze to the clouds above, where the various peak masters resided. What does the master intend to do? To openly confront the peak masters. But he is merely at the innate 9th level, labeled as the most useless elder. What grounds or strength does he possess to challenge those peak masters, at least at the spirit manifestation level? Fu Yun and Zhou Shinji instinctively found Gu Changlong's words absurd, yet almost instantaneously that notion vanished. Although he often spoke frivolously and appeared unreliable, for some inexplicable reason, at that moment, both felt a vague sense that their master might truly be capable of it. If it comes to that, you two should seek refuge at Pill Peak. Yen Ryu will ensure your safety, that do not act foolishly. You're the last bloodline of Arid Peak. After advising them once more, Gu Changlong fell silent. Fu Yun and Zhou Shunji exchanged glances, both wearing grave expressions. Simultaneously, within the faction of Pill Peak, Yan Qinchin's delicate face bore a complicated expression as she listened to the incessant chatter of the disciples around her. In her heart, the contender for the top spot was neither the widely discussed Wang Bing, Cheng Feng, nor the prodigious Lan Xian's talented younger brother, Lan Bei, but rather Tang Chun. The moment that thought surfaced, she startled herself. That fellow, no matter how strong he was merely at the innate second level. Placing him alongside Wang Bing and Lan Bei seemed utterly absurd. What qualifications does he possess to compete for the top spot? Yan Qinchin questioned herself. Yet for some reason, that thought lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Damn that bastard, she muttered under her breath, vexed. That guy had taken away her purity, and his nonchalant demeanor was exceedingly grating. Why did she constantly think of him? That scoundrel had yet to emerge. He was undoubtedly killed by someone, and she should be glad about it. Yan Qinchin murmured softly, attempting to banish Tang Chen's name from her thoughts. Yet her delicate hand tightened further beneath her sleeve. That as time passed, the barrier at the edge of the secret realm drew ever closer to Qingyun Mountain, now less than 10 paces away. In the area designated for the contestants at the 7th level, over 60 participants remained trapped within the misty maze array, having been ensnared for 3 hours before the massive stone door leading to the 8th level. The time-space ancient tower continued to hover in midair, radiating a hazy golden light to a certain moment. The time-space ancient tower trembled, and the golden light surged in the next instant. Tang Chun, who had his eyes tightly shut and was seated cross-legged, suddenly appeared. With a thought, he retracted the time-space ancient tower and slowly opened his eyes, an intimidating brilliance emanating from them. He rose, casually twisting his neck and clenching his fists. The sound of cracking bones resonated within him as a formidable aura began to emanate from his body. Innate 3rd level. He had successfully broken through to the innate 3rd level just before entering the 8th level area, utilizing the last remaining time effectively. Moreover, the acupoints within his body had now connected to 719. With only one remaining, Tang Chen initially intended to push through and connect all 720 acupoints before emerging, but at this moment, the barrier at the edge of the secret realm was already imminent, leaving him with little time. With a gentle exhale, Tang Chen swiftly assessed his combat power. The breakthrough in his realm, coupled with the increased number of connected acupoints, had further enhanced his physical strength. At this moment, he could easily tear apart a 7th-level practitioner with sheer physicality to a full-out effort. Even an ordinary 8th-level opponent would not stand a chance against him. Thus, it could be said that his true combat capability was equivalent to that of an ordinary, innate 9th-level practitioner. If he could reach the sword intent realm or condense a spirit seed, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar even higher. Such a pity. Tang Chen sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. But then, he chuckled lightly. The terrifying enhancement he had undergone upon entering the secret realm had already surpassed expectations. Perhaps he had been a tad too greedy, in truth. With his current combat strength, he was more than capable of safeguarding himself during the impending chaos. Even against that Lan Bei, he would not be without a fighting chance. Well then, it's time to enter. Tang Chen shook his head slightly, casting a glance at the encroaching barrier of the secret realm before casting aside all distractions from his mind, and he then extended his hand. Gripping, with a series of whooshing sounds, 10 array flags were promptly recalled by him, and the misty maze array vanished in an instant. The 60-odd 7th-level contestants trapped within were momentarily disoriented before they found themselves back in the area. In the next moment, numerous wary and apprehensive gazes turned toward him. Ignoring the stares, Tang Chen slowly turned around and placed his right palm upon the stone door, exerting a sudden force. With a thunderous roar, the massive door began to open slowly. Chapter 48. His life belongs to me. At that very moment, behind the door, as the sound echoed, Lan Bei and the others opened their eyes, their gazes fixated on the stone door with fervor. He's here. The battles in the outer region must have concluded, and all contestants below the 7th level had been cleared away. Next, it would be the 7th level challenging the 8th, and the 8th challenging the 9th, ultimately determining the top contender. As they contemplated the imminent grand battle, even the likes of Lan Bei and Wang Bing felt a surge of anticipation and adrenaline. Decades of arduous cultivation had led to this moment. and seizing the top spot in the innate competition to obtain the Sea Dragon Monster Core and swiftly ascend to the Star Extremity realm was the dream of every innate practitioner. As the stone door creaked wider, one of the brawny 8th level disciples from Battle Peak, bald-headed and muscular, grinned savagely. Let these 7th level fellows see just how vast the gap between us truly is. The remaining nearly 38th level powerhouses nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming. Though they waited here, most were acutely aware that they had no chance of entering the top 10, and thus, many shared a common sentiment: to unleash their full strength against those 7th level contenders. Killing whenever possible to obtain spoils such as storage bags and spiritual treasures. Once they had enough kills, they would simply crush the secret realm hand ring and leave. As for challenging the 9th level, that was the task of the true prodigies. Boom, boom, boom. More than 38th level powerhouses began to channel their spiritual energy, their overwhelming auras rising one after another at the same time. The massive stone door fully opened. Clap, clap, clap. In the next moment, footsteps echoed as a tall figure clad in a black robe, wielding a spiritual sword, stepped forth into the gaze of the crowd. The instant he appeared, the previously surging waves of terrifying spiritual power came to a sudden halt, leaving everyone in the area momentarily dumbfounded. Why is there only one person? Where are the others? And who is this person? As dozens of gazes fixated on the face of the figure, the entire area fell into an eerie silence. Yuan Xiao? Voices filled with shock and disbelief erupted from all directions. The individual stepping through the stone door was none other than Yuan Xiao from Arid Peak, in the 9th level area. Lan Bei could no longer maintain his composure, his expression frozen in astonishment. How did this waste of an innate 5th level make it here? No, how had he not been killed? Were those 7th level contestants utterly useless? Tang Chen's arrival was akin to a bucket of ice water poured over everyone, shocking them to their cores. As Tang Chen stepped into this area, beneath the ground, Yuan Xiao began to burrow like a groundhog. The moment Tang Chen crossed the threshold of the stone door, he stealthily followed suit, employing the tortoise-breathing technique to mask all his presence. In ordinary circumstances, with the prowess of individuals like Wang Bing and Lan Bei, they could easily detect his infiltration with a mere probe. However, the astonishment brought by Tang Chen's arrival left them no time to spare for anything else. And thus, Yuan Xiao managed to slip in undetected. Tang Chen withdrew his peripheral gaze from the ground, no longer dwelling on it, and raised his head to regard the dazed crowd. Though they were lost in thought, the collective pressure exerted by so many 8th and 9th level practitioners was immensely formidable, far surpassing that of the outer 7th level contestants. A fierce battle awaited. Tang Chen's gaze sharpened slightly as he tightened his grip on the spiritual sword in his hand. And where are the others? At last, a participant from the 8th layer, with a chilling demeanor, inquired coldly. Tang Chen remained silent, slightly raising his chin towards the stone door. The crowd turned their gazes, only to discover numerous participants from the 7th layer hiding behind the stone door, peering curiously into the unfolding scene. Why do you worthless fools not enter? The icy voice reverberated throughout the vicinity. The 7th layer participants exchanged complex expressions but still made no move to enter. They were merely spectators, eager to witness the developments. What was happening? This group appeared to harbor a palpable fear of Yuan Xiao, who was merely at the 5th layer of the innate realm. The peculiar reactions of the 7th layer participants left everyone baffled. Is this place accessible to the likes of you? Suddenly, a mocking laugh erupted. Lan Bei, positioned in the 9th layer, stomped his foot, and in an instant, his figure transformed into an afterimage, hurtling towards Tang Chen. Flames ignited upon his right fist as he unleashed a powerful punch towards the latter. Boom! The spirit energy surged violently. The air shattered with a deafening roar. And the sheer ferocity of Lan Bei's strike left the onlookers pale, especially the 30 or so participants from the 8th layer, their eyes filled with terror. Few among them could withstand such a blow. It was common knowledge that Lan Bei and Yuan Xiao had already established enmity before entering, yet no one anticipated that Lan Bei would choose to strike directly. Tang Chen's gaze sharpened, his knees slightly bending in preparation to receive the blow. Suddenly, a voice cold as ice pierced the air. Lan Bei, your actions now seem to contravene the established rules, do they not? Wang Bing swiftly formed a hand seal, causing the air to warp and a wall of ice-blue spirit energy materialized between Tang Chun and Lan Bei. "What business is it of yours?" Lan Bei retorted coldly, maintaining his speed as his fist collided with the spirit energy wall. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as the wall of energy erupted in a burst. Lan Bei surged forward towards Tang Chun once more roar. In the next instant, spirit symbols fluttered, conjuring the fierce illusion of a powerful demon tiger that lunged at Lan Bei with a ferocious roar. Chung Feng, one of the four from the ninth layer, with a grim expression, also chose to intervene. Lan Bei's countenance darkened further, his muscles tensed as he engaged in a fierce struggle with the demon tiger, which possessed the might of the eighth layer. Moments later, he unleashed a punch that obliterated the creature. Bang! Two more thuds echoed as Luo Chung, ranked 72nd on the 100-strong list, and another shorter disciple from the ninth layer, shouldering a massive hammer, dashed out to stand between Tang Chun and Lan Bei. Lan Bei finally halted, his gaze sweeping over the two. Luo Chung, Sun Jibiao, are you four really going to hinder me? Lan Bei's expression was so dark, it seemed it could drip water. Though his combat prowess was formidable, he felt somewhat overwhelmed by the simultaneous offense of four opponents. This is not personal. It is merely to uphold the rules, Wang Bing replied coldly. The protocol for the extermination operation mandates orderly challenges. Until the eighth layer participants have cleared the outsiders, you are not permitted to strike. Lan Bei's voice turned frigid. I only wish to kill him, not harm others. Who would believe your words? Luo Chung scoffed that if we allow you to slay that brat, it would be tantamount to breaking the rules. What would the other participants from the eighth layer think? Many eighth layer participants nodded in agreement, affirming the rules must not be broken. Very well. You have all made your choice. After a moment of silence, Lan Bei took a deep breath, his sinister gaze sweeping over Wang Bing and the other three, that he then turned his attention back to Tang Chun, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Your worthless junior should have already been slaughtered, correct? What a pity. I had hoped to finish him myself. However, killing you will suffice. Lan Bei extended his right hand, exuding a menacing aura as he made a gesture across his throat before turning to address the gathered eighth layer participants. Allow this worthless fool entry, and I shall claim his life. Whoever dares to touch him, I will slay without hesitation. The chilling proclamation echoed in their ears, causing the eighth layer participants to tremble, their expressions grim. This was an unambiguous threat, yet none dared to rebut Lan Bei. They feared his might, and even more, they were wary of his prodigious brother, Lan Xian. Silence fell upon them, a tacit agreement to his demands. Lan Bei's grin widened, casting a challenging glance at Tang Chun. Since you have arrived, I shall permit you to step into the eighth layer. You need not even fight. Do you dare to come? Tang Chun remained composed, gripping his long sword, and took a decisive step forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he strode towards the realm of the eighth layer, ultimately crossing the demarcation line and officially stepping into the eighth layer region. Behind the stone door, the seventh layer participants observed this scene with a mix of envy, regret, resentment, and satisfaction. They envied Yuan Xiao for being able to enter the eighth layer without bloodshed. Regret and resentment consumed them as the battle between the eighth and ninth layers loomed, leaving them with no further opportunities. Yet, there was a sense of satisfaction in the thought that Yuan Xiao, that rascal, was about to be slain by Lan Bei. The barrier will soon close. We should leave to avoid being affected. Someone suggested, promptly shattering their hand rings to teleport away. The remaining seventh layer participants followed suit, reluctant to linger, and chose to eliminate themselves. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The teleportation portals manifested one after another, and soon over 67th layer participants had departed. In the outside world, at the Blackstone Plaza, the spatial tremors were palpable as numerous teleportation portals appeared simultaneously. Witnessing a stream of 7th layer participants emerging from the portals, the crowd fell into a collective stupor. What is happening? Why did all these 7th layer participants emerge at once? Someone murmured, their tone laced with confusion. What transpired within? A dispassionate voice from above, belonging to a peak master, echoed across the heavens. The eliminated 7th layer participants wore grim expressions. How could so many be suppressed by a single Yuan Xiao? It was utterly humiliating, and they were reluctant to reveal the truth. However, under the peak master's inquiry, they had no choice but to speak. Soon, someone recounted the events in detail. Yuan Xiao? That rascal again. How can this be? Wasn't he only capable of slaying those of the 6th layer? Are we to believe he can butcher 7th layer participants with such ease? The atmosphere at the Blackstone Plaza erupted, with everyone engaged in fervent discussion. In the vicinity of the Dan Peak, several disciples accompanying Yin Qinchin cast curious glances at her, propelled by the murmurs of the crowd. What are you all staring at? Yin Qinchin huffed, turning her head away. Yet a flicker of joy stirred within her heart, and I knew it. It must be that Tang Chun. Her delicate fist clenched tightly within her sleeve. As a vivid scene emerged in her mind, Tang Chun, wielding a sword, exuded an aura of dominance and elegance, causing over 67th layer participants to tremble in fear, unable to utter a word. As she pondered, a subtle smile crept upon her lips, one that even she herself did not notice. Chapter 49. Slaying the 75th on the 100-strong list. Xiao Tianqi is dead, in a certain section of the plaza. Lan Xian sat cross-legged, his expression calm as he listened to the reports from the disciples who had just exited the secret realm. Yet a hint of anger flickered in his eyes, that I must say. Yuan Xiao's performance has exceeded my expectations. Senior brother, one of the 7th layer participants spoke solemnly. That fellow is exceedingly strange. His realm is clearly at the innate 5th layer, yet his physical strength is terrifying. I believe he could contend with those at the innate 8th layer. What are you implying? Lan Xian furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at the disciple. Under his scrutiny, the disciple felt the weight of pressure, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. It is nothing. Are you suggesting my brother cannot defeat him? Lan Xian inquired, his tone even that I wouldn't dare. The participant's legs wobbled as he quickly bowed, stammering. Lan Bei's talent is formidable and his combat prowess unparalleled. He can easily dispatch that fellow. Only then did Lan Xian slightly nod, retracting his gaze. While his brother's talent may not surpass his own, he was still unmatched among his peers. Killing Yuan Xiao would not pose a challenge for him. However, with so many of their peers having perished, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Very well, I shall seek an opportunity to exact revenge on that madwoman later. Lan Bei glanced at the distant Fu Yun, a cold smile playing on his lips. Within the Qingyun Mountain secret realm, as over 67th layer participants departed, the area fell into a profound silence. All eyes were now fixed on Tang Chun, who had stepped into the 8th layer. Was this fellow fearless or merely a reckless fool? The expressions of the crowd were bizarrely mixed. Such audacity. Lan Bei chuckled lightly, leisurely returning to his position in the 9th layer. He then turned to Wang Bing and the other 3 9th layer participants. Now, can they initiate their challenges? He slightly inclined his head towards the 8th layer participants, coldly inquiring, according to the rules. Once the 7th layer participants departed, the 8th layer could actively challenge the 9th layer. Those in the 9th layer were prohibited from striking first, but if challenged by the 8th layer, they could retaliate. The final chaotic battle would commence once all the 8th layer participants were either eliminated or advanced into the 9th layer. Wang Bing and the other 3 remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Their earlier confrontation with Lan Bei, who had attacked Yuan Xiao, was not intended to rescue the latter, but rather to annoy Lan Bei, destabilizing his mentality and subtly conveying a message. The 4 of us are going to take you down. Lan Bei, fully aware of their intentions, concealed a chilling smile within his cold gaze. Boom. Though he spoke, his cultivation technique continued to operate relentlessly, the sound of surging spiritual energy echoing from within him. He was on the verge of breaking into the 8th level of innate power. Once he ascended to the 8th level, even if Wang Bing and the others besieged him, he would still possess the strength to fight back. Let us begin, Wang Bing declared, his voice resonating throughout the area. The participants at the 8th level were momentarily taken aback, their expressions darkening. Most of them had no desire to challenge. They had merely hoped to reap some rewards before departing the secret realm. However, that opportunity had now vanished. They were left with 2 choices, to challenge or to leave directly. That I concede, that I too concede, that a dozen or so 8th level participants promptly recognized the situation and shattered their secret realm wristbands. Opting to leave, that if they weren't going to challenge, what was the point of remaining? The remaining few, after a moment of internal struggle, ultimately decided against leaving and instead dispersed to form their own factions. Their strategy was to collectively assault a 9th level opponent. If they succeeded in defeating him, they would then turn to individual battles that if they failed, their numbers would enhance their chances of survival. In no time, Dozens of 8th level participants had formed for distinct teams that I in the arena. Only Tang Chun and another slender, purple-robed disciple from Fu Feng remained. Lu Shu, will you not join us? Someone inquired of the disciple from Fa Feng. Their tone solemn. Upon hearing the name Lu Shu, Tang Chen's heart stirred, memories of him flooding back. Lu Shu, 8th level of innate power, ranked 75th on the 100-strong list, excluding the anomaly that was Lan Bei. He was the strongest among the 8th level participants. You lot are destined to be cannon fodder. What use is there in joining forces with you? Lu Shu scoffed coldly. The individual who had posed the question turned pale, unable to retort. Lu Shu had every right to say such things. His mood was exceptionally foul, the tension between the Battle Peak and Fa Peak's sex ever present. Lan Bei had always been regarded as his fiercest rival. Having improved his strength for this innate competition, Lu Shu had hoped to slightly close the gap between them, only to find that Lan Bei's combat prowess had surged as well, widening the chasm between them further. This realization gnawed at him, especially when Lan Bei brazenly threatened the 8th level participants, forbidding them from killing Yuan Xiao. He felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. You forbid me from doing what I desire. I shall do it anyway. If you wish to personally slay Yuan Xiao, I shall strike him down first, just to vex you. That thought took root in Lu Shu's mind and refused to dissipate. Observing the other 3 teams of 8th level participants preparing to challenge the 9th level, he gritted his teeth, finally unable to contain himself any longer. Boom! The surge of spiritual energy erupted as he formed a virtual grip with his palm. A spiritual spear materializing in an instant. Die, he shouted, pivoting to viciously thrust the spear towards Yuan Xiao. His intent was simple: to kill Yuan Xiao as swiftly as possible, and then shatter his wristband to exit the secret realm. All to infuriate Lan Bei. Fool! Lan Bei's expression darkened as he cursed under his breath, but he had completely overlooked this thorn in his side. Clenching his fists, he found himself unable to intervene, for according to the rules, unless challenged, a 9th level participant was not permitted to strike first against an 8th level contestant. Wang Bing and the other 3 kept their eyes fixed on him. Swoosh! The air shattered as Lu Shu's spear rushed forth at incredible speed, leaving trails of afterimages in its wake. The sharp spear tip aimed directly at Tang Chen's head. Given the proximity and the element of surprise, the spear tip was less than 5 inches away from Tang Chen's brow in the blink of an eye. Furrowing his brows slightly, Tang Chen raised his hand, pinching the spear tip between his fingers. This scene elicited cold smiles from onlookers. That fool Yuan Xiao. Although Lu Shu was a disciple of Fa Feng with relatively weaker physical strength, this spear contained a highly potent magical attack. Not to mention Yuan Xiao, even a practitioner of the same level as Lu Shu would not dare to catch that spear barehanded. This guy was doomed. As these thoughts raced through their minds, Tang Chen's fingers made contact with the spear tip. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, blinding sparks flying as a wave of terrifying spiritual energy rippled outward. Tang Chen's fingers, clutching the spear tip, glimmered with golden spiritual energy, appearing as though they were coated in gold, radiating brilliance. Boom! The magical attack contained within the spear detonated at that moment, countless needle-like shards of spiritual energy surging into Tang Chen's body. However, upon impact, Tang Chen merely stepped back a pace, his complexion slightly flushed, showing no further reaction. Lu Shu's cold smile abruptly froze, not only because Tang Chen had not sustained severe injuries, but also due to the sensation that the spear in his grip was as if ensnared by 2 colossal mountains. Immovable in the slightest. Release it! Lu Shu bellowed, channeling spiritual energy into his arm, his muscles bulging as he exerted all his strength to wrench the spear from Tang Chen's grasp. Yet, the spear merely trembled a few times before falling completely still. Remaining immovable. You worthless fool. Do you dare to think you can kill me? Tang Chen's voice rang coldly, a mocking grin gracing his lips that in the next instant, his left knee rose like a hammer. Crashing upwards, boom! The strike was executed with blinding speed and proximity, leaving Lu Shu no time to react as he was directly struck in the abdomen. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing accompanied a spray of blood as Lu Shu was sent soaring into the air. His body arching like a shrimp. Twisting his fingers, Tang Chen redirected the spear, gripping it firmly in his hand. With a stomp of his foot, he propelled himself upwards, thrusting the spear towards Lu Shu. Iron Bell shield. Fear flickered across Lu Shu's face as he endured the excruciating pain akin to his internal organs shattering, letting out a howl. Boom! As his voice fell, the air around him warped, and spiritual energy coalesced into the phantom of a massive iron bell, inverting to shield him within. Ding! Just as the bell formed, the spear struck, piercing through the illusory barrier that in that moment, both figures appeared to be suspended in midair. Everyone present, including Lan Bei and Wang Bing, stared wide-eyed, transfixed by the scene. Crack! A barely audible shattering sound suddenly echoed, dozens of fissures radiating from the spear tip that pressed against the bell's surface, spreading outward in all directions. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire iron bell was engulfed in cracks, shatter. Tang Chen's face flushed slightly as he shouted, his arm exerting force once more. Boom! The instant his voice fell, the cracked iron bell exploded. A shadow tore through the dispersing spiritual energy, narrowly passing Lu Shu. Boom! Tang Chen landed steadily, his spear having vanished without a trace. Thud! Another sound echoed as Lu Shu crashed to the ground. Kneeling on both knees, the spear, a spiritual treasure, had pierced through his brow. The spears but pressed against the ground, supporting his body, preventing him from collapsing. Lu Shu remained in that kneeling position, slightly bent forward. His pupils dilated, life extinguished in the deathly silence. Tang Chen turned, expressionless. Approaching Lu Shu's corpse, he then reached out, grasping the air to extract his soul from within. Stop! In the 9th level area, Wang Bing's eyes widened in rage at the sight. Tang Chen paid him no mind, his fingers tightening into a fist. Boom! Lu Shu's soul was crushed before the eyes of all, utterly dissipating. Tang Chen collected the mid-tier spiritual spear and the storage bag from Lu Shu's waist. Then, with an impassive expression, looked up at Wang Bing. That a mocking, cold laughter erupted, resonating throughout the area, that he sought to kill me. Why should I refrain from taking his life? Chapter 50. Savage Beating. Gazing at the calm expression of Tang Chen, everyone was left in shock, particularly Lan Bei, whose eyes widened in disbelief. He had sparred with Lu Shu numerous times and was acutely aware of the latter's strength. Ranking 75th on the 100-strong list spoke volumes. To say he was the strongest among the 8th-level disciples of Fei Yu sect would be no exaggeration. Yet in the brief span of mere moments since the confrontation began, he had been slaughtered. The one who had slain him was none other than Yuan Xiao, who was at the 5th level of innate power. How could this not be astonishing? Beneath the surface, in the depths of the cave, the real Yuan Xiao had been quietly observing the battle above. Upon witnessing the fake Yuan Xiao's overwhelming defeat of Lu Shu, his heart raced with excitement, nearly leaping from his throat. How incredibly strong! This is the version of myself I've always envisioned. Yuan Xiao yearned to rush to the surface, to fight alongside this idol and strike terror into the hearts of their foes. However, with his emotions settling, he continued to suppress his aura, remaining hidden. Silently cheering for his idol in his heart, he concluded that such thoughts were better left unvoiced. Should he truly charge forth, he might not even know how he met his demise. At this moment, everyone present shared one singular thought. No wonder this fellow was able to single-handedly storm to this place. Such formidable combat prowess. How could that group of inept 7th-tier practitioners possibly stand as his adversaries? At this moment, Tang Chen was too preoccupied to concern himself with the opinions of others. He was introspectively examining his own being. During his earlier confrontation with Lu Shu, while he exerted his full spiritual power, he discovered a slight loosening in the final acupoint. Though it returned to its dormant state in the blink of an eye, this revelation filled Tang Chen with elation. The last acupoint showed signs of connectivity. If he could enter the second layer of the time-space ancient tower at this moment and fervently grind his physical form upon that azure stone mill, he was confident he could achieve complete connectivity in no time. However, with so many eyes upon him, revealing such a treasured artifact as the time-space ancient tower was out of the question that he needed to devise an alternative plan. Previously troubled by this dilemma, Tang Chen now felt a spark of inspiration. The loosening of the final acupoint had occurred while his spiritual power was in full operation. Once it settled back into tranquility, the acupoint exhibited no further peculiar sensations. Did this imply that if he maintained a state of spiritual fervor, the last acupoint would continue to loosen, ultimately resulting in complete connectivity? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of its validity. He could not help but gaze at the remaining dozen or so eighth-tier contestants, a glimmer of eager anticipation illuminating his eyes. How could he keep his spiritual power in a state of fervor? Only through relentless combat. Currently, he found it somewhat challenging to contend with ninth-tier opponents, yet this collection of eighth-tier contestants was undoubtedly the finest whetstone for his skills. With this thought in mind, Tang Chun resolved to act. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he stepped forward, positioning himself at the boundary between the 8th and ninth tiers. "What do you intend to do?" a contestant from the crowd inquired, uncertainty lacing their tone. "Let us battle," Tang Chun replied, his voice tinged with excitement. "What do you mean?" The crowd fell silent, taken aback. Tang Chun pointed at the Lan Bei behind him, whose gaze was fervent as he declared, "Aren't you all here to challenge these individuals? If you wish to challenge them, you must first pass through me." As his words echoed, an uproar ensued. Despite the departure of some, there were still 17 eighth-tier contestants present in the arena. The implication of his statement, that he intended to single-handedly stand against all 17, was met with incredulity. Had this young man lost his sanity? Such a confrontation was fraught with peril, often resulting in dire consequences. Thus, barring individuals like Lan Bei, who was notoriously brash and combative, most practitioners of the 8th and ninth tiers preferred to avoid conflict whenever possible. They had never encountered anyone of 5th-tier cultivation daring to provoke 17 8th-tier powerhouses. After the initial shock, an overwhelming wave of anger surged forth. It was one thing for Lan Bei to oppress them, given his formidable strength and the backing of an extraordinarily talented brother. But now this upstart from the Huangfeng lineage dared to act thus. Tang Chun had just forcefully dispatched Lu Shu, who had ranked 75th on the Three Realms Top 100 list, yet due to his lack of connections, these individuals felt no fear. Although Lan Bei was fearsome, he had refrained from attacking them, merely because he was backed by the sect's #1 genius, instilling them with an acute sense of dread. Human nature can be peculiarly fickle. Observing Tang Chun's audacity, Lan Bei raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, he had previously refrained from allowing the 8th-tier contestants to engage, fearing that Yuan Xiao might perish at their hands, thus preventing him from exacting his revenge. However, it appeared this young man possessed unexpectedly formidable strength. Moreover, he required time to break through to the 8th tier. Resolute, Lan Bei chose not to intervene, that he too wished to witness the extent of Yuan Xiao's hidden capabilities. The expressions of Wang Bing and the others shifted, ultimately remaining silent, tacitly consenting to the matter. That "What's the matter? Does no one dare to come forward? If you lack the courage, then leave this secret realm and spare yourselves the embarrassment." Tang Chun's calm gaze swept over the assembly, his tone laced with derision. "You merely took advantage of an unsuspecting Lu Shu and now believe yourselves invincible. I shall—" Boom! A contestant clad in a green robe, his face marred with deep and shallow scars, emerged from the crowd, his countenance fearsome that a prominent scar slashed across his left eye, leaving him with only a single glaring eye. What drew the most attention was the enormous silver axe he bore on his shoulder. Towering 2 men high, an explosive visual impact. "Qi Feng, Yang Kuang," Tang Chun murmured softly, having previously perused the records, memorizing all the formidable practitioners listed on the Feiyu rank and the Three Realms Top 100. This individual was Yang Kuang, hailing from the Qi Feng lineage, ranked 76th on the Three Realms Top 100, just behind Lu Shu, with equally terrifying combat prowess. "Prepare to meet your demise, grandson," Yang Kuang sneered. His scars contorting as he charged forward to mid-stride, his right arm swelled with muscle, swinging the silver axe with ferocious might. Boom! The blade of the axe surged with spiritual energy, its violent force tearing through the air and producing a deafening sonic boom as it descended toward Tang Chun's neck. Excitement flickered in Tang Chun's eyes as he activated the primordial Dao decision. Rumble! A torrent echoed from within him as spiritual power surged, entering a state of fervor. Swoosh! The giant axe swung fiercely. But Tang Chun swiftly ducked, narrowly evading the powerful strike. Before he could fully straighten up, his fist shot forth like thunder, striking Yang Kuang's abdomen. Bang! His fist collided with Yang Kuang's midsection, causing the latter to stumble back several steps. However, unlike Lu Shu, who had been grievously injured by a single blow, Yang Kuang merely flushed, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, yet he remained largely unscathed. The area where Tang Chen's fist had struck was not flesh, but a deep black armor glimmering with spiritual light. "Do you truly believe I am as feeble as Lu Shu?" Yang Kuang sneered, tearing away his green robe to reveal a fitted scale armor beneath, an exquisite mid-grade defensive spiritual treasure. Tang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Acknowledging the value of such a defensive artifact, which typically far surpassed that of offensive ones of the same grade, this mid-grade defensive spiritual treasure could very well be bartered for a high-grade offensive spiritual treasure. Among the disciples of the Feiyu sect, those from Qi Feng, Dan Feng, and Fu Feng were the wealthiest, and it seemed this was indeed the case. "No matter how strong your power, can you shatter my Xianlin armor?" Yang Kuang's arrogant laughter resonated, as he hefted the giant axe once more, advancing towards Tang Chen. Tang Chen inhaled deeply. "Then let us see." With that, a thunderous stomp echoed as he charged at Yang Kuang like a cannonball. The two moved with astonishing speed, entangling in combat within the blink of an eye. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly, sparks flying as Yang Kuang wielded the silver axe, relentlessly cleaving at Tang Chen, who countered with his own flesh as a weapon, continuously engaging in fierce exchanges. The scene erupted into chaos. The onlookers regarded the fierce confrontation with grave concern. Yang Kuang's creation of a mid-grade defensive spiritual treasure had exceeded many expectations. It could be said that with that Xianlin armor, even Lu Shu, ranked above him, was no longer his match. Yet in this scenario, Yuan Xiao was managing to contest him so fiercely, revealing the latter's formidable strength. Even Lan Bei, at this moment, ceased his underestimation. "This young man's physique is remarkably strong," he murmured, astonished. Coming from the battle peak, where he excelled in physical combat, he could discern the impressive strength of Tang Chen's body. Even in comparison to his own prowess, the difference was negligible. The physical form was his greatest advantage when facing other disciples of the Feiyu sect. However, against Yuan Xiao, that advantage would be significantly diminished. Lan Bei's only remaining edge lay in his superior realm of cultivation. As the crowd pondered, a muffled grunt echoed from above. Tang Chen struck with an open palm, landing a solid hit on Yang Kuang's chest. The grunt belonged to the latter. Though the Xianlin armor had not been breached, it had absorbed much of the impact. Nevertheless, Tang Chen's strike was overwhelmingly powerful, even after being mitigated by the armor. The force still injured Yang Kuang. Bang! Yang Kuang crashed heavily to the ground, carving a deep trench as he stumbled back to his feet, a metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. "Continue," Tang Chen shouted. Exhilaration coursing through him as he charged once more. Did I end that moment? He resembled a beast fully awakened, his battle spirit soaring. Boom! The air erupted with sound as he unleashed a tempestuous assault upon Yang Kuang. His fists and feet, imbued with ferocity and spiritual energy, rained down like a torrential downpour. The Xianlin armor trembled but remained unbroken. Yet the force transmitted through it to Yang Kuang was utterly terrifying. At that moment, Yang Kuang appeared as nothing more than a punching bag, helplessly enduring the onslaught. Delightful. Tang Chen's laughter echoed throughout the area, a euphoric release. The spectators observed his merciless pummeling of Yang Kuang, their expressions frozen in sheer disbelief. Chapter 51. Fearless Combat. A 5th-tier practitioner ruthlessly battering an 8th-tier practitioner clad in mid-grade defensive spiritual treasure. It was a nightmarish scene forever etched in the minds of those present. An indelible memory. Yang Kuang, battered and in excruciating pain, could no longer maintain his grip on the silver axe, which flew from his hand at that fleeting moment. Tang Chen unleashed a flurry of punches, each connecting with Yang Kuang's chest. Bang! The silver giant axe spirit treasure and Yang Kuang himself crashed to the ground simultaneously, creating a substantial pit in the earth. Yang Kuang trembled all over. His face contorted, and his eyes were filled with terror. It was only at this moment that he realized how ludicrous his earlier bravado had been. Indeed, this fellow could not shatter the Xianlin armor. Yet he could penetrate it to deliver a fatal blow. Boom! Tang Chen's figure descended from the heavens like a meteor, his foot crashing heavily onto Yang Kuang's chest. The Xianlin armor quivered, neither shattering nor caving in. Nevertheless, the violent residual force shattered several of Yang Kuang's ribs, causing blood to spurt forth uncontrollably. Yang Kuang was stripped of all spirit, struggling to grasp the secret realm bracelet. However, Tang Chen was swifter. The foot that had been on his chest instantaneously shifted to press down on the crook of his arm. A heart-wrenching wail erupted as Yang Kuang thrashed in vain, unable to reach the bracelet that was tantalizingly close. Just moments ago, he had shouldered the giant axe, donned the armor, and held himself with arrogance. Yet now, he found himself bereft of any chance to escape. "I concede, please don't," Yang Kuang cried urgently. Before his words could fully escape, Tang Chen's hand spun, revealing a long sword, which he then plunged down fiercely. Thud! The long sword pierced through Yang Kuang's forehead, nailing him to the ground. After a few convulsive twitches, he collapsed into a heap of lifeless flesh. Entirely dead, Tang Chen's expression remained calm. This man, a disciple of the Qi Peak lineage, had attempted to attack him first, rendering his demise unworthy of lament. Moreover, that precious mid-grade Xin-level defensive spirit treasure was also a justification for Tang Chen's strike. Erasing the soul, confiscating the storage pouch, the giant axe spirit treasure, and the Xinlin armor, Tang Chen briefly sensed that final obstruction. During the fierce battle, his spiritual energy had remained in a boiling state, and he could feel that the last barrier had been significantly breached. Yet, it was still far from sufficient. As he observed the turbulent spiritual energy about to subside uncontrollably, Tang Chen felt a surge of urgency. He needed to maintain this state and break through the acupoint in one go. With this thought in mind, his gaze sharpened. He hesitated no longer and suddenly dashed forth, under the astonished gazes of the crowd. He charged at a team composed of 4 8th-layer realm practitioners. "Come and fight." Tang Chen's roar reverberated, directly pressuring the 4 that the spiritual energy was calming, and he genuinely yearned to engage in battle. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had initially thought that his audacity in blocking the path of the 8th-layer realm practitioners was already brazen enough, but they never expected him to dare to strike. Challenging the odds with fewer against many, after the shock came fury. The 4 individuals he targeted wore expressions of extreme gloom. "This is too much. We must kill him. If we do not slay this rogue, I shall forever be tormented by my inner demons. Let us strike together, kill." The voices of the 4 resounded in unison that in the next moment, for figures shot forth. The 4 innate 8th-layer practitioners launched their attacks simultaneously, causing the natural spiritual energy in the air to become violently agitated, an imposing momentum. Feeling the frenzied killing intent closing in, excitement surged uncontrollably in Tang Chen's eyes. The spiritual energy within him, which had begun to settle, once more boiled to life. Yes, this was the state he desired. Tang Chen murmured, sensing every cell in his body trembling with exhilaration, brimming with a thirst for battle. "Kill," he bellowed, colliding head-on with the 4 innate 8th-layer practitioners. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 figures intertwined, and the sound of their clashes erupted instantaneously. Tang Chen resembled a frenzied beast, fearlessly attacking the 4 fists, elbows, knees, and feet. Every part of his body became a weapon, unleashing terrifying force akin to the collapse of heaven and earth upon the 4 8th-layer practitioners. His assaults were so ferocious and powerful that, at the onset of the battle, the 4 8th-layer practitioners appeared to be on the verge of suppression. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. Even Lan Bei's expression grew gravely serious. This Yuan Xiao was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Though reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge that he had been far inferior to this individual when he was at the innate 5th layer. No, it was not just him. Even his elder brother Lan Xian had never reached such heights. "3 of you, we cannot continue like this." Seemingly sensing the dire situation, one of the FA Peak disciples exclaimed furiously. "It is already exceedingly unfair to fight with fewer against more, especially with 8th-layer realm practitioners against 5th-layer realm, that if we continue to cower and allow this road to suppress us, how will we hold our heads high within the sect in the future?" Boom! Another disciple from the Fu Peak unleashed a spiritual talisman, countering Tang Chen's fierce kick, and coldly echoed, "Indeed, his combat prowess is astonishing, that if we continue to delay and accidentally allow him to slay 1 or 2 of us, the situation will turn dire. We must unleash our full strength and swiftly eliminate him." The remaining 2 disciples from the Fu and Qi Peaks nodded in agreement. They could no longer endure the humiliation. The 4 gritted their teeth, no longer hiding their abilities, pouring forth their spiritual energy. Rumble. The air exploded as the two Fu Peak disciples each hurled a spiritual talisman, transforming into two long whip-like spirit treasure phantoms. One to the left and one to the right, lashing towards Tang Chen's corporeal form. The Fa Peak disciples swiftly formed seals, rapidly conjuring dozens of sharp ice spikes within a radius of several meters, enveloping Tang Chen. The last Chi Peak disciple, in a more straightforward manner, unleashed 7 short swords, all low-level Shintir spirit treasures, forming a spirit sword formation to launch an assault, displaying their unique skills. After the 4 8th-layer practitioners resolved to unleash their full power, their offensive was far more overwhelming than before. Even Tang Chen felt his eyelids twitching, sensing a significant threat. Yet at the same time, the spiritual energy within him surged even more vigorously. The final obstruction was loosening with every push. Damn it, I'm all in. Realizing this change, Tang Chen gritted his teeth and resolved to confront them head-on. How can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? To accelerate the breakthrough of the acupoint and achieve the completion of 720 acupoints. This was a risk he had to embrace. Boom! Tang Chen drew forth the silver giant axe spirit treasure from Yang Kuang, swinging it backhandedly. In the face of a multitude assaulting him, such a weapon was evidently more effective than sword-type spirit treasures in terms of lethality. This giant axe was a mid-grade Shintir spirit treasure, perfectly suited for the current situation. Swish! A golden aura coalesced upon the broad blade of the axe, slicing through the air to collide with the spirit sword formation unleashed by the Chi Peak disciple. A tremendous sound reverberated through the area as the formation, comprised of 7 low-level Shintir spirit swords, was shattered, the swords dimming and their blades developing various cracks. The axe's aura also lost its potency, exploding with a resounding boom. However, just as the first wave of aura detonated, Tang Chen slashed out a second time. This strike bore even greater momentum, cleaving through most of the ice spikes that were hurled towards him. Unfortunately, the two sides were too close. Blocking the attacks from the two was the limit of what Tang Chen could achieve. The 2 spirit talismans transformed into long whip phantoms, which he could not defend against in time. Bang bang! The 2 whips struck Tang Chen's chest, one from the left and one from the right. The power of these strikes was immense. Even innate 8th-layer practitioners would not dare to take them head-on. Tang Chen's garments were torn apart, and his chest bore deep lacerations, blood spraying forth. Fortunately, his physique was remarkably strong, and the wounds were not too deep. Furthermore, amidst the shattered flesh, a flicker of spiritual light shimmered, rapidly mending his injuries. This was the effect of the 3rd-grade healing elixir, the tiger saliva hanging spirit pill, which had previously been hidden deep within his flesh. Tang Chen recalled the incident with great joy. When he had just emerged from the suspended treasure ladder, he had sustained grave injuries that to save his life. Elder Wu had fed him this elixir, that a 3rd-grade healing elixir was a valuable item for practitioners at the Star Extremity realm, possessing potent healing properties to AT that time. Tang Chen had been unable to fully absorb its effects, and the residual power had been refined by Elder Wu, hidden within his flesh to provide continuous nourishment. He never imagined that this seemingly casual act by Elder Wu would play such a significant role at this moment. Under the influence of the tiger saliva hanging spirit pill, the 2 whip wounds on Tang Chen's chest quickly healed, leaving no scars. How is this fellow's recovery ability so terrifying? The onlookers gasped, unable to suppress their astonishment. His formidable physique and rapid recovery were astonishing. How many hidden trump cards did this Yuan Xiao still possess? Swish! The 2 long whip phantoms pivoted, lashing out once more. The Chi Peak and Fa Peak disciples, their eyes ablaze with fury, renewed their full assault, their momentum even more overwhelming than before. However, a somewhat frenzied smile appeared on Tang Chen's face. There was still ample residual power from the tiger's saliva hanging spirit pill. As long as he did not suffer fatal or critical injuries, he could quickly recover. This effectively provided him with temporary assurance, allowing him to fight recklessly without concern for his wounds. Kill! Tang Chen roared, bracing himself to endure the strikes of dozens of whip shadows. His skin tore, blood flowed freely, yet he healed rapidly, enduring the pain. Tang Chen did not reduce his speed. He swung the axe horizontally, shattering the spirit sword launched by the Chi Peak disciple, and then abruptly twisted his waist, unexpectedly retracting the silver giant axe and charging towards the Fa peak disciple in an instant. The latter's expression changed dramatically. This Yuan Shio's close combat prowess surpassed that of the battle peak disciples. If he were to get close, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand even 2 breaths. "Stop him!" he screamed in retreat while continuously forming seals, unleashing fierce spells in an attempt to obstruct Tang Chun.